Chapter 1 Copy 1 Their Island Boarding Academy. Player, you are mistaken. In your terms, I am Aurelian NP of this instance, the girl remarked, her voice echoing with anithral era laughter. In the corridor of the ancient castle, floor was oaked with blood, the vibrant scarlet of her cocoa gown contrasting starkly against Hegrusa Messine, a black cape merged from the shadows, brushing against their calf. Goon, she commanded. The cat gazed at the bloodstains, revealing a smile reminiscent of humans, its mouth filled with sharp teeth, densely packed. Humans, suka feeble species, could ard lies of ivine thais of the world lyrium. Instancy datas being processed. No survivors found in Theros cast line stance. Dine stance will soon close. There's been a murder. He has killed Simeon. Has no human. In a Fogladen clearing, a crowd gathered, their faces etched with terror. Not far away, a body hung from Thule, impaled by an iron rod top ear seat through from Bactishist, finally nailing him to Thule. Blood so aked his Bakash struggled, lowering his head in agony, attempting to utter something, but no sound escaped his lips. Within seconds he drew his last breath. Beneath Thule stood the murderer, an elderly man clad in a security uniform. His eyes were entirely white, his complexion a hastily grey hue clearly no to live. The security guard and the people in the clearing were frozen in fear, paralysed, unable to flee, huddling together in terror as he stared at them. They had witnessed a murder with Teronies. What kind of cursed place was this? One blink, and they were who. Someone a discreet light and shed themselves at their thighs was not dream for anything was a chinglail. The guard merely glanced at them before Reno advancing, herased he shanto extract iron rod from the corpse shontan stiffly attorneyed to the security butotin trance. Welcome to the Island Boarding Academy. Thick fog enveloped the surroundings, a cool breeze wept thripter, carrying the sound of waiter, the etching it with thescent half the sea. All students must adhere to the academy's rules, unauthorized departures from the campus are prohibited without an officially of our quest. Climbing govergules is strictly forbidden violators will versus for penalties. We wish you a fulfilling and enjoyable time during your studies. Good luck to all players. A crackling electronic sound filled the air, not emanating from a speaker, but directly resonating within each individual's mind. What is that sound? Why speaking? A trembling voice inquired. The cops Eleni B, and the security booth housed a ghostly old man. And this mysterious electronic voice seemed me to awaken to play a other grim reality. The horror from oval sand game had come to life. And they were rethune fortunate players, at risk of dying gating moment within existence. Unauthorized climbing govergule scheduled to Totman's demise. Some wept in fear, utterly lost. Yet, a Fuzi's and Ed place remained remarkably composed. Liteo disdainfully remarked, Yao Jie, the rear of our two newcomers synthesistans, a renthery. Lidao, a man in his 30s with smorliest that carried a hint of contempt for everyone, except for the woman before him, towards whom he held a degree of respect that its authenticity was questionable. Guiyar surveyed the crowd more newcomers as a good scene indicates that the survival rate for the existence might be somewhat higher. The survival rate went by, Thoriulaldi. A girl's first Chimodin, cousin Jevery O'Neaton. A girl with a delicate face, dressed in a white tracksuit, was milling at them, shoes strikingly beautiful, appearing youthful, her doll-like faces adorned with a peculiar grin. All around were players, yet high guiding NP Chad no tight appeared. Lidao, irked, retorted, what kind of news words Rio spouting, do even know how where are members of the S Guild, one of the three majorcule show called weapons before Linsa Canistons. A glancer and Drevialadin lie newcomers, a laugh one were recurring, which irritated him further. With so many devices, the instance as difficult I could not be too great. Guye friend, Lidao. Lidao's rigantimi immediately waned. Guyaro held a dislike for Lidao, but as a newly recruited member of the guild, Theodore had instructed her to guide him through several instances for experience. Guyeo found Lidao's constant boasting about this guild tiresome. The Dolika girl, undid with the confrontation from the Burleman, appeared even more pleased, her smile widening. Hello, I'm Guayao. The instance sequester Sieto commence will the herb interested in forming an alliance. solving Thinston sesquitchuna wuldaloa stoli verlier, guiauferd with a polite smile, extending her hand. Wu leglanced at the hand, then, in the next moment, she approached the corpse Bethuel. Though she seemsmal, spoldly stood beside death a blooded body, scrutinizing Thuound, murmuring, "How beautiful, our ship servit heart pierced and nailed to Thuel." Other words, Theathers displayed expressions of horror. Liteo glanced at the corpse, feeling nauseated. Is she psychopath? Goyer replied, "She must be an experienced seed player." Having witnessed it frequently, it was not surprising that her demeanor at her nid peculiar. Litao scoffed, "She looks barely off a Germaniest and sescored shape visibly completed." Guya shall thy mad disdainful look, here, their real was those so hoshipus expectations their rear teenagers ho have completed tennistances. Litao remained skeptical. His own survival in Torrenston Sesha been a narrow escape had it not been for the acting a child's, Hugh old have perishid long ago. Danjuk no to report of the administration of Isopone Narvin Gakul, its class dimino, and Yariel chattering here, I called Hiria from a distance, suddenly, a fearsome of Usarangut. Threadfoge merged a man clad in a black crew neck shirt and military green tapered pants, glaring angrily at the group. After witnessing their liar murdered by the security guard, the players instinctively recoiled at the sight of him. "Why are you eating? Line up from Talisto shortest," the men shouted, spittle flying. Once of the players could see his face clearly, they realized that he appeared quite ordinary, which momentarily eased their tension. Wule commented, "Hello looks perfectly normal, but they might turn into Mister in the next second." Before they could fully digest the words, anxiety surged anew. The players instinctively distanced themselves from Wula, fearing that the man might suddenly transform into a beast, and promptly fell into line as instructed. They formed a queue from Talisto shortest, and Wula took a fublin says before lazily stepping in front of Guiao. From Thinston's systematification, the learned they hard after boarding academicide to a tedonarnus land and themidily of these either identities were likely they have students. Seeing them obedient listening up, the Minsview subsided slightly. Butha still barked, "Remember this was for Moan, you will address me as Instructor John and greet respectfully, is that clear?" Instructor. The boarding academy had instructors, indicating a highly regulated environment. "Is that clear?" Instructor John scanned the group. Guyu replied, "Clear." Liteo quickly echoed, "Clear." Theathus responded in scattered agreement. Instructor Zhang frowned but relented, saying, "All right, I'll take you out o' register." The salty breeze carried hints off the sea, and they could faintly hear the sound of waves beyond the lay the ocean. Their island boarding academy. What secrets lurked to who? What transformations awaited? How could they survive and escape with existence? The players walked in an intofferg, which enveloped him like a monstrous beast, devouring Jushanin towards depths. On the rooftop of the ticking building, a boy in a shirt attached, lost in tight for an indeterminate time. Hapu shed up the frame of his glasses with a hand. In the next instant, the boy vanished. Everything felt like an illusion. Inside the office, the players filled out their enrollment forms. Wula bent over the paper, inscribing her name Wulele. Guiara stood behind her as Wula stepped back. Guiara moved forward to write her name. A long-skirted female teacher organized the list with stiff movements, her physician, resembling a moving corpse. In a killing tone, she instructed, "Follow my will take you out of your class." Chapter 2 The Veteran Player. The players were ultimately dispersed into various classes. A few newcomers, along with Guiao, Lidao, and a seasoned player, found themselves assigned to the same class. As he approached Auto Class 1, the cacophony within became apparent. Through the window, they could glimpse at the scene inside approximately 20 students, all appearing to be coolers. However, many of them resembled these security guards entirely white, face a ghastly grey, and movement stiff. Some displayed predominantly white scleroid scarce black pupils, their impression serialized sinister, while the after appeared almost human. The students were a chaotic bunch, vacating tire seats, dozing off, and engaging in raucous chatter, exhibiting abysmal classroom discipline. The family teacher, seemingly accustomed to that disorder, pushed open the door and announced, "Feel free to find a seat." With that, she stiffly turned and exited. Inside were apparitions, and they were up by number. The players lingered at the entrance, hesitant to close their seats. Guya intended to observe at the situation, but a figure rushed past there. Wooly entered the classroom. Alistair Ned Tower. They watched a set a lead in the centre of the room, smiling at a bespectacled NPC beside her. Is it all right if I sit there? The boy adjusted his glasses beautifully, no reply. Litar orked, yao jie, she. Guiyao interjected, let's take ours as well. She guided Lit out of sight and throw direct line in front of Wula. This Joe weighs an experienced seat player it weighs wise to sit near her. The other three newcomers were also searching for seats, ultimately settling for the front row. Just as they had taken their seats, a sudden, thunderous banjikoid as the classroom door was kicked open. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. The NPC students who hard vacated their seats scrambled back, feigning attentiveness to stay open at their books and lowered their heads. Instructor jangled at them, his bloodshot, before his gaze swept over the players. Womunji Philly dutiful name, stand up. Instructor Jang ground his teeth, his voice trembling with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, his clear gradually turning crimson. Hair resembled a monster, not a human. It way survived until Thaddeus NPC was furious. In an instant, the newcomer players were rendered speechless with fear. Instructor Jang advanced toward them, first fixing his gaze on the nearest female player's situ, to Diana provide a real name. His voice was a low growl, akin to a beast. When you was alright and had thought tears streamy down her face as he stammered, no, it wasn't, it did fill out a false name. Instructor Jang swiftly turned his sheet, these end of his neck reckon Jequin Gashet tilted toward another player, did you fill out a false name? The Marla player collapsed in panic getaway, just leave me alone. Attempted to flee but was paralyzed by fear, his legs refusing to obey him. Desperately, Harry daughter push Instructor Jang away, own lighter stumbly and fall to the ground. Crawling frantically to escape at the master, he felt her powerful grip on his ankle. A massive hand, veins crawling beneath his skin like parasites. Turning back, that Instructor Jang heard transformed he had swelled toes for roll time meshes eyes, his skin marred by bulging veins, and eyes were bleeding. Having been brothery, you still do retally with a false name. Students like you're beyond saving. With a voice alikibiest, the Mr. dragged her player away. The Marla player screamed for help Sumio Nasavim, please. Tables were overturned in his work, yet you still pull it away. Outside, a killing scream pierced the ethy classroom windows were open, and the breezy carried a faint metallic scent which no intensified. The classroom fell into total silence. The tormenting newcomer players appeared ashen, and Lita swallowed hard. The NPC students wore sinister smiles, with some even sniffing the air and commenting, delicious, it must taste delightful. The players felt a kill of despair. Minutes passed, and the classroom erupted into noises more. The NPCs, who had been obedient moments ago, began to steeristlessly, chatting and propping their feet on the desks. Lita regained his voice, at least twifily due to real names. When the team came to register, Guiar had briefly considered using a false name. After all, form had been hurried past to them, they hadn't even had a meteorite waitways written on the back before being instructed to provide their names, which was unsettling. In a moment of hesitation, she ultimately wrote down her real name. Had she chosen otherwise, they might have met the same fate as the unfortunate player. Wang Yair, still in shock, wept uncontrollably, finally covering her Mathasob's rack at her body. At that moment, the bell signaling the of class rang. As soon as class was dismissed, the NP surged toward Pixit, eager to escape for creation. In an instant, unlike the of time remained in the classroom. Another newcomer approached Wang Yair, saying, don't cry, it'll be right, we will survive. Such naive words elicited a fleeting smile from Wula. He has dead, Wang Yu stammered. For someone raised in a lawful society, it was nearly impossible to accept that war individual should perish within half an hour. Guiao stepped outside to take a look, finding the corridor stained with blood, while the NPCs walked obliviously, their snow splattered with red. Returning to the classroom, Guiao reported, his dead, event the body was no heritage found. Su Qinyang and Wang Yu approached. Su Chenyang asked, "Hello, where newcomer sanged would like to know how can escape this terrifying world." Li Tao scoffed at the newcomers brittly shed their adoring gazes, event how fi harden li completed tour instant sessions of. Li Tao replied, "Weshhold wat for the system to assignatisk, or wechold proactive litricron, as long as we completed the system's tasks, we will certainly find a way to escape." Wang Yui questioned, "Does completing these system tasks guarantee our survival?" Li Tao affirmed, "Yes." "That's not true." A full voice interjected. Everyone attorney to Ziarjo with a doll like Zephyrine or high-tech tracksuit, her chin resting on her hand as she observed him. She guarded the mace if they were as implemented creatures. The players were left with an unfavorable impression of her seemed formidably peculiar. Li Dao, not enjoying being undermined, retorted, "Have a we've a complete head instance." Wu lifted her chin in her hand and replied, "I've been through many instances." She was not lying. Could she truly be an experienced player? Li Tao felt awkward and such a way out in any case. Let's wait for the system to assign tasks. Guiyao turned to a sesher, saying, "Wula, in Guiyao, nice to meet you." Wu lettled at her had you her keen gaze. Guiyao noticed it the name she had written. Nodding, she pressed her discomfort with so many people around and suggested, "Let's go and search for clues. The longer we remain in existence, the more dangerous it becomes. It's better to conclude it sooner." Yao Ji's right, Li Tao did, warning. Guiyao Ornu read him. Standing up, they prepared to leave while Wu Le remained seated. Guiyao turned back in fusion, "Aren't you coming to explore?" Wu Le replied, "Class is about to start." As soon as Ha spoke, the classroom intercom crackled to life. Guiyao frowned and sit back down. In the next moment, these underfuck are being pulled or coed from behind, and Wu Le stood up, stating, "Gym class." With that, she stepped out of the classroom. The others felt the atmosphere grow awkward. Guiyao said, "Let's go to class." The empty classroom was filled with the sound of the sea breeze rustling the pages of books. The playground was shrouded in thick fog, an ominous grey that obscured visibility. Suddenly, Wu Le retained, satisfied with the empty classroom. She looked back into a seat, lying down in an good manner. Bored. Wu Le began to crack her knuckles, the sound of bonus pop in sequential silence, her vacant. Footsteps approached from the corridor. Someone was returning to the classroom. Footsteps were almost inaudible, not belonging to a living person. They halted beside Wu Le, a care scraped back as Mana took his eight. Wu Le, uninterested in rising, simply turned her head 180 degrees to look. The boy beside her, with fair skin and glasses, was the very classmate she had not siege upon entering. He was striking the hands-on, charming the terrifying NPCs. Wu Le immediately discerned tough use an NPC devoid of self-awareness. Turning her head back, Wu Le straightened up, her hand reaching out to stroke his hair, when suddenly he sterned, and he began to transform. Wu Le pinched his cheek for Minnow, turning into a hideous monster. Chapter 3, teasing the terrifying NPC colleagues in Class 1 of the sports lesson. On the mist-laden playground, NPCs gathered in small groups, engaged in play. "This is absolutely delightful. The gym teacher hasn't shown up. I relish this kind of slack-off teacher. Let us head to the equipment room and grab a basketball. I brought lock-picking tools." One NPC waved a wire in triumph. These students, despite their white school uniforms, spoke with a rough edge, exuding a streetwise demeanor. The players, conspicuously devoid of uniforms, were distinctly set apart. The NPCs had yet to initiate conversation with them. "Li Ji, what shall we do now? Since the teacher is absent, are we just going to linger on the playground?" Su Qinyang and Wen Yi trailed behind Li Dao, who reveled in the attention. However, it was not long before Guiyao coldly summoned him away at the edge of the playground, where no one else was present. Guiyao expressed her displeasure. "Stop chatting with the new players, especially do not mention the guild. Sister Yao, they are all newcomers, easily deceived. In critical moments, we can use them as meat shields. Cultivating a good relationship with them is quite beneficial," Li Dao asserted, growing more confident as he spoke. Did he truly consider himself clever? Gui Yao saw through his vanity instantly. Do not be so self-satisfied. The man in his 30s felt his composure slip under the reprimand of a woman. Ultimately, he swallowed his pride and replied, I understand. Gui Yao commanded, let us go and attempt to converse with those NPCs. All right. Gui Yao strode ahead, entirely unaware that Li Dao's gaze was lingering on her waist and legs, his eyes roving up and down. The sky darkened further, the wind picked up, and the distant sound of waves hinted at impending rain. The gym teacher remained absent, leaving the students free to pursue whatever mischief they desired. In the classroom of Class 1 on the 4th floor, Wula pinched the boy's face, halting his transformation, then playfully patted his cheek. Maintain this appearance in my presence, I detest the grotesque. She had a penchant for beauty. The earlier instructor Zhang had been rather unsightly. Wuli had rotated through various instances, assuming numerous NPC identities, encountering all manners of grotesque beings, all repulsive. Her own transformation was gruesome, though she could not see it herself. It mattered little. The handsome youth before her wore black-rimmed glasses, his complexion fair and delicate, resembling an exemplary student, and he remained composed. Wulia was accustomed to such scenarios. He was an unself-aware NPC, dutifully playing his assigned role. The NPCs in this terrifying realm adhered to their own set of rules. The lowest-tier NPCs were forever confined to a single instance, their horror traits visibly apparent. The larger boss entities resembled real humans, rotating through various instances without self-awareness, their thoughts dictated solely by their assigned roles. In one instance, they might be a puppet with a penchant for dismemberment, while in the next, they could transform into a sightless monster craving eyes. Regardless of their assigned roles, they performed diligently, coldly harvesting players. Wula had once been in such a position, but for reasons unknown, she had suddenly developed her own consciousness, no longer restricted to the confines of her NPC identity. In human terms, had she truly come to life, now that she possessed thoughts, she could choose whether to play her assigned role or not, as long as it did not impede the instance's progress. In terms of behavior and thought, she was a liberated horror NPC. To date, she had yet to encounter another horror NPC in a similar predicament. Wula, do you find my face amusing? The boy spoke up, his tone devoid of emotion, yet his voice was as flawless as his visage. Unable to resist, Wula gave his cheek a playful squeeze, smiling, it's quite entertaining. Wula had just arrived in this instance, her assigned role being that of a delinquent NPC, tasked with the mission of being a naughty child. Yet, on a whim, she had followed behind the players. Zhang Rui detested being touched and loathed this face pinching even more. He coldly replied, I am the class monitor, you are currently committing an act of insubordination. A class monitor, indeed. It was no wonder he bore the appearance of a well-behaved child. However, in this school, there were no truly obedient children. Wula did not release Zhang Rui's face. Instead, she pinched it more forcefully, asserting, I adore acts of insubordination. Horror NPCs possessed a propensity for violence, followers of the aesthetic of brutality. Zhang Rui's face was scratched, blood seeping from the marks left by her nails, just as Wula was engrossed in her playful torment. A sudden crack echoed as bones snapped, and Wula's wrist was rendered powerless in an instant. Zhang Rui had firmly grasped her wrist, shattering it. Wula tilted her head slowly to regard her injured wrist, her childlike face falling silent. Zhang Rui loosened his grip, elegantly pushing his glasses up with long, beautiful fingers, his gaze behind the black frames decidedly unfriendly. Do not touch me. His identity card marked him as the class monitor, a boss among student NPCs. He lacked self-awareness, his thoughts confined to the identity card he held. To him, Wula was merely a lesser creature, one he could bully. Wula bowed her head silently, mending her wrist, her mind murmuring that one must exercise caution when teasing NPC colleagues. Should she encounter him again in another instance, provided he bore a lower identity card, she would delight in tormenting him repeatedly, biting, flaying, and shredding him to pieces. However, with countless instances, the probability of such an encounter was minimal. He possessed no independent thought, merely adhering to the assigned role. Thus, she decided not to hold a grudge against him. Wula consoled herself. Though her self-soothing proved inadequate, she looked up, offering Zhang Rui a radiant smile. Class monitor, you are truly handsome, hardly resembling a boy at all. To compliment a boy by saying he does not look like one carries an undertone of sarcasm. As ominous clouds loomed overhead, the rain on the island began abruptly, fierce winds howling, and the classroom curtains, left ajar, were instantly soaked halfway. The players on the playground had no time to retreat to the teaching building and were thoroughly drenched. Meanwhile, the NPCs remained unmoving, standing silently in the rain, heads tilted upward as if to adhere to some unspoken rule. The wind chilled the players to the bone, their body heat sapped by their sodden garments. Archio. It's so cold. Should we return to the classroom? But class isn't over yet, can we go back? The players huddled under the eaves. Suddenly, Guiyao seized Li Dao and dashed into the rain, striding boldly toward the playground. Drenched, Li Dao wiped the rain from his face, saying, "Sister Yao, it's pouring, shouldn't we stay under the eaves?" Guiyao quickly retorted, "Class isn't over, we must remain on the playground for gym." Li Dao, perplexed, asked, "But it's raining. Can't we stay under the eaves on the first floor?" Guiyao offered no reply. Other classes were also engaged in gym, and players from those classes observed the pair stepping into the rain, many bewildered. However, Su Qinyang and Wen Yeye, recognizing them as seasoned players, promptly chose to follow suit without question. Soon after, several players ventured into the downpour. Are these people insane? Why would they choose to stand in the rain when it's so cold? Some voiced their disbelief, yet their actions betrayed a herd mentality. Only a handful remained on the first floor, unwilling to brave the elements. "Why aren't you all staying on the playground for gym class? Are you skipping?" The instructor, his glasses stained crimson, materialized behind them, a strong scent of blood emanating from him. Chapter 4: The Correctional School for Juvenile Delinquency. The pungent scent of blood emanating from him instilled fear, causing several players to retreat. Instructor Zhang's eyes remained unblinking, fixated on them with an intense gaze. "Are you skipping class?" The players were momentarily stunned. Only one, slightly more astute, managed to respond. "Instructor Zhang, it started to rain unexpectedly, and we sought shelter." "The PE teacher hasn't he arrived?" A sinister smile flickered across Zhang's grotesque face as his blood-red eyes bore into the speaker. "Sheltering from rain, who do you think you are? It's not as if a knife is falling from the sky." The players turned pale. Zhang continued, "Do you see those classmates over there?" He gestured toward the motionless NPCs on the playground, along with several other players. The players under the eaves regretted not joining the others in the rain. During PE class, even if the teacher is absent, you should line up quietly and wait for the instructor to arrive. They are all well-behaved children, while you display not an ounce of discipline. His voice was peculiar, as if two tones overlapped, instilling terror in all who heard it. One player could no longer contain himself and turned to flee. Yet, barely 2 steps into his escape, a massive veined hand descended from above, grasping his head with a grip akin to that of a basketball, exerting tremendous pressure that threatened to crush his skull. In agony, the player looked up. Instructor Zhang had morphed into a monstrous form, his body swelling. "I detest students who fail to heed my words during admonishments." As he spoke, the grip on the player's skull tightened, rendering him unable to scream, his eyes bulging with blood as his head was gradually deformed, ultimately leading to blood oozing from his nostrils and ears. Initially, the player attempted to pry free the monstrous hand, struggling in vain, until his arms fell limply, devoid of movement. With the player lifeless, the monster did not release the corpse but continued to drag it along, addressing the remaining 2 players. "Skipping class will earn you confinement. Follow closely." The horrifying scene left them no choice but to comply. The players, faces ashen, followed the creature, water drenching their faces, indistinguishable whether it was rain, sweat born of fear, or tears of despair. The rain lessened. Once Instructor Zhang departed, the NPCs who had stood silently on the playground sprang back to life. "Damn, it's freezing. My clothes are soaked, it's been raining every day, and my other set of uniforms hasn't dried yet." These NPCs, resembling humans, conversed fluently, appearing just like ordinary boarding school students. Wen Yeye nearly lost her footing, only to be steadied by Su Qinyang. "Will those taken away die?" Wen Yeye asked, trembling. Su Qinyang was uncertain. Li Dao interjected, "They broke the rules, it's evident they will perish. To survive in this school, one must adhere to the regulations and be a good student." The class bell did not ring, the NPCs dispersed, cursing, snatching basketballs, and even engaging in fights. They all flouted the school rules, none of them embodying the image of a good student. Were the regulations meant to restrain human players? Su Qinyang found Li Dao's assertion questionable but was at a loss for a rebuttal. Moreover, there seemed no need to argue, given that Li Dao was a seasoned player. It was best not to offend him. With no NPCs around, they felt emboldened to speak freely. After a prolonged silence, Guiyao finally voiced his thoughts. It's not that we must strictly adhere to the rules, rather, we cannot violate them in front of Instructor Zhang. Upon hearing this, Su Qinyang's confusion dissipated instantly. Exactly. In the last class, while those NPCs were fooling around, the moment Instructor Zhang arrived, they all sat properly in their seats. Just now, despite the heavy rain, they suddenly lined up quietly because they knew he was coming. These NPCs, despite their uniforms and student-like appearances, displayed none of the traits of good students. Yet, whenever Instructor Zhang was present, they all behaved impeccably. You're quite perceptive, Guiyao remarked, glancing at Su Qinyang. Li Dao, nearby, appeared visibly displeased. Moreover, I've noticed another detail, Guiyao continued, surveying the surroundings. Wu Lei hasn't he appeared on the playground? Wang Ye boldly chimed in, right, she was ahead of us, wasn't she? Su Qinyang replied, I haven't seen her all class. Li Dao speculated, did she skip class? Such audacity, she wouldn't have already perished, would she? Those few players merely seeking shelter from the rain had triggered the death condition. Wu Lei, not even gracing the playground with her presence, was likely at grave risk. Li Dao harbored a disdain for Wu Lei, whose youthful visage betrayed an air of arrogance and calmness. What a shame, such a beautiful girl. Li Dao indulged in his fantasies. The others remained oblivious to his expression, focusing intently on Guiyao's words. She should be fine, she merely skipped class. As long as she avoids being caught by Instructor Zhang, she'll be safe. Guiyao was beginning to grasp the rules of this place. The gatekeeper is tasked with guarding the entrance. Anyone attempting to leave the boarding school will be killed. Instructor Zhang oversees the students and is the most feared figure in this institution, the strictest of all. As for the teachers, if I'm not mistaken, they either can't be bothered to teach or only pass through without caring for the students. These students, all of them, are delinquents, lacking in diligence, seeking only amusement and idling away the days. Wang Ye remarked, this setup sounds eerily familiar. Su Qinyang mused, a school for combating internet addiction, or perhaps a correctional facility for troubled youth. An island, a boarding school, overseen by a stern instructor, utterly inescapable, filled with miscreants. This was indeed a school for the reformation of juvenile behavior. Guiyao nodded, we are the bad students sent here. What conditions must we fulfill to leave this place? Li Dao immediately responded, be a good student, refrain from any misdeeds. Su Qinyang pondered, if the bad behavior is corrected, we could potentially avoid attending this school, but I still feel something is amiss. Li Dao expressed his irritation at Su Qinyang's pretentious demeanor. The instance system hasn't unveiled any tasks yet. There's no need to rush. Since their arrival, the system had announced itself once, yet no tasks had been issued. Guiyao posited, I suspect the instance tasks will be revealed tonight. We should brace ourselves mentally. No sooner had he spoken than the class bell rang. Though the rain had lightened, it continued to fall, and they returned to the teaching building drenched, resembling drowned rats. Upon entering the classroom, they found Wu Lei in pristine white athletic wear, peacefully sleeping at her desk. She was alone, her petite frame accentuated by her black hair draped over the desk. Li Dao grumbled, she can skip class and not inform us. The slumbering Wu Lei remained unresponsive. Guiyao and Li Dao sat at the front of her desk, and Li Dao deliberately pulled his chair loudly, yet the sleeper showed no sign of waking. With such a ruckus, how could Wu Lei? She can't possibly be dead, can she? Chapter 5, The Violent which Lei. The commotion was so great that it was indeed peculiar that she remained undisturbed. Guiyao reached out to lightly push her shoulder, but before her hand could make contact, the girl suddenly lifted her head. Her long hair obscured her face, revealing only her snow-white chin and a smile gracing her lips. The abruptness of her movement startled Guiyao, causing her hand to tremble. while Li Dao was so taken aback that he stood up in shock. Har 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 har. Witch Lele clapped her hands on the table, laughing uncontrollably, her voice sounding remarkably youthful and piercing. She swayed back and forth, her hair becoming even more disheveled. Su Qinyang and Wen Yeye exchanged astonished glances at this spectacle. This Witch Lele was quite eccentric, her temperament oddly peculiar. Are you out of your mind? Deliberately trying to scare us? Li Dao's expression soured as he declared, you dare to act so arrogantly while soloing a dungeon, I'll teach you a lesson today. With that, he reached out to grab Witch Lele. In a swift motion, the girl, still laughing heartily, seized a hefty textbook from the corner of the table and brought it crashing down on Li Dao's forearm. The book was as thick as a brick, its cover rigid. Despite her petite appearance, Witch Lele possessed considerable strength. Li Dao cried out in agony, his forearm throbbing with pain. Before he could react further, Witch Lele aimed the sharp corner of the thick book at his temple, prompting Guiyao to hurriedly shove Li Dao aside while urgently saying, "Stop. We're all human here, a little lesson is enough, don't go overboard." The book's sharp edge paused midair as Witch Lele's laughter ceased. With an expressionless demeanor, she tossed the book aside, smoothed her hair, and retrieved a red hair tie from her pocket, securing her hair into a low ponytail. My arm. I think it's broken, Li Dao groaned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He dared only to glare at Witch Lele, refraining from causing further trouble. This girl, appearing barely of age, was surprisingly formidable. Was this what it meant to be a seasoned player? As Guiyao had suggested, she was an experienced player, likely affiliated with one of the two major guilds, having cleared numerous dungeons. Guiyao cast a disdainful glance at Li Dao, warning him with her eyes. The fact that Witch Lele could sleep in the classroom indicated her awareness of the loopholes in the rules. She could skip classes and engage in mischief, provided she remained undetected by Instructor John. His arm isn't broken, it's just a fracture. It can be stabilized, Witch Lele remarked, taking a seat with a stoic expression. To injure someone so severely right off the bat was indeed ruthless. Su Qinyang and Wen Yeye both silently considered that they must not offend her. Guiyao rummaged through a drawer for several straight edges and some scraps of cloth, preparing to create a makeshift splint for Li Dao. As she worked on stabilizing his arm, Li Dao continued to grunt in discomfort. Eventually, Guiyao grew weary of the task and handed it over to Su Qinyang and Wen Yeye, thus tacitly allowing them to join their small team. Turning to Witch Lele, Guiyao inquired, aren't you afraid of being discovered by Instructor Zhang while you linger in the classroom? Though Guiyao had not traversed many dungeons, she certainly possessed more experience than others. Successfully navigating dungeons required not only mental fortitude, keen observation, and quick thinking but also the ability to ally oneself with the right individuals. Associating with seasoned players would likely minimize errors and extend their survival. However, this came with the caveat that the seasoned player would not use them as mere pawns or sacrifices. Being exploited as a pathfinder or a human shield in perilous moments was an unavoidable risk, and she could only fortify her defenses. Yet, she needed information from experienced players, regardless of its veracity. The more, the better. Outwardly, Witch Lele appeared the youngest and weakest among them, yet it was evident that her psychological resilience and combat prowess were unmatched. Witch Lele, I apologize on behalf of Li Dao. He is a newcomer and unaware of his own limitations. His offense was unintentional, Guiyao stated. If Li Dao's first impression was one of arrogance and rudeness, Guiyao, too, exhibited a semblance of haughtiness. She was not fond of engaging with newcomers and bore a trace of condescension in her gaze, albeit less overtly obnoxious than Li Dao. Now, however, Guiyao's demeanor toward Witch Lele was unmistakably submissive, as she lowered her gaze and attempted to ingratiate herself. This act of deference finally elicited a favorable response from Witch Lele, who rested her chin on her interlaced hands, her sharp jawline propped on her arms, her round eye studying Guiyao. What is your relationship with him? Your apology means little, I want his apology. Without hesitation, Guiyao yanked Li Dao to his feet, causing him to wince in pain as his arm remained unbound. Yao Jie, my arm, be quiet. Apologize to her, Guiyao warned, her eyes fixed sternly on Li Dao. Humiliated, Li Dao felt a surge of frustration, his anger boiling within him, yet, When faced with Witch Lele's penetrating gaze, the pain in his arm intensified. He lowered his head and exclaimed, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have offended you, I was gravely mistaken. I sincerely apologize." He shouted loudly. Witch Lele blinked slowly, tilting her head as she rubbed her ear against her hand, seemingly annoyed by Li Dao's volume. His face turned ashen, for he had never felt so humiliated. Gui Yao pushed him back into his seat, and he glared at Su Qinyang and Wen Yeye. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and help me stabilize my arm." Okay, Wen Yeye stammered, visibly intimidated by Li Tao. Su Qinyang, unafraid, mischievously tightened the cloth strips at the pressure points. "Lele, we've deduced that this place is a correction school for juvenile delinquents." "We are, in fact, the delinquents," Gui Yao offered, sharing the information she had gathered. The term Lele felt surprisingly intimate. Witch Lele blinked slowly, acknowledging her. Gui Yao could not discern her attitude and continued, "That Instructor Zhang only transforms into a monster upon catching someone violating school rules, while the other NPCs seem devoid of any immediate threat." Witch Lele's lips curled into a slow smile, and she burst into a fit of giggles. Gui Yao, perplexed, asked, "What are you laughing at?" Witch Lele raised her eyes, her black pupils rolling upward, her sclera visible, creating an unsettling triangular gaze. Her pale face and smile were truly disconcerting. "They simply have not yet attacked you. The danger has yet to materialize. This school, inside and out, is devoid of any good." She spoke in a haunting tone. The reason Instructor Zhang attacked players was due to their breach of school rules, while the guards attacked those attempting to escape. But what could provoke the hostility of other entities? Witch Lele, sensing Gui Yao's thoughts, lazily remarked, "Do not confine NPCs to your own reasoning. Perhaps you could be attacked even without triggering any rules." "What do you mean?" Gui Yao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Witch Lele turned her head toward the window, where a light rain fell, casting the classroom into darkness. "The sun is setting," Witch Lele stated. "And so?" Gui Yao pressed. "Darkness and a rainy night, this is their night of revelry." Author's note. Ding ding ding, little broken bowl raised high. Welcome everyone to view this new book. The heroine's name is Witch Lele. She has chosen the endearing name for herself. Feel free to share any thrilling plot ideas you wish to see here. The new book has just begun, and I hope everyone actively comments and follows for updates. P.S. This story contains no BL and prohibits pairing. Su Qinyang and Wen Yeye are not a couple. They are simply newcomers banding together, so please do not misunderstand. Chapter 6. This big shot seems unreliable. The drizzle fell incessantly, the air thick with the briny scent of the sea. After school, Instructor Zhang made yet another appearance, devoid of any peculiarities, appearing just like an ordinary instructor. The instructor sternly reprimanded the students for their lackluster performance today and instructed them to line up for dinner in the cafeteria. The evening meal in this world appeared relatively normal, yet the players dared not partake. Gui Yao and Li Dao, however, conjured some food from thin air, leaving Su Qinyang and Wen Yeye in a state of astonishment. Gui Yao remarked, "This is food obtained through point redemption. It qualifies as a tool. By completing instances, one can earn points to exchange for useful items, which can be life-saving in dire situations." The novice players among them, lacking any points, were entirely unaware of these functionalities. Gui Yao and Li Dao were cautious not to redeem too much food, as they needed to conserve points for life-saving items such as teleportation and invisibility tools. Su Qinyang gazed at the unappetizing meal before him. "Is the food in the instances inedible?" Wen Yeye replied, "If we don't eat, will we starve to death?" Clang, the sound of a metal tray hitting the table echoed as Wula took a seat beside them, grabbing a metal spoon and digging in voraciously. Her bowl was filled with braised pork. Gui Yao exclaimed, "You redeemed such exquisite food." Wula looked up, her cheeks stuffed, and said, "What redemption? I had the auntie serve it to me." Auntie, was that the wretched creature at the window, her features obscured by sores, a little sweetness in your voice and a bit of charm, and she'll dish out the braised pork, Wula said, her delight evident. Wen Yeye asked, "Is the food here really safe to eat?" Observing Wula's enjoyment, the others began to spoon rice into their mouths. Wula encouraged, "Go ahead, at worst, it'll be unsanitary and give you a stomachache." "It won't be fatal." Wula added, You all should eat more. We'll need our strength to run when night falls. Running slowly would only lead to capture, rendering it utterly tedious. The evening study session awaited. Everything felt quite normal, akin to a typical boarding school. During the study period, many NPC students were absent. Those with more human-like features had vanished, leaving behind a motley assortment of soulless, vacant-eyed NPCs. Her beautiful class monitor was also nowhere to be found. After class, they queued to return to their dormitory. The other NPCs had ascended the stairs, while they were yet to be assigned accommodation. An elderly woman, her body bent at a 90-degree angle, ambled towards them, her face hidden, revealing only the back of her disheveled silver hair. The dormitory supervisor's voice was ancient and gravelly, as if she were clearing her throat, speaking in a muddled manner. New students reside in room 404, boys on the left, girls on the right. Cross-gender floor access is prohibited. With that, the old woman departed. The two buildings were only 4 stories high, and they could simply ascend to the rooftop. Now, the entire courtyard was deserted, with only the players remaining. The other NPCs had entered the buildings and made no further sound, not even turning on the lights. Aside from the sensor light above their heads, the entire campus was shrouded in darkness, the silence only broken by the sound of rain. Li Dao felt a faint pain in his arm and remarked, "Why do I feel that something is amiss?" Gui Yao remained composed. "The NPCs have all vanished." Wula interjected, "They are still here. Just look up." Wula had been trailing closely behind them, remaining quiet along the way. In the cafeteria, her breathing was barely audible, often leading them to overlook her presence. With Wula's words, who would dare to look up, but eventually, they would have to. Su Qinyang and Gui Yao glanced upwards. The oppressive darkness of the building loomed over them. Although it was merely 4 stories tall, it felt overwhelmingly stifling. Upon closer inspection, shadows densely populated each corridor, all bowing their heads to gaze at them. Meow! A piercing cat cry suddenly pierced the air. A chill ran down their spines. The other novice players hurriedly clustered closer to Gui Yao. "Do we still need to return to the dormitory?" Wang Yiye asked, fear etching her voice. Would they be caught violating school rules if they did not return at night? Yet returning meant facing the multitude of unknown entities above them. Gui Yao insisted, "We must go up." The instance one to eliminate so many people on the first day. The player guild had many veterans, and once they entered the guild, they could share fundamental information. They all knew that a survival game would not commence with mass fatalities on the first day. It was improbable for all players to perish on the inaugural day of an instance, especially with such a significant proportion of novices. Gui Yao continued, "Our identity tags classify us as students. We are in theory aligned with those entities above, so there should be no conflict. The adversaries of wayward students are solely the overseers." Others found her analysis compelling, yet a rebuttal emerged. "Who says there can't be conflict among students? Have you forgotten we are troublemakers? Troublemakers thrive on altercations, bullying, particularly towards newcomers, to establish their dominance." Wula stood with her hands in her pockets, leaning against the wall, ensuring that not a drop of rainwater splashed onto her. Just as the players had begun to trust Gui Yao's words, in less than a moment, they reversed their stance. There was no denying that the girl spoke with unsettling credibility. They were all adults, having experienced their own school years, who hadn't encountered the antics of a few troublemakers during their education. Just as Wula had articulated, several individuals silently gravitated towards Wula, opting to align with this formidable figure. "But if we do not ascend, we will merely await our demise." "What if that instructor returns?" Gui Yao still wished to forge an alliance, speaking in a calm tone. Wula replied nonchalantly, "The dormitory lights haven't been turned off yet, so there will be no punishment for not returning now. Any delay is advantageous." The other players, eager to cling to the influential figure, fell silent. This big shot seemed rather unreliable. Time trickled by. Gui Yao glanced at her watch. "It's 8:50. They should begin checking the dorms and turning off the lights at 9. After speaking, she looked towards Wula. "Let us head up." Wula remained unmoved. Gui Yao decided to disregard her. She turned to Li Dao and said, "Let us go back to the dormitory." Li Dao, being male, would inevitably have to part ways with her at night. Gui Yao instructed, "Use your items sparingly. Today is merely the first day." Li Dao swallowed nervously. "Don't worry, Sister Yao." As Gui Yao and Li Dao departed, the other players hesitated for a moment before slowly following suit. After all, that girl did not seem very dependable. The boys and girls entered their respective buildings separately. Su Chunyang, what shall we do? Su Chunyang felt uncertain and finally gritted his teeth. You should hurry and catch up with Guiyao. Wang Yeye was quite obedient to Su Chunyang's words. Okay, but what about you? I will also enter the boys' dormitory. Take care of yourself and stay alive. You too. Wu Lo observed the young couple gazing at each other with deep affection, shaking her head in confusion. Wang Yeye led the way. As Su Chunyang departed, he cast a glance at Wu Lo and said, please stay safe. Although this girl was evidently several years younger than him, Su Chunyang still addressed her with respect. All the humans had vacated the premises. The sensor light in the corridor flickered off with a click. In that moment of darkness, the figure leaning against the wall vanished. Pitter-patter, the rain fell lightly in a continuous rhythm. Chapter 7, She enters the male dormitory to borrow clothes. The dormitory building lay shrouded in darkness, with only Guiyao holding a source of illumination, the girls closely trailing behind her. Suddenly, the sound of dripping water echoed through the corridor. It was raining outside, so leaks in the building were to be expected, yet, the eerie silence amplified the sound, rendering it unsettling. A girl suddenly screamed, startling everyone who pressed against the wall in panic. What happened? Why did you scream? Don't scare me. I want to go home. Guiyao turned back, inquiring, what's wrong? The girl touched her face. There's something dripping on my face. Was the leak in the corridor really that severe? Guiyao, with a frown of confusion, swept the flashlight across the girl's face, only to discover her fingers were smeared with crimson, and blood stained the side of her face. The others followed the beam of the flashlight and gasped at the sight of the blood. It's not water, it's blood. Someone exclaimed, and the group's minds went blank in an instant. At that moment, a rustling sound came from above. Before they could look up, they felt liquid dripping onto their faces and heads. Blood, there's blood. Had it begun to rain blood in the corridor? Guiyao shone the flashlight upwards, revealing the hallway and ceiling crawling with grotesque forms. Upon closer inspection, they were human figures, but their bodies were contorted, grotesquely deformed, with snarling features and streams of blood flowing from their eyes, mouths, and noses. The monsters emitted strange noises, seemingly excited. The upper corridor was completely blocked. There was no way for them to return to their dormitory. Without hesitation, Guiyao turned and fled, her flashlight the only source of light. The other players, lacking illumination, stumbled in the darkness, tripping over the stairs. As one person fell, the others tumbled down in a heap, unable to rise. A monster descended, seizing one girl by the calf and biting down. Help, save me, woo-woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The light source disappeared, leaving only endless darkness and pain. The monsters laughed, their voices morphing into something human, ultimately becoming the voices of the girls. The monsters taunted, next time you see me, you better kneel, do you understand? Otherwise, I'll kill you. Zhao Xiaoqing, you're nothing but a worthless wretch, take off your clothes and kneel. Why come to me about your missing homework? Do you think I would steal it? Har 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 har. These words, familiar to them from their school days, echoed from the monsters' mouths. The horror scenario reveled in indiscriminate slaughter. A twisted creature crawled from the ground, slowly standing upright, its white tracksuit stained with blood, yet its doll-like face remained pristine. Clapping its hands, now dirty with dust from crawling, it gazed toward the male dormitory. One figure vaulted over the wall and leapt down, its limbs eerily scaling the opposite building. The male players faced similar circumstances but were less fortunate. Trapped with no escape routes, they could only grasp a mop at the stairwell corner, desperately fending off the monsters. The creatures, impervious to pain, relentlessly compressed the players' space for survival. They inflicted torment, instilling fear, and closing in. The monsters echoed the words of some players, repetitively reciting the vulgarities they once uttered in their youth. I just lifted Wen's skirt. Har 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 har. She was wearing skin-colored underwear. It looked like she wasn't wearing anything at all. Must be intentional. Our English teacher is so damn pale. Har har. Her clothes must be white inside too. You're such an idiot, daring to report me. Kneel down and call me grandpa, and maybe I'll spare you a minute. Har 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 har. Guiyao's legs look so good, pretending to be coy, but I'll definitely sleep with you one day. Li Dao screamed, trying to drown out the familiar voice he had just heard, his own. One of his hands was broken by Wu Lele, dangling from his neck, leaving him with only one hand to hold the flashlight. Fortunately, he was at the back, his back against the wall, surrounded by other male players. If anyone tried to retreat, Li Dao would push them forward, forming a solid barrier for himself. The darkness was filled with agonizing screams, overshadowing the sound of rain outside. The air was thick with the stench of blood, no longer the salty smell of the sea. At the stairwell, a handsome youth in a shirt stood watching the chaos unfold below. Eventually, he grew tired of the spectacle and commanded, "Kill them." The monsters instantly abandoned their slow torture and began to bite. Some players were killed, while others fought fiercely. Su Qinyang held a mop tightly against two monsters, creating an opening. Li Dao immediately squeezed past him, racing down the stairs with the flashlight in hand. Su Qinyang quickly pushed against the monsters and followed suit. Behind them, the sounds of monsters lunging echoed. They ran as if possessed, not daring to look back. Yet, had they turned, they would have seen the monsters vanish at the dormitory entrance. The campus returned to silence. Pitter-patter, the sound of rain intensified. Wu Le climbed over the bodies to ascend the stairs, initially intending to leave. Zhang Rui turned back upon hearing the noise. Looking down from above, he saw her and frowned. This is the male dormitory. You shouldn't be here. This was his territory. He despised outsiders intruding into his domain. Wu Le looked up, her clothes stained with blood, her face unblemished. Class monitor, would you like to play a game together? Zhang Rui replied, I have no interest in your games, I only wish to kill them. Har 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 har. Wu Le laughed sharply, her voice piercing. It's clearly a lot of fun, the remaining few are the most entertaining. Your refusal makes me so sad. Zhang Rui descended the stairs and approached her. I'm watching you leave the male dormitory. Wu Le stopped laughing, tilting her head at him. Do you not trust me? Zhang Rui grasped her hand, pulling her along. Wu Le followed slowly. I didn't force my way into the male dormitory. Then what do you call this? I entered openly. The dormitory matron is absent. The matron was currently preoccupied with catching the miscreants who lingered after lights out. Zhang Rui led Wu Le to the first floor, only for Wu Le to grip his fingers tightly, their hands intertwined. What are you doing? My clothes got accidentally stained, and I don't have any others. Could you lend me a set? No, you don't wear long-sleeved uniforms. Just lend them to me. As she spoke, Wu Le began to remove her outer jacket, revealing only a white camisole beneath, her arms pale and slender. Zhang Rui replied, though we are of the same kind, I can still hit you. Wu Le pouted, class monitor, help a fellow student out. Zhang Rui fell silent, feeling her grip on his fingers tighten, seemingly unwilling to let go. Wait here, I'll go get some clothes. Zhang Rui shook his hand free. Wu Le's eyes sparkled as she released her grip. Thank you. As the handsome youth turned, his expression softened. You are a group of troublesome students. How could you possibly sleep obediently on your first night at school? Quest released, please explore the entire campus and uncover its secrets. Current campus exploration, 20 knock. An old woman, bent at a 90-degree angle, walked through the campus with a cane, her face absent. The old woman had no discernible face, her entire head was covered in hair, with a blood-red mouth emerging from the unruly white strands at what one would assume to be the back of her head. GGG, I despise children who stay out all night, don't let me find you. Chapter 8, The Boss. Wu Le stood downstairs, awaiting Zhang Rui. In truth, she harbored little faith that Zhang Rui would retrieve clothing for her. She merely found amusement in teasing this charming NPC colleague. After a half-minute of waiting, impatience gnawed at her. Quietly, Wu Le donned her soiled coat, transforming into a creature as she plunged into the curtain of rain. Li Dao sprinted desperately ahead, a faint beam of his flashlight cutting through the enveloping darkness. Su Qinyang, unwilling to lose his bearings in the obscurity, trailed behind him. Time became irrelevant as they ran. Eventually, Li Dao's strength waned, compelling him to seek refuge beneath a staircase. Gasping for breath, uncertain of their location, the only sound that accompanied the relentless rain was their hurried breathing, suggesting a semblance of safety. Huff, huff, Li Dao struggled to control his respiration while seated on the ground. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, and a towering figure squeezed into their hiding place. Startled, Li Dao swung his flashlight as a reflex, preparing to deploy an escape item. Just as he was about to toss the object, he heard the voice of the intruder. Li Dao, it's me. Su Qinyang caught the flashlight, shielding the light source to reveal only a sliver of illumination as he bent into the staircase's recess. The dim glow allowed Li Dao to discern the other's face, prompting a sigh of relief. They sat face to face on the ground, both appearing utterly disheveled, drenched in sweat and rain. The tense atmosphere dissipated, giving way to an awkward silence as their rapid breaths filled the void. Su Qinyang regarded Li Dao without uttering a word. "Return the flashlight to me," Li Dao extended his hand. Su Qinyang complied, but in the next instant, a cold blade pressed against his abdomen, startling him. Fortunately, Li Dao had no intention of harming him. Rather, he issued a warning: "Do not disclose anything those monsters said earlier." It was all a ruse, a ploy to incite discord among players. Do you understand? After a brief silence, Su Qinyang feigned comprehension. Understood. It was merely the monster's words, unworthy of belief. Precisely. You're somewhat clever. Stick with me, and I shall guide you through to victory. Li Dao, satisfied, sheathed his knife and painted a rosy picture of their prospects. In the darkness, Su Qinyang's gaze subtly shifted. Li Dao remarked, "It seems those monsters have not pursued us. Did you catch the details of the quest?" Su Qinyang replied, "Indeed. We are to explore the campus. Thus far, we have traversed the academic building, the playground, and the dormitory, achieving only 20 progress. It appears we must scour every nook and cranny to reach 100. Li Dao expressed frustration. "Damn it, why must the quest commence at night? It's infested with monsters after dark." Su Qinyang suggested, "Shall we hide? Explore the campus by day." Li Dao praised, "You're quite astute, aware of the loopholes." Yet, the underlying concern remained: could they truly evade detection? This stairwell felt precarious. Should a monster appear, it could easily block their only exit, rendering them trapped in this dead end. After a brief respite and regaining some strength, Su Qinyang rose. "Let us seek another hiding spot. We need multiple exits." Agreed. Li Dao extended his hand. "My legs have gone numb, lend me a pull." Har har har, a cackling laugh, reminiscent of an elder's, intertwined with Li Dao's words. It was nearby. Su Qinyang swiftly yanked Li Dao to his feet, pivoting to flee, only to glimpse a shadow on all fours at the stairwell's entrance. Thunder! A crack of lightning rent the sky. A grotesquely contorted old woman crawled on the ground, her head devoid of features, instead a mass of hair concealing a gaping moor at the back of her skull. Upon spotting them, she swiftly rose, her body hunched. In that instant, Li Dao and Su Qinyang recognized her. It was the hunchbacked dorm matron. "I detest children who refuse to sleep at night. It is past lights out. Why do you wander the campus?" "You are woefully disobedient," she admonished, advancing towards them with alarming speed. In the dormitory corridors, they might have found a mob to fend her off, but now they were surrounded by emptiness. Su Qinyang's mind went blank. Instinctively, he recoiled, only to be thrust forward by an unseen force. He stumbled directly into the monster's grasp. Ancient hands clamped around his throat, rendering him breathless in an instant. His eyes bulged as he desperately sought to catch a glimpse of his companion behind him. Li Dao trembled, uttering a single phrase: "Use the teleport item." At the stairwell's base, only a faintly glowing flashlight remained. "One has escaped. No matter, we shall pursue him later," the dorm matron muttered to herself, her gaping maw glistening with blood. As darkness encroached upon Su Qinyang's vision, he felt life slipping away. The most nefarious act he had committed was copying someone's homework. He had always been a model citizen, perplexed by the cruelty of his fate in this terrifying realm, to perish on the very first night. "Matron." Just before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear the voice of a girl. "Har, cough, cough." The boy gasped for air, his throat ablaze with pain and irritation, uncontrollably coughing before instinctively inhaling deeply. Wula quickly covered his mouth. "Keep your coughing quiet." Su Qinyang, utterly bewildered, lifted his gaze to behold Wula, her athletic attire stained with blood and dirt. He leaned against the wall, while she sat cross-legged before him, a broad smile gracing her features. "Be silent. If the dorm matron is drawn here, it won't be my concern. After all, you are rather heavy," she expressed with a hint of disdain. Su Qinyang glanced down at his legs, marred with scrapes and dirt, now completely blackened. So, it was Wula who had saved him, dragging him into this empty classroom. "Thank you," he rasped, his throat raw, each word a struggle. No need for thanks, Wula replied. The memory of that near-fatal encounter flooded him with despair. He had been ensnared by the monster, yet Wula possessed the remarkable ability to rescue him. It was a formidable feat, considering they had stood side by side, and she had managed to drag him here. Li Dao is not a good person, boss. You must remain cautious around him, Su Qinyang articulated with effort. It had been Li Dao who had thrust him towards the monster, granting him precious moments to escape. Wula reveled in the bewilderment and anguish reflected in his eyes. This was precisely why she relished masquerading as a player. Humanity was endlessly fascinating. In contrast to the straightforward malice of terrifying NPCs, who relished in slaughter without deceit or stratagem, humans were a tapestry of complexities. Thus, from the outset, I have chosen to distance myself from those two, Wula remarked, reclining with a relaxed demeanor as her hand supported her back. Boss, may I request a favor? A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes. Speak. May I accompany you in exploring the campus? Rest assured, I shall be obedient. To survive, one must cling to the strongest ally. Su Qinyang perceived this girl before him as a good person. Chapter 9, the hypocritical class leader. Having encountered someone like Li Dao, Su Qinyang felt that Wu Lei was indeed a good person for rescuing him. He anxiously awaited her response, but her silence only heightened his tension, causing him to gradually question whether his requests were unreasonable. The esteemed individual had no obligation to accompany him, nor to help him find anyone. He must not be too demanding. Just as Su Qinyang was preparing to apologize, she finally spoke. I can take you along, but does that mean you'll consider me your superior? Su Qinyang was momentarily taken aback, then nodded enthusiastically. Yes, 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 I'm your subordinate, the kind that listens obediently. His foolishness reflected that of a typical university student. How obedient can you be? Would you jump off a building if I asked you to jump? Su Qinyang chose to trust Wu Lei. Surely, there was a reason behind her words. Wu Lei found his reaction amusing, dusting off her pants as she stood. All right, let us go. Hey, Su Qinyang nodded vigorously and rose to his feet. Once we exit this classroom, refrain from speaking. Why, have you not noticed that the dormitory matron possesses only ears and a mouth? Su Qinyang recalled the creature, whose head was entirely shrouded in hair, with ears on either side and a mouth on the back of its head, devoid of eyes or nose. So she cannot see or smell, only hear sounds to locate people. Wu Lei ignored him. Su Qinyang rubbed his nose and silently followed her. Upon exiting the empty classroom, he realized they were adjacent to the faculty building, on the first floor. At night, the faculty building was deserted, with the teacher NPCs likely having returned to their dormitories. Yet, Su Qinyang remained anxious. He longed for a reliable means of self-defense. Boss, let us head to the sports equipment room. A baseball bat would be quite useful. Wu Lei shot him a glare over her shoulder. Su Qinyang quickly fell silent. The faculty building has a basement. Let us check it out. Su Qinyang was astonished. There was a basement. Without Wu Lei's mention, he would never have considered it. To achieve a 100 completion of the quest, all areas must be explored. The corridor on the first floor was indoors, dimly lit, with only the green emergency exit lights illuminating the way, casting an eerie glow throughout. The closed office doors on either side added to the unsettling atmosphere. Despite being shut tight, the pitch-black interiors suggested something could emerge at any moment. Wu Lei, hands in her pockets, strolled ahead with an air of ease, while Su Qinyang lagged behind, glancing around nervously and occasionally looking back. Navigating through the indoor corridor, they finally spotted a narrow staircase leading downward, barely wide enough for a single person, lacking any light. The staircase was ominously illuminated by the green glow emanating from below. Wu Lei halted, positioning herself at the top of the stairs. You go first, I have something to attend to and will join you shortly. Su Qinyang's eyes widened slightly as he surveyed the dark. Do you think I'm asking you to scout ahead? No, I'm just a bit scared. The esteemed individual was merely departing, and he was afraid. As a dutiful subordinate, he replied, then I'll go down. Su Qinyang passed by Wu Lei, slowly descending until his figure vanished into the green light. Quite obedient indeed. Wu Lei stretched, having already detected the sound of approaching footsteps. Disliking the wait, she followed the In the pitch-black corridor, she quickly spotted a tall youth standing at the end, his silhouette strikingly elegant as he adjusted his glasses. He appeared to have a garment draped over his wrist. Wu Lei's eyes sparkled as she dashed over. Upon reaching the youth, she looked up with a smile. Class leader. Hearing her soft call, the boy behind the glasses, Zhang Rui, shifted slightly. I told you to wait for me at the dormitory entrance. I did wait, but you didn't come down. I assumed you were unwilling to lend me your clothes. Class leader, did you come specifically to deliver them to me? What constituted a 30-second wait? If he had been swift, it wouldn't have taken even 10 seconds. Clearly, he was reluctant to lend her his clothes, hence the delay. Wu Lei, lacking patience, didn't wish to linger below. However, now at lights out, he had indeed brought her the clothes. Without hesitation, Wu Lei discarded her dirty jacket onto the ground, revealing a white tank top that showcased her delicate, graceful neck. She reached out. Class leader, perhaps due to her petite stature, Wu Lei's voice was soft and tender, especially when addressing him. Had he not witnessed her antics, he might have been deceived by her demeanor. She did not merely play the role of a terrifying NPC, she engaged with humans, even rescuing one from the dormitory matron. Such disobedience from a student in his class displeased Zhang Rui. Put on the clothes and return to the dormitory. You are not permitted to linger outside at night. He handed her the garment. It was the autumn uniform of their boarding school, long-sleeved, unisex, fashioned from a substantial white fabric with deep blue accents on the shoulders, pockets, and cuffs, a sporty design. Wu Lei immediately donned it. It's quite large, though Zhang Rui was not overweight. He stood over 6 feet tall, and the clothing was indeed oversized. The garment nearly covered her rear. The top is clean, but the pants are filthy. Class leader. Wu Lei gazed at him expectantly. How many girls would dare to ask boys for their pants? Zhang Rui frowned, adjusting his glasses. Enough, do not push your luck. Come back to the dormitory with me. Back to your dormitory? Yes, all right, I'll accompany you back. Do you have an available bed in your dorm? Wu Lei blinked innocently. Zhang Rui, realizing the implication, was instantly filled with ire. Wu Lei, class leader, I can hear you. And no need to shout so loudly. It'll attract the dormitory matron. Wu Lei adjusted the clothing around her, carefully zipping it up to the top, tucking her neck into the jacket. She sniffed it. There was no unpleasant odor, and it smelled quite nice. Not every monster relished the scent of blood. Since the class leader won't lend me his pants, I'll have to find my own. I can't possibly wear dirty clothes tomorrow. With that, Wu Lei waved goodbye to him and turned to leave without a second thought. The green safety exit lights flickered in the corridor, indicating an agitated creature nearby. Having teased a colleague, Wu Lei was in high spirits, unable to resist rubbing her cheek against the fabric. The class leader was rather generous after all. He even suggested she return to the dormitory, yet he himself was out and about. What a hypocritical class leader, she mused aloud. With a crackling sound, all the safety exit lights in the indoor corridor extinguished, plunging the area into darkness, along with the electrical circuit of the basement. Chapter 10, The Detention Room. The circuit crackled ominously, occasionally spitting forth sparks, before finally succumbing to an abyss of darkness and silence. Wu Lei felt a hand reaching out from behind her, and without needing to glance back, she instinctively knew who it belonged to. You really are quite meddlesome, class monitor. Do you fancy yourself a disciplinary officer? As she spoke, Wu Lei dashed swiftly down to the basement floor. As she turned the corner on the staircase, she scurried along the wall with remarkable speed. Yet, she was soon pursued, feeling a tug at her collar. Presumably, her pursuer was wary of damaging her attire, for they released their grip almost immediately. The basement resembled a labyrinth. Wu Lei twisted and turned, successfully evading Zhang Rui before setting off in search of her underlings. The power had gone out, and the basement teemed with monsters. Were her subordinates still alive? Moving with stealth, she utilized her night vision, and after traversing a few meters, she spotted Su Chen-yang. In the corridor, he was cautiously inching along the wall, wielding a hammer he had apparently scavenged. Deliberately, Wu Lei rushed past him, making no attempt to stifle her footfalls, intending to startle him. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Chen-yang turned, only to be met with impenetrable darkness. He swung the hammer in defense. Little brother. A girl's voice rang out, so familiar that Su Chen-yang hastily withdrew his hand, though it was already too late. Wu Lei grasped the hammer, exclaiming, "Oh!" I certainly won't allow one of the boss's underlings to strike me. Are you hurt? My apologies, I thought a monster was upon us. I hope I didn't hit you. Su Chen-yang extended his hand in concern. Wu Lu evaded his touch, seizing his hammer and playfully swinging it a couple of times, finding it quite comfortable to wield. Don't fumble around, I'm fine. Su Chen-yang sighed in relief. As long as you're unharmed, that's a relief. I was startled by the noise from above. Has something occurred? A monster was pursuing me and nearly caught my clothes, she recounted, her tone a blend of statement and grievance. In the darkness, admiration flickered in Su Chen-yang's eyes. Escaping from a monster without so much as a breath of exertion was truly impressive. The lights went out so abruptly, plunging us into this inky blackness. How are we to navigate this place? Here? A piece of soft fabric was thrust into Su Chen-yang's hands, leaving him perplexed. Hold onto my clothing and follow closely. With that, Wu Lu moved forward, still swinging the hammer playfully. Su Chen-yang tightened his grip on the fabric and followed Su. In the underground, devoid of windows, not a sliver of light penetrated, rendering it utterly impossible to see one's own. Yet Wu Lu seemed to navigate effortlessly, humming a nameless tune while the hammer whistled through the air, her demeanor exuding tranquility. Was this what it meant to be an experienced player? Was this the essence of a true master? Su Chen-yang had yet to encounter other seasoned players, but he was certain Wu Lu was a top-tier one. To traverse the darkness so effortlessly, she must possess some extraordinary tool. A pang of envy struck Su Chen-yang's heart. If I manage to survive this instance, will I also earn points and be able to exchange for various items? Survive first, Wu Lu replied. Having played the role of a terrifying NPC in numerous instances, she had come into contact with many players. Terms like points and items were familiar to her, as were guilds and Paradise Town, among others. As a terrifying NPC, she was unable to access these concepts, hence her limited understanding. Wu Lu endeavored to avoid discussing such topics with Su Chen-yang, for the more one spoke, the more one risked mistakes. Yet, it was undeniable that once Su Chen-yang grew accustomed to her presence, he became quite the chatterbox. Boss, are you using a night vision item? Is it an expensive one? How long does it take for new players to acquire it? Boss, do you know how many instances one must clear to return to the real world? Although I am alone in reality as well, being an orphan, and no one cares whether I live or die, I do care. I am about to graduate from university, and the last page of my diary is filled with plans for the future. With Wu Lu by his side, Su Chen-yang felt an overwhelming sense of security. As they continued to navigate in silence, the darkness led his mind to wander, prompting him to engage in conversation to ease his thoughts. After graduation, I plan to travel. I want to climb Mount High, dressed in a windbreaker, striking various heroic poses at the summit, and then indulge in local snail noodles. If you keep making noise, I won't take you with me. Wu Lu's patience had reached its limit. Realizing he had overstepped, Su Chen-yang promptly fell silent. The surroundings fell quiet, allowing even the faintest sounds to become apparent. Su Chen-yang's expression shifted as he lowered his voice. There's a strange noise. They are angry because they are confined. Who is confined? Why are they locked away? You'll soon find yourself confined as well, otherwise, you won't be able to explore thoroughly. As a terrifying NPC, Wu Lu was oblivious to the system's directives for player tasks. However, Su Chen-yang's earlier mention of wanting the boss to accompany him on a campus exploration had inadvertently revealed the player's mission. Wu Lu now not only understood the nature of the player's tasks but also comprehended the objectives of all terrifying NPCs. She had become a monumental glitch, endowed with a godlike perspective. Suddenly, the fabric in her hand was yanked away, startling Su Chen-yang, who instinctively lunged forward, only to grasp at emptiness. Boss. Wu Lu. Su Chen-yang called out in panic. Bang, bang, bang. Let us out. Abruptly, a door nearby began to thud violently, accompanied by the frantic screams of students from within. Su Chen-yang felt a chill run down his spine as the hair on his body stood on end. In the darkness, he realized he was in a long corridor, yet he was unaware of the door lurking beside him. The earlier subtle sounds had emanated from within this door, suggesting that whatever was inside was awakening. And now, they had all awakened. Let us out, we haven't done anything wrong. It's too dark in here, I'm so cold and hungry, let us out. I was wrong, I will never skip class and sleep in my dorm again. Please, let me out. The voices belonged to students, mingled with various cries, creating a cacophony of confusion. It sounded as if ordinary students were trapped inside, lamenting their misdeeds. The door quaked with each thud, carrying a hint of dust, yet, detention room. Su Chen-yang murmured, the realization dawning upon him, this was indeed the detention room. The players he had seen standing under the eaves during afternoon gym class were taken there by Instructor Zhang. Were those players still alive? Were they inside? Wula had mentioned that he, too, would be confined, but could one survive inside? A sudden click echoed, the sound of the lock on the door breaking. In the darkness, Su Chen-yang had no time to flee as countless hands reached out from within the door, grasping his arms and attempting to drag him inside. Chapter 11. Wula is taken by the monitor to solitary confinement. Countless ghostly hands seized Su Chen-yang, rendering his escape utterly impossible. As he was dragged through the doorway, he clutched the doorframe with desperation, exclaiming, "Wu Lei." He strained to hold on, questioning where his ally had gone. Would he truly survive being pulled inside? The feeble strength of humanity was no match for the monsters, and ultimately, Su Chen-yang was drawn into the abyss. Bang! The iron door slammed. Silence enveloped the scene. Meanwhile, Wula stood in the shadows, observing this spectacle, her hammer idly twirling in her grasp. A tall figure approached her side. Zhang Rui remarked, "Isn't he your new human friend? You just let him go in alone." Wula concealed the hammer behind her back, lifting her gaze with a radiant smile. "He is not my friend. Monsters and humans can never be friends. As long as you understand, then keep your distance from them. We are of the same kind. Indeed, it is you and I, the monitor, who are of the same kind. We should cherish one another." Wula could not resist reaching out again, this time aiming for Zhang Rui's glasses. The dark frames obscured his eyes somewhat, removing them would surely enhance his appearance. "Why do you always have to be so hands-on?" Zhang Rui gently grasped her wrist, pushing her hand away. Wula's hand lingered in the air for a moment before she finally let it drop in boredom. "Because, monitor, you are simply too handsome, I cannot help but want to draw closer to you. Who does not admire beauty?" In her eyes, he was a charming doll. Despite their limited interactions, Zhang Rui was gradually acclimating to Wula's eccentricity. How had he not noticed this facet of her character before? What had Wula been like in the past, he pondered, only to realize he had no recollection. He could not even recall what he himself had been like previously. Yet he was acutely aware of his current intentions. Wula continued to play with her hammer, oblivious to her surroundings, when suddenly Zhang Rui seized her wrist, and the door to the confinement room swung open. He pulled her inside with him. Wula's astonished expression quickly transformed into exhilaration. "Monitor, are you going to confine me? What have I done wrong? Neither of us returned to the dormitory by lights out. Isn't confinement warranted? It should be. Yet, clearly, no one could enforce such rules upon them." Voluntarily embracing confinement, a model student, no, he was merely engaging in his own game. His game was to deliberately disrupt hers. He felt as if he had entered a reform camp for delinquents, where newcomers faced a brutal initiation. Protecting his head and abdomen, he lay on the ground, listening to the cacophony of voices surrounding him. Suddenly, the outer door creaked open, and the tumultuous sounds escalated before gradually subsiding into silence. With no more fists landing upon Su Chen-yang, the iron door closed slowly, emitting a creaky sound, followed by the silence reigned, and Su Chen-yang dared not lift his head, uncertain if he was alone in this room, where the monsters confined merely to drag him in for a beating. Wula observed the man crouching in the corner, and found his position rather unseemly. Several chairs were nearby, and Zhang Rui took a seat without hesitation. Footsteps. Su Chen-yang steeled himself and turned to see a boy and a girl. It was Wula, clad in a school uniform. It was the transitional season of late summer to early autumn. Among the students, NPCs, some wore short-sleeved summer uniforms while others donned long-sleeved autumn attire, the prominent wave emblem on their chests standing out. Wula was currently dressed in the autumn uniform, while the boy beside her sported the summer version. Su Chen-yang recognized him as Wula's deskmate, an NPC, not a player. "The monsters that were beating you have left." Why are you still lying on the ground? Wu Le inquired. Su Qinyang, aching all over, rubbed his arm as he stood up, muttering him. He cast a wary glance at Zhang Rui, maneuvering around him to stand behind. Is he watching over us? Being confined and assigned an NPC to oversee them, Wu Le tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she glanced at Zhang Rui. This is my new little brother. I used a prop to control him, and he can help us clear the game. Su Qinyang's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, such a prop exists, how many points would that cost? Su Qinyang implored, big shot, we are currently confined, how do we get out? Chapter 12, a candid reflection on the incident. Wu Le pondered what Su Qinyang believed, having confirmed that the NPC before them was under her control. Su Qinyang confidently hatched a plan aloud, the lock is outside, and we cannot traverse through walls, but the spectre certainly can. Shall we enlist its assistance? Upon entering the confinement room, they uncovered much. Su Qinyang yearned to escape swiftly, his entire body ached, and he feared a second round of beatings if he lingered. He cannot assist us in leaving, Wu Le lied without a hint of hesitation. It was not that Zhang Rui was incapable of facilitating their exit, rather, she was the one who had been confined here by him. Did she wish to escape, Zhang Rui would not permit it. Stealing a sidelong glance at Zhang Rui, Wu Le settled into a chair beside him. Class monitor, what must we do to be freed? She inquired. Su Qinyang regarded Zhang Rui with curiosity, recognizing that the class monitor represented a formidable boss among the student NPCs, a minor antagonist in the campus dungeon. It was impressive that a figure of such caliber could be controlled. Zhang Rui remained silent, keen to observe if Wu Le would become flustered. As the principal party involved, he could easily expose her deceit. Wu Le exhibited no signs of urgency, her wide eyes fixed upon him, her cherubic visage rendering her incongruous with the other monsters. She appeared as an ordinary student, a model child. Su Qinyang sensed an odd atmosphere. This NPC's silence and constant gaze upon Wu Le suggested a state induced by item control. Confinement, of course, only ends when the designated time has elapsed. Do you see that drawer in the corner's desk? A melodious youthful voice pierced the air, his tone distinctly indifferent, unmistakably that of a difficult monster. Su Qinyang turned to glance, then approached the desk, extracting the contents from the drawer. A few sheets of A4 paper and several pens. What are these for? Zhang Rui, not looking at Su Qinyang, lowered his gaze and stated, to write a reflection on why you have been confined. Su Qinyang's mind momentarily blanked, before he suddenly found the reasoning quite sensible. How does one exit confinement? Naturally, by penning reflections and awaiting the teacher's permission to leave. Thus, entering the confinement room posed no lethal threat. It was no wonder Wu Le had not come to his rescue. For a fleeting moment, he had even doubted Wu Le's intentions towards him. How foolish he felt. Su Qinyang chastised himself sternly. But I was not punished by Officer Zhang, I was dragged in by those specters. How can I write a reflection? Is it permissible to write anything? In the realm of the dungeon, even minor missteps could prove fatal, and Su Qinyang cautiously inquired before uncapping his pen. No one answered him. Zhang Rui rose and approached Su Qinyang, snatching 2 sheets of paper and 2 pens from his hands, then returned to his seat, thrusting 1 sheet and 1 pen into Wu Le's hands. Write your reflection. Class monitor, what transgression have I committed? I do not wish to write a reflection. Failing to return to the dormitory after lights out and wandering the campus indiscriminately, does that not constitute a mistake? You have already gravely violated school regulations. Zhang Rui adjusted his glasses. The class monitor's mock-serious demeanor was quite amusing. Despite being a mischief-maker himself, he insisted on playing the role of an exemplary student, a diligent class monitor, a model disciplinary officer. In this institution, Zhang Rui could maintain control over all students. He was certainly no pushover. Yet you have committed the same error as I, Wu Le retorted defiantly. Indeed. Zhang Rui did not deny it, lowering his head to begin writing, his script flowing with a bold and sweeping style, sprawling across the page. Wu Le glanced over a few times before starting to copy him. Su Qinyang, feeling overlooked, was bewildered by the situation. Both were engaged in writing reflections. Zhang Rui was earnest in. Su Qinyang approached, peering at their reflections. Boss, you've copied it word for word. Without lifting her head, Wooler replied, my errors are identical to his. Naturally, my reflection must mirror his. Su Qinyang contemplated this, responding, then, having wandered the campus after lights out, I too can copy. How delightful it was not to have to devise his own reflection. Su Qinyang prepared to sit in the empty chair beside Zhang Rui to replicate his reflection. However, before he could settle, Zhang Rui lifted his gaze, his dark eyes behind the glasses suddenly aflame with a crimson hue, exuding a palpable menace. Get away. He was angry, though he had not transformed into a monster. Su Qinyang was nonetheless thoroughly intimidated. Reflexively, he stepped back 2 paces, eyeing Zhang Rui warily. Boss, has he lost control? No, the item-controlled monsters recognize their master. He only acknowledges me. A smirk of pride crossed Wooler's face as she nudged Zhang Rui with her shoulder. The class monitor's reflection is exclusively for my copying, correct? Zhang Rui's eyes gradually returned to their original shade of black, and he did not respond, instead focusing on completing the last few words. As soon as he finished, Wooler snatched the paper away, spreading it across her lap to copy with unashamed audacity. Su Qinyang quietly retreated, relocating to a chair further away, commencing his own arduous task of composing a reflection. He had written reflections back in elementary school, during a time when he had little regard for his studies and engaged in reckless play, resulting in frequent attentions to pen reflections. However, upon entering middle and high school, he had matured and dedicated himself to his studies, ultimately gaining admission to a respectable university, only to find himself unfortunate enough to land in this terrifying realm. Fearing his reflection might fall short, he ruminated deeply, filling an entire sheet of A4 paper. Wooler, upon reading it, could not help but commend him. You write exceptionally well. Had I known, I would not have bothered and simply let you write mine. Very well, next time I shall assist you. No need for that. It was perhaps best to avoid such opportunities. The confinement room was overly dim, devoid of windows, creating a stifling atmosphere. Boss, do you think the players who were taken to confinement during the day are still alive? This entire level consists of confinement rooms. Have you heard any sounds other than our own? Wooler countered. Aside from the earlier sounds of monsters, they had not perceived any voices from other players. Then they are dead. Su Qinyang's expression soured. Wooler stated they were confined in the afternoon, and after evening study, Officer Zhang would release them back to the dormitory. Hearing this, Su Qinyang's hope reignited, but he soon recalled, I observed that they did not appear beneath the dormitory. Wooler continued, Officer Zhang will open the door to release them, inquiring about their reflections and whether they had skipped class. Reflections? They had not written any, as they were oblivious to the purpose of the papers and pens left on the table. Having filled in false names upon enrollment had led to their demise at the hands of Officer Zhang. Confinement had granted them a fleeting chance at survival, yet their failure to write reflections sealed their fate. Su Qinyang once more felt fortunate to be with Wooler. Without her, he would surely have met his end a second time. It feels stifling in here, Yao Jie, let us ascend. At that moment, voices of players conversing echoed from the corridor outside, accompanied by the sound of footsteps drawing nearer. To explore the teacher's building, we must traverse the entire structure. This corridor is essential to our journey. I am quite frightened. Inside, Su Qinyang exclaimed with delight, is that Wen Yeye? Wooler nodded, concerned that the individuals outside might pass by. Su Qinyang approached the door, pressing his ear against it. Wen Yeye. Gui Yao, is that you out there? Chapter 13, The Fool in the dimly lit corridor of the narrow basement. Gui Yao and Wen Yeye cautiously advanced. Ahead of them lay an endless expanse of darkness, flanked by iron doors on either side, which they dared not approach too closely for fear that they might suddenly swing open. Wen Yeye felt an overwhelming urge to leave this oppressive level behind. However, Gui Yao insisted that in order to achieve a 100 exploration rate, they must traverse this area. Just as their tension peaked, a voice suddenly emerged from one of the nearby doors. Su Qinyang. Wen Yeye, convinced she had not misheard, hurriedly responded, Su Qinyang, are you inside? How did you end up locked in there? She noticed that this particular door bore a solitary iron lock, and she began to fumble for the key. Where is the key? How can I rescue you? Gui Yao quickly pulled her back, whispering urgently, don't you remember that those monsters can mimic the voices of players? Wang Yiye's complexion paled. Are you saying that's not Su Qinyang inside? Wang Yiye. Stay in the basement, don't go out, that dormitory supervisor is searching for players everywhere. Su Qinyang strained to convey his message through the heavy iron door. If the supervisor catches you, it's certain death, but staying here won't kill you. If someone drags you into a room, don't be afraid. His voice carried a sense of urgency, prompting Wula to squint into Stain and rub her ears. Zhang Rui observed Wula. Though her expression was impassive, he understood her thoughts. Is this the human lackey you've gathered? How foolish. Yao Jie, did you hear that? It's definitely Su Qinyang inside. Were monsters dragging them into a confinement room? This must be part of the process, right? It can't go wrong. Su Qinyang's heart raced, pressing against the door to listen for any signs outside, his eyes pleadingly seeking Wula, who sat in the... Wula crossed her legs and offered him a faint smile. Help me, let go. Wang Yiye's desperate cries echoed, as if something were covering her face and pulling her away. The two doors opposite them swung open, revealing a pitch-black room filled with countless blooded hands that began to tug at both girls. Their clothes were torn as Wang Yiye clung desperately to the lock on the opposite door. Faintly, Su Qinyang's voice could be heard from behind the heavy door. Don't be afraid of it. Look for the paper on the table. It was inaudible, utterly unclear. Wang Yiye felt the weight of despair pressing down on her as Gui Yao embraced her, both of them struggling to hold on. Wang Yiye could no longer grip the small lock, her fingers bleeding as the ghostly hands yanked her to the ground, taking Gui Yao down with her. Countless hands seized their legs, dragging them toward two separate rooms. Yao Jie, Yao Jie. Wang Yiye screamed as she was pulled inside, the door slamming shut behind her, a lock clanking into place. Just as Gui Yao was about to be completely dragged in, she dropped an item. The ghostly creature seemed to recoil as if electrocuted, releasing her. However, the monster prepared to pull her again when a bright light suddenly flooded the stairwell. The ghostly hands retreated, and with a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. Gui Yao, her hair disheveled, sat on the ground, the glaring light blinding her. She squinted to see Gui Yao. Li Dao rushed forward, holding a powerful flashlight, crouching to ask, Yao Jie, are you all right? I'm fine, we need to leave quickly. All right. Li Dao helped her up, and together they departed from the basement level. The further they walked, the more unease filled Gui Yao's heart. Distracted, she asked, how did you escape? I used a teleportation item. I lost one of my flashlights, and this is the second I exchanged for. Li Dao's expression conveyed a hint of frustration. They exchanged information, both recounting their encounters with monsters and how they had been forced to flee the dormitory. Li Dao remarked, that dormitory supervisor is searching for people all over the campus. I saw her kill a player by the side of the cafeteria. The cafeteria was adjacent to the classroom building, meaning the supervisor was likely nearby. We can't leave this building now. Gui Yao halted. Then shall we find a place to hide in this building? Gui Yao's mind raced, and after a moment of contemplation, she resolutely stated, let us return to the basement. Return. I just saw those hands drag Wang Yiye inside. Going back down that corridor is tantamount to seeking death. Perhaps being dragged inside is the safest option. Su Qinyang is locked up too, and he is still alive. He just said, what had he said? She hadn't heard clearly, but the more she pondered, the more convinced she became that returning was their safest course. Let us go, we're going back. Though Li Dao was reluctant to return, he found himself unable to sway Gui Yao's determination. Having finally found a teammate, he did not wish to undertake the task alone. Grudgingly, he followed Gui Yao back, maintaining a few steps behind her, unwilling to draw too near. If a monster were to drag someone, it would first seize Gui Yao, providing him a chance to escape. However, to his utter shock, as they stepped into the corridor, a door beside him swung open, and he was the first to be. Gui Yao instinctively fled forward, but after a few steps, she gritted her teeth and prepared to return without resistance, ready to be dragged in, only for the door to close behind her. Is it that only one person can enter a room? Gui Yao murmured in astonishment. Li Dao. Wenye, Su Qinyang, are you all still alive? Li Dao Guiyao knocked on the door, desperate to confirm that entering would not lead to certain death, yet before she could hear any responses, a door opened, and she was mercilessly pulled inside. The door slammed shut, the lock fell into place, and the corridor was once again engulfed in darkness and silence. Meow, a black cat, sauntered past the stairwell entrance, its tail held high, moving with an air of elegance. Su Qinyang had been listening intently to the commotion outside, though it all sounded vague. He had surmised that the other three were experiencing the same plight as he was. All right, come sit and take a break. Su Qinyang turned back. It seems they didn't quite catch what I said. This door is too thick. Not hearing means their fate is unfortunate, you fool. Sharing clues isn't a wise habit. Wu Le's smile was unsettling, her words laced with menace. Realizing the gravity of his mistake, Su Qinyang's expression turned serious. I'm sorry, Wu Le interjected. The fact that I didn't stop you from calling out means I didn't care about it. Thank you. Su Qinyang's eyes brightened. Indeed, Wu Le was cold on the outside but kind at heart. She was a truly good person. Don't look at me like that, you imbecile. Why are you scolding me? Fool. Fearing she might berate him as a fool all night, Su Qinyang quickly changed the subject. It seems the three of them were dragged into different confinement rooms. How could this happen? Wu Le picked up a small hammer nearby, playing with it without looking up or acknowledging him. Su Qinyang scratched his nose, muttering to himself, if they were in one room, they could help each other like we do. Wenye must be terrified, she's quite timid. Fool. Wu Le's voice drifted coolly through the air. Su Qinyang felt exasperated. Boss, you can insult me all you like, but don't scold the innocent Wenye. I'm calling you a fool. Understood. Chapter 14. The unsubmitted reflection. Su Qinyang had come to terms with being berated by Wu Le as a fool. After all, receiving scorn from a superior would not cost him anything. The dim lighting in the confinement room cast a lethargic ambience, making one feel drowsy. Situated in the basement, the air was notably cold. As time wore on, the temperature around the island in the sea dropped significantly, causing Su Qinyang to shiver uncontrollably from the chill. He remained close to the door and suggested, Boss, you should sleep, I will keep watch. It is quite safe here, there is no need for a vigil. Safety is paramount. If they were secure, it implied that others were safe as well. Nevertheless, Su Qinyang opted to stay on guard, sitting alone by the door. The NPCs were unaffected by the cold, while Su Qinyang trembled throughout the latter half of the night, with Wu Le and Zhang Rui appearing utterly unfazed. Yet, Wu Le pretended to be cold, wrapping her coat tighter around herself, pulling her neck in, occasionally rubbing against her clothing, and silently smiling at Zhang Rui, her lips forming the words, Class monitor, your attire is truly warm. Zhang Rui was a man of few words, yet his gaze was consistently fixed upon her, missing not a single detail of her actions. She rubbed against a standard school uniform jacket repeatedly. Su Qinyang had been on high alert all day. Despite the coldness of the confinement room, he could not resist the weight of his eyelids, which began to droop. Unbeknownst to him, as he drifted into slumber, the two little creatures nestled closely together, their proximity almost affectionate. More precisely, it was Wu Le who leaned against Zhang Rui. I am tired, class monitor. You are the one who brought me here for confinement, so you must take responsibility. What responsibility? I need to lean on you to sleep. You do not require sleep. I do. One must eat well and sleep well to grow tall. Did she truly believe herself to be human? Zhang Rui fell silent. Wu Le shamelessly leaned closer, resting her head gently on his shoulder as she closed her eyes. Zhang Rui reclined against the back of his chair, tilting back, and Wu Le's head followed suit, pressing closer to him. Zhang Rui, NPCs maintain a certain distance, never exhibiting the clingy behavior typical of humans. Was she attempting to imitate humanity? The imitation was rather awkward, however. Her voice was melodious. With a soft click, Su Qinyang was roused from his slumber by the sound of a lock turning outside the door. Groggy at first, he quickly recalled their current predicament, instantly becoming fully alert. As he turned, he beheld the NPC sitting upright, arms crossed, eyes closed and motionless, while Wula rested against his shoulder, fast asleep. Although aware that the NPC was under control, Su Qinyang still gasped in surprise. Sounds echoed from outside, suggesting that several iron doors had been opened, and now it was their turn. Su Qinyang hastily rose from the floor, remaining vigilant. Wula, wake up, there are noises outside. No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, revealing a tall man clad in a black shirt and camouflage pants, who paused momentarily upon seeing the scene before him. Instructor Zhang commanded, "Everyone, step out into the corridor." He stepped back outside after delivering his orders. Wula opened her eyes, her expression unchanging. She picked up a small hammer from the table and handed it to Su Qinyang, saying, "Hide this." "Where can I possibly hide something this large?" Wula ignored him and turned to Zhang Rui, stating, "Good morning." Su Qinyang frantically searched his body, ultimately tucking the small hammer into the waistband of his pants, pulling his shirt down to conceal it. "What are you dawdling for? Get out." Instructor Zhang's voice boomed in anger. The occupants of the confinement room hurriedly emerged. At last, they beheld the other three individuals. Guiyao and Wen Yi appeared relatively unscathed, save for their soiled clothing, whereas Li Dao bore bruises, evidence of a beating from the monsters. Unable to suppress a laugh, Su Qinyang winced as pain shot through his bruised mouth. Did those monsters only target the males? "You are the most disobedient students I have ever encountered. Why did you not return to your dormitory after lights out? Your parents entrusted you to this place in hopes that you would study diligently, yet what have you been doing day after day?" Instructor Zhang's words flew forth like a stern teacher chastising them. The players lowered their heads, anxiety etched on their faces, while only Wula and Zhang Rui maintained relaxed expressions. Suddenly, Instructor Zhang inquired, "You spent the entire night reflecting. How has that reflection progressed?" Silence enveloped the air. Su Qinyang boldly spoke up, "Instructor Zhang, we were wrong. We should not have been wandering about at night." Instructor Zhang's demeanor softened slightly. "It is good that you recognize your mistakes, but it cannot merely be lip service. You must learn your lesson." He then fixed his expectant gaze on the players, his eyes locking onto each one in turn. Li Dao was nearly paralyzed with fear, drenched in cold sweat. What did this mean? Why was the instructor still staring at them? Su Qinyang understood what was required, stating, "Instructor Zhang, I reflected on my mistakes all night and wrote a reflection." Instructor Zhang's face broke into a smile. "Excellent, let me see what you have written." Indeed, he sought the reflections. Su Qinyang's eyes darted anxiously toward the others. Guiyao and Wen Yi both exhaled in relief, turning back to retrieve their reflections from the confinement room. Only Li Dao remained in a state of panic, utterly bewildered. Su Qinyang gathered Wula's and Zhang Rui's reflections and brought them out. Guiyao and Wen Yi emerged holding sheets of paper, while Li Dao stood frozen in terror. "How is it that you all have?" Li Dao's cold sweat continued to pour. Instructor Zhang collected their reflections one by one, casting a glance at each. Finally, he turned to Li Dao, asking, "What about yours?" I did not know I was supposed to write a reflection. I will go write one now." Li Dao spun around, preparing to return to the confinement room. No wonder he had noticed pens and paper on the table. That was their purpose, those scoundrels. They knew the rules but did not inform him. Before Li Dao could take more than a few steps, his collar was seized, lifting him off the ground. Failing to write a reflection indicates that you did not genuinely reflect. I detest students who repeatedly fail to learn from their mistakes. Instructor Zhang's voice shifted, adopting a dual tone that resembled a demonic whisper. They had heard this voice in the classroom the previous afternoon. Li Dao was hoisted higher, surpassing the height at which an average adult could lift another person. Instructor Zhang had transformed into a monster. Li Dao turned pale, glancing back. 10 minutes later, at the narrow staircase leading to the basement, Wula guided Zhang Rui upward, followed by 3 startled human players. Li Dao had perished, right before their eyes. Light streamed through the windows. Dawn had arrived. Outside, a grey mist enveloped the surroundings, as if the sun would never shine here. The night is far too perilous. We must endeavor to complete the campus exploration tasks during daylight hours. However, we must exercise caution to avoid being caught by Instructor Zhang for skipping class. With each 10% of exploration completed, the dungeon system would issue reminders to the players. Each individual's progress was distinct, and the system would provide individual notifications in their minds. Guiyao declared, "I am currently at 40%, what about you, Su Qinyang?" Wang Yiyi followed her lead, thus sharing the same progress. Guiyao was eager to learn Wu Le's and Su Qinyang's standings. Su Qinyang replied, 40%. Wu Le chimed in, the same. She was in sync with him. Chapter 15. Esteemed leader, would you consider joining our guild? Guiyao inquired, casting a wary glance at Zhang Rui. Wu Lele remained silent, while her perceptive subordinate, Su Qinyang, stepped forward to elucidate. He has been ensnared by Wu Lele's control. The notion of controlling an NPC, what an extraordinary feat for a top-tier player. Guiyao was astonished. You possess such a high-level artifact. I have only heard tales of its existence. Even among the upper echelons of Guild S, none possessed such an item. This artifact was relegated to the realm of myth, with many doubting its actual existence, believing it to be mere figments of players' imaginations. Would you be willing to join our guild? Guild S is the largest in Paradise Town, and during high-level dungeons, we can form parties. While the newly opened dungeons remain a mystery, we have ample intelligence on many older dungeons, providing critical clues for sharing. Guiyao stammered, her gaze towards Wu Lele brimming with fervor. Paradise Town, Wu Lele had heard whispers of it from other humans. When humans survived a dungeon, they found a sanctuary for respite. This haven, devoid of monsters and brimming with safety, was dubbed Paradise by the humans. The dungeon world was akin to hell, hence the sanctuary was considered heaven. Humans wishing to rest in Paradise Town must exchange points earned in dungeons for days of respite. Failing to redeem days or exhausting their points would lead to a forced return to the dungeons. The terrifying world was rife with countless dungeons, continuously generating new ones. Some were renowned among humans, while others remained completely unheard of and unseen. Upon emerging alive from a dungeon, humans would sell the information and crucial clues about that dungeon to various guilds in exchange for additional points. Joining a guild allowed for the sharing of dungeon intelligence, but to gain more valuable insights, one had to contribute significantly to the guild, such as successfully completing dungeons and returning with valuable data. Guiyao, merely a team leader within Guild S, was tasked with guiding newcomers into dungeons. Unfortunately, she found herself in a new dungeon without any prior information from the guild. Wu Lele had some understanding of these human dynamics, yet she chose to speak sparingly. Aware that verbosity could lead to missteps and potential exposure, she preferred to maintain her facade until the last moment, ultimately delivering a grand surprise. With a slight raise of her brow and a sweet smile, Wu Lele replied, I am already affiliated with the guild. Guiyao was not surprised by this revelation. A player of such caliber would undoubtedly not operate alone, perhaps even being a prized asset of another guild. However, if she could be persuaded to join Guild S, it would surely benefit Guiyao's standing. Even if that did not come to pass, cultivating a good relationship might lead to future collaborations in dungeon explorations once they reached Paradise Town. May I inquire which guild you belong to? It's confidential. I understand. Zhang Rui glanced at the clock on the wall. It is time for morning exercises. We must head to the playground to line up. Wu Lele took his hand and gave it a gentle shake. Then let us proceed. Guiyao followed, her curiosity piqued. Has this NPC lost all aggression? Will he actively provide clues? Wu Lele responded, he will not deceive me. Su Qinyang and Wang Yiyi brought up the rear, with Wang expressing her gratitude. If I hadn't heard you shouting for paper and pen from the table, I surely would have ended up like Li Dao. No need to dwell on that. His fate was well deserved, Su Qinyang replied with a serious expression. What do you mean? Li Dao was no good. Let us not think about what happened earlier. By following Wu Lele, we will undoubtedly survive. Indeed, she is formidable. Her expression hardly changed. She possesses remarkable courage. I aspire to learn from her and grow stronger. On the playground that morning, students trickled in from their dormitories and instinctively formed lines, silence enveloping the air. Instructor Zhang stood nearby, observing. Several individuals hastily found their respective classes and lined up, with Zhang Rui, as the class leader, leading the way. Gradually, players emerged from various corners of the campus, each appearing quite disheveled, their bodies marked with mud and grime. Once all the lines were organized, Su Qinyang glanced around. Only 8 of us remain, all the other players had perished. You miscounted, Wu Lele interjected casually. When a figure of such stature spoke, Su Qinyang accepted his mistake and turned to survey the other classes. Just then, Instructor Zhang barked, "All eyes forward, stand straight." Su Qinyang immediately snapped to attention, directing his gaze ahead. In a school where students with behavioral issues were closely monitored, especially during morning exercises, this was particularly evident. Though the students stood well and refrained from whispering, they were still reprimanded, berated harshly, and ultimately made to run 10 laps. Zhang Rui, as the class leader of the 3rd year, led the group in running, with each class following suit. His long legs and tall stature made the pace seem effortless, yet the players within the line struggled to keep up. After a lap, Wu Lele raised her hand, declaring, "Instructor, I have a stomachache." Instructor Zhang replied, "Then just walk." The others were astonished. Was that permissible? During the run, silence reigned, and players dared not speak, gritting their teeth to keep pace, fearing that any misstep could trigger a fatal consequence. After 10 laps, the NPCs appeared unfazed, while the players were utterly exhausted. Instructor Zhang commanded, "Stand straight, the class with the best posture will eat first." Everything felt strikingly reminiscent of real-life school experiences. Perhaps by stroke of luck, their class was the first permitted to enter the cafeteria for a meal. In the cafeteria, with Instructor Zhang absent, the atmosphere finally relaxed, allowing for chatter among the NPCs and players alike. Su Qinyang noted the number of remaining players. "There are 8 of us." It seemed Wu Lele had indeed miscounted, but he refrained from pointing it out. "Let us share information. Where did you all go last night?" A group of players nearby called out, "Let's help each other and strive to survive." After a harrowing night, especially for the newcomers, they quickly congregated. Su Qinyang, ever thick-skinned, joined them to eavesdrop. After a lengthy listen, he discovered that they had merely hidden away throughout the night, offering no substantial insights. Disheartened, Su Qinyang returned empty-handed. Gui Yao chuckled softly. Wu Lele remarked, "Fool, she is mocking you." Gui Yao responded. Su Qinyang echoed, "Ho." Chapter 16, triggering the side quest, Secrets of the Kitchen. After they finished breakfast, they did not proceed to the classroom building but instead lingered near the cafeteria. Once all the patrons had departed and the staff had vacated, the cafeteria door was shut. They stealthily slipped through a side window. Students were only permitted to dine in the seating area of the cafeteria. Other areas were off-limits. However, in the spirit of exploration, they quietly ventured into the kitchen. Aside from a woman with an extra arm protruding from her chest, who was washing dishes, no one else was in sight. Su Qinyang and Gui Yao took the lead, with Wen Yeye and Wula trailing behind. Zhang Rui was reluctant to enter such a greasy environment, but Wula, ever insistent, grasped his hand without seeking his consent, often whispering "class monitor" or his name as she did so. There's no one in the serving area, and there's an NPC in the cleaning section. Inside, there are a few rooms that seem to be for food preparation and cooking, Gui Yao remarked. Su Qinyang replied, "Let us take a look. If there's an NPC, we'll retreat." Wula suggested, "You two check that room. I'll investigate the one to the left. If it's clear, I'll come back to inform you, so you won't have to tread lightly. You do the same on your side. Let us be swift, as early study is approaching." The kitchen was expansive, with a long corridor lined with trolleys stacked high with bags of ingredients. Some rooms had their lights off, and others were closed. Su Qinyang nodded, "Be careful." The 3 of them moved on, while Wula boldly led Zhang Rui away. "What are you looking at? Just don't," she said, dismissing any hesitation, as she was not a true player. Zhang Rui inquired, "Are we heading back to the classroom?" Wula replied, "No, it's too crowded in there." Zhang Rui looked up, "Then where shall we go?" Wula giggled, "Indeed, class monitor, where shall we find some fun?" Zhang Rui adjusted his glasses, raising his gaze. Moments later, on the rooftop water tower of the cafeteria, a boy and a girl sat in their school uniforms, their hair tousled by the sea breeze, appearing exceptionally relaxed. Aren't you going to help them? Zhang Rui asked. Wu Le propped her hands on her hips and shook her head, lost in thought. You seem fond of those players, are you going to let them go? Zhang Rui probed. Wu Le's expression shifted slightly as she turned to gaze at him intensely. Do you think I would let the players go? Zhang Rui, with a probing look in his dark eyes, responded, I believe you would. Wu Le had a thought but swallowed her words, instead reaching out to touch Zhang Rui's face. If you say no, I certainly won't let them go. Then you should just kill them. Sure, who should I kill first? Su Qinyang. All right. Wu Le agreed enthusiastically, yet made no move to act. In fact, she was quite animated, playfully pinching his cheek. Zhang Rui gently pushed her hand away, then removed his glasses, tilting his head slightly. The sea breeze tousled his hair, revealing his handsome youthful visage, marred only by a scar along his hairline. They might end up minced for a rib soup, Wu Le remarked, licking her lips. Zhang Rui replied, indeed. Wu Le added with anticipation, or perhaps they'll be soaking beneath us in this water tower. A fleeting smile crossed the boy's face. Is this corridor getting longer? They were heading towards the last room, which should be the preparation area, yet it felt as if they could never reach it. Gui Yao glanced at her watch. Stop moving, we're trapped. Time hasn't changed at all. Wang Yiye, gripped by fear, clutched Su Qinyang's shirt. Is this a ghost wall? They were in a straight hallway, and the floor tiles felt like a treadmill. No matter how they walked, they could not seem to advance. The door was only about 10 meters away, yet it remained out of reach. Turning back, they realized Wu Le was also missing. Su Qinyang said, Wu Le's room is nearby. We should have known the outcome by now, yet we've been walking for several minutes without her showing up. It was evident they were ensnared. Gui Yao reached out to touch the wall, tracing every crevice, finding nothing unusual. Su Qinyang observed the floor closely. The kitchen floor had a peculiar characteristic. There was always a drain along the wall, covered with cement slabs. Nearby stood 2 trolleys, each laden with bags, all securely tied at the openings. Curious about what lay within the bags, Wang Yiye, summoning her courage, tugged at one. To her horror, the knot instantly gave way, and a large chunk of blood-red meat tumbled out. Wang Yiye shrieked, covering her mouth in shock. Su Qinyang turned to see the once clean trolley now bleeding, a pool of crimson spreading towards the drain's concrete gap. An overwhelming stench of raw flesh and rot filled the air. This trolley contained the remains of some unidentifiable, spoiled meat. Wang Yiye turned pale, feeling nauseous, recalling that their breakfast consisted of meat buns. Was this the source? Gui Yao sensed danger. We should head back. Su Qinyang hesitated. Could it be that we've triggered the plot? The bags on the trolley had seemed pristine and odorless just moments ago. How could they suddenly be oozing blood after Wang Yiye's touch? Triggering the plot could yield only 2 outcomes, useful information or death. Seeing Su Qinyang remain stationary, Gui Yao gritted her teeth, then let us proceed forward. Indeed, this time, moving forward yielded progress, as they no longer remained stagnant. The door to the preparation area was shut, and as Su Qinyang raised his hand to push it open, it unexpectedly swung ajar from the inside. A portly man stood in the doorway, his upper body bare, wielding a blooded cleaver. You are the diligent students. Why are you so slow? The lady has already finished washing the dishes by the time you arrived. Triggering side quest, Secrets of the Kitchen. You are a group of wayward students, deprived of meal allowances by your families, compelled to work in exchange for free meals. Your parents hope you learn the value of labor, understanding that food is hard-earned and precious. The electronic voice of the dungeon system echoed in their minds. Without the system's announcement, Su Qinyang would have been tempted to bolt. The cleaver was mere centimeters from him. What is the matter with you? Didn't you see the meat spilled over there? Get it inside, the rotund chef chastised. Su Qinyang reacted quickly. Yes, sir, we'll move it right away. The chef continued, you've all become lazier, living off plain rice every day. He turned and entered the preparation room. The 3 players stood at the entrance, momentarily stunned before hastening to move the meat. Faced with the stench and blooded meat, Wang Yiye was at a loss. Are there no aprons or gloves? Gui Yao replied, perhaps there are some in the room, but would you dare to ask him for them? Su Qinyang rolled up his sleeves. Let us get on with it. Hurry up and observe carefully once we're inside that room. The bags tore open, and the meat slid onto the floor, requiring them to pick it up and place it back on the trolley. The texture was slimy, accompanied by a foul odor, and Wen Yi gagged as she handled the meat. Gui Yao held her breath and worked diligently, while Su Qinyang swiftly gathered several pieces, tying the ruptured bags closed. I'll push one trolley. You two take the other. They wheeled the meat into the preparation room, immediately feeling the stifling heat and unpleasant odor within. The portly chef sat on a chair, smoking, glistening with sweat, the blooded cleaver resting at his side. Unpack the bags and wash the meat in the sink, he instructed. Su Qinyang glanced over at the sink, covered with a thick layer of grime and grease, the water still murky with unshed waste. Under such unsanitary conditions, what are you standing around for? Get to work. The three players diligently set to work, scrubbing the sink clean before unpacking the meat. Suddenly, the woman with 3 hands who had been washing dishes entered, her additional arm curled grotesquely, resembling a malformed appendage. These students have finally come to work. Slacking off and arriving late. Next time I see them, I'll serve them less. Understood. The woman approached, inspecting the meat in the bags. This batch of meat must have cost quite a bit, right? Chapter 17. Their hammer saved us. There are still students here. The portly chef chuckled with a sense of satisfaction but nonetheless issued a warning. Had they really skimmed off their food budget, and the school remained oblivious? The 3 players perked up their ears. The dishwashing lady waved her deformed hand in the air, her eerie smile fixed on them. They dare not speak of it. Her words sent chills down their spines. Was the kitchen secret merely that the chefs pocketed the procurement funds? Were the unsanitary conditions and the serving of rotten meat to students that simple? Wen Yi trembled with fear. Does this mean that once we finish washing these meats, we can leave? Gui Yao replied, it's almost time for morning reading. They should let us go if we remain silent and feign ignorance while working. Su Qinyang remained silent, sensing that it could not be so straightforward. Triggering a side quest could not simply entail watching these 2 NPCs converse before them. As time passed, silence enveloped them. The chef and the lady ceased their chatter, the monsters emitted no sound of breath, and they felt no presence behind them. As the sound of rushing water filled the air, Su Qinyang scrubbed the decaying meat, ever vigilant of any movement behind him. The once steady faucet began to sputter irregularly, even spraying suddenly. Wang Yi, standing nearby, was splashed in the face. Oh, disgusting, she gagged. Do you have any tissues? I do, just a moment. Gui Yao rummaged through her pocket, but only got halfway when, what are you doing? Are you taking pictures? The dishwashing lady's shrill voice pierced the air, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. The 3 felt their clothes tighten as they were forcefully yanked backward and crashed onto the floor. Looking up, they beheld the lady's face contorted in a grotesque manner, her 3 arms flailing wildly, emitting a sharp cry. You dare take pictures? Where did you get your phones? Su Qinyang stammered, it's not a phone. We don't have phones, just tissues. No, you took pictures. The lady's shriek summoned the portly chef, who had just returned. Grabbing a knife from the cutting board, he approached menacingly. I detest disobedient children. If you dared to take pictures, you shall not leave the cafeteria. Su Qinyang realized that reasoning with these NPCs was futile. It was a deadlock. They could either avoid entering the cafeteria altogether or, if they did enter, they would be forced to uncover its secrets, leading to the predicament they now faced. If they perished here, it would become yet another secret of the cafeteria. With little time to ponder, they circled around the central cutting board, akin to King Qin circling the pillar, barely evading close contact. The kitchen lights began to flicker, the electrical circuitry crackling ominously. With each dimming and brightening, the pursuing lady and chef transformed, becoming increasingly monstrous. Their speed intensified, and should they fully metamorphose into beasts, human players would stand no chance of outrunning them. Su Qinyang, trailing at the back, heard the deafening sound of a knife striking the table, sensing it would soon descend upon his back. In a moment of desperation, Su Qinyang drew the hammer from his waist and swung it backward with all his might, striking the descending knife and chipping its blade. The chef's fury escalated as he aimed for Su Qinyang's head. Su Qinyang had never reacted so swiftly. Each blow with the hammer was precise. A single miscalculation would result in the knife cleaving into his skull. With a swift motion, Su Qinyang struck the chef's wrist, the sound of bone shattering resonating through the air. The knife clattered to the ground as Su Qinyang kicked it beneath the sink. Su Qinyang! Hurry! Gui Yao and Wen Yiyi were struggling to hold down the lady, whose immense strength threatened to overturn them. Behind them was the door, and Su Qinyang rushed over to press down on the vegetable basket, urging, "You two go first." Gui Yao and Wen Yiyi dashed through the door, and Su Qinyang pushed against the monstrous figure before bursting through the exit. Three arms reached out, but without hesitation, Su Qinyang gripped the doorknob and slammed the door shut. Bang! The door slammed with a resounding crash, a finger trapped within. Su Qinyang wedged the hammer into the doorknob, effectively barricading it against the wall. It was a door that opened inward, thus temporarily securing it. The three fled desperately, taking a detour through an empty room before finally leaping out of an open side window. Campus Exploration Degree 50th Campus Exploration Degree 50th Campus Exploration Degree 50. At the moment they leapt out, all three heard a voice echoing in their minds. After running a short distance, they collapsed onto an empty lawn, still trembling with fear, gasping for breath. Their hearts raced, and the veins on their foreheads throbbed. They had narrowly escaped death. Gui Yao asked, "Where did you get that hammer?" Without it, they would have had no means to secure the door. If the monsters had fully transformed, they would have surely caught up with them, leaving no chance to escape the cafeteria. Su Qinyang panted, "I found it." Indeed, he had picked it up, and then Wu Lei had urged him to conceal it. Wen Yiyi inquired, "Where is Wu Lei? Why hasn't she come out yet?" Su Qinyang's expression shifted instantly. Anxiety washed over him, yet logic insisted, "She will be fine, let us wait a bit longer." Wen Yiyi responded, "We checked other rooms earlier and didn't see her." Su Qinyang remarked, "The portly chef went out. He might have discovered someone in another room." Although they had not seen Wu Lei, they were confident she was safe. "Is it possible she returned to the classroom?" "Impossible, she is my leader. How could she leave without waiting for me?" Su Qinyang refused to believe it, yet reality was about to prove him wrong. The bell for morning reading rang, forcing them to return to the classroom. Upon entering, they spotted Wu Lei seated at her desk, alongside the NPC class monitor she controlled, both appearing quite harmonious together. Su Qinyang approached with a sullen expression, "Boss, did you forget something?" Wu Lei looked up, "You're still alive." Her tone held a hint of disappointment, as if she relished this morbid amusement. Su Qinyang grimaced, "I almost died." Wu Lei replied, "Well, it was only almost." After Li Dao's demise, Su Qinyang promptly claimed his seat, positioning himself directly in front of Wu Lei. Gui Yao turned to inquire, "Boss, did you finish exploring the kitchen? How come we didn't encounter you?" Wu Lei replied, "There are two timelines, our entrances were different." A masterful fabrication, Gui Yao accepted her explanation, recalling how her watch had indeed stopped when they entered, suggesting they had traversed different temporal dimensions. Su Qinyang declared, "I can no longer stomach the food from this school, the kitchen is utterly revolting." Wu Lei retorted, "It won't kill you. I can't even imagine what kind of meat that was. It was particularly foul." Just the thought of it unsettled Su Qinyang's stomach. Gui Yao whispered, "The secret of the kitchen is that they have killed students." Chapter 18. Captain, you handled that with remarkable steadiness. Gui Yao remarked, "The dungeon system indicates that a side quest, the secrets of the kitchen, has been triggered, yet it does not specify what the task entails or how it is to be completed. In such a scenario, one may generally presume the simplest rule, survival equates to task completion." Su Qinyang responded, "We have survived, and our exploration progress has increased." Gui Yao continued, "The information we glean from this side quest reveals that the school's kitchen is in a state of disarray. The chef is embezzling students' meal funds, and a student involved in work-study overheard this. The student secretly photographed the wrongdoing, and in fear of exposure, the chef murdered the student. This encapsulates the entirety of the kitchen secret." Wen Yiyi, perplexed, inquired, "What use is there in knowing these events? How can we escape this dungeon?" Wu Le and Zhang Rui remained silent, listening to their analysis. Su Qinyang stated, "A death has occurred within this school. We must uncover evidence to substantiate this." And then, Gui Yao interjected, "Indeed, we must locate the victim of the chef's heinous act." Wang Yiyi questioned, "But the deceased players have turned to dust. They are merely characters who met their demise in the narrative. Is it feasible to find them? Apart from the four of them, the inhabitants here are not human, they are monsters, each engaged in roleplay, yet so palpably real. The distortion between reality and illusion intertwines, transforming this terrifying dungeon into a prison. Su Qinyang asserted, "Murder always leaves traces, we must return to the cafeteria." Gui Yao suggested, If we find the bodies and evidence of their murders, what should we do?" In an instant, the trio found themselves at a standstill. They racked their brains for a way to escape, but aside from themselves, enemies lurked everywhere, and none could be sought for assistance. What use would it be to find evidence of murder? Might it simply be a waste of time? The involved are often blinded, while the onlookers see clearly. Wu Le, observing their furrowed brows, burst into laughter. Her laughter, light as the sea breeze, echoed softly. Zhang Rui's eyelashes fluttered as he turned to glance at her. The other three looked up, and upon seeing Wu Le's face and smile, an immediate sense of reassurance washed over them. Su Qinyang asked, "Boss, have you thought of something?" Wu Le languidly propped her chin on her palm and remarked, "You three are utter fools." Wu Le truly had a penchant for insults. Wu Le continued, "If your parents sent you to a correctional school for troubled youth and you discovered that the students here are being bullied, that the instructors are arbitrarily locking students in confinement, and that some students have been murdered, what would you do?" With one hand resting on her cheek, she used the other to squeeze Zhang Rui's hand beneath the table, writing in his palm, "Class leader, I didn't say anything of great importance, she merely provided them with a perspective to clarify their thoughts." The three fell silent for a moment. Su Qinyang's eyes brightened. "If we obtain evidence of this school's abuse and murder of students, we can find a way to convey it to the outside world, alert their parents, and have them come to rescue us." Wu Le neither nodded nor shook her head, simply smiling faintly. Gui Yao interjected, "But we have no phones, we must locate a telephone and our parents' contact numbers." Wang Yiyi, confused, asked, "Who are our parents, what are their names, and where are their phone numbers?" Surely, it could not be their identities from the real world. It must not be so. Su Qinyang recalled, "Do you remember the paper we signed upon enrollment?" They had hurriedly scrawled their names at the back, entirely unaware of what was written on the preceding page. Yet, it was likely a document akin to enrollment information, which probably contained their parents' contact details. Gui Yao stated, "Then we must prioritize exploring the teachers' building. Every office must be visited." Suddenly, the critical elements for escaping the dungeon became clear, and the trio felt a slight lift in their spirits. Gui Yao added, "During the day, the teachers' building is swarming with NPCs, we can only go at night. The night brings dormitory matrons who catch students out of their rooms, along with the ever-looming presence of Instructor Zhang. By day, the three traversed several floors of the teaching building. The rooftop was locked, inaccessible to them. The iron door leading to the rooftop was secured not with a mere lock, but with several thick chains and multiple heavy padlocks, requiring considerable time even to pick. Su Qinyang speculated, "I suspect we cannot reach a full exploration percentage without entering there." Gui Yao affirmed, "Absolutely." Wu Le, leaning against the wall like a rag doll, suggested, "Let's steal the keys." Wang Yiyi asked, "Where might the keys be hidden?" Wu Le replied, "I have no idea." Descending from the rooftop, with time before classes commenced, they wandered aimlessly. When they turned back, they realized Wu Le had vanished. Wang Yiyi remarked, "She seems rather disinclined to partake in our task." Su Qinyang speculated, "Perhaps the boss is accustomed to working alone." Gui Yao hesitated but finally said, "She may not fully trust us, and we cannot place too much faith in her words." Wang Yiyi nodded in agreement. Su Qinyang pondered for a moment before stating, "Including the incident in the cafeteria, she has saved me 3 times. Gui Yao conceded, "I do not deny her assistance, she saved you, but you cannot trust her completely. I have traversed 6 dungeons, this is hard-earned wisdom." If it were not for Su Qinyang's blind adoration and trust in Wu Le, Gui Yao would not have bothered to voice such concerns. Gui Yao forever remembers how he was once betrayed. Sometimes, humans can be more terrifying than monsters. Su Qinyang understood this sentiment. I know. Whether it was venturing to the teacher's building at night to seek that document or searching for keys, their actions were indeed following Wu Le's train of thought. Wu Le's casual remarks could effortlessly guide their minds forward. Gui Yao had yet to identify anything amiss, but he maintained a vigilant heart. The daylight was fleeting, shrouded in grey mist, devoid of sunlight. As night descended, the sea breeze stirred the waves, producing a truly hypnotic sound. This evening, they successfully returned to their dormitory. The NPCs surrounding them, though ghastly like walking corpses, did not attack. They had agreed upon a time to descend, quietly slipping out of their dormitory. Beneath the pitch-black trees, Gui Yao and Wang Yiyi remained alert, awaiting Su Qinyang's arrival. In the branches above, a girl dressed in a short skirt swung her legs, her gaze fixed on the horizon. In the distance, two figures approached. Su Qinyang strode ahead briskly, while Zhang Rui followed slowly, prompting Su Qinyang to halt and wait for him. Su Qinyang wished to urge him on but hesitated, wary of the dormitory matron's potential proximity. Why are you following me down? Did Wu Le give you orders? Did she summon you? Su Qinyang whispered. The other party ignored him. Su Qinyang felt as though he might perish from fright in the presence of this NPC. Moments earlier, he had quietly exited the dormitory, only to turn back and find Zhang Rui standing silently behind him, startling him to the core, and receiving an incredulous look in return. Once Su Qinyang confirmed that Zhang Rui posed no threat, he hurried down, only to discover Zhang Rui had followed him as well, albeit at a leisurely pace, akin to an evening stroll. Su Qinyang considered running ahead, yet inexplicably found himself waiting for him. Perhaps subconsciously, he regarded Zhang Rui as a teammate, despite the fact that he was a monster. Arriving at the designated tree, Su Qinyang noticed two girls were already present, growing anxious. Where is Wu Le? She hasn't come. If she didn't arrive, who would control this monster? Before Gui Yao and Wang Yiyi could utter a word, they saw Zhang Rui look up. Today, he wasn't wearing his glasses, the night breeze tousled his bangs, and his youthful features were strikingly handsome. He gazed up at the girl perched in the tree, and in the next moment, Wu Le leapt down from the branches. Zhang Rui instinctively opened his arms, catching her in a warm embrace. Captain, you handled that with remarkable steadiness. Chapter 19, slapping palms and spanking. The two of them embraced tightly, as Zhang Rui gently placed Wu Le back on the ground, his fingers lightly tugging at the hem of her lifted skirt. The other three watched them, sensing something amiss. Gui Yao broke the silence, saying, let us first head to the faculty building to retrieve that crucial paper we signed. Along the way, we should also see if we can find the key to the rooftop of the teaching block, saving the cafeteria for last. They were all utterly exhausted. Having spent a restless night in the confinement room, they had dozed off briefly, yet during the day's classes, they dared not sleep, fearing the sudden appearance of Instructor Zhang outside the window. After class, they had wandered about the campus exploring, without having had a proper rest. Wang Yiyi inquired, do we need to accomplish all of this in one night? Gui Yao replied, I'm uncertain if other tasks might be triggered. Let us hope for a smooth night. Gui Yao led the way, with Wang Yiyi and Su Qinyang, the two newcomers, walking in the middle, while Wu Le lagged behind, maintaining this formation as they set off. Throughout the journey, Wu Le held Zhang Rui's hand, making them appear like a young couple. Su Qinyang fell a few steps behind, walking alongside Wu Le. Big shot, why are you and him so close? You allow him to hug you and hold your hand. He is not human, he is a monster. Although Zhang Rui did not attack them, Su Qinyang still refrained from openly labeling him a monster. Wu Le replied, because I am superficial. Su Qinyang did not comprehend. Ho. Wu Le laughed and pointed at Zhang Rui's face. Don't you think he is the most beautiful NPC in this scenario? Su Qinyang was taken aback, and after a few seconds, he was utterly shocked. The big shot is truly superficial, engaging in quests where life and death hang in the balance. She still has the leisure to flirt with a man, and a monster at that. Even Sister Yao, who wielded a divine item that left everyone in awe, was used by Wu Le to control an NPC that seemed to serve little purpose beyond his looks. It would be far more practical to control Instructor Zhang or the dormitory matron. Su Qinyang glanced at Zhang Rui's face. It was undeniably handsome, and that could not be disputed, but the big shot was clearly infatuated. Zhang Rui, his expression impassive as he stared ahead, suddenly turned his head, his deep-set eyes locking onto Su Qinyang's, emotions flickering in their depths. Su Qinyang froze, feeling an inexplicable hostility. "Turn your head away. Don't scare people," Wu Le chided, shaking Zhang Rui's arm. Zhang Rui turned back and remarked, "With you wearing a short skirt today, you should avoid sitting at a high place. Do not sit in trees like earlier. One can see too much from below." Understood. Their dialogue was so relaxed that one might mistake them for good friends, when in fact, one was a player and the other a monster. Fearing she might become enamored with his looks, Su Qinyang casually remarked, "Big shot, he has a scar on his forehead." The moment the words left his mouth, his throat was suddenly seized. "Oh!" Su Qinyang desperately clawed at the hand around his throat, but he could not pry it loose. Gui Yao and Wen Yeye, startled, rushed back to assist Su Qinyang. "Let go." Wen Yeye struck Zhang Rui's arm, but it was utterly ineffective. Gui Yao turned to Wu Le. What caused him to lose control? "You must think of a way." Su Qinyang could be choked to death. Wu Le's expression turned cold as she stroked Zhang Rui's neck to soothe him. "That scar is not ugly. He is simply foolish and did not mean to offend you." Believing he was truly on the verge of death, Su Qinyang felt the darkness closing in before the pressure on his neck finally relented, causing him to collapse to the ground, covering his mouth to stifle a cough, fearful of attracting the dormitory matron's attention. Wu Le caressed Zhang Rui's hand, then bent down to look at Su Qinyang, her expression icy. "You have offended him, apologize." I'm sorry," Su Qinyang croaked, his throat sore from being choked nightly. "Every NPC here has their own story. It is best not to touch their sensitive spots. Mind your words, or you may not know how you met your demise." Realizing he had misspoken, Su Qinyang remained silent for the rest of the night, obediently keeping his thoughts to himself. The faculty building was shrouded in darkness, and they bypassed the basement and first floor, opting to inspect each office one by one. Gui Yao taught them the art of lockpicking, and Su Qinyang, being quite clever, picked it up swiftly. After combing through all the offices on the floor to maximize their exploration, they divided into 3 teams, rummaging through each office for enrollment forms and keys. Gui Yao and Wen Yeye teamed up. Su Qinyang took on his own team, while Wu Le paired with Zhang Rui. On this floor were 10 offices, filled with numerous cabinets and drawers. They drew the curtains before daring to shine their flashlights, illuminating their searches with a faint glow. In the last office at the end of the hall, in the enveloping darkness, a striking young man sat in an office chair, legs crossed, arms folded across his chest as he regarded the person before him. Wu Le chose not to sit but stood in front of him, resembling a student awaiting instruction. "I dislike him," Zhang Rui declared, a frown marring his features. "Then go kill him," Wu Le suggested. "Isn't he your little brother? Aren't you supposed to protect him?" Zhang Rui picked up a large ruler from the desk, testing its weight in his palm. Wu Le was puzzled by his intentions. She bent closer to scrutinize Zhang Rui's face. "That scar is quite small and not particularly unsightly. It doesn't count as a flaw." Zhang Rui retorted, "What if I bear many scars? Would you find them repugnant?" Wu Le gazed deeply into the eyes of the young boss before her, sensing something was off about his demeanor. She knew he was the strongest among the students in this school, the king of the children, and all students generally followed his lead due to his formidable strength. His scars were earned through fights, as among a group of unruly children, the one who could fight best naturally became the leader. He should possess a hypocritical nature, appearing to be the kindest student, a good class monitor, yet harboring a ruthlessness surpassing anyone else. How could he ask such a question? It was entirely out of character for him. He should not care about the feelings of a mere monster, questioning whether a small monster would find him objectionable. Zhang Rui traced the ruler's edge with his fingers, saying, "It is you who failed to manage your little brother. Extend your hand." Wu Le was taken aback, her large, beautiful eyes widening. "Are you going to hit me? Is that not permissible? When one errs, they ought to be punished." Zhang Rui lightly tapped his palm with the ruler, gesturing for Wu Le to extend her hand. Slapping palms, such a juvenile action, They were not mere human children. Wula was instantly at a loss, having never encountered such a situation before, and she knew she was unwilling. Wula refused to extend her hand, instead hiding it behind her back. Zhang Rui furrowed his brow, his tone serious. Extend it. Wula stood her ground. You might as well break my hand, or tear my head off. A mere slap on the palm is hardly a lesson. No, wait, why should she be punished? Wula quickly countered. Hit Su Qinyang instead. He provoked you. You can hit his palm or spank him as hard as you like. Wula was eager to drag Su Qinyang over, for his loose tongue had landed them in trouble. Spank? Zhang Rui inquired. Chapter 20, A Lesson for Su Qinyang. Yes, Wula had initially intended to suggest a method to discipline Su Qinyang, but upon catching a glimpse of Zhang Rui's gaze, which was fixated on her Ri, she promptly turned and fled without hesitation. No more games with him, yet, before she could escape, the office door slammed shut with a resounding bang, pinning Wula firmly against it. Indeed, his obedient demeanor was merely a facade. This was the true nature of the little boss. Any pretense of disdain for his scars was clearly a jest on his part. His character was perfectly intact. He relished in tormenting the weaker monsters. Wula mentally berated her own identity card. After laboring through countless instances, she had acquired numerous high-ranking identity cards, yet there were times when she ended up with a lowly monster card. Wula struggled. Are you trying to attract their attention? If they witness this scene, our game will come to a halt. You could always lie to them. They are quite gullible, Zhang Rui retorted, his hand firmly grasping both of hers behind her back, leaning forward to press her against the door, chuckling softly. You could say that the duration of the tools you used on me has expired. How considerate of him, even providing her with an excuse. Wula found herself unable to break free, and the loud noise of the door slamming had undoubtedly alerted the 3 individuals in the other offices, who would soon come to investigate. Reluctantly, Wula submitted. Class leader. I have a name. Class leader. Call me by my name. Zhang Rui, good class leader. The mischievous child relished being called class leader. After all, her voice was melodious, deliberately flattering. Even the monsters would find their resolve softened upon hearing it. Zhang Rui leaned back, finally releasing her from the door, although their hands remained intertwined. Wula straightened, preparing to continue her flattery, only to be met with a sudden sharp pain in her rear. Monsters do feel pain. Breaking bones or tearing heads would hurt, yet, most monsters do not fear pain. In fact, they often revel in it, thriving on blood and violence. Crack! The long ruler came down again. The figure before her remained silent, head bowed. After a few playful swats, Zhang Rui lost interest, stowing the ruler away and loosening his grip on one of Wula's wrists, merely holding one hand, squeezing it as she had done to him. She remained silent, prompting Zhang Rui to inquire, Wululo. Zhang Rui furrowed his brow and leaned closer, only for Wula to suddenly turn and bite him. He swiftly retreated 2 steps, narrowly avoiding her teeth, and upon raising his gaze, he found Wula glaring at him. Outside the door, knocking could be heard. Wululo, are you in there? What is happening? This door won't budge. The lock is broken from the inside. Something must have happened to her. Could it be that a scenario has been triggered? Can Wululo handle it? The 3 outside were as frantic as ants on a hot stove, yet they dared not knock too forcefully, fearing it would attract the dormitory matron. They were unaware that a cold war was unfolding within. A minute later, with a click, the door swung open, revealing Wula with a dark expression as she stepped out, followed closely by Zhang Rui. Both exuded an aura of chill, leaving the 3 at the entrance in a state of bewilderment. Su Qinyang, bring the ruler from inside, Wula commanded. Oh, okay. Su Qinyang obediently entered to retrieve the large ruler, knowing full well it could serve a purpose akin to a hammer. Gui Yao followed suit. What was that loud noise just now? What happened? A monster appeared and immediately began smacking people's behinds. It was extremely irritating. A monster that enjoys smacking people's behinds. Wang Yi scrutinized Wula. You weren't smacked, were you? Su Qinyang quickly interjected. Of course not. Gui Yao observed the way Wula's skirt sagged at the back and fell silent for a moment. Su Qinyang, come here. Wula abruptly halted and beckoned. After having received a cold shoulder from Wula for saying the wrong thing earlier, Su Qinyang eagerly approached her when she called. Wula snatched the ruler from him, lifted it high, and proceeded to strike his arms, waist, and behind in a flurry. Ouch! Su Qinyang yelped, quickly covering his mouth. Don't hit me. After thoroughly chastising Su Qinyang, Wula returned the ruler to his grasp. Take it with you. Do not discard it. Su Qinyang desperately wished to dispose of it. He suspected it was now intended for his punishment. Guiyao and Wen Yiye stood in stunned silence, not daring to intervene. Wula had quite the temper. She not only loved to scold but also to strike. Wula declared, "Let us proceed to the next floor. The top floor is where the principal's office and the director's office are located," Wen Yiye noted, having thoroughly examined the current level, which was comprised solely of ordinary teacher offices. Guiyao remarked, "The likelihood of finding what we seek is greater on the upper floor." Having ascended without encountering any monsters thus far, the final floor seemed poised for trouble. Wula strode ahead confidently, not waiting for the others. Zhang Rui closely trailed her, their hands unlinked, with a formidable figure leading the way. The three players behind felt emboldened, though they were merely separated by 3 or 4 meters. As they ascended the stairs, the 2 figures ahead vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Guiyao quickly grasped Wen Yiye's arm. They've disappeared. Let us move closer. We mustn't get separated. Just as she finished speaking, the corridor lights flickered on. The entire floor blazed brightly, blinding them as they emerged from the dark hallway. Click, click, click. The distinct sound of high heels echoed from below. Someone was ascending the stairs. They scrambled to find a place to hide, but it was too late. Before they could reach the nearest door, a female teacher clad in a white blouse and a red pencil skirt with high heels appeared. The teacher wore vibrant red lipstick, its hue reminiscent of blood, and her sharp eyes bore a stern expression. As she ascended in her heels and spotted them, she immediately commanded, "Is this how you stand for punishment? Stand properly." Punishment. They were unable to return to the dormitory to sleep, instead standing here in disgrace. What new scenario had they been thrust into? Triggered side quest, Principal's office. You are naughty children who do not pay attention in class, brought to the office for punishment. However, you stand improperly, chatting and playing around, which is utterly intolerable. The familiar system voice echoed, alongside the reminder of a task being triggered. There was always just the task title, devoid of any hints on how to complete it. Was it not implicit that the only way to finish this task was to survive through this segment of the scenario? Wula was absent again. The 3 stood obediently at the office door, adopting the standard stance for punishment. The teacher seemed satisfied. She glanced down, admiring her beautiful high heels, and remarked, "Stand well, and I shall allow you to return to sleep. Before I exit, do not let me catch you moving a muscle." She knocked on the office door. "A principal, it's Teacher Li." The door opened, and she stepped inside, only for it to close swiftly behind her. Just as the 3 hesitated, contemplating whether to flee, a youthful voice chimed beside Su Qinyang, "Do not move an inch, okay?" They turned to find Wula had reappeared, standing alongside them in punishment. Zhang Rui was nowhere to be seen. Guiyao wished to inquire what to do next. Suddenly, the office door swung open with a sharp click, the sound of high heels piercing the air as Teacher Li emerged. She cast a glance at the 4, her gaze lingering on Wula for a fraction longer. "You and you, come inside," Teacher Li instructed, pointing at Guiyao and Wen Yiye. Chapter 21. No wonder Wu Lei had only allowed 2 girls to enter. A sense of impending crisis lingered in the air, yet she did not permit Wula to follow them inside, indicating that not all the girls were to enter. Teacher Li crossed her arms, observing them with a stern expression. "Have your ears gone deaf? Can you not hear me speaking?" Wen Yiye, filled with apprehension, clutched Guiyao's sleeve, prompting Guiyao to lead her away. "Let us go." The task was titled Principal's Office, and only by entering could they uncover the unfolding narrative and its secrets. As they pushed the door open, they found the interior shrouded in darkness. Nevertheless, the 2 ventured inside. The moment they crossed the threshold, the door closed abruptly behind them, catching them off guard. No one had shut the door, it merely closed of its own accord. However, such occurrences were standard in a horror-themed scenario. Outside, Su Qinyang felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest, especially with an NPC teacher present. They could not act recklessly. After standing in silence for a while, Teacher Li seemed fatigued, massaging her temples as she remarked, "Stand quietly, I do not wish to hear your noise in my office." With that, she departed, heading downstairs to the teacher's office. This level appeared to be primarily composed of file storage rooms, with the principal's office being the only significant room. As soon as Teacher Li left, Wula leaned lazily against the wall. Su Qinyang whispered, "They've gone inside, what should we do?" Wula replied, "We must quickly search the other rooms, otherwise, we might miss our chance." Understanding her intent, Su Qinyang replied, "If they can delay inside, what could be in there? Will they be in danger?" Wula's expression was one of amusement as she replied, "What can you do about it even if I told you?" In that moment, Su Qinyang sensed a palpable distance between them. Wula seemed to prefer her independence, yet her willingness to assist them was already a significant boon. And no longer indulging in idle conversation, Su Qinyang hastily set to work on the locks. Under immense pressure, he managed to pick one lock every 3 seconds, showcasing his remarkable talent. The cabinets were filled with documents, and upon a cursory glance, he realized they contained financial records rather than student files, leading him to set them aside. Administrative management documents, asset and equipment records. This cabinet is entirely related to school management. Not what he sought, Su Qinyang quickly moved onto the next cabinet, only to find it filled with faculty records. Student records. Rapidly flipping through the papers, he finally stumbled upon what he was looking for. Tucked away in the farthest corner was a single folder prominently labeled Student Records. As he pulled out the top folder and opened it, a familiar face greeted him. His eyes widened as he read the name, Zhang Rui. His name is Zhang Rui. The photograph depicted a boy with a buzz cut, devoid of bangs, revealing a distinct scar on his forehead, indicative of a recent injury, likely from a fight. With no hair to obscure his features, his striking visage was even more pronounced, the words exquisite and handsome springing to mind. No wonder Wu Lei has taken a liking to him. Date of birth, born in such a young age. Just turned 18. As a fourth-year student, Su Qinyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. This monster was merely a younger brother. He speculated about Wu Lei's age, surmising she must be older than him. Upon checking the enrollment date, he realized these records were from 2 years ago, implying this stack comprised NPC files. He needed the most recent records of their transfer students. Frustrated, Su Qinyang shifted the stack of files in search of the desired documents but found nothing. Not in this cabinet. While he was unable to locate the student records, he did come across a large keyring, each key labeled Rooftop of the Teaching Building. Su Qinyang's eyes lit up, and he quickly snatched the keys. He wished to continue searching for student records, but a commotion erupted outside. Wang Yi's voice echoed, calling out. He rushed outside to find Wula standing at the entrance of the principal's office, brandishing a hefty axe. It was unclear where she had procured such a weapon, but it appeared formidable. "Come here," Wula commanded. Su Qinyang hurried over. She thrust the axe into his hands, saying, "Do your best. If you die, it's my fault." He felt a weighty responsibility as he grasped the axe and began hacking at the inside. Wang Yi's cries continued, accompanied by the sound of things being smashed, as Guiyao shouted something indistinct. "What is happening in there, Guiyao?" Wang Yi. Su Qinyang labored to break down the door, noticing a gap beginning to form, the darkness beyond becoming slightly visible. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded from within as something slammed against the door. Through the narrow opening, Su Qinyang caught a glimpse of a writhing entity blocking the gap. "Su Qinyang, it's a monster, Wang Yi's words were abruptly cut off as she was attacked. Panic surged through Su Qinyang as he frantically chopped at the gap. The writhing mass shifted, revealing itself to be a long, tentacle-like appendage. "Stay away from them!" Su Qinyang yelled, using all his strength to ram the door. The sound of high heels clicking against the tiles grew louder, signaling the approach of the teacher. With every ounce of energy, Su Qinyang struck the door, finally creating a hole through which light from the corridor streamed in. He saw a dark, fleshy mass covered in tentacles, enveloping Guiyao and Wen Ye, slowly devouring them. Let them go, release them. Su Qinyang reached through the opening to unlock the door, feeling the splintered wood pierce his arm, blood flowing freely. The sound of heels was alarmingly close, only a few steps away. Click! The lock clicked open with a sharp sound. Just then, a woman's piercing voice rang out behind him. What are you doing? She was transforming. Su Qinyang's mind went blank. Gripping the axe tightly, he turned and swung, splattering putrid liquid across his face. Teacher Li's head was cleaved in two, her blood a dark brown hue, accompanied by white tissue spilling forth, her mouth continuing to move and emit sounds. He kicked her aside, sending her tumbling down the staircase before swiftly returning to the principal's office. Wen Yi, shorter than Gui Yao, was no longer visible, only Gui Yao's head emerged, her face turning a deep purple from suffocation. She appeared desperate, preparing to use her teleportation item. Survival was their only hope. Saving Wen Yi was beyond her reach. Just as Gui Yao was about to activate the item, Su Qinyang burst in, wielding the blooded axe, and struck the monster. The creature shrieked in pain, releasing its grip on Gui Yao, who seized a pen from the desk and thrust it into the monster. Hiss, it howled, ultimately relinquishing its hold on Wen Yi. Gui Yao grasped Wen Yi, exclaiming, Su Qinyang, carry her away. She prepared to hold the line, armed with an item that could ensure her escape even if captured, yet, Su Qinyang insisted, you carry her. I'll hold them off. He intended to block the monster's exit from the office, buying time for them to escape. Wula had given him the axe, and he was determined to use it to its fullest potential. Without further ado, Gui Yao hoisted Wen Yi onto her back and fled. As they descended the stairs, they were met with the sight of Teacher Li's bisected head still twitching, her wound visibly healing. Gui Yao shouted upward, Su Qinyang, hurry, that teacher is about to recover. Chapter 22, Zhang Rui, I will lock you up. The only sounds resonating from above were those of a fierce struggle, suggesting that Su Qinyang was ensnared by that creature and unable to descend swiftly. As the female teacher appeared on the verge of recovery, her hand pushed against the ground in an attempt to rise. Without hesitation, Gui Yao plunged the steel pen into her already mangled head, rendering it utterly unrecognizable. Bad student. I despise bad students, she muttered weakly. Oh, cough, cough, Wen Yi gasped and regained consciousness, having just fainted from the suffocating chaos. Just in time, Gui Yao lowered her to the ground, instructing her to lean against the wall. Support yourself against the wall. Gui Yao then unceremoniously seated herself upon the body of the teacher, driving the pen forcefully into her skull to prevent any chance of recovery. She called out towards the upper floor, Su Qinyang, Su Qinyang. If Su Qinyang did not respond, she would flee with Wen Yi. Should that monster dispatch Su Qinyang, it would pursue them downstairs, and they too would meet their demise here. The sounds of combat continued to echo above, interspersed with Su Qinyang's anguished cries. Wen Yi, her legs weak, collapsed to the ground, listening to Gui Yao's shouts as she gradually regained her senses, shaking her head to clear the fog. Upon regaining her composure and surveying the scene before her, she was seized by terror. Gui Yao was splattered with dark blood, and beneath her lay the grotesque form of a creature, its head a mass of destruction. Wen Jie, she stammered, retreating. Awake now. You must run and find somewhere to hide. Gui Yao urged, unable to rise as the creature's strength grew. Had it not been for Su Qinyang's earlier assault on the creature, she would not have been able to keep it subdued. Wen Yi hesitated, torn between the urge to flee and her concern. Gui Yao shouted, Go, you cannot assist here, and I must protect you, hurry. In the principal's office just moments prior, had it not been for Wen Yi, she would have already fled with her tools. Realizing her presence would only hinder Gui Yao, Wen Yi turned and sprinted away without hesitation. Gui Yao exhaled in relief. As long as Wen Yi was not captured by the dormitory matron, she had a chance to survive the night. She still possessed her last means of escape, a teleportation device. Should Su Qinyang fail to descend, she would utilize it to flee. Su Qinyang. Gui Yao called once more to the upper floor, her voice echoing with urgency. Crash! A sound of collapse resonated from above, followed by a male voice declaring, You go first. Gui Yao, frustrated, twisted the pen in her grip, the sound of flesh being torn echoing in her ears. She would hold out for a few more minutes, her fate now intertwined with Su Qinyang's. Wu Lele, Guiyao murmured instinctively, pondering the whereabouts of Wu Lele. While the floor above trembled with chaos, the resource room remained eerily tranquil. Wula glanced at the documents in the cabinet, casually picking up a student file that bore signs of having been opened before. Inside, she found a photograph of Zhang Rui, his buzz-cut and striking features more refined. His face bore injuries, clearly the mark of a troublemaker. The parental information section revealed no mother, only a father. He had a history of suspensions, withdrawals, and transfers, all due to violations of school regulations. After thoroughly reviewing the file, Wula remarked, "A troubled child." She closed the file and continued her search, sifting through a stack but finding nothing of significance. Who had taken it? A shadow silently emerged atop the cabinet, its outline slender. Wula turned to find Zhang Rui holding a folder. "I took it beforehand, you nearly exposed yourself." "Exposing myself could be entertaining," she retorted, reaching for the folder, but Zhang Rui raised it out of her grasp, his expression tinged with anticipation. Wula pursed her lips. "I will not thank you, I did not request your assistance. I helped you. I do not require help. Here." Zhang Rui seemed out of options, lowering his hand to offer her the folder. Wula did not accept it. Instead, she flashed a faint smile, saying, "You shall keep it safe." Zhang Rui opened it in her presence, revealing an adorable photograph of Wula from 2 years prior, her youthful face exuding innocence. Her parental information was intact, devoid of any records of withdrawal or transfer. "Why did your parents send you here?" Zhang Rui inquired. The question caught Wula off guard, prompting her to recall everything pertaining to her within this scenario. The terrifying NPCs in each narrative received identity tags and related memories, leading them to believe these constituted their entirety. Wula had once shared that belief until self-awareness dawned upon her, revealing that she was merely an NPC within countless narratives, her existence an endless cycle. Beyond her current identity, she retained countless pasts and an infinite array of futures. Zhang Rui was oblivious to this, believing his existence here and the contents of that student file encapsulated his entirety. He was unaware of his past and even less cognizant of his future. Wula had not encountered her equals but had seen countless versions of Zhang Rui. Previously, she felt little. Today, a sense of discomfort permeated her, though she could not articulate its source. Dismissing this unease, she adapted swiftly to her current self. "Because I am ill, I am a lunatic, they fear I might harm them, so they can find me here," Wula exclaimed, her eyes wide and a grotesque smile stretching across her face. Zhang Rui frowned. "You seem quite well behaved." Wula replied, "Is it so difficult to pretend?" Zhang Rui insisted, "Indeed, you are not well behaved." No creature had ever exhibited such mischievousness as she, deliberately engaging with humans and even disrupting the narrative. "I saw you give him the axe. You broke the rules. What of it? Are you going to strike me?" Wula teased, tugging at the hem of her skirt. "Come on." Zhang Rui's gaze deepened. "I will be watching you. If you free them, I will ensure you remain confined forever, stripping you of your freedom. You cannot confine me. As long as all players perished or exited the narrative, this world would cease to exist, and they would depart. She would awaken in the next scenario, while he would venture into any narrative, forgetting everything and acquiring a new identity tag." Zhang Rui was oblivious to these truths, believing himself formidable enough to easily imprison her. "Wu Lele. Are you still there? I cannot hold on any longer." Su Chenyang's desperate voice echoed. He had been steadfastly confronting the creature in the principal's office, hoping to buy Wu Lele some time. "It doesn't matter if we didn't find anything. Let us go, I truly cannot endure any longer." Not only was Su Chenyang reaching his limit, but so was Guiyao. Hence, Guiyao descended the stairs. In the corridor, the female teacher's head gradually healed, her limbs contorting as she slowly rose, her stiletto heels echoing ominously as she ascended the stairs. Unbeknownst to Su Chenyang, he heard not the sounds of struggle next door but rather the clattering of heels. With one final swing of his axe, he seized the moment while the creature momentarily paused, escaping the principal's office. He aimed to descend but found himself confronted by a teacher standing at the bottom of the stairs, her face twisted in a bloodthirsty grin. She had transformed, no longer resembling a human but a powerful aberration. Su Chenyang dashed toward the resource room, shouting, "Wu Lele." Stumbling to the doorway of the resource room, he was met with an empty space. His mind went blank. Hiss. I detest bad students. Tap, tap, tap. A shadowy mass of tendrils and the grotesque form of the teacher loomed before him. Su Qinyang had no choice but to ascend, as at the end of the corridor on the top floor of the teaching building lay a small staircase leading to a skylight. He pushed open the skylight cover and climbed up to the rooftop. Exhausted, he pondered what he could possibly achieve there. He had completely severed his escape route, now merely clinging to life for a few more minutes. Upon reaching the rooftop, he was met with rain. Inside the office, he had not heard the rain's approach. The cold droplets struck his face, carrying the briny scent of the sea. Su Qinyang slammed the skylight shut, sitting atop it to secure it. The darkness enveloped him. He could barely discern the rooftop's edge, and each step forward risked a fatal misstep. Har, 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 the teacher's laughter echoed from below. Su Qinyang pressed down on the skylight cover with all his might, his arm bleeding profusely, the chilling rain quickly soaking him through. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, a beam of flashlight illuminated the space below, dim yet sufficient for Su Qinyang to discern the rooftop's edge. Wula, jump, her voice called from below. Chapter 23, obediently jumping off the building. Su Qinyang, jump. Wula shouted. Bang bang bang. The cover of the skylight was violently struck by the monstrous entity. You can bring him too. Does that mean I'm your little brother? Absolutely, I am indeed your little brother, the obedient kind. How obedient can you be? Would you jump off the building if I told you to? The rain lashed against his face, and the faint light below illuminated the edge of the staircase right before him. Su Qinyang was in a daze. How had he responded back then? His answer had been, jump, yet he never anticipated that the boss would truly urge him to leap from the building. This is the 6th floor. I will die if I jump. Su Qinyang exclaimed. He might have dared to risk it from the 3rd floor, but this was the 6th. Wula's voice echoed, if you don't jump, I will leave. Damn it. Su Qinyang panicked. The force of the creatures beneath the skylight was intensifying. It was only a matter of time before they would ascend. He had lost his axe and was now empty-handed, utterly unable to fend off 2 monsters. The light at the edge of the rooftop was shifting. Wula was about to depart. Su Qinyang shouted in a bid to muster courage, then surged toward the edge of the rooftop, leaping down. In that very moment he jumped. The creature surged onto the rooftop, but failed to seize him. He plummeted, crashing hard onto a mat, his entire body aching and his head spinning. He curled up and rolled off the mat, drenched in rain mixed with mud. Guiyao rushed over. Are you all right? Where does it hurt? Can you move your arms and legs? Su Qinyang felt pain coursing through his body, but he was alive. He gazed at the green mat, attempting to speak but unable to produce any sound. Guiyao examined Su Qinyang's arms and legs, checking for fractures. Wula approached, holding an elegant black umbrella, discerning the question Su Qinyang wished to ask. The 1st floor is the sports equipment room. Guiyao can easily pry open a few soft mats. Fortunately, you jumped quite accurately. I jumped following the beam of the flashlight, quite obediently. Su Qinyang forced a smile. I did say I would be obedient. If you told me to jump off the building, I would jump. Wula found it amusing to tease this human. He was surprisingly resilient. Guiyao reminded them, let us go, we were too loud just now. The dormitory matron is coming. We should find a place to hide. Ever since Su Qinyang's leap, the entire classroom building fell into an eerie silence. Guiyao helped Su Qinyang to his feet, and he remarked, the creatures inside don't seem to be coming out. Guiyao nodded. What about Wen Ye? The situation was too urgent. I had her leave first. She should be hiding somewhere now. They made their way to the nearest cafeteria to take refuge. As long as they avoided the kitchen, they should be fine. Guiyao and Su Qinyang were soaked to the bone, while Wula held her small black umbrella with utmost grace, her attire pristine except for a slight wrinkle at the hem behind her. They settled in a corner of the cafeteria. Su Qinyang had not sustained injuries from his fall, but rather from battling the monsters. Guiyao retrieved her stock of bandages and medicines, tending to Su Qinyang's bleeding arm. Su Qinyang had been resting with his eyes closed when suddenly, he remembered something and quickly searched his body. Finally, he found a key in his pocket, the key to the rooftop of the teaching building. At dawn, we shall explore. Gui Yao exclaimed with delight, great, we have gained something from this venture. Su Qinyang turned to Wula, boss, have you found our student records? Wula had not even looked, I found nothing. Only the NPC student information, which is outdated, the new students' records are not included. Upon hearing this, Su Qinyang's expression fell, then where could they be? Gui Yao replied, we've only been enrolled for 2 days. Could they still not be placed in the records room, perhaps with the homeroom teacher? The female teacher who had taken them to report had collected all the records, her office. Su Qinyang asked, who went to that office? Wula replied, I did. Su Qinyang's anticipation grew, did you check all the drawers in the desks, did you find anything? Wula responded, I hadn't finished checking when you all started knocking. As she spoke, Su Qinyang recalled that commotion from the office. They had thought something had happened to Wula, prompting them to knock frantically. Wula had mentioned a monster ambushing her, and they had not entered those offices, proceeding directly to the rooftop, triggering the plot. Su Qinyang asserted, then we must return to the teacher's building. Gui Yao self-deprecatingly remarked, we haven't found the bodies of the students killed in the kitchen, we need to redo this. Tonight, we must redo it, given this difficulty, is this really still a beginner's dungeon? They were currently in the cafeteria hall, but had no strength left to continue their endeavors. Wula commented, it's not entirely fruitless, we obtained the rooftop key, once our exploration reaches 100, there may be surprises. Also, didn't you all enter the principal's office, you should have uncovered some hidden storylines. Su Qinyang turned to Gui Yao, Sister Yao, what was that dark, tentacled creature? At the mention of this, Gui Yao's complexion paled. It should be the principal. When we entered, it was pitch black, and something began to touch our bodies. It seemed to have no intention to kill or devour us, merely incessantly touching, inappropriately. In those few minutes, within the pitch-black office, it was a game of cat and mouse. The cat caught the little mouse, but did not kill it, it merely toyed with it before releasing it, only to chase it down again. Though it was not human-shaped, its tentacles were far too noticeable in their touches. Su Qinyang immediately understood, his expression turning furious. The teacher deliberately allowed female students into the principal's office, and the principal was lewdly touching them. What kind of wretched school is this? Though he recognized this was merely a horror dungeon, he was still revolted. Seeing Su Qinyang so incensed, Gui Yao calmly remarked, such things do happen in real life, it's just that no one knows. Delinquent youths correcting a school, bad students are merely children, simply a vulnerable group. However, Gui Yao found it odd, there had been 3 girls standing in the hallway, herself, Wang Yiye, and Wu Le. To be honest, while Wula had a doll-like face and appeared less mature than the other 2, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful among them. Yet that NPC teacher had not called Wula in. Gui Yao found this perplexing, but she was also relieved. It was fortunate Wula had not entered, sparing her from suffering. If it weren't for Su Qinyang barging in, who could say what would have happened to them? If the boss encountered that monster spanking her in the teacher's office, it must have been the principal. How disgusting. Su Qinyang mused. Gui Yao found this plausible, yet sensed something was amiss. She was exhausted, and her head throbbed from overthinking. Wula languidly suggested, let us rest quietly for a while. Before the kitchen staff arrives for work, we should sneak in and unlock the teaching building's rooftop. It will be early, and there won't be a queue for morning exercises yet. This arrangement seemed quite reasonable. Gui Yao nodded, let's proceed with that. Su Qinyang looked around, boss, what about that NPC of yours? I saw his student record, his name is Zhang Rui, where is he? Chapter 24, Wu Lei's first love. We were drawn into a side storyline, and then he vanished, Wu Lei said, her eyes wide as she spun a tale. Zhang Rui had his own affairs to attend to, it was impossible for him to shadow them at all times. Besides, he was not truly under her control, and Wu Lei had no means to keep him perpetually by their side, nor did she know what he was up to. With Zhang Rui absent, Su Qinyang whispered, I saw his student records. Can you guess how old he is? Wu Lei responded, underage? The NPC monsters here all carried student identity cards, suggesting they were all quite young. No, he just celebrated his birthday a few days ago and has recently turned legal age. He's still quite tender, as Su Qinyang teased, his eyebrows wiggling as if to congratulate her on her fresh catch. Wu Lei retorted, I am not of legal age. At her words, the atmosphere grew tense. Guiyao cast a curious glance at Wu Lei, who was dressed in a short skirt, her long hair cascading down, and wearing a school uniform that she had presumably stripped from some NPC. It truly made her look like a student. Su Qinyang's features contorted, suddenly stammering, You are not. Wu Lei gazed back at him with wide eyes. What about me? Su Qinyang exclaimed, You really are not of legal age. How can you be in a relationship at your age and with such a dangerous man? Dear heavens, Zhang Rui had transferred and taken a leave of absence, hence his age on the identity card reflected adulthood. In contrast, her identity card had been a steady ascent through her studies, yet she was far from underage. If one calculated, she had possessed self-awareness for over a millennium. Wu Lei suddenly recalled her 1,000-year experience working in the horror dungeon, completely oblivious to the parental expression on Su Qinyang's face. Dear Wu Lei, although you are formidable, you are still a child. You must not stray from the right path. And no matter how attractive that terrifying NPC may seem, he is still a monster. Guiyao thought Su Qinyang was truly lacking in common sense. Despite Wu Lei's youthful appearance, it was absurd to assume she was underage. Only Su Qinyang would entertain such a notion. Su Qinyang continued, based on the current storyline, all the NPCs here are dead. They have all perished and are merely reenacting events that transpired long ago. Upon hearing this, Wu Lei snapped back to reality. Oh, what led you to that conclusion? There is no concrete evidence, but I believe they are all dead, be they students, teachers, or staff members. They are merely specters reliving past occurrences. Guiyao concurred, I have traversed several dungeons, and many are indeed like this. All the NPCs have long since died, yet they continue to reenact everything that once was. Su Qinyang was astute. With diligent honing of his skills, he should survive long in this treacherous world. This time, Wu Lei neither guided them nor refuted their words. She closed her eyes and spoke in a calm tone. Indeed, they are all dead. She was but a remnant, eternally existing in this horror realm. Su Qinyang wished to discuss the matter of first love further with Wu Lei, but noticing her resting with closed eyes, he held his tongue. The silence enveloped them as they rested and regained their composure. The dawn had yet to break, and the cafeteria staff had not yet arrived. This was their optimal time to search. As the three entered the kitchen, before they could begin their search, they heard a faint sound within, footsteps, light and careful. Guiyao frowned. Logically, there should be no one in the kitchen at this hour. How could there be any noise? They were most fearful of encountering monsters. Exhausted and wounded, they could scarcely endure another chase. Su Qinyang quietly grasped a mop handle. The experiences of the past few days had taught him that possessing a weapon was far superior to being unarmed. He could not rely on the others to provide him with weapons. He needed to fend for himself. The other two were tense, yet Wu Lei strode confidently toward the source of the noise. Wu Lei, take it slow and be cautious, Guiyao cautioned. The sound was just beyond the door. Someone was hiding there. As soon as someone entered, they would be attacked. Wu Lei kicked the door with force, slamming it against the person hiding behind it. Ow! The man hit his nose, letting out a pained cry. Su Qinyang rushed forward to shield Wu Lei, peering inside to find a man clad in a denim jacket. The outfit looked familiar. It was a player. The man, clutching his nose and bleeding, had tears streaming down his face. Su Qinyang inquired, Brother, are you alone? Are you all right? Wu Lei was merely a young girl. Surely kicking a door wouldn't cause such a severe injury. Su Qinyang suspected the man was attempting to play the victim, yet he still asked with concern, Are you okay? Zhao Shanhao, wincing in pain, lifted his head. What the hell is wrong with you? You come in and just start hitting people. Wu Lei wore an innocent expression. I didn't touch you. Su Qinyang defended her. Right, she didn't touch you, you were the one lurking behind the door. Guiyao regarded the player warily. She had no recollection of him, but to have survived this long, he must either possess some skill or have had good fortune. Suddenly surrounded by the three of them, Zhao Shanhao felt irate. I heard a noise and thought it was a monster. What's wrong with hiding? Now is not the time for arguments, we are all human, accidents happen, Su Qinyang deflected, handing him a cloth. Here, wipe your nose and face. Zhao Shanhao accepted the cloth, but soon realized something was amiss. What is this smell? Damn, you gave me a rag. My apologies, I didn't notice. I'm filthy myself and have no paper to offer you, Su Qinyang replied. Damn it, Zhao Shanhao cursed, recognizing that this was not the time to fuss over such trivial matters. He was aware of these three, the two women were veteran players, and the man was said to be a kind-hearted fellow, having provided clues to other players. While Zhao Shanhao had not eavesdropped on Su Qinyang's earlier discussions, he had originally ventured out tonight with two others who had since entered the teacher's building and failed to return. Fearing for his safety, he decided to explore the nearby cafeteria instead. If we encounter each other, let us team up. My name is Zhao Shanhao, and this is my first time in a dungeon. The group exchanged introductions. Su Qinyang didn't elaborate much to Zhao Shanhao, merely stating that there had been killings here and they were searching for corpses. Zhao Shanhao immediately paled, opting to stick close to Guiyao and Wu Lele, leaving Su Qinyang to take the lead. My family is quite wealthy. If you help me out of this dungeon, I can offer you 10 million, Zhao Shanhao proposed to Guiyao and Wu Lele, attempting to bribe the experienced players with money. He continued to boast about his family's wealth and the rewards he could provide. Su Qinyang, unable to endure any longer, turned around. Even if you escape this dungeon, you won't return to the real world. Players exiting a dungeon would only end up in Heaven Town. This was all information that Sister Yao had shared with him. If time permitted, Su Qinyang wouldn't mind enlightening Zhao Shanhao, but now was not the time. Zhao Shanhao's face fell in despair. If we can't return after this dungeon, then where will we go? Enough questions. We need to find clues, Su Qinyang replied curtly. Clarify your words, what do you three know, why am I here? Guiyao, irritated, snapped, shut up and focus on finding clues. Zhao Shanhao, feeling defeated, silently followed them. The kitchen was vast, they had visited the washing and preparation areas before and were somewhat familiar with the layout. After circling around, they found nothing suspicious, only smaller rooms remained. They pried open a locked door to discover it filled with rotting vegetables and some meat left strewn on the floor, with a large freezer against the wall. Su Qinyang and Guiyao meticulously examined the bags of meat, even lifting the stone slab covering the drain to inspect below. Meanwhile, Zhao Shanhao stood to the side, acting like a lord, and directed Wu Lele, "Why are you just standing there?" Wu Lele rolled her eyes, "You're not doing anything either." There's a draft from the drain. It smells like the sea. Su Qinyang crouched down to listen intently. I can hear waves, could it be connected to the ocean outside? Hearing this, Zhao Shanhao's eyes brightened. Could we escape through the drain? If we get outside, we'll be saved. Su Qinyang was about to respond, but Guiyao swiftly held him back. After contemplating for 2 seconds, Su Qinyang chose silence. Wu Lele observed silently, sensing her companion was making progress. Zhao Shanhao leaned down to listen as well. That's definitely the sound of waves. This must lead outside the walls. If we can climb out from here, we'll succeed. The drain was narrow, making it quite difficult for an adult male to escape, but not entirely impossible. Zhao Shanhao initially intended to descend, yet seeing the others remain still, he halted. Aren't you all coming with me? Chapter 25, The Skeleton in the Source. Zhao Shanhao hesitated for a moment, observing that the others remained motionless. There are sounds of waves here. The soar must lead outside. Why aren't you coming with me? He inquired. It's too filthy, Wu replied, her face contorted in disdain, clearly refusing to descend into the soar. Zhao Shanhao scoffed. Are you afraid of dirt? Nothing is more important than survival. He had initially intended to follow the group, but their indifference stung. He had even promised them money for their cooperation. Not wanting to miss the opportunity to escape, he clambered down, enduring the foul stench. The narrow concrete walls pressed against him, but fortunately, his frame was slim enough to squeeze through. After traversing a parallel passage, he came upon a small ladder leading down into the soar. The water below was shallow as Zhao Shanhao descended. Soon, those above could no longer see him. Guiyao wore an expression of exasperation. If he survives until tonight, it must be sheer luck. Perhaps it's due to his incessant chatter about offering millions for an escape. Someone is bound to be tempted and obstruct him, Su Qinyang remarked, weary of Zhao Shanhao's incessant boasting of wealth. Wu Le interjected, in a horror scenario, luck can indeed be a form of skill. Gui Yao conceded, yet no one can rely solely on luck to survive until the end. Having searched everywhere, we've found no bodies. Surely, they aren't frozen in the freezer. Su Qinyang mused, examining the large freezer in the corner. Isn't it a bit too conspicuous to freeze them in here? Gui Yao chuckled, after your prolonged musing, why not just open it and see? Wu Le turned back, are you frightened to open it yourself? Her expression was one of amusement. Gui Yao strode forward, exuding an air of determination. Su Qinyang laughed awkwardly, it's not that I'm afraid, I merely tend to ramble. Indeed, he was terrified, afraid of corpses, despite having encountered far more terrifying entities. The thought of a lifeless body unsettled him. Step aside, Gui Yao signaled for him to move, then pulled open the freezer door. A blast of cold air escaped, revealing numerous bags of frozen meat, each encrusted with frost, rendering it impossible to identify the contents. We can't possibly open each bag to check, can we? Let us do it, Gui Yao insisted, and Su Qinyang felt compelled to assist, despite his unease. The two immersed themselves in the task, while Wu Le stood idly by, holding something without contributing. They did not urge her to help, nor did they find fault in her inaction. Su Qinyang pondered, why would they expect Wu Le to work when she had taken him under her wing? Gui Yao reasoned that the leader only needed to step in at critical moments. Such trivialities were beneath her. The bags of meat appeared to contain pork, no cause for concern. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the sore. Zhao Shanhao's voice resonated with terror, as if he had encountered something frightful. Su Qinyang immediately tensed. Did something happen to him? Gui Yao frowned, recalling her earlier warning to Su Qinyang, even if this sore led outside, escaping would not guarantee safety, fleeing from here could lead to certain death. Upon entering the scenario, the system had already cautioned. All students must adhere to school regulations. Unauthorized exits are strictly prohibited and will incur severe penalties. May everyone enjoy a fulfilling time on campus. First and foremost, delinquent youths could never obtain an authorization slip. Moreover, attempting to climb over the wall would only result in a fate akin to that of the initial player, who was impaled by security with an iron rod. Although other methods of escape were not mentioned, it was highly likely that they too would lead to dead ends. This scenario was not merely about escaping but unraveling the secrets within. If it were as simple as fleeing, players would have dug tunnels to escape on the first night. Su Qinyang had considered warning Zhao Shanhao but realized that such a person would neither heed advice nor refrain from sparking conflict, only adding to the annoyance. Gui Yao's gentle tug reminded him to reassess his approach. He ought to refrain from excessive commentary. Within this scenario, his priority was survival alongside his friends. The plight of others was not his concern. Don't grab me. Don't you touch me. The screams continued, drawing nearer. Wu Le moved closer to the sore's edge, and Su Qinyang, feeling a chill of apprehension, urged, Wu Le, don't get too close. Let us hide in the next room. It was Zhao Shanhao's own folly. They ought not to be ensnared by his misfortune. Something's coming up, Wu Le exclaimed, her eyes wide with anticipation. Gui Yao inquired, Zhao Shanhao or something else? Both. No sooner had she spoken than Zhao Shanhao emerged from the small ladder, collapsing onto his knees in the filthy water. Raising his head to see them, he cried out, Save me. Something is grabbing me. There's a ghost below. They immediately spotted the anomaly behind him. A skeletal leg clung to his calf, and upon closer inspection, a full skeletal frame was pulling him upward. The skeleton was not particularly large. It appeared to belong to a student, with numerous fractures suggesting blunt force trauma. It right, clutching Zhao Shanhao, compelling him to ascend. The skull emerged from the muck, displaying distinct gash marks on the top. Having languished in the sore, the entire skeleton was discolored and foul. Zhao Shanhao extended his hand. Pull me up, please. He was filthy and reeked, while Su Qinyang, though muddy, at least did not exude an offensive odor. Su Qinyang offered the edge of a rag to him, which Zhao Shanhao grasped, preparing to pull himself up. Suddenly, the skeleton shifted. Having initially clung to his ankle, it now crawled upward, clambering onto Zhao Shanhao's back, its arm outstretched to seize the rag. Su Qinyang quickly released his grip and grabbed a mop handle, brandishing it at the creature. "Don't move." With the weight of the skeleton on his back, Zhao Shanhao was paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, his mouth opening to speak but no sound escaping. Gui Yao hastily sought a suitable weapon, only to find that Wu Le had outpaced her. Returning from next door, she wielded a cleaver. Upon sighting the blade, the skeleton withdrew its hand, hesitating to ascend any further, its skull swaying as it spoke. "Don't chop me. It hurts, my flesh has been sliced, my bones boiled, it's so hot, so dark and cold down there." The voice was unmistakably male, pleading, "I want to go home. I'll be good. I just want to go home." Su Qinyang observed, "It seems it doesn't he intend to attack us." The skeleton continued to speak, while Zhao Shanhao, overwhelmed with terror, fainted, sinking into the murky water. Wu Le crouched down, the cleaver poised before the creature. "We cannot escort you home, you cannot leave the cafeteria, state your final wishes and depart. I will never be disobedient again, I promise to study hard. I want to go home, to school with my old friends, not to remain here." "Who killed you?" Wu Le pressed for the critical detail. "The fat chef. He murdered me, cooked my flesh, boiled my bones into soup, and finally dumped me into the sewer. It hurts, it's hot, it's cold down there." Su Qinyang's face drained of color as he realized, "The food we usually eat, you've eaten me, you've all consumed me." The skeleton wailed, its cries piercing and desperate, undeterred by the cleaver as it clawed its way up. Wu Le held the blade steady, asking, "I can notify your parents to come for you. Do you wish to return home?" The skeleton, teetering on the brink of hysteria, suddenly regained its composure. "Yes, I want to go home. My name is Xiaoyu." No sooner had it spoken than it scrambled down from Zhao Shanhao's back, retreating in fear, eventually vanishing back into the sewer. Gui Yao and Su Qinyang exchanged glances, their minds racing to comprehend the situation, yet still struggling to process the implications. Wu Le cast aside the knife, declaring, "The chef's shift is about to begin, we must leave." With the chef's impending arrival, Xiaoyu, the victim of his wrath, felt a primal fear and thus retreated. Chapter 26. Trapped on the rooftop. Zhao Shanhao was utterly filthy, and at his towering height, it was quite a challenge to carry him if he fainted. Su Qinyang prodded him with a stick, saying, "If you don't wake up, I'll just leave you here. The next skeleton might very well be yours." He struck Zhao Shanhao several times with a mop handle, initially believing there was no hope. To his surprise, Zhao Shanhao gasped and regained consciousness. Su Qinyang stood up, leaving him behind. Gui Yao and Wu Le had already exited, and he hurried to follow. "Cough, wait for me." Once outside the cafeteria, the sky was tinged with grey, signaling the impending dawn. To avoid encountering the chefs arriving for work, they deliberately veered away from the direction of the faculty dormitory, opting instead to traverse the far edge of the playground to reach the teaching building. Wu Le bounced ahead, her skirt fluttering. One might think she was off on a spring outing. The trio moved quickly, and remarkably, Zhao Shanhao managed to keep pace with them. In a sudden moment of clarity, Gui Yao grasped Wu Le's assertion that luck within the scenario was indeed a skill. Zhao Shanhao attempted to escape through a sewer but encountered a skeleton, inadvertently discovering the very thing they had scoured the kitchen for in vain. Truly, what fortuitous luck he had. "Is that skeleton dangerous?" Guo Yao inquired as he caught up with Wu Le. "Imagine if I hadn't taken that knife. What would you have done? That skeleton looks terrifying," muttering to itself, and while you listen to its woeful tale, it would suddenly leap up and drag you all into the sewer. Wu Le laughed, her smile wide. Zhao Shanhao was destined to perish, but upon calling for help, the skeleton realized there were others outside and deliberately followed him up. Su Qinyang interjected, "No wonder it suddenly pulled the rag. It can't leave the sewer and can only lure people in." A moment of silence enveloped them. "The sound of waves is a ruse. The sound of waves is a ruse." Gui Yao and Su Qinyang exclaimed in unison. "Hee hee," Wu Le chuckled playfully, ignoring them. The sound of the waves was emitted by the skeleton, leading one to believe that beneath them lay the vast ocean, enticing someone as dim-witted as Zhao Shanhao to descend. Zhao Shanhao's good fortune did not lie in discovering the skeleton in the sewer but rather in encountering the three of them. As for Wu Le, she was astute enough to see through everything here with ease. Su Chenyang, curious, asked, Lei, do you possess an overabundance of imagination, conjuring countless possibilities, or did you come to this conclusion instantly and with certainty? Wu Le replied, I didn't think about it. If you didn't think, how would you know? Anyway, I wasn't using my brain. You're so pretentious. Su Chenyang wailed, wishing he could be equally impressive. Yet, in this place, he felt utterly lacking in flair. Zhao Shanhao was far beyond Su Chenyang's realm of consideration, lingering at a distance behind them. As they moved away from the dormitory, they felt emboldened to converse, but as they passed beneath the dormitory building, they immediately fell silent and moderated their breathing. Su Chenyang felt a twinge of concern for Wang Yiye, unsure of her whereabouts. Where are you all headed now? Zhao Shanhao puffed as he caught up, panting. This place is quite near the dormitory. No talking, Gui Yao warned. Zhao Shanhao's expression soured, but he restrained himself. Surrounded by darkness, he could not discern direction and was oblivious to their proximity to the dormitory. After about 10 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at the teaching building. Zhao Shanhao felt a sense of security here, having spent 2 full days within its confines, which felt relatively safe. However, as he followed them, he realized they were not returning to the classroom but rather heading towards the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, they found the small iron gate secured with a thick chain and padlock, complete with a rotating disc lock. You all want to go in, there's no key, Zhao Shanhao remarked. Su Chenyang pulled a key from his pocket, unlocking the gate amidst Zhao Shanhao's astonished gaze. At last, he had the chance to show off. Su Chenyang felt a surge of satisfaction. The rotating disc lock was difficult to pick, requiring a key for access. The gate consisted of a flat iron door occupying 1/3 of its height, with vertical iron bars above. The thick chains threaded through the bars at the top and were secured to a fixed rod at the threshold. The padlock on the chain was easily manipulated, and Gui Yao managed to free it with a few deft moves. After removing the chain from the door and tossing it aside, they pushed the door open, stepping into the pitch-black rooftop. The chain slightly wedged the door open, preventing it from closing entirely. Wu Le entered last, glancing at the chain on the ground. Just a few steps inside, a sneaker gently kicked the chain aside, then vanished into the darkness. It's fogging up again. This school never sees the sun, always shrouded in haze, Zhao Shanhao complained. The wind rustled around them, the sea breeze felt sticky against their skin. The wind slammed the iron door shut with a loud bang, startling them all. Zhao Shanhao rushed back to the door, exclaiming, the door's locked. Su Chenyang's expression shifted. Impossible, I just secured the lock. He had deliberately locked it to prevent it from accidentally closing and latching shut. Upon inspection, he found it was indeed locked. Zhao Shanhao panicked. You must not have done it correctly. Now we're locked on the rooftop. What do we do? Even someone as dim-witted as Zhao Shanhao understood that they could not violate school regulations. Entering the rooftop without permission and being discovered would surely lead to severe punishment from Officer Zhang. Trapped inside, the iron door had vertical bars covering only the upper third, allowing them to reach out but not long enough to unlock it from below. Gui Yao's expression darkened as he said, I piled the chain at the door to block it. How could it still close? Now was not the time for such grievances. The pressing issue was how to escape. They had to return to the playground before dawn and the morning exercises. They walked the entire perimeter of the rooftop. The edge was quite low, only about 50 centimeters high, making it easy to fall. Su Chenyang and Gui Yao circled around but found nothing unusual. Meanwhile, Zhao Shanhao remained at the door, straining to stretch his arms up, but what good would it do? He couldn't reach the lock below. Giving up, Zhao Shanhao sat against the door, glaring at the three of them. Su Chenyang and Gui Yao stood together, discussing their options, with the worst-case scenario being to kick down the door. Only Wu Le remained quiet, neither participating in the discussion nor the exploration. She even sat on the edge of the rooftop. Su Chenyang looked up to see her perched precariously on the narrow edge, his heart nearly stopping. He hurried over. Lele, what are you doing? Do you realize how dangerous it is to sit there? Though Wula was an esteemed figure and his elder brother, she was still a minor, a girl, and Su Qinyang felt it necessary to express his concern and protectiveness. He reached out to grasp her arm, fearful she might fall. Get down, don't sit up there, it's far too dangerous. Wula shrugged off his hand. Don't touch me, if you do it again, I'll throw you down. All right. After a brief moment of acting like an elder, he had instantly reverted to being the subordinate. Because Wula truly meant what she said, Guiyao interjected. Lele, can you summon that Zhongrui to help us unlock the door? Too far away, I can't control him, Wula replied, swinging her legs. The wind tousled her skirt, revealing a glimpse of her thigh, but she paid no mind to the possibility of exposing herself, her beautiful eyes glancing towards the iron door. We shouldn't have let him leave in the first place, Su Qinyang lamented. Do you know what the rooftop is a sacred place for? Wula suddenly turned around, smiling. Though puzzled by her question, the two indulged her. Is it a place for romance? Su Qinyang suggested. A place for studying and eating. Guiyao added. Wrong, Wula shook her head, turning back to peer down, as if she might tumble over at any moment. It's a place for jumping off. The mere mention of jumping sent chills down Su Qinyang's spine. Chapter 27, Push Wu Lele off the rooftop. Su Qinyang could hardly bear to hear the words, jump off, anymore, especially as Wu Lele's actions grew increasingly perilous. She leaned forward, her head hanging down as she peered over the edge, and Su Qinyang felt a genuine fear that she might fall. Both he and Guiyao stood on either side of Wu Lele, ready to grab her at any moment. The morning air was thick with humidity, and the sea breeze chilled them to the bone. Su Qinyang had just grasped Wu Lele's arm, feeling its icy coldness. Lele, are you cold? Please don't sit up there. Come down and hide from the wind by the iron gate. There must be someone to jump off for the iron gate to open. The air fell silent. Su Qinyang doubted his own hearing. What? Wu Lele turned her head. Can you guess why the rooftop is secured with iron chains? Guiyao immediately thought of a grim possibility. Because someone died here, did someone commit suicide? It was also possible that it was not a suicide, but rather the aftermath of bullying, with someone having been pushed off. In any case, a life had been lost, which was why the school had locked the gate so securely, rendering this place a forbidden zone. Although Guiyao recognized Wu Lele's reasoning held merit, given the potential for such events in a horror scenario, she still felt compelled to refute it. Even if someone died here, perhaps we are meant to uncover the truth, not to replicate the tragedy. As Guiyao spoke, her confidence waned. Wu Lele tilted her head and smiled. Uncover what truth? What does it have to do with us? The system hasn't. He uttered a single word, nor have any NPCs appeared. Can you guess why we are locked in here? Su Qinyang replied, either we are to be discovered by Instructor Zhang, leading to our demise, or we are meant to speculate and find a way out. Now that they had a hypothesis, it seemed they had to resort to murder to escape. This was not a matter of deciphering puzzles, it was a gladiatorial arena, designed to confine them together, exacerbating their desperation until they were driven to turn on each other. Even if Wu Lele remained silent now, as dawn gradually broke and it came time for the morning run, the players would become frantic. The edge of the rooftop was low enough that if a scuffle broke out, the likelihood of someone falling was exceedingly high. It was merely a matter of time before chaos ensued, and Wu Lele could see it all so clearly. She was far too clever, a level of intelligence that was almost unsettling. Neither Guiyao nor Su Qinyang engaged in Wu Lele's line of thought, and instead said, there will always be a way out. It's not completely light yet. They would not choose the path of harming their companions. No, it wasn't that they wouldn't choose it, it was that it never even crossed their minds. Standing beside Wu Lele, Guiyao and Su Qinyang contemplated how to descend. Seeing this, Wu Lele's anticipation and interest dwindled. She was beginning to feel bored. Human beings were inherently hypocritical. When death loomed, their true selves emerged. It was merely a matter of time. She needed to be patient, not hasty. In a sudden burst of impulse, Wu Lele seized Guiyao and pulled her forward. Guiyao found herself half over the edge of the rooftop, and Wu Lele forcefully pressed her down, as though intending to throw her off. The movement was so swift that Guiyao barely had time to react before she was plummeting towards the ground. Su Qinyang was startled, instinctively wrapping his arms around both of them and falling back. In an instant, Wu Lei and Guiyao were tumbled back onto the platform, with Su Qinyang acting as a cushion, his face paling from the impact. Cough, that hurts. Guiyao's mind went blank as she realized she had narrowly escaped death, glancing at Wu Lei, who lay beside her, calmly adjusting her skirt. In a swift motion, Guiyao flipped over and pinned Wu Lei down, with Su Qinyang's back beneath her. As Guiyao pressed down, Su Qinyang felt the weight again. The three of them formed a sandwich, with Wu Lei trapped in the middle. Zhao Shanhao, sitting at the entrance, was stunned by the bizarre tableau. What a strange position, a love triangle. Guiyao restrained Wu Lei and inquired, "What are you doing, trying to kill me?" She could hardly fathom the thought. "Just testing," Wu Lei replied with an air of calm, her tone devoid of any remorse for murder. The reality lay before them, yet Guiyao still found it hard to believe. Su Qinyang, pinned beneath, weakly suggested, "Can we please get up and talk? It's not really appropriate to pin me down like this." Guiyao pulled Wu Lei up and then exchanged for a rope item, swiftly binding her. Su Qinyang intervened, "Sister Yao, let's remain calm and clarify what's going on first." "I can't remain calm, didn't he? You see, she just tried to kill me." Guiyao tightened the rope, while Su Qinyang tugged at it. "That's enough. Don't tie it too tight, she won't be able to loosen it." Guiyao's expression was grave, while Su Qinyang felt utterly helpless, torn between his trusted leader and a teammate. Strangely, Wu Lei, the one bound for her misdeeds, appeared utterly unfazed, even indifferent. Once Wu Lei was secured, Guiyao took a few deep breaths to steady her emotions. She scrutinized Wu Lei. "Is this how you manage to clear so many dungeons? What are you saying?" "I don't understand." Wu Lei met her gaze directly. Guiyao laughed in frustration, "Revealing your identity as an experienced player, offering occasional assistance to others, and soon enough, many will follow you, some even foolishly trusting you. If luck is on your side, you might lead a few people out of the dungeon. If not, those followers become your meat shields. This is how you navigate dungeons, isn't it?" She had just narrowly escaped death. She and Su Qinyang had stood at the rooftop's edge out of concern for Wu Lei, hoping to protect her. Wu Lei, this madwoman, perched atop the railing, was in the most precarious position of all. Had she not considered that others might wish her harm? Of course, she had thought about it. She deliberately sat at the most dangerous edge, using herself as bait. If anyone meant to harm her, she would undoubtedly be prepared to retaliate. But for Su Qinyang and herself to stand there was simply foolish. Su Qinyang felt anxious. He couldn't believe Wu Lei would harm them, yet he could not rationalize her earlier actions against Guiyao. "Why don't you deny it? Didn't I hit the nail on the head?" Guiyao pressed. Wu Lei remained silent, instead turning her gaze to Su Qinyang, giggling softly. "Su Qinyang, don't you have anything to say?" Su Qinyang frowned. "Lei, don't do this." Wu Lei expected a defensive retort or a scolding from Su Qinyang. Instead, he merely frowned and asked her not to act that way, a statement that hardly qualified as a reprimand. This little brother was far too supportive of her. Zhao Shanhao approached out of curiosity. What was happening to cause such infighting? The rooftop was small, and he had heard everything they had said. Wu Lei lowered her head, silent. Guiyao glared at her. Su Qinyang said, "Lei, let us talk this out. Then loosen the ropes. How can we talk properly when I'm bound?" Wu Lei looked up, her expression one of innocence, combined with her doll-like features, making her appear like a child who didn't understand the situation. Guiyao maintained a stern facade. Su Qinyang reassured, "Sister Yao, I'll keep an eye on her from now on, making sure she stays away from you. I promise nothing like earlier will happen again." Though Guiyao's face betrayed little emotion, her eyes revealed lingering anger, as memories of past betrayals by friends resurfaced, leaving her feeling unsettled. Suddenly, the seemingly composed Wu Lei began to act erratically again. "Guiyao, do you want to try pushing me off? Since I'm no longer on your team, I pushed you earlier, now you can push me back. It's only fair." Wu Lei leaned in close to Guiyao, nearly touching her face. The sudden enlargement of Wu Lei's face startled Guiyao, who instinctively shoved her away. Wu Lei stumbled directly to the edge of the rooftop. Lei! Wula! Both Su Qinyang and Gui Yao gasped in shock, relieved to see Wu Lei standing steadily. In that fleeting moment, their expressions of concern were palpable. Wu Lei was amused by their reactions, laughing heartily. Har har har, you two are so entertaining. Gui Yao, you should have pushed harder, maybe I would have fallen. If I die, you can escape this place. Don't joke about that. Su Qinyang's words were cut short by a sudden shout. Then let me push you down to see what happens. Zhao Shanhao charged forward, shoving Wu Lei. Bound as she was, she had no room to struggle, and they could only watch helplessly as Wu Lei fell from the rooftop. Author's note: Lei is testing human nature. She enjoys playing this game. Chapter 28. Wu Lei has perished, forever enamored with the game of humanity. Plummeting from the rooftop, she fell head first, a smile etched upon her face. Let her shatter and bleed, let her be reduced to fragments. Monsters are innately drawn to pain. She relished in her own destruction. Su Qinyang and Gui Yao dashed towards the rooftop, their hands grasping at the empty air, utterly incapable of saving her. Wu Lei. Gui Yao was rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. The fall occurred in an instant, followed by a resounding thud, accompanied by a pool of blood. Her head was mangled, her arms and legs shattered and grotesquely misaligned. Yet, the beautiful eyes of her doll-like face remained bright. She gazed at the three individuals on the rooftop, allowing blood to flow into her eyes, her lips spilling crimson, her ears stained a deep red. She attempted to speak, but the distance rendered her words unintelligible. In the midst of the fog, a handsome youth in a school uniform approached. Gui Yao and Su Qinyang, their minds blank, could only stare in bewilderment as the NPC Zhang Rui materialized. He stood beside Wu Lei, gazing down at her, his form obscuring her shattered self from the view of those above. Who is he? A student from the school. He is a monster. If I push her down, will he let us go? Zhao Shanhao inquired excitedly. The two beside him offered no response. Gui Yao and Su Qinyang witnessed Zhang Rui lift Wu Lei, draping his coat over her mangled head, his attire stained with her blood as he carried her away. Alarmed, Zhao Shanhao exclaimed, "Why isn't he unlocking the door for us? Where is he going?" The world spun as Zhao Shanhao's throat was constricted, and in the next moment, he found himself pressed against the edge of the rooftop, half of his body hanging precariously over the edge. "What do you intend to do?" "Let go! Help! Help!" Zhao Shanhao cried out to Gui Yao for assistance. Su Qinyang, in a frenzy, pressed him down, while Zhao Shanhao clung desperately to his arm, terrified of being cast into the abyss. Gui Yao, facing his pleas, remained indifferent, her gaze fixated on the pool of blood below. Zhao Shanhao, feeling helpless, turned to Su Qinyang. "Brother, please spare me. I'll do anything you ask. I don't want to die, I beg you." "You don't want to die? Did she wish for death? Did you spare her? She was still a minor, she did nothing to you, yet you killed her. You just murdered her." Su Qinyang roared, pressing Zhao Shanhao down with all his might, his eyes bloodshot as tears streamed unbidden down his face. They had known each other for such a brief time, yet his heart ached profoundly. She had saved him countless times, and irrespective of whether Wu Lei had acted with sincerity or ulterior motives, her act of saving him was genuine enough. Su Qinyang had never contemplated his own demise in this scenario, yet he stood powerless as she was slain before his eyes. Rage consumed him, but it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sorrow, a heart-wrenching grief. "You killed her based on an uncertain conjecture, you beast. You shouldn't have been brought along, you should have been dragged down by the skeleton." Su Qinyang appeared to have lost all rationality, his body leaning dangerously over the edge, leaving Zhao Shanhao convinced of his impending doom. Just as he believed he was about to be thrown down, he was suddenly yanked back with force and unceremoniously slammed to the ground. Zhao Shanhao, still dazed from his brush with death, was met with a heavy kick to his abdomen from Su Qinyang, which was soon followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Each blow was delivered with unrestrained ferocity, inflicting excruciating pain. Zhao Shanhao writhed on the ground, howling in agony, as relentless strikes rained down upon him, leaving him on the brink of unconsciousness. Su Qinyang, dejected, slumped against the wall of the rooftop, panting heavily. Gui Yao, who had remained silent beside him for what felt like an eternity, finally sat down as well. Both were enveloped in a heavy silence. Eventually, it was Su Qinyang who broke the stillness. Lei, is there any chance she could still be alive? From the 7th floor, head first and in such a state, survival seemed impossible. I don't know. Their emotional upheaval was palpable, a testament to the genuine bond they had formed with Wu Lei. Despite her constant sense of otherness, Guiyao, too, believed she was not part of Wu Lei's circle. She merely followed her for the sake of expediency. Earlier, when Wu Lei had forcibly grasped her, Guiyao had felt nothing but anger towards her, but beneath that anger lay a deeper frustration with herself for having been so complacent. Upon entering the scenario, she had trusted those around her implicitly, especially at the outset, yet, reality had delivered a devastating blow, as a close friend had betrayed her. Since that moment, Guiyao had adopted a cautious outlook, harboring suspicion towards everyone. Wu Lei seemed to possess an inexplicable charm. Despite her aloof demeanor, Guiyao had inadvertently accepted her, even without realizing it. Now, witnessing Wu Lei's demise before her eyes, she felt a profound sorrow. She had witnessed players meet gruesome ends before, even seeing a child who had playfully called her sister moments before perish right before her eyes, yet it had not stirred her heart. Wu Lei's death, however, struck a chord deep within her. She had genuinely embraced and cared for her. I believe there is still hope for her survival. She is formidable, perhaps she possesses some advanced items. And Zhang Rui, he must have acted on her command when he carried her away, Su Qinyang asserted, his eyes gleaming with a flicker of hope. Guiyao recognized Su Qinyang's self-soothing, as neither could come to terms with Wu Lei's death. Indeed, she is so powerful. How could she possibly be slain by a mere newcomer? Guiyao feebly offered a rationale to console herself. The two, in their attempt at comfort, refrained from mentioning Wu Lei's earlier actions towards Guiyao. Perhaps, in death, the past became irrelevant. Click. A sharp sound pierced the air as the iron door swung open with a creak, slowly revealing an empty entrance. Instantly, both remained on high alert, peering into the void. Lei was indeed right. Someone must have fallen from the rooftop for the door to open. Su Qinyang managed a grim smile, more painful than a cry. Zhao Shanhao lay unconscious on the ground. Even if he were to regain consciousness, he would be incapable of rising, given the severity of Su Qinyang's assault. Without sparing a glance at the fallen figure, Su Qinyang declared, Sister Yao, let us head to the playground, we're running out of time. All right. Su Qinyang led the way, with Guiyao following closely behind. Zhao Shanhao, unable to reach the playground, had tacitly accepted his fate. As Su Qinyang exited, he kept his head down while descending the stairs. Suddenly, the iron door behind them clicked shut, locking with a definitive sound. Su Qinyang turned to see Guiyao inserting the key, her expression resolute. Locking the door ensures he cannot follow us. After all, he was merely knocked out on the rooftop. What if he awoke and made his way to the playground? Guiyao was averse to leaving matters to chance. She preferred outcomes with a sense of certainty. Tossing the key to Su Qinyang, he caught it deftly. You decide. Su Qinyang pocketed the key and stated, let us go. His first experience with taking a life left him eerily calm. In an empty classroom, the curtains drawn tight, shrouding them in darkness, Zhang Rui held her close. Why did you throw yourself down like that? Hurry and revert back. It hurts so much, class monitor. Could you blow on it for me? Chapter 29, Avenge her, do not feign pity with me. It hurts so much. As she spoke, her resolve grew stronger. Wu La pouted, her expression teetering on the brink of tears, exuding an air of pitifulness. Zhang Rui furrowed his brow, unable to bear the sight any longer. He reached out and manipulated Wu La's body, restoring her to her original form. The visible wound on her head rapidly healed, and her severed limbs were instantly reattached. Zhang Rui examined her from head to toe, ensuring that all was well before his expression softened slightly. Wu La flexed her limbs and twisted her neck, then playfully draped her arms around Zhang Rui's neck, standing on tiptoe with a smile. Are you angry? Zhang Rui remained frowning. Why did you do that? It was amusing. Don't you find those three quite entertaining? One can't tell a person from a fool, another only knows how to speak of me yet dares not act, and the last, he is quite brave, killing me with such decisiveness. If the trio from the rooftop were present, they would never believe that, in her eyes, Zhao Shanhao was the only one worthy of praise. Zhang Rui was perplexed, he only knew that Wu Le had been bullied. If you were truly human, you would have perished just now. But I'm not, I'm a little monster, your little monster. Wu Le leaned in, rubbing her cheek against Zhang Rui's, akin to a cat seeking comfort. Though she relished such games, the previous moment had genuinely hurt, painful yet exhilarating. Wu Le closed her eyes, savoring the sensation of her skin against his. Since you are my little monster, I shall discipline you. Zhang Rui stated, not as a question but as a fact. Wu Le's eyes sparkled, and she squinted playfully. Zhang Rui, as the class monitor, it is only natural for you to discipline me. Zhang Rui peeled away the hands clasped around his neck and retrieved the blooded rope from behind him. This was the very rope Guiyao had used to bind Wu Le, stained with her blood from their fall. He tied Wu Le up, cushioning the bindings with a nearby curtain to avoid causing her discomfort. After securing her, he even mimicked her earlier gesture, brushing his cheek against hers. Stay here, I shall return to teach you a lesson. The term lesson delighted Wu Le. It seemed he sought vengeance on her behalf, and the lazy Wu Le felt a surge of joy, as she obediently perched on the desk, swinging her legs and declaring, I absolutely will not leave this classroom. Very good. Zhang Rui patted her head, and in the next moment, he vanished into the darkness. He could not comprehend Wu Le's games, yet he felt she had been wronged. Su Qinyang and Guiyao descended to the first floor. As they passed the flower bed, they caught sight of a pool of blood not far away, causing them to instinctively halt. With the time for morning exercises rapidly approaching, their legs felt rooted to the ground, immobilized. A lump formed in their throats, a sensation of unease. I should not have bound her. Guiyao lamented. If she hadn't been restrained, perhaps she wouldn't have been so easily pushed off. I even pushed her to the edge of the rooftop, giving Zhao Shanhao an opportunity. Guiyao gritted her teeth. Yao Jie, stop speaking. It was too late for words. The locked rooftop, with 4 individuals, required the death of one to unlock the door. The eventual outcome would inevitably test human nature. Everything had transpired so abruptly, no one had anticipated that Wu Le would be the one to perish. While they comforted themselves with the thought that perhaps Wu Le had survived, deep down, both acknowledged the grim reality that she was likely gone. After all, they had witnessed the bloodstains not far away. Guiyao suppressed her emotions, her expression reverting to a state akin to that of a newly entered dungeon. Let us go. Just as they turned, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the rooftop. They looked up, unable to see anything atop, yet the chilling cries of Zhao Shanhao reverberated through the campus. What is happening? There's no one up there but him, Su Qinyang's words faltered. Indeed, there was no one except Zhao Shanhao, but there were monsters, dungeon creatures lurking everywhere. Zhao Shanhao had encountered a monster and was now facing its retribution. Zhao Shanhao was doomed, both Guiyao and Su Qinyang thought. After what felt like an eternity of screams, Zhao Shanhao suddenly appeared on the rooftop. From their vantage point below, they could only see a terrified, blood-soaked Zhao Shanhao, along with a hand resting on his shoulder. Moments later, that hand pushed him, sending Zhao Shanhao plummeting to the ground, his head striking the earth with a sickening thud, shattering upon impact. His body contorted grotesquely. As he fell, he grazed the branches of a tree in the flower bed, his abdomen torn open, intestines spilling onto the ground. He resembled a heap of mangled flesh, utterly devoid of humanity. The campus fell into a hushed silence. A vague silhouette of a youth could be discerned on the rooftop, though his face remained indistinct. Who did this? Did you see clearly? I couldn't see. Guiyao shook her head. All she could ascertain was that it was a tall boy in a short-sleeved school uniform. However, this school was populated with far too many NPCs fitting that description. Yet the silhouette was striking, exceptionally handsome. They hurried to the playground. The fate of Zhao Shanhao's corpse was a mystery they were reluctant to unravel. Su Qinyang discreetly concealed the key in the flower bed. This was evidence for unlocking the rooftop door. What if the instructor discovered the rooftop door ajar and conducted a search? Wang Yiye had yet to visit the rooftop, her exploration still incomplete. This key would prove useful. When Wang Yiye approached the rooftop, they would guard the entrance, ensuring it did not close again. One lesson was enough. On their way to the playground, they received a notification from the dungeon system, indicating an increase in their exploration progress. Numerous NPCs were gathering at the playground. Among them, Wen Yi appeared extremely anxious. She had just heard the harrowing screams emanating from the teaching building, unmistakably human in nature, yet the surrounding NPCs seemed oblivious, displaying no reactions whatsoever. Wen Yi had hidden on a small hillside for an entire night, her body half asleep, finally waiting for dawn to break. However, Su Qinyang, Gui Yao, and Wu Le had yet to arrive, causing her great concern. Had something happened to them? As she pondered, she suddenly spotted two figures rushing towards her, and her heart leaped with joy as she hurried over. "You finally made it. I thought something had happened to you. Where were you all last night? After I hid, I didn't dare to come out and look for you. Did you discover anything new?" Wen Yi inquired eagerly, noticing the dejected expressions on their faces. She asked, "Where's Wu Le? Why hasn't she returned?" Neither responded. A flicker of suspicion ignited within Wen Yi's mind, yet she struggled to believe it. "Wu Le, something happened to her." "Yes," Su Qinyang replied somberly. Wen Yi's mouth fell agape in shock. The crowd slowly formed a line, and they joined a team. Su Qinyang scanned the area, searching for individuals, only to find that Zhang Rui was absent. Could NPC skip morning exercises? Just as he pondered this, a tall figure appeared beside him, silently passing by. Su Qinyang instinctively turned his head, and there stood Zhang Rui. Without hesitation, Su Qinyang blocked his path. "Where did you take Lele?" Chapter 30. A sweet encounter with the charming Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui was impeccably dressed, his attire spotless, despite having previously carried Wu Lele, who had been smeared with blood. "Where have you taken her?" Su Qinyang hesitated, wanting to inquire if she was still alive, but such a question seemed futile when posed to an NPC. He merely wished to locate her. Gui Yao approached as well, his gaze filled with anticipation as he addressed Zhang Rui. "Where did you carry her off to?" Zhang Rui regarded the two humans with indifference, his voice flat as he stated, "You killed her." Those words cast a pall over their faces. "What did she say after she fell?" Gui Yao asked. "After Wu Lele plummeted, she lay in a pool of blood, murmuring incoherently." Their distance had rendered her words unintelligible, yet Zhang Rui had been nearby and might possess that knowledge. "She said, 'You killed me, I am in so much pain,'" Zhang Rui replied, deliberately mimicking Wu Lele's usual tone. He relished the sight of their faces growing increasingly pale, then turned to leave. Su Qinyang, recovering from his shock, dashed forward to grasp Zhang Rui's garment. "Where did you ultimately take her? Where have you hidden her?" Zhang Rui swiftly seized his clothing, delivering a forceful kick to Su Qinyang's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhang Rui looked down upon him with cold detachment. "Enjoy your daylight while you can. Pray that night does not descend too swiftly." The surrounding NPCs fell silent, following Zhang Rui's pronouncement. Many of them displayed sly, predatory smiles. One NPC even licked his lips and remarked to his companion, "When will the night of revelry commence? They are so slow, those foolish humans." The remaining players felt like timid mice trapped in a cat's lair, their hearts racing with fear. Su Qinyang asked, "What does he mean?" Gui Yao replied, "When night falls, he intends to kill us." With Wu Lele's death, this NPC was now beyond control. He had reverted to his original form, a competent horror NPC. In this dungeon, NPC slaying players was simply the law of the land, yet each NPC had specific trigger conditions for their murderous actions. What was Zhang Rui's trigger? Was it the night? Was it within the dormitory? No, he seemed to be the only NPC student capable of leaving the dormitory at will. Gui Yao stated, "The exploration progress has reached 90%. We only lack one final location." Su Qinyang understood, the faculty dormitory. The entire building housed staff members, including instructor Zhang, all formidable NPCs. Gui Yao continued, "They will return to the faculty dormitory at night, making it impossible to explore at that time, only during the day, and specifically during class hours. Unless they completed the exploration tasks set by the dungeon system, knowing how to escape would be of no avail." Moreover, they had no idea how to exit the dungeon at present, save for a few conjectures left by Wu Lele regarding finding study materials or calling their parents. Zhang Rui's words carry a warning. Tonight will undoubtedly be perilous, Guiyao remarked. Today was their crucial moment for survival. During morning exercises, Su Chengyang noticed that Zhang Rui, who had led the front row, was missing. After scanning the area without success, he kicked the grass in frustration, inwardly cursing himself. As a subordinate, he couldn't even locate his leader's body. After other players perished, their bodies vanished. Indeed, numerous details suggested they had been devoured by monsters. Su Chengyang clenched his fists, fearing that Wu Lei might have suffered the same fate at Zhang Rui's hands. In the pitch-black, empty classroom, the door creaked open as a figure stepped into the light. The door shut automatically, plunging the room back into darkness. The monsters possessed night vision, and Wu Lei clearly discerned Zhang Rui's handsome visage. "You have finally returned," she said, perched on a desk, her hands bound and resting on her thighs. Leaning forward, she inquired, "Will Instructor Zhang punish me for not attending the playground?" "I have excused you," Zhang Rui lied. What did it matter? This was not a real human school, they were merely participating in a hunting game. "I heard the screams." "Did you kill that human?" Wu Lei had overheard Zhao Shanhao's cries before his demise. "Indeed, he bullied you, he deserved it," Zhang Rui replied, standing before her without untying her restraints. Instead, he caressed her cheek and leaned in to nuzzle against her. Wu Lei closed her eyes on the side he touched, squinting her other eye as she pondered, "Are you imitating me?" The gestures of touching and nuzzling were actions she had previously performed. Wu Lei glanced down at the knots binding her wrists, noticing the ties were identical to those employed by Guiyao. He too was learning from others. Zhang Rui's behavior seemed inconsistent with his identity card, as they were all learned from others, which Wu Lei found fascinating. Zhang Rui did not respond. Instead, he pressed on, "They all believe you are dead, and you intentionally staged your demise before them. So, how do you plan to play your game?" Despite the monsters all engaging in the same game, she had her own thoughts. She was distinctly different. "I don't wish to tell you," she retorted. Zhang Rui, unfazed, ominously warned, "Without my permission, should you disclose the rooftop's secret to them, I will be very displeased." The rooftop required someone to leap from it to unlock its door, and she had betrayed the monsters by revealing that. However, the other monsters were unaware. Only he knew. Zhang Rui sought to intimidate and bully Wu Lei, ready to relish her anxious and fearful expression, only to be met with a cheerful smile. With a sweet grin, Wu Lei leaned closer. "Class monitor, what must I do to make you happy? If you heed my words, I shall be pleased." "What do you want me to do?" "Always stay by my side, do not converse with that human, do not look at him, and kill him." Zhang Rui was unyieldingly fixated on having her eliminate Su Chengyang. "I have other ways to make you happy right now," Wu Lei said, shifting slightly on the desk as Zhang Rui towered over her. "Bend down and bring your face closer." Assuming she desired to nuzzle, Zhang Rui complied and bent down. In the next moment, her soft lips brushed against his mouth and cheek, gently twice. "Does this make you happy?" Zhang Rui appeared momentarily stunned, his beautiful eyes seemingly deep in thought. Unable to restrain herself, Wu Lei planted a kiss at the corner of his eye. He was truly handsome, a small beauty. Finding amusement in the interaction, Wu Lei delightedly explored, planting light kisses all over his face, ultimately leaving an imprint on his lips. Finally, Zhang Rui spoke, "We have fallen in love early." That phrase sounded familiar. Had Su Chengyang said it before? Wu Lei jiggled her bound hands, responding, "Who is in love while being restrained? You are the one bullying me, forcing me to please you. Kissing you was not voluntary." Zhang Rui frowned, visibly displeased. He swiftly untied the ropes and whispered, "Do not assist them again, otherwise, I shall confine you." Chapter 31. Zhang Rui declared, "I am in a relationship with her." Wu Lei, seemingly indifferent to his words, merely nodded in a perfunctory manner. Millimeter. Zhang Rui, dissatisfied, let his gaze wander across her face, ultimately resting upon her soft lips. Wu Lei, aware of his scrutiny, playfully inquired, "What are you staring at? Do you want me to kiss you again?" Zhang Rui shook the rope in his hand, asserting, "I've untied you. I haven't bullied you." "Well, you did quite well, you're a commendable class monitor," Wu Lei replied, leaping off the desk and stretching her wrist, excitedly stating, "The corpse is still there, right? I am going to chop it up." She was determined to exact revenge on the one who had pushed her down the stairs. Zhang Rui's intent to kill was a personal matter, but her vendetta was far from over. A glint of crimson flickered in the depths of her dark eyes. "First, let me borrow a knife from the kitchen, uncle, he." As Wu Le prepared to leave, Zhang Rui obstructed her path, questioning, "Why did you kiss me?" "Because I like you." "Just think about it, with your looks, who wouldn't want to kiss you?" Wu Le spoke casually, yet her gaze conveyed genuine admiration for beauty. Hearing her words lifted Zhang Rui's spirits, and a smile graced his features as he remarked, "We've violated school rules." We're in a puppy love." Su Qinyang had undoubtedly eavesdropped on their conversation. "Class monitor, I wish to continue the game." "I want to appear before them, could you take my place?" Upon hearing the request to remain hidden from human sight, Zhang Rui immediately acquiesced. "You're so kind," Wu Le embraced him, then vanished from sight. She was set on dismembering Zhao Shanhao. Even in death, she would settle the score, driven by a desire for vengeance. Guiyao and Su Qinyang were viewed in a new light. Having encountered various human interactions in numerous scenarios, Wu Le understood the repulsiveness of humanity. They could never withstand the trials of human nature. Climbing high and stepping low, deceiving one another, and engaging in self-destruction were all too familiar to her. Rare were individuals like Guiyao and Su Qinyang, perhaps because they had yet to be pushed to their limits. Without the assistance of a top-tier player and accompanied by a terrifying NPC, how would they react? She would now lurk in the shadows, observing how this drama would unfold. As soon as morning exercises concluded, Su Qinyang resolved to find Zhang Rui, determined to uncover Wu Le's whereabouts. He was formulating his plans when, fortuitously, Zhang Rui approached him. Su Qinyang, noticing him striding forward, felt a faint ache in his kicked abdomen and instinctively took a couple of steps back. Guiyao and Wen Yi's expressions tightened as well. Wen Yi whispered to Guiyao, "What does he want?" Guiyao shook her head, uncertain. Zhang Rui halted 2 meters away, coolly stating, "The breakfast in the cafeteria is quite plentiful today. Let us go." This phrase sounded oddly familiar. Wu Le had said the same to them the previous morning. Zhang Rui turned to head towards the cafeteria, prompting Su Qinyang to react after a brief moment, rushing to catch up. "What do you mean?" "Where is Wu Le?" Zhang Rui interrupted. "Do not demand her from me. I did not take her. She never belonged to you." This left them even more bewildered. Wu Le was human, independent, and thus, did not belong to anyone. This they could comprehend. However, she was a player, part of their human faction, and had been taken away by an NPC monster, yet they were forbidden from requesting her back. Zhang Rui's stance was resolute. This was not a matter to be resolved through incessant questioning. They might never see Wu Le again, not even as a corpse. Su Qinyang felt an unprecedented sense of loss and sorrow. He could only suppress his negative emotions and ask, "Why are you speaking to us? What do you intend to do?" "Lei instructed me to follow you." His words cast a momentary silence over all. An air of sadness and guilt enveloped them. Su Qinyang's eyes reddened. "She instructed you to follow us in her final moments." Wasn't this her way of seeking help from this NPC? Wu Le's last words had been this. Meanwhile, they had tied her up on the rooftop, questioning and blaming her. Guiyao could no longer contain her emotions. She turned away, feigning composure. "She truly is remarkable. The item can continuously keep this NPC obedient." Su Qinyang scrutinized Zhang Rui, but it seems like he is pursuing his own agenda while following Lei's orders. After all, Lei is gone, and the item's effect has diminished. With Zhang Rui accompanying them and engaging in conversation, perhaps they could glean some crucial insights. This was the last item Lei had left for them. Zhang Rui relished their expressions of sorrow and regret, merely stating that these foolish players would conjure their own imaginations. It appeared that Zhang Rui had grasped the amusement in Wu Le's antics. Conversing with humans who believed him was particularly entertaining, their expressions rich and fascinating. He truly longed to eliminate them. Accompanying them was far less appealing than being confined in an empty classroom with Wu Le, or a detention room, for that matter. In the cafeteria, 3 players and an NPC were seated together. Other players cast curious glances their way, whispering amongst themselves. It was evident they were astonished by the proximity between the NPC and the players. Having witnessed the kitchen's chaos and just lost a friend, they ate their meals with little appetite. Su Chunyang kept his gaze fixed on Zhang Rui, who appeared increasingly impatient. Zhang Rui lifted his head. If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes. Not killing his underlings, yet gouging out eyes was still an option. Su Chunyang queried, why did you take Lele? Zhang Rui replied, I am in a relationship with her. Put, cough cough, Wan Yeye choked. Gui Yao was perplexed. What? Su Chunyang was taken aback. Chapter 32, he is just here to create chaos. The three individuals were rendered speechless by his statement. What did you say? Su Chunyang stuttered, perplexed by the implications of his words. Zhang Rui articulated clearly, I am in a relationship with Lele, so what's wrong with me embracing her? Although his expression remained neutral, there was an inexplicable sense of joy when he uttered the words, in love. Zhang Rui appeared harmless, and Wen Yeye's courage swelled as she inquired, when did you two start dating? Can you even have a romantic relationship with a human? Zhang Rui rested his hands on the table, his fingertips gliding over the frames of his glasses as he replied, why should I divulge the details of my romantic endeavors to you outsiders? It was he who initially dropped this astonishing revelation. Su Chunyang pondered for a moment and found that the revelation was no longer surprising. After all, Wu Lele had always been fond of Zhang Rui's appearance, making a relationship with an NPC seem quite plausible. Their romance could be seen as her dreams coming to fruition. Are you not saddened by Lele's demise? Su Chunyang asked, only to find the question amusing. How could a monster feel sorrow, especially over a human? I am quite pleased by her death, Zhang Rui replied, a smile gracing his lips. If Lele were alive, he would be doomed, yet he could also eliminate her, keeping her eternally within the confines of the game. Regardless of the circumstances, he would ensure her permanence. With this thought, Zhang Rui's spirits soared, and his smile widened. To smile so joyously at the death of one's beloved, he was indeed a monster, entirely devoid of the emotional complexities that humans possessed. Su Chunyang ceased to speak, retreating into his own sorrow. Wan Yeye, however, remained curious. Do you truly like her? Wouldn't you feel sorrow if the one you cherished were forever lost to you? I never feel sorrow. Sadness is an emotion reserved for you insignificant creatures, Zhang Rui replied, casting a disdainful glance at them. Humans were feeble, extinguishing their lives was a trivial task. Wan Yeye wished to press further, but Gui Yao halted her, saying, let us have breakfast. Refrain from speaking. It was best not to provoke Zhang Rui, who was now beyond anyone's control. Outside, a torrential downpour began, the damp aroma mingling with the scent of the sea wafting through the window. Here, there would never be a sunny day, only perpetual overcast or rain. At the entrance of the cafeteria, NPCs dashed into the rain, their figures quickly disappearing as visibility dwindled. Only the human players lingered beneath the eaves, reluctant to venture into the deluge. If we don't return to the teaching building soon, we'll be late. Let us go. Let us not wait, this rain won't cease anytime soon. The group departed together, standing beneath the eaves. Su Chunyang felt the chill, the temperature had dropped again. He extended his hand to touch the rainwater, icy and biting. Wasn't it autumn? A completely black kitten approached, drenched by the rain. It shook off the water upon reaching the eaves and settled in a corner, licking its fur. Wan Yeye, astonished, reached out. Are there wild cats in this instance? Gui Yao cautioned, don't touch it. It's not a living creature. Su Chunyang added, everything here, aside from players, could be dangerous, be careful. Understood, Wan Yeye replied, a shiver of trepidation running through her. Meow. The black cat, having cleaned itself somewhat, sauntered over to Zhang Rui's feet, rubbing against his pant leg. Zhang Rui took a step back, you're filthy. Meow, Su Chunyang asked, is that your cat? Zhang Rui replied, wild cat. Gui Yao interjected, it's time for class, let us move. With a determined breath, they plunged into the icy rain, running forward, only to discover that Zhang Rui had not followed. When they halted and looked back, they saw him emerging gracefully with a black umbrella, sheltering himself from the rain. Su Chunyang wiped the rain from his face, the downpour having thoroughly awakened him. As the rain fell, the corridors were marred with muddy footprints, each classroom shrouded in gloom. Many students slumped over their desks in slumber. No teachers appeared to conduct lessons. These delinquent students were ignored by their instructors. Should the class monitor enforce some discipline, the monitor of Class 3 had skipped class, joining his peers in their truancy. Several figures darted near the flower bed, where the rain had stripped the petals from the rose bushes. They quickly sought refuge beneath the eaves, then hid beneath the staircase. I'm soaked to the bone, it's freezing. Do you think the teachers are in the faculty dormitory? Unlikely. Completing this would yield 100% exploration rate. The enrollment forms they sought were likely housed within that building. Half an hour prior, they had infiltrated the office of a female teacher, meticulously searching her drawers but finding no sign of the forms. They had not located them in the head teacher's drawer or the resource room, suggesting the forms had been taken back to the dormitory. Guiyao informed them, I've learned that the head teacher resides in the leftmost single dormitory on the 4th floor. Information from NPCs is unreliable. We can't be sure it's true. Every room must be thoroughly examined. As they conversed beneath the staircase, Zhang Rui stood alone against the wall outside. Su Qinyang worried that Zhang Rui might expose their presence. He had previously advised Zhang Rui not to follow them, but his words fell on deaf ears. Zhang Rui was utterly unyielding. Fortunately, Zhang Rui had not attacked them thus far. Let us go upstairs. Each of them brandished weapons, utility knives pilfered from NPC drawers, baseball bats swiped from the equipment room, and ropes, fully equipped for their task. Guiyao led the way, Wen Yi followed in the middle, and Su Qinyang brought up the rear. No, trailing behind was the leisurely Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui's languid pace was infuriating. He didn't even stoop to conceal himself. Su Qinyang felt his eyelids twitch. Zhang Rui, Lei instructed you to follow us. Surely it wasn't he meant to be so conspicuous. Can you at least crouch down and keep up? I cannot. Su Qinyang pleaded. Then I ask you, if you are captured, please do not mention that you saw the three of us. Lei did not specify that. Damn it, he was just here to create chaos. Su Qinyang resigned himself, ignoring Zhang Rui as the three quickened their pace, attempting to distance themselves from him. Zhang Rui ambled up the stairs, casually reaching behind to grasp a delicate hand. A short laugh erupted. Are you amusing yourself at their expense? It pales in comparison to the fun we have in the empty classroom. In the empty classroom, what did they engage in? Tying hands, exchanging kisses. Even after all that had passed, Zhang Rui still lingered on such memories. Wu Lei remarked, I haven't assisted them, I've been obedient, tonight is your stage. The sound of rain intensified, and Zhang Rui wore a smile of authority. It's the final day. This day would mark the player's last glimmer of light. Why are you here? Are you skipping class? Suddenly, a voice from above echoed, a military instructor's voice. Chapter 33, Divergence. A voice inquired from above, belonging to Instructor Zhang. Wula raised an eyebrow, stifling a laugh. These fools were indeed unfortunate to encounter Instructor Zhang so soon after ascending. Wula grasped Zhang Rui's hand, and the two of them took refuge at the corner of the staircase, hidden from view. Guiyao, Su Qinyang, and Wen Yi stood in a neat row, presenting themselves as obedient students, leaning against the wall, their belts and clothing discreetly concealing baseball bats, bulging ominously. Their hearts raced in their throats. Instructor Zhang maintained his human facade, his appearance and voice unchanged, indicating that he had yet to be provoked and was not inclined to resort to violence, at least for the moment. He inquired once more, what are you doing here during class? We came to assist Teacher Li in retrieving some items, Su Qinyang replied. Guiyao and Wen Yi's heart sank. Would this truly be effective? Instructor Zhang looked puzzled. Do you require 3 people to fetch items? We are here to carry materials. Teacher Li mentioned that the items are quite heavy, so she sent me, as a male, to assist. It is not appropriate for me to enter a female teacher's dormitory alone, hence these 2 girls are accompanying me to collect them. Su Qinyang put on a facade of a mere laborer, articulating his excuse with such conviction that one might almost believe it. The atmosphere grew tense, with no one certain whether his words would convince the NPC. Very well, then, just be quiet and do not linger on campus. Return to your classroom promptly. With that, Instructor Zhang descended the stairs, seemingly intent on patrolling the campus. Moments later, Su Qinyang peered down the staircase and saw only Zhang Rui standing there, confirming that Instructor Zhang had indeed departed. Wen Yeye, her legs trembling, leaned against the wall. That was terrifying. I cannot believe that actually worked. Su Qinyang replied, I was taking a gamble. Based on our experiences over the past few days, conventional campus logic seems to apply here, provided the NPCs have not mutated. Instructor Zhang had not shown any signs of mutation, suggesting that he would not resort to violence for the time being. It was feasible to treat him as a legitimate instructor, Gui Yao remarked. We lied to him. This is a ticking time bomb. Su Qinyang urged, let us commence our search. We must thoroughly investigate each dormitory. Wen Yeye expressed her fear. What if there are NPCs still in the dormitories? There is a possibility, Su Qinyang cautioned. Be vigilant and listen closely before attempting to pick any locks. They conversed in hushed tones, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Wen Yeye was inexperienced at lockpicking, so she accompanied Gui Yao, while Su Qinyang opted to work alone for greater speed. After days of heightened tension, they were all weary, having only rested briefly in the cafeteria earlier that morning, compounded by the loss of their friend. Su Qinyang winced as he straightened his back, still feeling the pain from a kick delivered by Zhang Rui.as. Su Qinyang managed to pry open a dormitory door and entered to search. A shadow caught his eye at the entrance, causing his heart to leap into his throat. A figure approached, clad in a white and blue uniform, revealing a striking profile. Su Qinyang thought, Zhang Rui is just here to complicate matters. Is Teacher Li's dormitory on the 4th floor? Though he held little hope, Su Qinyang still posed the question, wondering if Zhang Rui might inadvertently disclose something. Yes, Zhang Rui surprisingly answered. Really? Su Qinyang was taken aback, noticing Zhang Rui's expression, as if to say, you ask again, and when I provide an answer, you still doubt me. Su Qinyang rubbed his nose. Both dormitories over there are making noise. What should we do? Gui Yao approached with Wen Yeye. We should quickly check the 1st and 2nd floors. If there is noise inside, we shall leave it be. Our priority is the 4th floor, as Zhang Rui mentioned that Teacher Li's dormitory is there. Wen Yeye questioned, can we trust his words? I feel he is not on our side. Of course he is not on our side. At present, he is merely bound by Leilei's constraints. We cannot predict when he might lose control. Do not remain alone with him, keep your distance as much as possible. After stating this, Su Qinyang gestured for them to ascend. Despite being a newcomer, Su Qinyang exhibited a steadiness akin to that of a seasoned player. His progress was evident, earning Gui Yao's admiration. On the 2nd and 3rd floors, some dormitories emitted sounds from within, while others remained eerily silent. Upon unlocking one door, they were met with the sight of an NPC sprawled on the bed. Su Qinyang's heart skipped a beat, and he gently closed the door. However, he turned to find Zhang Rui right behind him, nearly losing his grip on the door handle. Fortunately, he managed to control the speed at which he closed it, securing the lock just in time. Brother, I beg you to keep your distance. Leilei instructed me to follow you. Su Qinyang felt a momentary pang of emotion but still found Zhang Rui insufferable. The leader need not have left him with such a remnant. While the crisis was averted on one side, the other was far less fortunate. A knock on the door revealed an NPC seated at a desk, wide awake and alert. The teacher turned to see the two girls, and their expression twisted in disbelief. What are students doing here? It is class time. Where did you obtain the keys? By the end of her question, her voice began to mutate. Bang! Gui Yao decisively locked the door. Run! Su Qinyang, hearing the commotion, understood the gravity of the situation, his expression turning serious. An enraged NPC could incite a frenzy among all NPCs in the building, and they would be doomed. Su Qinyang, downstairs! Gui Yao shouted. Downstairs, Su Qinyang's mind raced. We cannot go down. Instructor Zhang is patrolling the campus. He might encounter Teacher Li and discover that we lied. Moreover, there were only 2 floors left above them. If they swiftly traversed the remaining levels, they could achieve a 100 exploration rate. What if their only chance lay above? In this world, rest was a luxury they could not afford, and their bodies could not withstand returning to this location to complete the task. Guiyao argued, if we do not descend, we are as good as dead. Do you wish to jump down again? There will be no one to cushion your fall this time. I will ascend, Su Qinyang declared, unwilling to drag them along if his conjecture proved wrong. If he were to perish, it would be his burden alone, sparing others from the same fate. In mere seconds, their opinions diverged sharply. The enraged NPC had already unlocked the door, its visage contorted with fury as it glared at them. What are you doing in the teacher's dormitory? What mischief are you planning? Are you here to steal from the teacher? As it spoke, it drew closer. Su Qinyang turned and dashed upstairs. Wang Yiye, panic-stricken, grasped Guiyao's arm. We should leave. Downstairs, hiding would suffice, let us go. With no time to hesitate, Guiyao chose to ascend. Wang Yiye, witnessing this scene, felt her mind go blank. She feared being left behind and chose to follow suit. As they fled, the teacher pursued them, shouting, "You wretched students, cursed students!" Zhang Rui trailed behind, with Wula beside him, watching the chaos unfold. Every time the game begins, humans like to proclaim their kinship, their desire for unity, yet in the end, they are forever incapable of achieving it. Har 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 har. In the midst of their desperate flight, Su Qinyang seemed to hear Wula's laughter. The air shimmered, leaving only the monstrous roars echoing around them. Was it merely an illusion? Chapter 34, Trapped. After ascending the stairs, Su Qinyang made a beeline for the dormitory at the end of the corridor. It was rumored to be Teacher Li's quarters, and he fervently hoped that it was indeed the case. With a swift motion, he picked the lock in 2 seconds and pushed the door open, revealing an empty room. Excellent, he thought, as he prepared to conceal himself within. However, he soon heard the hurried footsteps of Guiyao and Wang Yiye closing in behind him. Su Qinyang had no choice but to linger at the doorway, beckoning them urgently, "Hurry." Human speed was woefully inadequate. The creature was hot on their heels, each breath seeming to bring it closer to seizing them. Su Qinyang brandished his baseball bat, swinging it with all his might. Guiyao swiftly pulled Wang Yiye down, and the bat sailed over their heads, striking the monster behind them. It let out a furious roar, momentarily slowing its advance. Su Qinyang dashed forward, grabbing both Guiyao and Wang Yiye, pulling them back towards the door. He thrust them inside, stepping in last and slamming the door shut. Bang! The door was immediately met with a violent impact, causing the entire frame to tremble. Wang Yiye was on the verge of panic. What do we do? We're completely trapped. We can't get out. Guiyao reassured her. What are you afraid of? There are windows. Wang Yiye replied, I don't want to jump. It's the 4th floor. We could die. Beyond the 3rd floor was perilous territory indeed. In this moment of urgency, Su Qinyang remained remarkably composed. Quick, search the drawers and cabinets for our student records. They couldn't have come up here for nothing. They had to yield some valuable information. Su Qinyang kept a vigilant eye on the door while Guiyao began to rummage through the room with impressive speed. After several more impacts against the door, silence fell. Yet Su Qinyang dared not relax, gripping a utility knife tightly. After a brief pause, he joined the search. Wang Yiye, furthest from the door, was trembling as she sifted through the clutter. In the bottom drawer of the desk, she opened it at random and spotted a stack of white papers. Pulling one out, she was elated to see her name. I found it, she exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. The others immediately gathered around, extracting the entire stack. There can't be this many players, why are there so many papers? Guiyao noted the discrepancy in quantity. Those signatures, could they belong to previous players? Su Qinyang murmured, flipping through the pages. He found several names, even that of Zhao Shanhao, and diligently searched for his and Guiyao's, hoping to uncover Wu Leilei's as well. Wang Yiye examined her records, noting her signature on the back, while the front displayed her academic information, complete with a photo from her high school days. This is a picture I used back in high school. How could it be here? The sight of her blue background photo within this eerie setting was unsettling. It felt as though something had been watching her all those years ago, foretelling her fate of entering this very scenario. A suffocating sense of dread enveloped her as she stared at her photo, tears welling in her eyes. Yao Jie, I found yours too, Su Qinyang said, pulling out another sheet. Gu Yao took it, revealing her own school photo on the front, but she could not recognize her parents' names or contact details. Wen Yeye, memorize your information, especially your parents' contact details. Make sure to keep that paper safe. If they lost the paper, having memorized the details would serve as a double safeguard. Su Qinyang, haven't you found yours yet? Wen Yeye inquired. Su Qinyang remained silent, his hands moving rapidly through the papers, but the sound of renewed pounding at the door grew louder than before. The frame was shaking ominously. Gu Yao quickly assessed the door's structure. This door can only hold for a few minutes at most. Wen Yeye fretted. What should we do? Gu Yao urged. You help him find his records. I'll think of a way out. Okay, Wen Yeye agreed, joining the frantic search. Gu Yao approached the window, glancing up and down before returning with a glimmer of hope. Good news, it's up to you how to proceed. Su Qinyang raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Gu Yao continued, outside there are air conditioning units. We don't need to jump off the building, although they are spaced apart, it's still possible to climb across. So, do you want to go up or down? Up, Su Qinyang declared. The exploration rate is at 95. We just need that final 5. Gu Yao smiled wryly. All right, up it is. Wen Yeye hesitated. I'm afraid I won't be able to climb to the air conditioning unit. We'll pull you up. Lei, you spoke too soon. They are quite united, Zhang Rui observed, a flicker of intrigue in his gaze. Wu Lei watched as the monstrous beings crashed against the door, a wicked grin spreading across her face as she joined their ranks with a forceful punch against the door. Bang, bang, bang. The monsters outside seemed to respond to their words, crushing against the door with renewed fervor. Or perhaps, even more terrifying creatures had arrived, with immense strength that threatened to shatter the door at any moment. Gu Yao shouted, Wen Yeye, I'll help you up first. Su Qinyang, keep looking for your records. Su Qinyang wholeheartedly agreed. Gu Yao guided Wen Yeye to the window, where they both clambered onto the sill, gripping the frame tightly. Gu Yao crouched slightly, allowing Wen Yeye to step on her shoulders to reach the air conditioning unit above. On the 4th floor, Wen Yeye felt dizzy looking down and tried her best not to glance below. Gu Yao encouraged her, don't be afraid, I won't let you fall, just steady yourself and grab onto the metal base of the air conditioning unit. Normally, Wen Yeye would struggle to manage a pull-up, but the impending threat of the door being breached awakened her latent potential, and she managed to haul herself up. With Gu Yao extending her arm for leverage, Wen Yeye successfully ascended to the air conditioning unit above. Yao Jie, I'll pull you up, she called out. No need, just steady yourself and step aside, Gu Yao replied, then turned back to the others in the room. Su Qinyang, have you found your records yet? Not yet, Su Qinyang muttered, his hands rapidly rifling through the remaining papers, having gone through a small stack. He was certain he hadn't missed anything. Why hadn't he found it yet? Bang. Suddenly, a gaping hole appeared in the center of the door, splintered wood flying in all directions as Su Qinyang instinctively shielded his eyes. Bad students, stealing things, the creature rasped, repeating the phrase incessantly. Peering through the opening, Su Qinyang saw the doorway jammed with mutated beings, their intent unmistakable. He quickly pulled out 2 more sheets of paper, and fortune smiled upon him as he finally drew out his own records. I found it. Guar Yao, now on the air conditioning unit, shouted, then hurry up. We'll check this floor first. Their voices faded into the distance. Su Qinyang scanned his records, tucking the papers into his pants pocket, and just as he was about to leave, he glanced at the remaining stack. Grabbing the cloth bag from the wall, he stuffed all the unexamined records into it, slinging it over his shoulder as he hastened to the window. In that final moment of ascent, he glanced back at the doorway. Through the hole in the wooden door, he caught sight of countless monstrous figures, and among them, the silhouettes of 2 individuals in school uniforms. Chapter 35, Is Wu Lei not a player? The hole in the wooden door was minuscule, shadows of monsters flickered in and out, and the incessant sounds of pounding and roaring echoed. Two fleeting figures clad in white uniforms passed by. Were they two individuals or merely one? It was all too swift. As Su Qinyang hurriedly climbed through the window, he could not discern the details, yet doubt gnawed at him, though the urgency of the moment left little room for contemplation. With a swift grip on the steel plate beneath the air-conditioning unit, he executed a pull-up, leveraging his feet against the wall to propel himself upwards. Ascending to the platform, he seized the lower edge of the window on the upper floor and forcefully flipped himself inside. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by the sight of Wang Yiye, who stood trembling at the door like a frightened quail. As Su Qinyang rushed in, he promptly secured the window and drew the curtains shut. "Where's Sister Yao?" he inquired. "Sister Yao has gone out. What are we to do now?" She replied anxiously. "We cannot remain in this room. They are coming." The monsters were aware they were upstairs and would either burst through the window below or ascend the staircase directly. They needed to relocate immediately. Su Qinyang led Wang Yiye out just as Gu Yao returned. "I've checked. There are no monsters on this floor. All dormitories are secure," she assured them. They could hear disturbances. Monsters were approaching the upstairs. "Let us take refuge in any room," Su Qinyang urged, prioritizing evasion over deliberation. They selected the nearest room to hide, locked the door, and barricaded it with a table. Their movements were swift, and soon silence enveloped them, their breaths becoming softer. Outside, a sound reminiscent of crawling echoed, accompanied by the scraping of sharp objects against the walls and floor. The noise was not frantic, rather, it unfolded slowly. The monsters seemed to have suddenly calmed, ceasing their aggressive assaults on the door and instead meandering in the corridor. As the sounds fluctuated in proximity, the expressions of the three within the room tensed with each approach. The noises lingered at the door, then receded, leaving them in a state of suspended breath, their hearts racing as they felt the sensation of claws scraping against the door. Those inside dared not utter a word, hearts teetering on the brink of panic. Each passing moment felt like a torment. Eventually, the sounds outside diminished, fading into silence. The occupants remained hushed, their expressions taut with anxiety. The stillness was palpable, as if the air had solidified, rendering time interminably slow. Uncertain of how long it had been, Wang Yiye slumped to the ground. Gu Yao leaned against the wall for a brief respite. This wave of tension had drained her, compounded by several sleepless nights. A closer inspection of Su Qinyang revealed the transformation. He had entered the instance as a tall and handsome university student, but after these harrowing days, he appeared noticeably thinner, his body and face marred by injuries. Su Qinyang raised his gaze to the clock on the wall, which read precisely 9:30. The first class has concluded, and their act of skipping cannot be concealed any longer. Once they exit this building, returning home is undoubtedly a death sentence. They find themselves with no alternative but to bravely breach the confines of the instance. Silence envelops the outside world, yet they dare not utter a word, remaining in this tranquil stillness. Wang Yiye rises from the floor and takes a seat, while Gu Yao leans against the wall to rest. Su Qinyang cautiously circles the room, ensuring the window is securely closed. The curtains are tightly drawn, their fabric slightly translucent, casting a dim light within the room. Su Qinyang removes a cloth bag from his person, extracting a stack of documents from within. Gu Yao, noticing, approaches with curiosity. "I was just about to ask, didn't you find your own documents? Why are you suddenly carrying a bag?" It turns out the bag is filled with materials, quite a hefty stack. Gu Yao inquires, "Are these all the ones you haven't finished reviewing? What do you intend to do with them?" The teacher's office is cluttered with documents, all belonging to past players, with theirs mixed in among them. They managed to sift through thousands of sheets to locate their own. "These are the last remnants I haven't perused. I wish to search for Lele's," Su Qinyang replies as he flips through the papers. Gu Yao falls silent, observing Su Qinyang's dedicated search for the materials, and lets out a sigh. She also picks up a few sheets to browse, teasing him. "Fortunately, your documents are towards the bottom. After searching for so long, you're left with just this small stack. Had there been a larger pile, that bag wouldn't have sufficed." Su Qinyang offers a wry smile. "Before the monster breaks through, had I not found my own, I would have taken as many as I could carry, silently hoping that among them, mine would be included." Gui Yao contemplates, you found yours, so your luck is quite commendable. Su Qinyang responds, we've all located our own. Our fortune is indeed remarkable. Yes, surviving until now has been a stroke of luck, Gui Yao reflects, encountering Wu Lei has been a fortuitous turn for us. A flicker of sorrow crosses Su Qinyang's eyes, and he hastens his search. Though aware that finding Wu Lei's documents may bear little significance, he is nonetheless compelled to look. The two continue to sift through the papers with meticulous care, ensuring they overlook nothing. Upon finishing the last sheet in her hand, Gui Yao's expression turns grave. I don't have it here. Su Qinyang examines the few remaining sheets beside him, and his demeanor shifts. He scrutinizes them repeatedly. Gui Yao asks, nothing. Su Qinyang can hardly fathom, no, there's nothing. A heavy silence ensues, and Gui Yao states, that large stack of documents below, we were in such a rush during that chaotic moment, we must have missed something. She is convinced that Wu Lei's documents are still among those below. However, Su Qinyang shakes his head, no, I certainly did not overlook anything. While you were climbing through the window, I even reviewed what you had already seen. Gui Yao initially admires Su Qinyang's swiftness and meticulousness, but then she becomes engulfed in profound confusion. How could there be no Wu Lei? All the players' documents are right there, Gui Yao murmurs, and simultaneously, a bold hypothesis begins to form in her mind. The players' documents are indeed present, yet Wu Lei is absent. The answer is glaringly evident, yet, this conclusion is so outrageous that neither dares to voice it. Su Qinyang's expression remains impassive, as thoughts of the pale figure glimpsed through the crack of the door flood his mind. It wore the school uniform he recognized all too well, the same worn by Zhang Rui, and also by Wu Lei. Two figures, unmistakably two figures. Su Qinyang's complexion pales. Gui Yao, noticing his unsettling expression, inquires, what's wrong, what are you thinking? She can surmise that Su Qinyang shares her suspicion. It's nothing, Su Qinyang replies somberly, his demeanor resembling that of someone who has suffered a grave blow. Reluctant to voice his thoughts, Gui Yao takes the initiative. Could it be that Wu Lei is not a player? Su Qinyang remains silent for a moment before asking, she has been assisting us. Would a monster aid a player? His question is earnest, devoid of sarcasm. As a newcomer, he is unaware, having never encountered a situation like this. Gui Yao, having traversed several instances, surely understands the fundamentals. Do monsters assist players? Her expression grows serious. Monsters cannot possibly aid players. If there truly were a monster like Wu Lei, she is far too lifelike. If she is a monster, then that is profoundly terrifying. Monsters aiding humanity view them merely as participants in a game, devoid of any genuine compassion. Chapter 36, Exploration Level 100, Escape Mission initiated. Gui Yaoguang was startled into a cold sweat at the mere thought of it. She was unsure whether she was trying to comfort Su Qinyang or herself as she remarked, based on my previous experiences in dungeons, there exists no NPC as vividly lifelike as this one. If such an NPC truly existed, then humanity would have no hope of escaping the dungeons. What, then, is the purpose of these dungeons? Are they merely instruments of torture for humanity before death? Guo remarked, Zhang Rui is evidently a high-level NPC. Our guild refers to such NPCs as bosses. They exhibit more vitality than ordinary NPCs and possess some independent thoughts, yet their words and actions remain constrained by the dungeon script. Su Qinyang grasped the implication. Wu Lei is not bound by the dungeon's narrative. Guo continued, indeed, she is most likely human. The probability of her being human brought them back to square one. She resembled a human, but was she truly one? It seemed implausible for a monster to resemble Wu Lei in such a manner. Both were left with throbbing heads, their minds clouded with uncertainty. They were filled with doubt yet lacked evidence. The absence of Wu Lei in their records was insufficiently compelling, leaving them unconvinced. The image of Wu Lei aiding them had taken root in their hearts. No NPC would assist humanity. Furthermore, she was dead. Her demise was intertwined with their own actions, a web of suspicion, doubt, entrapment, interrogation, and blame that had led her to the precipice. Each step had culminated in her being pushed off by Zhao Shanhao. Gui Yaoguang rubbed her temples, her head aching from the strain. Noticing her distress, Su Qinyang suggested, I'll listen for any sounds outside. You should lie down for a while, and so should Wen Ye. Rest a bit. They needed to replenish their energy before seeking out a phone to make a call. Gua did not refuse. All right, I'll take a short nap and then it will be your turn. Outside, silence reigned, though they could not ascertain whether the monsters had dispersed. Given their current physical state, venturing out posed a significant risk. A brief rest was prudent. Without Wu Lele, Su Qinyang had been perpetually on edge. Gui Yeguang and Wen Yi rested on the teacher's bed while Su Qinyang sat at the desk, lost in thought. No one knew what occupied his mind. After a considerable time, he retrieved the documents once more, yet still found no mention of Wu Lele. His thoughts lingered on the two shadows glimpsed through the crack of the door. One was Rongruyi, but who was the other? At the dormitory entrance, Wu Lele sat cross-legged on the floor, tending to her nails. She had damaged them in her earlier fervor of banging on the door. Zhang Rui stood vigil beside her. The corridor was vast and silent. The monsters had not ascended to this level at any point. The frightening noises the trio inside had heard earlier were all conjured by Wu Lele. As tranquility enveloped the area, the monster's senses sharpened, and the two outside listened intently to the suspicions brewing within. Zhang Rui leaned closer to Wu Lele and whispered, "Lele, you've revealed yourself." Wu Lele pushed him away and plopped down, casually resuming her nail care. Her eyes danced mischievously, clearly plotting something. She leaned against Zhang Rui's leg, prompting him to sit as well and hold her in his embrace. Finding a comfortable position, she whispered to him, "In a bit, you." Zhang Rui's eyes darkened as he replied, "I want to do it. Then I'll go alone. I want to play with you anymore. I will do it." With a playful kiss, Wu Lele bestowed a peck on him. She yearned to reveal to Su Chenyang that controlling Gongrua required no tools. If anything, a kiss sufficed. Previously, Zhang Rui had merely indulged her antics for amusement, yet now he genuinely heeded her words. Her subtle expressions did not escape Zhang Rui's notice. In resignation, he rested his chin atop her head, holding her still. "Lele," he called softly. Wu Lele remained unresponsive. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking startled those within. Su Qinyang sprang from his chair, and Gui Yeguang, roused from sleep, was instantly alert. They exchanged a glance, both holding their breaths. Wen Ye stirred, her body aching, and just as she opened her mouth to speak, Gui Yeguang covered it. Wen Ye's eyes widened in surprise. Knock, knock. Su Qinyang cautiously approached the door, and from outside came Zhang Rui's voice, "Open the door." "Yao Jie, it's Zhang Rui." Should they open the door? He was a monster. Gui Yeguang glanced at the clock on the wall. It's already 4 o'clock. Time has flown by. Su Qinyang was equally astonished. How could he have sat in the chair for 6 or 7 hours? Moreover, he had not heard the class bells or the lunch break chime, none of it. "Open the door. I found something important." Zhang Rui's voice came again from outside. Wen Yi tugged Gui Yeguang's hand, saying, "Don't open the door. What if it's not Zhang Rui out there? Even if it were him, they should not open the door lightly. Yao Jie, check if it's dark outside." At 4 o'clock, it was surely still light, yet Su Qinyang sought confirmation. Zhang Rui had once said, "Enjoy the daylight, and pray that night does not descend too swiftly." Gua Youguang drew back the curtain to peer outside. It's still daytime. It wouldn't grow dark until 7 o'clock. They had 3 hours to escape the teaching building. "Zhang Rui, what is Wu Lele to you?" Su Qinyang shouted towards the door. Gui Yeguang could not suppress a chuckle at this. "My girlfriend." "We are in a relationship," Zhang Rui replied, the hint of pride evident in his tone. It was indeed Zhang Rui. Su Qinyang chose to open the door while Gui Yeguang and Wen Ye stepped back. As the door swung open, a piece of paper fluttered before him, prominently displaying Wu Lele's photograph. Zhang Rui waved the paper in front of him, stating, "I have obtained Lele's information. Let us go." Su Qinyang was momentarily taken aback. Her information was taken by you. When did you take it?" "When you were being chased by the monsters," Zhang Rui nonchalantly replied. "Lele mentioned you were stuck in here, and if you stayed any longer, it would soon be dark." Lele said. Su Qinyang seized upon this crucial point. "Say that again." "Who said it?" Zhang Rui fell silent and simply walked away. Su Qinyang hurried to follow him. Is Lele still alive? Where is she? Will you take us to find her? His incessant questioning was exasperating. Gui Yaoguang wished to throttle him. Gui Yaoguang restrained Su Qinyang. Calm down, following him will reveal everything. Wang Ye cautioned, what if it's a trap? Gui Yaoguang replied, just be cautious. The trio descended from the faculty dormitory without incident. The moment they stepped out of the building, all three received a system notification. Exploration level reached 100, reward points, 50. The system message for the two new players was even more detailed. Store services activated. Sufficient points can be exchanged for any item in the store. We wish you a better gaming experience. The electronic voice crackled with static. Simultaneously, the system broadcasted throughout the entire dungeon. New mission initiated. Escape mission, survival duration, 8 hours. The dungeon's narrative will deteriorate in 3 hours. Good luck, players. Chapter 37, Wu Lele publicly embraces Zhang Rui, the escape mission, survival duration, and the deterioration of the dungeon's narrative. Each phrase struck them like a bolt from the blue. Gui Yao's face turned ashen. The dungeon's narrative has deteriorated. This was the last thing she wanted to hear. Su Qinyang immediately recalled, 3 hours until nightfall. His gaze drifted towards Zhang Rui, who stood not far off. A heavy fog enveloped the area, rendering features indistinct. Only vague silhouettes remained discernible. Su Qinyang was aware that Zhang Rui was also observing him, a ferocious beast poised to strike from within the mist, ready to sever the heads of any players who crossed its path. Wang Yi inquired, Sister Yao, what does the new mission entail? Do we only have 8 hours to survive? Gui Yao nodded, if we do not exit the dungeon within 8 hours, we shall remain here eternally, though it is likely we will not last that long. 8 hours hence, it would be midnight. Gui Yao felt a wave of despair wash over her. The deterioration of the dungeon's narrative typically occurs in large-scale dungeons, where numerous NPCs suddenly mutate, without any triggering conditions, and relentlessly pursue the players. Though she had not experienced it firsthand, she had heard tales in the guild. She should have anticipated this. The island boarding academy, teeming with NPCs and formidable bosses, was a quintessential large dungeon. However, she had not considered this possibility upon entering, surrounded solely by novices. Gui Yao remarked, you are unfortunate. As newcomers, you have been thrust into a hellish dungeon from the outset. New players were seldom assigned to such dungeons, only those with dire luck found themselves in this scenario. The clearer one was about the severity of the situation, the more prone they were to despair. For the first time, Gui Yao's composure faltered, and Wang Yi sensed her disarray. Su Qinyang attempted to access the shop. Glancing at what could be exchanged for 50 points, he discovered that 50 points could procure several days' worth of provisions, including compressed biscuits and chocolate. However, if one sought a weapon, they could only acquire a dagger. Life-saving items, such as teleportation devices, required over 300 points for a single use. Over 300 points, Su Qinyang murmured. Guar Yao overheard him. Players could not see each other's shops and were unaware of what the other was controlling, yet, upon hearing the point total, Guar Yao deduced what items he was examining. Guar Yao stated, with 300 points, should you encounter a hidden quest, you might earn that amount after completing 2 or 3 dungeons. How many points can one earn for successfully exiting the dungeon? Guar Yao replied, I do not know. It depends on the dungeon's circumstances. Higher tier dungeons yield greater points. Is this dungeon of high tier? I cannot say. Gui Yao no longer dared to judge a dungeon's tier based on the number of novices present. Su Qinyang noticed that all subsequent items were obscured, each marked with a mosaic overlay, as were the points. Are the items and points in the back completely hidden? Su Qinyang frowned. Guar Yao explained, as a newcomer, you can only see the items in the front row. Those in the back are unlocked only by advanced players. Su Qinyang continued to flip through pages, revealing dozens of pages filled with mosaics. If someone were to unlock all of these mosaics, one could scarcely imagine how formidable that individual would be. Su Qinyang closed the shop, deciding not to dwell on it any longer, as he couldn't afford anything anyway. Let us move. The sun sets in 3 hours. We must find a landline. Upon descending the stairs, he noted the absence of a landline in the faculty dormitory. Outrageous. Thus, they were left with no choice but to head to the office. Venturing to the office at this hour was akin to courting death, yet they had no alternative. As they navigated the winding campus, Zhang Rui came to a halt beneath a tree. Su Chenyang approached. Why have you stopped? Where is Lei? Zhang Rui looked up, and before Su Chenyang could process the scene, a figure dropped from the tree. Zhang Rui swiftly caught her, cradling the girl in a princess carry. Wu Lei wrapped one arm around Zhang Rui's neck and waved her other hand at Su Chenyang, teasingly declaring, "Fool!" Su Chenyang's eyes widened in shock, and he rushed forward, overwhelmed with excitement. Zhang Rui's expression darkened as he took a step back, swiftly delivering a kick to Su Chenyang, sending him sprawling. Su Chenyang fell but did not cry out in pain. He quickly rose and charged forward again, his exhilaration evident, his eyes glistening with tears. You're alive. Truly alive, Lei, how did you survive? Though he yearned to touch her, Zhang Rui's presence made that impossible. He could only stand a meter away, yearning. Guiyao and Wen Yeye were taken aback. They had witnessed Wu Lei's fall and could hardly believe she was now unscathed. Guiyao tugged at Su Chenyang, urging him to regain his composure. At that moment, Wu Lei spoke. Do I seem like someone who would perish so easily? A player of her caliber certainly would not succumb without a fight. How could a novice have easily dispatched her? Moreover, Wu Lei understood how to navigate the rooftop predicament. Surely she was vigilant of her surroundings. The circumstances of her supposed demise were rife with inconsistencies. They had sensed all along that she had intentionally fallen, yet the impact had been so jarring, her head had shattered, her body contorted, that it was difficult for them to accept her death. Not only had their visual perception been shattered, but their emotions had been shaken as well. Wu Lei's death had deeply affected them, prompting them to avoid reminiscing or discussing the rooftop incident. Now, she stood before them, alive. Guiyao could not suppress her curiosity. Did you deliberately jump off, after such a fall? How are you? Perfectly fine. With the aid of an item, she replied, which seemed plausible yet still hard to believe. Before they could pose further inquiries, Wu Lei began to explore Zhang Rui's chest, her hands gliding up and down. Zhang Rui, still cradling her, permitted her to roam freely over his form. Su Chenyang was the first to intervene. Lei, refrain from inappropriately touching a man's body, it's improper. Such admonishments elicited an eye roll from Wu Lei. In my pants pocket, Zhang Rui interjected suddenly. Put me down, Wu Lei commanded, and Zhang Rui complied immediately. Both donned school uniforms, Wu Lei reached into Zhang Rui's pants pocket, retrieving a piece of paper, which she inspected with satisfaction, praising him. Well done. Zhang Rui turned his face like Su Chenyang nearly exclaimed, You're a minor, how could you do that? You can't kiss him, he's an NPC, humans and ghosts are worlds apart, quick, wipe your mouth. Su Chenyang frantically waved his hands in front of Wu Lei's face, desperate to avoid contact, as if he were about to wipe her lips clean. Wu Lei beamed with delight. He found my information. Su Chenyang finally grasped. Are you rewarding him? Chapter 38, The Game of Cat and Mouse. Su Chenyang spoke with a flippant air, yet he dared not approach Wu Lei in the slightest. After all, Zhang Rui truly was a man of violence. A kick was no jest. The two lovers remained remarkably composed, while Su Chenyang flitted about like a restless sprite. Guiyao, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward and pulled Su Chenyang back a few paces, clearly conveying the sentiment of keeping his distance from the fray. Observing the unharmed Wu Lei before him, Guiyao inquired, What kind of prop is so formidable? You could never possess such a prop, Wu Lei replied, her expression reminiscent of a condescending overlord looking down upon mere plebeians. Both were clad in school uniforms, with Zhang Rui and Wu Lei's fingers intertwined, their affection for one another all too apparent. Guiyao remarked, engaging in a romance with an NPC is quite impressive. He's handsome. It would be a pity not to flirt a little, Wu Lei retorted, her words eliciting a faint smile from Zhang Rui, who was evidently pleased by the compliment. Su Chenyang interjected, You'll part ways once darkness falls. Guiyao was rendered speechless. Wu Lei replied, Then let us enjoy our time until nightfall. Wu Lei seemed to embrace danger with ease, and now that they knew she was alive, they accepted it rather well. There was no time for excitement or pleasantries. They made their way toward the faculty building. We've located our materials, we just need to find a landline, Su Qinyang recalled as they approached the faculty building. But I don't remember seeing a landline in the faculty building, this school is so vast. It can't be that there isn't a single phone. Gui Yao expressed disbelief. Surely, we aren't expected to rob an NPC of their mobile phone. Su Qinyang sighed, let us not, our combat prowess is truly lacking. Every encounter with the monster only resulted in their flight, lacking the courage to confront them directly. Su Qinyang regretted not having taken up martial arts during his university years, who could have foreseen that one day he would be drawn into a world of horror. Wu Le and Zhang Rui forged ahead, largely ignoring their companions. Su Qinyang, too, refrained from closing the gap, maintaining a respectful distance. Gui Yao noticed something amiss with Su Qinyang. Why were you so eager to approach her earlier, yet now you seem so distant? Previously, during their mission, Su Qinyang had been glued to Wu Le's side. Now that she had returned, he was maintaining his distance. Su Qinyang chuckled awkwardly, Zhang Rui is here, if I get too close, he might strike me. Yet, there was no need to remain so far apart. Su Qinyang, you're suspicious too, aren't you? Gui Yao whispered. Su Qinyang's expression faltered momentarily, and he fell silent, his thoughts a tangled web. Suspicion is a healthy response, I just worry you might foolishly cling to her again, Gui Yao said, patting his shoulder. Let us keep up. We've lagged behind too far. All right. Su Qinyang strode forward, calling out, Lei, wait for us, the fog is too thick, don't walk too fast, or we might get separated. Wang Yeye, curious, approached Gui Yao. Sister Yao, what were you whispering about just now? Nothing of consequence. Let us move, Gui Yao replied with a smile. Oh, throughout their journey, they encountered neither players nor monsters. The campus was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence aside from their own, the sound of waves crashing against the outer walls growing louder. Have the NPCs vanished as well? Gui Yao pondered, perplexed by the tranquility. Wang Yeye asked, are the other players still alive? I don't know, Gui Yao replied, though inwardly he feared that the others might have perished, leaving only them behind. The exploration tasks were too easy to trigger fatal conditions for novice players. Why haven't we reached the faculty building yet? Something feels off, Su Qinyang said, halting his steps. Glancing at his wrist, he noted the time on his watch. It's 4:30. Half an hour had passed, even allowing for a delay while speaking with Wu Le, they should have arrived by now. Gui Yao felt a sense of unease. The path doesn't feel repetitive, yet we still can't reach our destination. Wang Yeye suggested, are we experiencing a ghost wall? Indeed, they were ensnared within a ghost wall, its purpose to trap them until nightfall, worsening the narrative. Wu Le and Zhang Rui had also come to a halt. They sat down beside a flowerbed on a nearby bench, seemingly resolved to remain there. Su Qinyang jogged over, what should we do? It seems we've become trapped. Wu Le replied, it will be fine once darkness falls. Su Qinyang frowned, but when night falls, the plot will deteriorate, and all the NPCs will turn hostile. Wu Le smiled, precisely. That's what makes it a horror scenario. Did you think this was merely an escape room where solving puzzles would grant you freedom? Su Qinyang found himself at a loss for words, simultaneously sensing Wu Le's icy demeanor. In the next moment, however, Wu Le beamed and said, Su Qinyang, don't go to the faculty building, entering means certain death, consider other options, when darkness falls, run without hesitation. Wu Le tilted her head, we have 2 hours left before we must part ways. Zhang Rui's expression froze, his striking features betraying a hint of sadness. Su Qinyang's ears perked up, his eyes widening as he listened intently. Wu Le wore a look of resignation, the props can't control the hostile NPCs. I hope you'll spare me a little when the time comes, and refrain from killing me. Zhang Rui felt wronged. He wished to retort, yet he couldn't disrupt her game. He could only comply, for it was the only way she would allow him to draw closer. Su Qinyang remained a mere observer. Su Chenyang, check your watch, Wula suddenly instructed him. He glanced down in astonishment. It's 5 o'clock. Hadn't he only a minute passed? How could half an hour have slipped away? Guiyao approached. Just like in the dormitory building, we're experiencing a ghost wall. Time is rapidly elapsing. There would be no need for 3 hours. Within mere minutes, night would descend. The thick fog gradually lifted, the sound of the waves receding, as the light shifted from grey to a deeper hue, ultimately fading into darkness amidst the silence. Wula's youthful voice rang out, "It's dark now." As her words echoed, the entire campus trembled. The plot is deteriorating. Run! Su Chenyang shouted to Guiyao and Wen Ye, then without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward. He could hear 2 sets of footsteps trailing behind him. He knew who it was. He did not dare glance back at Wula. He adhered to her instructions. When darkness falls, flee without hesitation. The trio vanished in an instant. Wula stood, brushing the wrinkles from her skirt, preparing to follow, only to have her wrist firmly grasped. "You still warned them. You're clearly favoring him," Zhang Rui stated coldly. "Are you upset?" Wula turned back. "Don't be angry. We're about to play a game of cat and mouse. I'll have no qualms about biting him to death," Zhang Rui threatened. "Bite, but before you bite him, you must bite me first." Zhang Rui looked perplexed. Wula swiftly withdrew her hand and took a step back, smiling as she said, "I'm the mouse now, and you're the cat." With that, she bolted away. The game of cat and mouse was not between monsters and players. It was between the two of them. "Lele, you haven't asked me whether I consent to this game. You always take liberties," the enchanting monster thought, her eyes flickering with a hint of grievance. Chapter 39, Zhang Rui, "Of course, I am here to kill you. It is dark. Why has no one returned to the dormitory? Why are there no students coming back?" The stooped figure of the dormitory matron shuffled along the corridor, her entire head covered in white hair, the gaping moor at the back of her head continually chattering. "Roaming around the school at night, I detest such students. Hurry up and follow me back to the dormitory, whose bedding remains unmade, such poor living habits." Su Chenyang had heard the matron's voice early on, knowing she relied on sound to discern the players' locations. He immediately moved with utmost caution. Guiyao and Wen Ye followed closely behind, and Su Chenyang quickly gestured for them to halt. Tonight, there was no fog, and they could see shadows from a distance. Upon catching Su Chenyang's signal, the 2 girls promptly ceased their movements. Su Chenyang pointed towards the matron in the corridor below, and both gasped in horror. Just then, the matron spoke again. "I seem to hear students nearby. Why are you still not back in the dormitory?" The 3 held their breath. It wasn't until the matron continued to circle the corridor, speaking without approaching them, that they felt a slight sense of relief. This creature was cunning. It was utterly terrifying. Surrounding them were large flower beds adorned with neatly trimmed bougainvillea. Encircling the entire area, attempting to pass through the flower bed would surely create a rustling noise. They could only take the narrow path beside the corridor, which meant they would have to edge past the matron. There was no turning back. Zhang Rui was behind them, so they could only move forward. They tiptoed, striving to lighten their movements as they slowly advanced. Wen Ye trembled, too frightened to even glance into the corridor, realizing they were nearing that stretch of pathway. Suddenly, clunk. Wen Ye stepped on a stone, which ricocheted off the corridor's stone floor, producing a sharp sound. Millimeter. "Students! It's students!" The matron swiftly turned her head, her entire visage contorted as her gaping mouth bellowed, "Why aren't you back in the dormitory? Why aren't you back in the dormitory?" Wang Ye was paralyzed with fear, and Guo Yao grabbed her and ran. As they fled, the matron instantly recognized that there was more than one set of footsteps. Three students, why are you lingering here at night? Follow me back to the dormitory, follow me back." The matron, although hunched and slow, became increasingly agitated with each shout, eventually dropping to all fours, resembling a beast as she crawled with alarming speed. It was merely a matter of time before they were caught. The distance was closing in. It's over, they are doomed." Su Qinyang shouted, "We will return to the dormitory with you." "Very well, come with me, back to the dormitory. I shall devour you, har har har, devour you, wicked students, devour, devour." It was futile, engaging with her in dialogue was utterly pointless. Su Qinyang realized what it meant for the plot to deteriorate. One could no longer respond to the NPCs with ordinary school logic. They had completely abandoned reason and simply desired to kill and consume the players. Su Qinyang's words only served to incite the matron further, and within seconds, she had closed the distance, soaring overhead and crashing down before them with a resounding thud, shattering the stone slabs beneath her. The matron slowly rose from the ground, reverting to her hunched posture, drool cascading from her gaping maw. "3, just enough to fill me up." With that, she lunged towards the foremost, Su Qinyang. Her speed was astonishing. He had no time to turn and run, and was directly tackled to the ground. "Oh, hiss!" Su Qinyang gritted his teeth in pain, confronted by a face devoid of features, entirely obscured by hair, its mouth looming above him. He pushed against its body with all his might, but it was as heavy as lead, nearly impossible to budge, its neck twisted, its head pivoting in his direction, the gaping mouth now aimed at Su Qinyang. A mouthful of fangs, reeking of blood and decay, drool dripped slowly onto Su Qinyang's face. It seemed to have chosen its target and was about to bite down. Suddenly, a baseball bat struck its head. The creature's head jerked downwards, and Su Qinyang swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the sharp fangs. "Let him go," Gui Yao shouted, swinging the bat wildly against the matron's back in a desperate attempt to prevent her from biting. "Wicked students!" the matron roared, pivoting to charge at Gui Yao. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qinyang clutched the matron, drawing an item from his inventory, and plunged a knife forcefully into the creature's abdomen. The sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed. Taking advantage of the creature's momentary shock, Su Qinyang withdrew the knife and began to stab relentlessly. With all his might, he managed to pin the creature beneath him, raising the dagger to plunge into its gaping maw. Su Qinyang was splattered with dark blood, stabbing countless times until finally, it fell silent. Gui Yao hurriedly pulled him up. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Su Qinyang replied, though the back of his hand ached. He had scraped it against the matron's teeth while stabbing. If this were the real world, he would have to consider a tetanus or rabies shot. Wang Ye was horrified. "It's still moving." The matron was still writhing, having just moments ago appeared lifeless. "It's likely to revive. We must hurry." Su Qinyang sheathed his knife, urging everyone to flee. Gui Yao asked, "The teacher's building isn't that way, where are we going now?" Su Qinyang replied, "To the security room, there must be a phone there." Gui Yao queried, "Did you see it?" Su Qinyang affirmed, "Yes, I just remembered it." When they had explored the campus earlier, they had visited the security booth, where the guard was napping. They had entered for just a moment, and upon completion of the exploration task, they had left immediately. Su Qinyang hadn't intentionally observed or memorized anything, merely glanced around the security room. Now recalling, he remembered there was a landline on the guard's desk. During their first encounter with murder, it had been the guard who had killed, and the guard would always be near the security booth. If they wished to make a call, someone would need to distract him. Su Qinyang decided. "I will lure the guard away, you two make the call." Guar Yao insisted. "Let me go, I have a teleportation item. Even if I get caught, I can save myself." "Yao Jie, I believe I should go." Su Qinyang outright expressed his intention to attract the guard's attention. "All right." Gui Yao conceded. She would not argue with him on this matter. They envisioned a perfect plan, but little did they expect that before they could reach the security booth, they encountered Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui still donned a pristine school uniform, his youthful visage unchanged and seemingly safe. However, there was no sign of Wu Lele by his side. He blocked their path, and the three dared not approach. Su Qinyang warily inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Of course, I intend to kill you," Zhang Rui replied ominously. No sooner had the words left his lips than countless shadows emerged behind him, those very monsters from the dormitory corridor. Zhang Rui commanded, "Go." At his signal, all the student monsters erupted with excitement. "Devour them! Devour them!" They surged toward the three. Chapter 40, the choice between life and death. Countless monsters surged towards them, yet Su Qinyang and Guiyao charged forward without hesitation to confront the onslaught. The creatures seemed to target Su Qinyang specifically, their limbs ensnaring his legs, rendering him immobile. Armed with a knife, Su Qinyang frantically stabbed at the monsters, but all he could see amidst the night was the splattering of putrid blood. His vision was blurred. Guiyao, possessing some foundational skills, wielded a baseball bat to strike at the creatures, managing to retain a modicum of mobility, unlike Su Qinyang, who found himself ensnared. Wen Yiye, however, was doomed. She screamed in terror, wildly swinging the small knife in her grasp. Guiyao cautiously approached her, urging, "You need to leave, head to the security room." Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Yiye understood that remaining would be futile. Yet, running away meant merely hiding. She lacked the courage to undertake a task alone. Observing her timidity, Guiyao scolded, "Hurry up, do you wish to survive? If you want to live, you must rely on yourself. No one can assist you." Wen Yiye could not hide behind others forever. If she wished to survive, she had to devise her own means. With that resolve, she turned to flee, but two monsters lunged at her. Guiyao instinctively embraced one of the creatures and hurled a crumpled piece of paper away. Wen Yiye. In a daze, Wen Yiye reflexively picked up the paper and ran. In the darkness, the moonlight offered scant illumination, allowing her to discern the path ahead. It seemed as though Gong Rui was entirely indifferent to anyone's escape. His sole focus was on exterminating Su Qinyang. Guiyao wrestled with the monster beneath her, plunging her knife into its skull, but soon found herself besieged by several other creatures, one of which bit down hard on her wrist. "Arr!" as she screamed in agony, losing grip on her knife. Su Qinyang fared little better, his limbs ensnared, and his dagger had fallen as well. The monsters did not kill him. Instead, they awaited Zhang Rui's judgment. Zhang Rui approached leisurely, observing the beleaguered Su Qinyang with a satisfied smile. "How shall I end your life? Shall I chop you to bits and scatter your remains from the rooftop?" He posed the question to himself before picking up the fallen knife and driving it into Su Qinyang's palm. "This is the hand that patted Lei Lei's shoulder." Su Qinyang bit his lip to suppress a cry, his eyes glaring blood-red at Zhang Rui. "So even monsters can feel jealousy. How amusing." "Soon, you won't find it amusing at all." With a mere glance, the monsters began to bite him, tearing into his flesh until he was soaked in blood. They eventually released him, leaving him crumpled on the ground. Zhang Rui bent down, seizing him by the collar and dragging him like a dead dog towards the building. Meanwhile, Guiyao was pinned beneath a horde of monsters, their drool dripping as they prepared to bite down. As Su Qinyang slipped into unconsciousness, his pupils dilated at the horrifying sight. In a flash of white light, Guiyao vanished from her position. It was an item, her last lifeline. Realizing Guiyao had escaped, Su Qinyang breathed a sigh of relief, yet he simultaneously understood that his own escape was impossible. Wen Yiye was unaware of how long she had been running, ultimately finding refuge in a flower bed. The sound of monsters echoed around her, sometimes near, sometimes distant, driving her to the brink of madness. Clutching the crumpled paper, she finally unsteadily unfolded it, discovering it contained Guiyao's information. What did this mean? Was she supposed to call the number of Guiyao's parents from the security room? Could this somehow allow Guiyao to exit the scenario? Wen Yiye's mind was not as agile as the others. These were the only thoughts she could muster. Surrounded by the cacophony of monsters, she scanned her surroundings but saw no sign of the creatures, yet she dared not leave the flower bed. With only a few hours of survival time remaining, she knew that hiding would lead to her demise. Wen Yiye was acutely aware of this, yet the fear of venturing out paralyzed her. "Woo-woo, what should I do? What should I do? Someone help me, please," she sobbed in desperation. She truly could not manage without her teammates. Her fear was overwhelming. The teleportation item was Guiyao's saving grace, to be used only in dire circumstances. It was a rudimentary teleportation tool, its destination and distance uncertain. If luck were not on her side, she might only move a few meters or, worse, find herself directly in front of a monster. Guiyao's luck was not in her favor this time. She teleported into a classroom within the teaching building. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself seated at her desk. The curtains were drawn open, and the moonlight streamed in, accompanied by the briny scent of the sea, causing the sheer fabric to flutter. The silhouette of a slender girl in a dress was cast upon the wall. Gui Yao quickly turned around to see Wu Lei sitting upright in the back row, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she regarded her. Hi, it seems we are the only two attending evening self-study. We are such diligent students. The sight of her filled Gui Yao with despair. Her lifeline had vanished, and now she faced a monster. Indeed, Wu Lei was undoubtedly a creature of malevolence. The moment Wu Lei appeared alive before them, Gui Yao had confirmed this reality. Su Qinyang, too, harbored doubts about Wu Lei. He felt a mix of joy at her survival and a complex array of emotions. What are you doing here? Gui Yao, with her wrist injured and bleeding from a monster's bite, pressed down on her blood vessel as she spoke, stalling for time. Aware that there was a 90% chance the other was a monster, Gui Yao dared not expose her. To do so would be tantamount to signing her own death warrant. She could only continue the charade, pretending to believe Wu Lei was a player, feigning cooperation to escape together. I'm looking for a phone, what about you? Su Qinyang is in danger, Zhang Rui has captured him. Gui Yao intentionally mentioned Su Qinyang. She did not believe that a monster would show compassion towards a player. However, Su Qinyang's feelings for Wu Lei were genuine. He respected her sincerely and regarded her as a friend. Upon hearing that Su Qinyang had been captured by Zhang Rui, Wu Lei feigned surprise. How could this happen? Zhang Rui was supposed to be capturing me. He must have changed his target and not engaging with her. He had shifted his focus to Su Qinyang. No wonder she had waited so long in the empty classroom without seeing him. Hadn't he expressed a yearning to be in the empty classroom with her instead of Zhang Rui? Gui Yao had arrived. Wu Lei reveled in the way Gui Yao looked at her now. Did she think she was acting brilliantly? The eyes of the weak human were filled with fear, unmistakable vigilance and tension. I heard Zhang Rui say he intends to throw Su Qinyang from the rooftop. Isn't that right above us? No sooner had the words left her mouth than a shadow flickered outside the window. Bathed in moonlight, Gui Yao beheld a dense throng of monsters scaling the wall, and among them was one grasping a person. That person was Su Qinyang, blooded and unconscious. Lei, what should we do? Do you have any way to save Su Qinyang? Gui Yao asked, grasping at straws, hoping for a glimmer of hope, yet Wu Lei replied, we should seize this opportunity to find a phone. All the monsters have been drawn away by Su Qinyang. Isn't this the perfect chance? What do you mean? If he dies alone, you can live. Isn't that a fair trade? Wu Lei's words pierced to the heart. Gui Yao's wrist had ceased bleeding, and the pain sharpened her thoughts. Wu Lei pressed, will you join me on the rooftop, or will you go downstairs? This question was tantamount to asking, do you wish to live or die? Gui Yao's cracked lips trembled, and she heard herself utter, I will go downstairs. Chapter 41. She is a monster. She is insane. The night wind howled over the sea, chilling to the bone. Su Qinyang could not discern whether he was awakened by the cold or by a jolt. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself atop a towering wall, continuously scaling its heights. In an instant, clarity surged through him. His body bore numerous wounds, and he had lost a considerable amount of blood, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. A dark, beast-like claw gripped him, ensnaring him with a grip as unyielding as steel, leaving him no chance to escape. Surrounded by countless grotesque creatures, he observed the smooth walls that they traversed with ease. Tattered strips of fabric hung from their forms, the colors unmistakably those of school uniforms, revealing the true nature of the student NPCs among them. The creature that clutched him wore a badge on its tattered garment. Zhang Rui is that what he looks like, not appealing at all. A fleeting thought crossed Su Qinyang's mind, and he found himself laughing bitterly at the absurdity of his situation, contemplating such trivialities even as death loomed. Zhang Rui dragged him to the rooftop, then flung him to the ground with a single swipe. In the next moment, he transformed into a human, his clothes torn and stained with Su Qinyang's blood. Under the moonlight, his striking features were accentuated, clad in tattered, blooded attire that exuded a haunting beauty. His eyes, devoid of life, betrayed his cold, monstrous essence. Su Qinyang rolled on the ground a few times before mustering the strength to sit up, offering a smile in Zhang Rui's direction. You don't seem in a hurry to kill me. Why is that? He detected a hint of hesitation in Zhang Rui. Though immensely powerful, capable of crushing him with ease, he had chosen to bring him to the rooftop instead. Lele was pushed off from here by you all. She fell painfully, Zhang Rui stated, glancing down at the ground below. Su Qinyang was momentarily taken aback. Can it feel pain? Even monsters can suffer. He had assumed they could not, and she had orchestrated this entire scheme. I intend for you to experience the same pain she did. Zhang Rui prepared to cast Su Qinyang off the edge. Just then, the lock on the rooftop door clicked, the sound of the turning mechanism echoing in the air. The door swung open, revealing a girl who stepped inside, her expression morphing into one of disdain at the sight of the monsters crowding the rooftop. How hideous they all are! How dare these creatures look so grotesque? She, too, was not spared from ugliness. Upon noticing the arrival of Wula, Zhang Rui's gaze darkened with possessiveness as he addressed her directly. Lele, happy carnival night. He denied Wula the opportunity to play the role of a player, immediately revealing her identity. Tonight belonged to the monsters, a wild revelry. Wula did not appear displeased, rather, she approached with a beaming smile, gazing at the battered Su Qinyang on the ground, clicking her tongue in mock sympathy. Little brother, you look so pitiful. Encountering Wula again, Su Qinyang felt not a tangle of emotions but rather a profound ache. He was indeed deceived, yet, why would a monster ever assist a human? Being duped was his own folly. Determined to await his demise in silence, he suddenly shouted, if you wish to kill, then do it. Why must you toy with me? Is deceiving others truly amusing? Do you take joy in watching them believe in you? Su Qinyang's outburst shattered his calm demeanor. He could no longer wait for death in silence. He needed to voice his anguish before the end. Zhang Rui frowned, disturbed by Su Qinyang's shouting, while Wula seemed lost in thought. Just moments ago, in the empty classroom below, Guiyao had dared to play along with her, fully aware of her true identity, knowing that exposing Wula would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Su Qinyang's circumstances differed. Zhang Rui had already unveiled Wula, and with Su Qinyang trapped in a deadlock, he chose to cease the pretense. Wula wondered if, had Su Qinyang been in Guiyao's position, he would have opted to continue the charade. Wula believed that Su Qinyang would choose differently from Guiyao. He would still decide to pierce through this final veil. Su Qinyang wept. Wula, why did you deceive me? You could have simply killed me. Why resort to this cruel game, relishing our sorrow over your demise? The human wept, not out of fear nor despair, but solely from the sheer anguish of betrayal. None of the myriad of despairing events had provoked tears from him, only the sting of deception could draw forth his sorrow. Wula felt no guilt. She found the situation fascinating. Crouching down, she hugged her knees, appearing small and fragile, her head tilting closer. Don't you think this is a rather intriguing game? Though she was indeed a monster, her gaze mirrored that of a child, mischievous and cruel. For you, it may be entertaining, but for me, it brings sorrow. Yet I understand our positions differ. Everything you do is justified. To critique a monster for deceiving and toying with him, how ludicrous. They were inherently adversarial. Su Qinyang suppressed his emotions, awaiting death. Before he succumbed, he wished to inquire, every student here is troubled, cast aside by their parents and sent to this place. I am curious, what is your issue? Wula's appearance resembled that of a sweet, neighborhood girl, her doll-like face incongruous with the image of a troubled youth. Su Qinyang sought to understand her, even though it seemed futile. Wula promptly retrieved her academic records from her pocket, handing them to him. Su Qinyang took the documents and scanned them swiftly. All the information appeared normal, save for the last entry, suffering from a mental disorder, antisocial personality. In simpler terms, she was mentally ill, lacking empathy, guilt, and a sense of responsibility. She often engaged in unlawful, deceitful, and aggressive behaviors. My parents said they could not manage me, so they sent me here. They no longer wanted me. Wula spoke with a bright smile, as if recounting a joyful tale. They said I would kill them, but I haven't. Have I? Do you think I would? Her laughter was delightful, her voice melodious, yet every word she uttered filled Su Qinyang with sorrow. Lele, come here, stop paying him any mind. Zhang Rui could no longer contain himself. He longed to rend Su Qinyang apart. Wula stood, adjusting her skirt, turning back to complain, you're not playing with me, you haven't come to find me. Zhang Rui replied, throw him off, and we shall play. All right. Wula's face lit up with excitement as she seized Su Qinyang, leading him towards the edge of the rooftop. Despite her delicate appearance, she possessed remarkable strength. Su Qinyang found himself ensnared, unable to break free, shouting, "Wula Lele." He was futilely attempting to rouse a creature devoid of conscience with his cries. Su Qinyang was hoisted over the edge, Wula poised to cast him down. In a moment of desperation, he grasped her arm tightly and yanked down with all his might. Together, they tumbled over the rooftop's edge. As they plummeted, Zhang Rui's eyes glowed crimson, a dark shadow hurtling downward. A massive silhouette enveloped Wula's descent, and Su Qinyang, pressing against her, rolled atop her. In mere seconds, they fell several stories. A tremendous crash resounded, creating a deep crater upon impact. Having survived such leaps before, Su Qinyang managed to position himself atop the two monsters, using them as a cushion. Unable to see Wula amidst the chaos, she was ensconced within the embrace of the dark creature, while monsters from above cascaded down. Su Qinyang scrambled to his feet and fled, racing desperately towards the school gates. In the pitch-black security room, Wen Yiyi trembled as she clutched a piece of paper, listening intently to the sounds on the other end of the phone. "Hello, who is this calling so late?" a stranger's voice replied. Chapter 42, The Unreachable Call. Who is calling at such a late hour? Is there something you need? The voice of the woman on the other end was unfamiliar, causing Wen Yiyi to pause momentarily. Hastily glancing at the documents in her hands, she stammered, "Are you Guiyao's mother?" There was a brief silence on the line before the woman replied, "Yes, who are you? Has Guiyao gotten into trouble again?" "She has already gone to a boarding school. How could she get into trouble, and why is there a call to our home?" The woman's tone grew increasingly agitated, her voice rising as background noise erupted, suggesting her husband had joined her. "What is going on? Isn't he? It said that the management at that island boarding academy is excellent. How could she possibly run off to cause mischief?" "How would I know? She must have sprouted wings and flown away." As the conversation threatened to escalate into chaos, Wen Yiyi felt utterly lost, her anxiety mounting. "Auntie, Guiyao, hasn't he done anything wrong? She is not causing trouble." Crouching beneath the table with the phone pressed to her ear, she found herself enveloped in darkness in the security room. When she had entered, she had been fortunate. The security guard was nowhere to be found, but he could return at any moment. Wen Yiyi's eyes darted toward the door, filled with trepidation. She implored over the phone, "Guiyao, hasn't he committed any crimes? I am calling for help. Something has happened to Guiyao. This school is not a good place. The teachers harm the students. Everyone here is terrifying. They are monsters. Please, I beg you, help us escape." Her voice trembled with desperation. "Auntie, uncle, please save us." Silence fell on the other end. All Wen Yiyi could hear was her own ragged breathing. Had the call been disconnected, she would have doubted otherwise. "Auntie, auntie." In the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the receiver. "What nonsense are you spouting? How did you get our number? Did Guiyao tell you? Calling parents in the middle of the night to pull this sort of prank is utterly unacceptable. She needs to stay at school. Tell her we will come to pick her up during the holidays, and don't let her call again." With that, the call ended abruptly. Wen Yiyi felt paralyzed with fear. Was it the chill of the night, or was it the cold sweat that drenched her? Her complexion turned pale as she trembled, staring at the telephone receiver. She had first dialed Guiyao's number, not her OWN. In truth, she had merely wanted to test whether calling a parent for help would yield any success. What if it had failed? She had initially dialed Guiyao's information, and now it had proven futile. She could not muster the courage to call her own number. This method was utterly ineffective. Wu Lei had deceived her. It was she who had led them to think along this misguided path, an elaborate ruse from the start. There was no way to escape this predicament. They would all perish here. Despair washed over Wen Yiyi. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Footsteps approaching. Was the security guard returning? She would never forget the horrifying sight of a player impaled against the wall by a metal rod, blooded and lifeless. Wen Yiyi felt an overwhelming urge to flee, but panic had rendered her legs weak. She could barely move, frantically pounding her thighs. She chastised herself for her weakness. The only option left was to climb into a nearby cabinet, a narrow space that provided a semblance of concealment. Inside, the darkness enveloped her, with a slight crack in the cabinet door allowing her to glimpse the outside world. She spotted the security guard, a gaunt man in his 40s, his eyes sunken and pale, clutching a large iron rod. The guard entered the security room, took a sip from a thermos on the table, and then left again. Wen Yi nearly suffocated with fear. Once the guard departed, she prepared to make her escape. Yet, just then, footsteps returned. Had the guard turned back, just as she felt she might lose her mind, she saw Guiyao stealthily enter the security room. Hope surged within her, and she quickly emerged from the cabinet. The room was silent and empty. As Guiyao stepped in, the cabinet creaked, and she instinctively lunged forward with a knife. A person tumbled out of the cabinet, and upon recognizing who it was, Guiyao hastily halted her attack. Guiyao grasped Wen Yi's arm. "Why were you hiding in there?" "The guard just came back, he's nearby. What do we do?" The threat of his imminent return loomed over them. Guiyao glanced at the telephone on the table. It was a landline, and they couldn't simply disconnect it. Their only option was to dial from within the security room. "Let us make a call first," Guiyao declared. With the guard absent, it was an opportune moment. "Call, but what should we say?" Wen Yi's expression soured. Guiyao looked puzzled. "You haven't called yet?" "No, I didn't have time to dial before the guard returned, so I hid in the cabinet immediately." "Then hurry and call. Hand me my information." Wen Yi passed the crumpled paper to her, asking, "What should I say to ask for help? Should I mention the monsters?" Guiyao pondered briefly. "We can't say there are monsters. Parents won't believe that. We're problem students sent here to study and reflect. If we mention monsters, they'll certainly dismiss it. We can only say that this school is harmful, that there are issues, and we must start with an apology." Wen Yi's face grew grave. Guiyao prepared to dial her own number, but seeing the distress on Wen Yi's face, she suggested, "Come here. Dial your number first." Could a call truly bring help? Yet if she dialed Guiyao's number, it would reveal that she had already tried. One lie required many more to cover it. "All right, I'll dial mine first." Inputting the number from the paper, it connected swiftly. "Hello." A yearning voice responded from the other end. That familiar sound, it was her father. Wen Yi realized it was indeed her father's voice, the voice of her real-world father. The photograph from her high school wasn't the only link. Although the names and numbers differed, the voice remained the same. Guiyao recognized Wen Yi's expression of excitement, realizing it was her real parents' voice. "Don't be misled, this is a simulation. Your parents cannot be here," Guiyao cautioned. Wen Yi felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her. Meanwhile, the man on the line pressed, "Hello, why aren't you speaking?" If she remained silent, the call would end. Guiyao urged Wen Yi to respond quickly. Dad. Hey, Sia, why are you calling from an unfamiliar number at this hour? Was it late? It had barely turned dark. Guiyao glanced at the clock on the wall, her eyes widening with alarm. It was 9 o'clock. Their time for survival was rapidly dwindling. "Dad, I promise I won't wander off anymore. I'll study hard and listen to you and Mom. I know I've upset you both in the past, and I'm sorry." Wen Yi sobbed. The man on the other end sounded touched. "Don't apologize, just behave moving forward." Wen Yi continued, "Dad, the teachers at this school mistreat students. The food in the cafeteria is awful, and students have gone missing. There's a teacher who touches the girls inappropriately. Dad, please, come and get me." With Guiyao's encouragement, Wen Yi articulated her plea. "What? Such things are happening, don't worry. Dad will save you." Just as those words left his mouth, the call abruptly disconnected. Wen Yi was left in a daze. Moments later, she heard the electronic voice of the simulation. "Congratulations, player. You have unlocked the ending. Sad smiley Mom and Dad, I was wrong. Complete the Island Boarding Academy simulation." The reward points were credited as well. Wen Yi could hardly believe her eyes, her expression one of sheer joy as she turned to Guiyao. "How was that?" Before Guiyao could finish her question, Wen Yi vanished from sight. Guiyao's eyes lit up. She had exited the simulation, seizing the opportunity before the guard returned. Guiyao quickly dialed her own number, only to find it utterly unreachable. Chapter 43. Calling the monster, Guiyao dialed the number twice without success. Feeling perplexed, after meticulously confirming she had not misdialed, she proceeded to make a third attempt. This time, the call connected. Guiyao, you dare to call again? Is this never ending? It's already 10 o'clock. Even your pranks should have their limits. Before she could utter a word, she was met with a barrage of reprimands from the other end. It was her mother's voice, a familiar tone that tugged at her heartstrings despite knowing it was a mere facade. Enough with the tricks. I've told you we'll come to fetch you during the break. Just stay put at school, the woman fumed. Guiyao was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with a sudden realization that sent her into a panic. What had Wen Yi said during her call? She had to regain her composure and replied to the parents on the line, "Mom, I'm so sorry for disturbing your rest at this late hour. I recognize my past mistakes and promise to behave from now on. If you truly intended to be obedient, you wouldn't be calling us at such an ungodly hour." Time and again, the father's voice interjected. "I have something urgent to discuss with you. This school is abusing students, and some have gone missing just days after arriving. It's highly suspicious. The teacher called me to the office and assaulted me." Guiyao hurriedly echoed her previous words. However, unlike Wen Yi, her attempts were met with hostility. The parents on the line were irate, distrustful, and furious. They refused to hear her pleas for forgiveness and were even less inclined to believe her words. First, you claim the teachers and students are monsters who kill, and now you speak of missing students. Guiyao, what further lies are you concocting? The teacher assaulted you. How shameless of you to utter such vile words. We still have our dignity. Guiyao felt her mind go blank from the barrage of accusations. Even though she understood the voices were not her real parents, merely a part of this twisted narrative, being scolded by such familiar tones still stung her deeply. Simultaneously, she realized this call could only be made once. Wen Yi had already used her chance. Making a second attempt would be futile, as the parents would never trust her. "I see you haven't changed your bad habits. This boarding school was carefully chosen by your mother and me to correct your ways. Just stay at school." Beep, beep, beep. The call ended with the busy tone. Guiyao's face turned ashen. Su Qinyang was drenched in blood, the adrenaline coursing through his veins dulled the pain he should have felt. He dashed through the campus, desperately evading the monstrous students trailing behind him. He took the longest route to the security office, only to discover the guard was loitering nearby. The guard moved stiffly, dragging a metal rod that sparked against the ground, making it glaringly obvious in the darkness. Su Qinyang crouched low as he crept beneath the wall, terrified of making contact with it. He recalled how, upon entering the narrative, a player had been impaled against the wall for attempting to climb it. He suspected that touching the wall would trigger an attack from the guard. He was determined to avoid any contact, yet fate had other plans. Under the moonlight, he witnessed two shadows emerge behind him. Before he could react, he found himself seized by the neck and slammed against the wall. Pressing his face against the cold surface, he twisted his head to see it was Zhang Rui and Wu Lei. Neither had transformed, they remained human in form, igniting a flicker of hope within Su Qinyang. He struggled, attempting to stab with his knife, but as the blade neared Zhang Rui, the latter made no attempt to evade. A delicate white hand gripped Su Qinyang's wrist, preventing him from plunging the knife into Zhang Rui. Su Qinyang glanced towards Wu Lei, only to see Zhang Rui wearing a smug expression. "Cough, cough, you two are quite the match made in heaven. Monsters can be so anthropomorphized. I am but your plaything." Su Qinyang coughed out blood. Wu Lei snatched his weapon from him, brandishing it playfully before his face. "You say you're an orphan. Would you like to hear your real parents' voices?" "What do you mean?" "If you make that call, you can hear your parents' voices." Su Qinyang feigned interest, despite feeling indifferent, and curiously asked, "Why haven't you killed me yet?" "What do you want me to do?" "Very clever," Wu Lei said, pulling out a piece of paper. "You will make this call shortly." Zhang Rui paused, staring at the paper with his name printed on it, momentarily stunned. "Lei, I don't need to," Wu Lei interjected. "You can confront and scold them. Monsters are unable to make the call, hence they cannot hear their parents' voices or confront them. Players must repent to escape, while monsters yearn for confrontation. Wu Lei possessed awareness, understanding that this was merely a scripted sequence, and she was unconcerned. However, Zhang Rui was an NPC trapped within this narrative, and he too must have moments where he wished to communicate with his parents. If they were to play, they might as well seize the opportunity. Surprised to see Zhang Rui's name on the document, Su Qinyang speculated boldly, "You can't make the call, only I can," calling Zhang Rui's parents. "What about yours?" "I have no need," Wu Lei dismissed, indifferent to her own storyline. Su Qinyang pressed on, "What is the exchange? Allow me to leave the narrative unscathed. You lack the standing to negotiate any terms with us. If you fail to comply with our demands, you will meet a most excruciating demise, and we can resurrect you to kill you again," Wu Lei said in a tone of childlike innocence, delivering the most chilling of threats. Zhang Rui concurred, "You must understand, this is our world. In this terrifying narrative, a realm belonging to monsters, humans were but mere ants." Har, Su Qinyang let out a despairing laugh. Zhang Rui released him, pushing him lightly on the shoulder. "Move." The guard seemed intimidated by Zhang Rui and Wu Lei. As they approached, he dared not come near the security office. Inside the security office, a table faced the window, which overlooked the school entrance and a small patch of open space, with a single bed and a cabinet behind it. As the three entered, the room instantly felt cramped. Wu Lei slammed the document onto the table. "Make the call." The cabinet behind them creaked open slightly. Chapter 44, Unlocking the Hidden Ending in Negligent Parents. Su Qinyang, battered and bruised, could barely stand. He leaned on the table with one hand while slowly inputting a number with the other. Zhang Rui and Wu Le flanked him, guarding him closely. Wu Le smirked, "You look so pitiful." "I am pitiful," he replied. Bullied by two formidable monsters, he found himself devoid of any means to resist. Once his last shred of value was exhausted, death would be his fate. Su Qinyang was unwilling to accept the looming end, yet he was powerless against them. "You're too slow." "Let me handle this," Wu Le said, reaching out. "Cheer up." Actually, suddenly, a loud crash erupted from behind the cabinet, and in the next moment, blood-red chains appeared around Wu Le. Su Qinyang recognized it immediately as a prop. He turned to see Guiyao standing in the cabinet, her hair disheveled and her eyes bloodshot, appearing as if she had gone mad. Spending everything without hesitation, she initiated the first step to bind Wu Le. The second step, her movements were too slow. While Wu Le was ensnared, Zhang Rui was not. Without hesitation, Zhang Rui plunged his hand into Su Qinyang's body. The sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed. Su Qinyang felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his body convulsing as he looked down, his gaze dimming. A gaping hole in his stomach bled profusely, his entrails spilling out. He was dying. Wu Le stood momentarily stunned, close enough to be splattered with Su Qinyang's warm blood, licking her lips in fascination. Guiyao, spurred by the sight, screamed, "I will kill you," as she charged forward with a machete in hand. Wu Le realized the red chains binding her were inescapable. This prop could restrain monsters for a limited time. She could only kick Guiyao's machete aside and retreat a few steps. Attempting to transform into a monster, Wu Le discovered she was unable to. This prop must be quite expensive, she mused, glancing at the chains around her. Guiyao had clearly depleted her resources. "Class monitor," Wu Le pleaded. Zhang Rui, being the boss, could easily snap the prop, yet, instead of freeing Wu Le, he held her back, evading the frenzied attacks of Guiyao. Her eyes were bloodshot, her voice a frantic wail, "I will kill you all, die, all of you, why, just die." Zhang Rui contemplated killing Guiyao, but Wu Le suddenly interjected, "It seems she failed her call. There's no need to engage, she's gone mad." Guiyao appeared to be deeply affected. "Class monitor, please help me get free." This prop was specifically designed to deal with NPCs, and its duration was unknown. Wu Le despised being restrained. She had thought Zhang Rui would be compliant, but he seemed oblivious to her plea. "Class monitor. Being bound prevents mischief." "Really?" Zhang Rui, unwilling to linger, elongated his pale arm and pierced Guiyao. Ignoring their plight, he took Wu Le away. Wu Le's eyes widened, resembling that of a startled black cat. This had spiraled beyond her control. Zhang Rui had lost his patience. "Lei, you shall never see another human again, no more chances for you." He forcibly dragged her away, and as they struggled, a piece of paper fell from Woola's pocket. The night wind battered the security room door, blood pooling inside, resembling a gruesome crime scene. Woola's last sight was of the two writhing in agony on the floor. One with a gaping wound, the other with a hole through their body, both in their abdomens, yet neither was quick to succumb. They crawled closer to one another, lying on the ground, coughing up blood while sharing a morose laugh. I should have realized from the beginning, in the confinement room, you all had separate rooms, while I was with them, 3 in total, Su Qinyang pondered, coming to an unsettling revelation. There were not 3 people, he was utterly alone in the confinement room, the other 2 were not human. Blood flowed as he spoke, Guiyao lay motionless, and Su Qinyang feared she had perished. Moments later, she murmured, "Call." He understood her intent and replied, "I am an orphan, without parents. If I call, no one will answer." Guiyao struggled to lift her head, noticing the telephone receiver lying nearby, uncovered. Currently, it's on a call, but there's no sound," Su Qinyang stated wearily. "I want to sleep." He felt death approaching. Yet, he was unwilling to accept it. Not far off, he spotted the paper. The night wind swept it towards his face, blood from his mouth staining the sheets. A black and white photo loomed before him, capturing a smiling girl with a doll-like face and long hair, beautiful and obedient. It was Wu Le. Su Qinyang raised his gaze to the documents left behind by Zhang Rui on the table. "Guiyao, don't die yet, let us make one more call." Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, trying to hold his insides together, and pulled Guiyao up, seating her in a chair. Drip, drip, blood continued to flow, saturating the chair, rendering it indistinguishable whose blood it was. Guiyao's expression was numb, her eyes vacant. She lamented, "My greatest regret is giving my information to Wang Yeye. She is foolish, and worse, she harms others. I wouldn't he have been so kind otherwise, wouldn't he have helped anyone. It's all your fault, you lunatic, you infected me. Wula was right to call you a fool." Even on the brink of death, she found the strength to scold him. To die and yet be berated. Guiyao loathed the monsters, despised Wang Yeye the most, and abhorred the horrific dungeon. "When we get out, you will kill her, avenge me. We cannot escape." Beep, beep, beep. "Hello, who is calling at this late hour? Is this Wula's parent?" Su Qinyang inquired. "Wula?" "Yes, what is the matter?" "I am a classmate of hers. I want to tell you that you are the worst parents in the world. You abandoned her, you are unworthy of being her parents. You lacked the patience to care for her, confining her in this wretched school. You are utterly incompetent." In a moment of clarity, Su Qinyang shouted with fervor before hanging up. He then dialed Zhang Rui's parents, urging Guiyao, "Scold them, do so before we die." Guiyao, though bewildered, mustered her last breath to comply. "Zhang Rui is a good student. Do you even understand why he fights? You just sent him to a boarding school, thinking this is a good place. This place is filled with demons, and students have gone missing. Don't he doubt me? There was a student named Xiao Yu. You can investigate. You are negligent parents, and he despises you." After uttering these words, they too felt the grip of death tightening. Har har har, how ironic, we are being killed yet we must scold the parents for them. Indeed, silence enveloped the security room. The night wind blew in, causing the blood-stained documents on the table to flutter, spiraling out the window, carried beyond the iron gates of the school. "Congratulations, player, you have unlocked the hidden ending in Negligent Parents. You have completed the Island Boarding School dungeon, earning double points." The Island Boarding School, a private institution established on an island, boasts the finest educational resources, numerous activity venues, a clean and bright cafeteria, cozy dormitories, amiable teachers, and friendly classmates. New students are warmly welcome to enroll. Chapter 45, A Qualified Reflection. My affection for classmate Zhang Rui. As the clock struck midnight, the dungeon closed its doors. The once thriving space was now devoid of players, leaving only the monsters to revel in their chaotic festivities. The solitary figure of Wula remained confined within the isolation chamber, a stark room furnished with merely a table and a chair, enveloped in dim light. A gentle touch upon the table revealed a sheet of paper and a pen. Were they expecting her to write a reflection? Wula twirled the pen thoughtfully, realizing her transgression. She had deviated from the script, inadvertently providing clues to the humans, which led to her confinement by Zhang Rui. Fully aware of her misdeeds, she composed her reflection with remarkable ease. Upon completion, she felt a surge of satisfaction. This must be at least 1,000 words. I've never penned anything this lengthy before. Surely, this will suffice. She awaited the class leader's assessment in silence. As time trickled by, the sounds of Munster's revelry echoed outside, laughter, brawls, and shouts filled the air, yet, she remained isolated, all alone. However, Wula was not disheartened. Solitude had never troubled her. In fact, she cherished her own company. Nestling her head on the table, she drifted into slumber, her form curling into a small, breathless ball, devoid of warmth, akin to the lifeless objects surrounding her. When Zhang Rui entered, he was met with this sight. His eyes flickered, and he hurried over, enveloping her from behind. She remained motionless. "Lulu," he inquired, a frown etching his brow. Still no response. He gently shook her, and at last, her eyelashes fluttered open, revealing her drowsy gaze. I was just about to sleep." Night was typically the most vibrant time for monsters, yet here she was, asleep and looking as though she hadn't rested enough. Zhang Rui felt a twinge of concern. Was something amiss? Yet, they were, after all, lifeless entities. How could anything truly go wrong? "Will you blame me for severely injuring them?" he asked, lowering his head to rest his forehead against hers. "Why would I blame you? This is your domain, you may do as you please," Wula replied, harboring no ill will towards Zhang Rui. She considered it a miracle that he had not destroyed them. "It's a pity they still managed to escape." "They possess a bit of cunning," Zhang Rui remarked, his fingers grazing the nape of her neck. "There will be no next time. You shall never encounter players again." "What are you planning? To restrict my freedom? You declared yourself my little monster, and thus I have the right to govern you." "Wait, you should first read my reflection. I believe it is quite well written." Wula protested, pulling his hand away and stepping back slightly, offering her reflection with both hands. "This reflection is profoundly articulated. Perhaps it will ease your anger." Zhang Rui, taken aback by her earnestness in writing the reflection, scanned it swiftly, his expression unchanged, his gaze somber as he set the paper aside. There's quite a lot of text. Is that all you can say?" "I meticulously catalogued every mistake I made, clearly outlined, each word dripping with remorse," Wula insisted, her eyes sparkling with innocence. His long fingers found their way to her face, roughly kneading her chubby cheeks, leaving marks as if he wished to crush them. "I am not satisfied with your reflection," he declared. Wula's expression twisted in confusion. "Why not? It's clearly well written." "Your reflection lacks thoroughness." "Have I violated any other rules?" "Think for yourself." She didn't want to, she simply wished to sleep. Exhaustion enveloped her. This familiar fatigue invited no resistance. Succumbing to slumber, she knew that as long as no one disturbed her, upon awakening, she would find herself in a new dungeon. Gone were the island boarding school and Zhang Rui. She knew no one here. She was but a heartless NPC laboring in a horrific dungeon. Wula draped herself over the table, feigning contemplation to appease Zhang Rui beside her, before burying her face in her arms. Zhang Rui lingered, wishing only to remain by her side. The academy lay shrouded in darkness. With the players departed, dawn would never break here. Days slipped by in silence, the monsters' revelry at an end, leaving the academy in a profound stillness. Within the isolation chamber, Wula had yet to lift her gaze, her breathing absent, her heartbeat stilled, her warmth extinguished. Zhang Rui grasped her nape, occasionally toying with her fingers. "Lulu, why do you wish to part ways with me?" Was it a jest regarding those humans, or did she truly mean to sever their bond? Zhang Rui could not discern, yet he knew he cared deeply for her words. He extracted the reflection from beneath her arm, seized the pen from the table, and swiftly inscribed, "I have engaged in a romantic relationship with classmate Zhang Rui, violating school regulations by kissing him. I deeply reflect upon my actions and assert that I am not at fault. I am fond of classmate Zhang Rui." Zhang Rui's face brightened with a smile. "Now, this is a qualified reflection, one that satisfies me. Dungeon data consolidation in progress. 3 players survive from the island boarding school. Dual endings unlocked. Mom and Dad, I was wrong, irresponsible parents, dungeon is about to close. The sky blazed a fiery red above a modern town. In the town's central plaza, individuals materialized from thin air. Two blooded figures, a man and a woman, collapsed onto the ground, their garments torn, stained with crimson. Onlookers gaped in astonishment at the scene. Such a significant loss of blood, they must have been on the brink of death. Did they push through to escape the dungeon? What incredible luck! Su Qinyang felt an invigorating lightness, free from pain or fatigue, as murmurs swirled around him. He lifted his gaze to behold an unfamiliar locale, catching sight of Gui Yao. Yao Jie. Gui Yao snapped back to reality, rising from the ground, tears streaming as she surveyed her surroundings. Heavenly Town, we made it through the dungeon. This was the destination players arrived at after escaping the dungeon. Heavenly Town, devoid of monsters, a sanctuary for weary players. Regardless of the injuries sustained within the dungeon, even if one was missing limbs or grievously wounded, as long as they drew breath, they could successfully leave the dungeon and return to Heavenly Town, where all would be healed. Gui Yao helped Su Qinyang to his feet, explaining, staying here for a day incurs a 10-point deduction. Once the points are exhausted, one is automatically thrust back into the dungeon. Points are used to exchange for items that ensure survival, so it's best not to squander them here. Consequently, many players opt to stay only a few days before willingly re-entering the dungeon. Believing she was doomed, Gui Yao had spent her points on items to confront Wu Ler and Zhang Rui. With her points depleted, it was fortunate she had unlocked a hidden ending, allowing her to regain some points. I recommend you join a guild, it's far easier than tackling dungeons solo. What are the benefits of joining a guild? By joining a guild, you gain access to a wealth of information from other players who have returned from dungeons, including the conditions for clearing specific dungeons. Should you enter those dungeons, your chances of survival will significantly increase. Of course, in exchange, you must share your own dungeon clearing information with the guild to benefit everyone. This was the essence of guilds, mutual benefit. Players within the guild were categorized by rank. Higher-ranked players could access more information, while lower-ranked players were privy to only a fraction. Nevertheless, this was still far superior to facing dungeons alone. If you wish to join the S Guild, I can act as your introducer. Simply find me on East Street in the town. Gui Yao summarized the key points for Su Qinyang before preparing to depart. Su Qinyang inquired, Yao Jie, are you returning to the S Guild? No, I'm going to find Wang Yiye, Gui Yao replied, her eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Chapter 46, Paradise Town. Su Qinyang was well aware of Gui Yao's intentions. Being a stranger in this unfamiliar place, he decided to follow her. Gui Yao did not mind his company and merely stated, when you find her, you can either lend me a hand or simply watch from the sidelines. I assure you, I will not come to her rescue, Su Qinyang replied. Gui Yao nodded in agreement, saying, if you have shared your information with her, I believe she would reciprocate. It's time to understand that one should not trust others too easily. I no longer dare to trust. The ones I believed most were not even human, Su Qinyang remarked with self-deprecation. Gui Yao was momentarily speechless. Wu Lei is truly terrifying. She seems to possess a deep understanding of human nature. She has led me in circles. What tools, prominent players, and an endless stream of deceit, and they all believed it. Gui Yao commented, fortunately, we will never have to see her again. Indeed. The thought of never encountering her again strangely left a sense of loss in their hearts. They both refrained from discussing Wu Lei further, as they had both realized that, despite her affiliation with the monstrous faction, they held a peculiar fondness for her. Returning to East Street, Gui Yao recognized that although the town was small, searching for someone blindly would consume a considerable amount of time. Staying here for a day would cost 10 points, which Gui Yao wished to reserve for rest rather than squander on a fruitless search. The S Guild's base was located on East Street, so Gui Yao headed back to inquire for information. Su Qinyang followed closely behind, observing that this place resembled a modern small city. The streets were narrow, yet lined with shops catering to dining and accommodation needs. The streets bustled with people, but the atmosphere felt subdued. Many wore expressionless faces as they walked, appearing lifeless. Passing over a small bridge, they noticed several individuals lying beneath it, resembling homeless souls. Guo Yao noticed Su Qingyang's gaze and explained, dining and lodging here both require points. It appeared that those who could not afford hotels had no choice but to sleep under the bridge. Su Qinyang inquired with curiosity, where do all the points ultimately go? To the instance system, the very electronic voice you hear, Guo Yao replied, surveying the surrounding buildings and shops. Points ultimately return to the instance system, while at the top, there are guilds and elite players, all of whom possess high point totals. Is there any hope for players to leave this terrifying world? Su Qinyang asked, yearning for a glimmer of hope to return. None, she replied. To date, he had heard of no player escaping. He had only heard tales of formidable players meeting their demise in various instances. Guo Yao added, in real life, everyone eventually meets death, and it is no different here, only perhaps the manner of death is more brutal. Yao Jie, I never realized you had a knack for dark humor, Su Qinyang chuckled helplessly. Have you considered joining the S-Guild? It is the largest guild in Paradise Town, boasting a substantial membership and a wealth of information regarding instances. Are there other guilds? Indeed, many. Which is the most formidable guild? The Black-Red Guild, which has the fewest members and the highest entry requirements. One must complete 30 instances to gain membership. They enter instances as a group, led by a formidable player, and it is said that their survival rate can reach up to 80. 10 players entering an instance together, with 8 returning, many would envy such odds. Guo Yao turned to Su Qinyang, do you aspire to join such a guild? You would need to survive 30 instances first. Su Qinyang admitted, I wish to join, but I am aware that I am merely a small fry. I am curious about everything in Paradise Town and wish to learn. Guo Yao cautioned, there's no need to delve too deeply, ordinary players cannot remain here for long. I will be entering an instance in 3 days. If you wish to join the S-Guild, you should seek me out soon. Each day in Paradise Town would cost points, making it difficult to sustain living here. Upon arriving at the S-Guild's base, they found it situated within a cafe, where several players were taking a respite. As soon as Guo Yao entered, someone recognized her. Guo Yao, you're back, but you're covered in blood. The man glanced behind her. Li Dao is dead. Guo Yao sighed, yes, he perished. This instance was exceptionally challenging, and I barely made it back. You failed to bring a newcomer, and your rank will be downgraded. However, since you returned with information from the instance, it may balance out, he said with resignation, leaning closer to whisper, instances have been quite unstable lately. While you were away, a major incident occurred in Paradise Town. What happened? Players from the Black-Red Guild have been in an instance for half a month. Typically, completing an instance should take no longer than half a month. Exceeding that duration usually indicates death, as one fails to return. The Black-Red Guild, with seasoned members leading the charge, and new recruits all having completed 30 instances, suggests that entering an instance with such a team would be a harrowing affair indeed. It will only become more challenging from here on out, the man lamented. You should report to the front desk now. We can discuss this further later. Understood. The man then walked off to speak with others. Su Qinyang, having listened closely, followed Guo Yao. At the cafe's front desk, a young man was busy typing on a computer. Upon noticing their arrival, he looked up. Could you help me look up someone? Certainly. As long as this person has been to East Street, we can track them down through the surveillance footage. Please follow me to the back. Guo Yao led Su Qinyang inside, and the young man turned back, saying, he seem to belong here, he can't enter. He is my brother. I just returned from an instance and need him by my side to help write the instance report. Is that a problem? No problem at all. Those who have just returned from an instance are treated like royalty. Given your blooded appearance, it is evident that the instance was quite formidable. Just remember to detail everything clearly. I will. The small room behind the cafe served as a surveillance hub, allowing them to view footage from the street, albeit limited to that area. Behind the surveillance room, a cabinet filled with documents awaited. Guo Yao remarked, the cabinet contains information on lower-tier instances. Would you care to join us? By doing so, you would gain access to this information. If you ever enter one of the instances listed here, you would possess a god's eye view and undoubtedly survive. Is your guild involved in recruiting members? I suspect I understand why the S Guild has the most players, Su Chenyang replied. I do not recruit indiscriminately, I extend invitations based on merit. Gui Yao was not inviting him for the first time. The last time she had extended such an effort was for Wu Lele. Within half an hour, they had pinpointed Wang Yi's location through the surveillance. Upon seeing her face on the screen, Gui Yao felt an overwhelming urge to strike her down. Quickly, she jotted down the information for the Island Hostel Academy and exited the cafe. Brother, is there any chance you could reduce the points required? I'm a newcomer who has only just cleared one instance, and your lodging fees are exorbitant, Wang Yi lamented while conversing with someone at a small inn. Having emerged from the instance, she felt elated to be alive. Gui Yao would surely perish, and Su Chenyang, having offended Zhang Rui, would undoubtedly remain trapped. With both of them gone, Wang Yi would feel at ease. After gathering information about Paradise Town from several passers-by, night fell, and Wang Yi yearned for a place to stay. If you have no money, then refrain from staying at the inn. You can find shelter on the streets, the innkeeper remarked. As a girl, how can I sleep on the streets? Wang Yi protested, attempting to soften her approach with tears, reminiscent of when she had sought Su Chenyang's protection. Suddenly, the glass door swung open, and two figures entered in succession. Before anyone could react, a metal rod struck Wang Yi on the back of her head. Chapter 47, Copy 2. The terrifying midnight convent. Wang Yi felt a sharp pain at the back of her head, her face turning ashen as she collapsed onto the ground. Almost immediately, she heard a familiar voice. Personal vendetta. As Gui Yao's voice echoed, the startled patrons around them regained their composure. A personal vendetta surely indicated that someone had been wronged within the instance, or perhaps had unwittingly made an enemy, prompting retaliation once the perpetrator exited the scenario. Such occurrences were not uncommon in Paradise Town, where the absence of law rendered murder a frequent reality. Wang Yi clutched her bleeding head and turned around. Gui Yao, how did you get out? Gui Yao seized her ankle, dragging her away. Help, somebody, help, there's been a murder, help. Wang Yi screamed, pleading for assistance from everyone in the inn, yet no one responded. They merely observed with indifference, some even annoyed by her cries. Quietly shutting the glass door, Gui Yao pulled her onto the street, glancing around before opting for a narrow path. Su Chenyang quietly followed. Wang Yi, seeing Su Chenyang, felt a mix of shock and joy. Su Chenyang, save me, Gui Yao has gone mad, she wants to kill me, please, help me. Su Chenyang ignored her, as though her words fell on deaf ears. Desperation gripped Wang Yi. Su Chenyang, if you save me, I promise to be with you. Su Chenyang's calm demeanor suddenly shattered. What do you mean? Wang Yi explained, don't you like me? If you save me, I will agree to be with you. No, when have I ever liked you? Su Chenyang retorted, exasperated. You've protected me throughout the instance. Surely that signifies affection. Since the beginning, you have kept me safe, and I am grateful. I actually like you too. On the deserted path, coated in dirt, Gui Yao released her grip. Disgust flashed in Gui Yao's eyes. I've protected you all this time. Does that imply I have feelings for you? I've shielded you, and yet you show no gratitude, instead wishing for my demise. Wang Yi cast a pleading look toward Su Chenyang, only to find him indifferent, standing by like a sentinel. She attempted to rise, but a heavy blow to her head rendered her incapable. Sitting on the ground, she scooted backward while weeping. What do you want? I never harmed you. I called your parents first because you handed me the information. I knew you wanted me to call, so I did. I have no idea why it went wrong. I truly did not harm you. You gave me the information. Gui Yao closed her eyes, filled with loathing. My greatest regret is ever giving you that information. She had sworn never to trust anyone again. Yet, the camaraderie among the three had been so profound. Su Chenyang's sincerity had swayed Gui Yao, leading her to trust her companions. You handed it to me yourself, and now you blame me for making the call. Su Chenyang, I am being wrongfully accused. Wang Yi cried out once more. Su Chenyang remained silent, merely observing. Gui Yao smiled as she crouched down, her eyes filled with malice. Wrongfully accused? Who told me you hadn't yet made the call? Are you truly assisting me, or merely using me as a test subject? You know the answer in your heart. Fed up with the banter, Guiyao produced a prepared axe. Do you know how I escaped the instance? My body was hollowed out, my entire abdomen was torn apart. Wang Yiyi trembled uncontrollably, fear enveloping her. You can't do this, I am merely allowing you to experience the same agony I endured. That is already quite merciful. Those who had traversed the instance bore shadows in their hearts. Guiyao possessed countless more brutal and torturous ways to end Wang Yiyi's life, but she had chosen to inflict upon her the same suffering she herself had faced, which was, in her mind, a generous act. Su Qinyang did not turn away, witnessing Guiyao's vengeance firsthand. They all tasted the bitterness of suffering. Wang Yiyi perished, while the other two narrowly escaped death. Having exacted her revenge, Guiyao felt a sense of relief. Simultaneously, she resolved never to trust anyone again. I am returning to East Street. I will descend into the instance again in 3 days. If you need anything, come find me at that cafe. All right. The two parted ways, not like other players who would agree to descend together. Each had their own plans. As the sun set, a vast expanse of fiery clouds painted the sky above Paradise Town. Su Qinyang glanced upward, his heart sinking at the sight, resembling blood. Compared to the instance, this was heaven. However, in comparison to the real world, it was equally a hell, devouring lives at every moment. Was there truly no returning to reality? All that remained was to strive to survive in this inferno. The Midnight Convent instance begins. Deep within the mountains, a grand convent stood nestled among the hills, the night breeze causing the flames of the oil lamps in the corridor to flicker. A nun, lantern in hand, walked by, her long grey-white skirt brushing against the wooden floor, each step echoing softly, accompanied by a black cat trailing behind her. Meow. Sure, everyone is asleep. Do not make a sound, not even the little cat. She crouched to pet the black cat, so adorable. May the Lord bless you. A procession of horse-drawn carriages entered the forest, unmanned, as the horses mechanically trotted deeper into the mountains. The carriages were not large but filled to the brim with robed figures. Welcome to the Midnight Convent. You are new disciples, here to practice. In this place, you may love freely, express gratitude, and confess. The Lord shall fulfill your desires and meet all your needs. The occupants of the carriage absorbed the instance's announcement, beginning to observe their surroundings. The patterns on the carriage walls, the curtains, and the garments they wore all bore a medieval style. A convent. But we are all men. The male players exchanged glances, clad in grey robes and boots, while the female players wore simple burlap dresses. I recall playing a horror game about escaping a convent. Damn, nuns killing people. Were the nuns in the game beautiful? Indeed, they appeared even more beautiful while skinning people alive. These were seasoned players, capable of bantering amidst the tension, yet, a few newcomers were utterly bewildered. Wasn't I just lying at home playing on my phone? Where am I? What is this place? An experienced player rubbed his ears. There are always a few newcomers, how annoying. Just then, the carriage abruptly halted, and a gust of wind swept through, revealing a massive, eerie convent. Chapter 48, No Entry for Men. Nestled deep within the mountains lies a convent, an imposing edifice that, shrouded in the veil of night, emanates an aura of ancient mystery. The heavy gates of the convent, apart from the flickering oil lamp swaying on their carriage, they find themselves engulfed by the inky blackness, as if the night itself were a monstrous beast poised to swallow them whole. The occupants of the carriage have all disembarked. This time, there are dozens of players, predominantly women, with men comprising merely a third. Shall we knock, seeing as the door is shut? Inquired a male player. Let us not act rashly. Let us first observe, another suggested. Look at what everyone is wearing. The men donned fitted outer garments, tunics, and trousers, their feet clad in boots, with hair that fell just past their ears. The women, in contrast, were draped in long robes, underskirts, and headscarves, with shawls resting on their shoulders, their necklines wide, revealing a swath of fair skin. It appears we are all dressed in a style reminiscent of medieval Europe. By the quality of the fabric, it seems none of us hail from affluent backgrounds, remarked one player. The attire of medieval nobility was typically resplendent and ornate. Although the garments worn by the players were intricate in style, they were fashioned from the most commonplace materials, devoid of embellishments. New players were bewildered, pondering how they had arrived here from the comfort of their homes. Their incessant queries filled the air, creating a cacophony of confusion. To silence their clamoring, two seasoned players endeavored to provide a brief explanation. Amidst the crowd, a few players gathered together, their expressions grave. "This is a convent," Palin observed, scanning the faces around him before addressing his teammates. "Men, quickly remove your clothing." The others in his party, still perplexed, queried, "Why must we undress?" The 5 members comprised the Black and Red Guild, embarking on this quest together. Palin, despite being the youngest, was, in fact, the most experienced among them. He typically spoke little, embodying a cold and aloof demeanor, yet his prowess in close combat was formidable, having dispatched countless bizarre creatures with his curved blade. The others held a degree of trust in Palin's words, yet they remained baffled. Why should men remove their clothing? Palin replied coolly, "In a convent, can men gain entry?" The quest information indicated they were here as Protestants seeking enlightenment. To attain that, they must enter. Remaining outside would spell doom. Chen Xiaojia, a teammate, interjected, "Men are surely not permitted in a convent, disguising ourselves as women. What if we are discovered?" Discovery would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. "Ensure you are not revealed as men," Palin instructed, casting a glance at the 2 male team members. The 5-member team included Palin, Shixingwang, Liu Kang, and 2 females, Chen Xiaojia and Liu Shui. Liu Kang and Liu Shui were siblings. Shixingwang lamented, "What terrible luck, this quest places men at a disadvantage." Liu Shui, concerned, glanced at her brother Liu Kang, who reassuringly ruffled her hair. "Don't worry." They shed their outer garments and tunics, while Palin returned to the carriage. Inside were several cloaks adorned with a totemic insignia, likely representative of some sect. Palin tossed them to his companions. "Put these on." Shixingwang and Liu Kang hastily complied. Chen Xiaojia cautioned, "Remember to speak softly." Shixingwang retorted, "Are you reveling in our misfortune?" Chen Xiaojia replied, "Not at all. I am merely offering a helpful reminder." Liu Shui adjusted her brother Liu Kang's cloak. Palin rummaged through the carriage for several women's headscarves. Wear these as well. Once they were properly attired, Shixingwang, who resembled a lanky monkey, managed to appear somewhat feminine, while Palin, with his fair complexion and delicate features, could pass for a girl, albeit Liu Kang, with his stubble, did not. Palin suggested, "Utilize a prop." Liu Kang could only exchange for a small knife to shave. They positioned themselves at the edge of the crowd, with only a few individuals taking note of their actions. Some, though confused, followed suit. However, the majority were engrossed in discussing the quest information, eager to unravel its mysteries. As the moon vanished behind the clouds, the surroundings grew darker, rendering faces nearly indistinguishable. Click! A sharp sound pierced the air as the convent's door creaked open from within. A warm glow emerged, illuminated by flickering candlelight, revealing the silhouettes of several figures. Someone approaches. "Bar, do you truly believe those could be human?" As the figures drew closer, illuminated by the lamplight, the players discerned that they were a group of young women, or rather, nuns. Clad in identical black robes that cascaded to their ankles, the garments were fastened snugly at the neck, with white headscarves completely enveloping their hair, leaving only their faces and a few fingertips visible. Their exposed faces were strikingly beautiful, with arched brows, large eyes, and high cheekbones. Some bore faint freckles that did not detract from their allure. They exhibited Western features and appeared youthful, their loose robes masking their slender forms. The new players, captivated by their beauty, could not help but exclaim, "How lovely!" Yet, as soon as the words left their lips, the nuns suddenly displayed expressions of terror. "It is a man's voice. How could men be here? What is happening? Why are men present, filthy creatures?" They scolded, their eyes scanning the crowd. "So many men, this is an affront to this sacred space." The nuns, now visibly enraged, startled the players, particularly the veterans, who feared they had triggered a fatal condition. "Men and women, separate." An elderly nun emerged from within the convent, her countenance fierce. The players obediently complied, stepping apart. Palin, Shixingwang, and Liu Kang mingled among the women, while one foolishly disguised male player remained with the men. The elder nun, lantern in hand, descended the steps, her expression momentarily satisfied as she surveyed the women, before her countenance darkened as she regarded the men, her gaze filled with revulsion, as if they were the most loathsome beings in existence. Suddenly, the elder nun approached one individual, scrutinizing the headscarf atop his head, and inquired, "Are you not a woman?" The male player, taken aback, nodded, "Yes, I am a woman." The atmosphere grew tense. The coarse, rugged voice claiming femininity held no credibility. "Those who deceive others, who lack honesty, shall be punished by the Lord," the elder nun declared, turning to the women, "You may enter now. Do not disturb, and remember to pray before sleep. May the Lord bless you." The remaining male players turned pale, sensing their impending doom. A line of women proceeded into the convent, with Su Chenyang, a tall figure clad in ill-fitting skirts, striving to keep his head bowed as he followed the throng. Author's note: this narrative is a character ensemble. It features both humans and NPCs. The quest will introduce new players as well as familiar faces. After this chapter, Su Chenyang will not appear for quite some time. Much later, he will resurface as a promising member of the human faction, forever remembering the NPC Lele. Chapter 49, a man in disguise wearing a skirt and lace panties. Upon hearing that the mission took place in a convent, Su Chenyang immediately thought of the religious nature of the establishment, knowing full well that men were forbidden to enter. Their luggage was stored in the carriage, and without hesitation, he seized a skirt to don for himself. Concealed beside the carriage, he hastily transformed his appearance, only to discover upon emerging that several men had also dressed as women. It seemed there were quite a few astute individuals among them, all appearing quite experienced. As he stepped through the convent's gates, the first challenge had been navigated without incident, allowing Su Chenyang to breathe a sigh of relief. "It's dark inside." "Here, take this lamp," a young girl's voice chimed, as she extended a lantern towards him. Turning his head, Su Chenyang beheld a nun, her freckled face framed by striking Western features, and her fingers, delicate and pale, adorned with a silver ring. "Thank you," Su Chenyang stammered, straining to modulate his voice, feeling a chill of dread as it failed to sound convincingly feminine. Anxiety coursed through him, his entire being tensed. The nun regarded him with a curious tilt of her head, her expression one of mild perplexity. "Is your throat unwell?" "Yes, I am ill." "My voice is compromised," he replied, employing the skill he had acquired in the previous mission, fabrication. "How unfortunate, but fret not. If you pray sincerely to the Lord each day, he shall bless you, and your voice will recover." She smiled warmly, placing her hands in prayer before her chest and closing her eyes to utter, "God bless." Su Chenyang, caught off guard, echoed, "God bless," in a strained voice. The nun's satisfaction blossomed into a broader smile, illuminated by the lantern's glow. He could not suppress a shiver, though he had encountered bizarre, bloodthirsty creatures before. Nothing quite compared to the unsettling presence of this nun. As she turned to leave, her fingers played with the ring as her black robe swirled around her. "What a stroke of luck," Wula chuckled to herself, having stumbled upon another fool. It was only after the nun had departed that Su Chenyang could finally relax. The nuns led the way in silence, the atmosphere thick with an eerie stillness. Upon entering the grounds, the sheer size of the convent became apparent. Beyond the walls lay a small square, surrounded by buildings, with a fountain at its center, the only sound being the gentle flow of water. The night breeze carried a refreshing mist, mingling with the fragrant aroma of the flowers blooming in the gardens that adorned each building. The same scent lingered on the nun who had just attended to him. Standing by the fountain in the square, he gazed at the towering church that pierced the sky, both solemn and enigmatic, appearing as a monstrous entity in the darkness. They crossed the square and meandered past several gardens until they finally reached their resting place, a circular courtyard encircled by rooms. The nuns, clad in black robes, nearly blended into the night. As the lanterns illuminated their faces, the lineup of nuns appeared both beautiful and eerie. Their large, dark eyes lacked vitality. "This is where you shall reside, rest early, and do not venture out at night. God bless," they instructed before departing. Once the nuns were out of earshot, the players hesitated to speak, confirming their absence before beginning to discuss amongst themselves. What if those men didn't make it inside? They must be dead. How is that possible? They did nothing wrong. Silence fell over many, the stark reality that they perished simply for being men weighing heavily upon them. A timid female player had begun to cry in fear, while some seasoned players remained composed, already selecting their rooms. One female player, appearing dazed and retreating in fright, accidentally stepped on someone's foot and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "It's all right," Liu Kang replied. The female player was taken aback. "You're a man." Liu Kang, clad in a woman's headscarf, appeared somewhat sheepish. "Keep your voice down." Immediately, she covered her mouth, her eyes reflecting regret. Yet her earlier exclamation had drawn the attention of others. "A man has entered." "I noticed several men," one remarked. "Quite clever, wearing a woman's headscarf, it almost looks convincing." Other female players began to scrutinize their surroundings, spotting several men among them. Their disguises were rather abstract, most did not resemble women at all, leaving the nuns surprisingly oblivious. "So, as long as they dress as women, they won't die," you men discovered crucial information. "Why didn't you share it with the others? You simply watched them walk to their doom. They are men just like you. How could you be so selfish?" Criticism began to rise, with more players present, a variety of personalities emerged. Pei Lin, uninterested in the commotion, suggested, "Let's check out the dormitory first." Shi Xingwang opened the door to a nearby room, 2 beds, shared between 2. "This is good, it's safer for 2 to be together," Chen Xiujie remarked. Liu Shui added, "I want to share a room with my brother." Liu Kang nodded in agreement. Shi Xingwang turned to Chen Xiujie, "Then it seems we'll be rooming together." Chen Xiujie grimaced, "I want to share a room with Pei Lin." "You find someone else." Folding his arms, Pei Lin replied coolly, "You two can share a room." "I don't want to," Chen Xiujie protested, but Pei Lin's indifferent gaze rendered her speechless. Shi Xingwang smirked, "Stop resisting, isn't it better to be with me? I can protect you." "What do you mean by be with me? Please clarify your words, do not be vague," Chen Xiujie retorted angrily. Meanwhile, the criticism continued unabated, with poor Su Qinyang inexplicably becoming the target of their ire. "You wore a skirt as well. How well prepared you are, why didn't you warn others, you just watched them perish." Su Qinyang furrowed his brow, "Why should I don't know them." As he spoke, a fleeting image of himself from several days prior flashed through his mind. In less than 10 days, he had transformed into someone unrecognizable. Ignoring the accusations, Su Qinyang casually found a room to occupy. After a few mutters of discontent, the others also began to search for their own accommodations. The room was simple and unadorned, containing 2 small beds and 2 black nun's robes draped across them. A skirt. "It seems we are to wear skirts from now on," Su Qinyang sighed in exasperation, examining the garment, only to have a pair of white lace panties tumble out. They landed at his feet, and he froze for a second, his face instantly ablaze. Not only did he have to wear a skirt, but now lace panties as well. Chapter 50. "The abundance of hair on your legs." "Your voice is quite unpleasant." Footsteps echoed outside the door, prompting Su Qinyang to hurriedly pick up the lace panties. Pei Lin arrived at the entrance, rapping gently on the door, and inquired, "As we are both men, is it permissible for us to share a room?" Su Qinyang, wishing to avoid any awkwardness by not sharing a space with a female, consented. That would be acceptable. Once inside, Pei Lin surveyed the room and his gaze fell upon the nun's robe draped across the bed. He reached out to examine it. Su Qinyang felt an urge to caution him, yet the words "lace panties" lingered unuttered on his lips. Turning slightly away, he awaited Pei Lin's discovery. However, after rummaging through the garments, Pei Lin found nothing amiss. Su Qinyang's perplexity grew, though his expression remained impassive. The convent exuded an air of the uncanny. Men were not meant to inhabit such a sacred space, yet the nuns' evident aversion to men was striking. Su Qinyang also noted that they were Protestants. How could they possibly send a male? Moreover, those nuns revealed scarcely an inch of skin, save for their faces and fingertips, while the female clergy were clad in dresses with wide necklines. In essence, they seemed less like devout practitioners and more akin to ordinary townsfolk who had wandered here. With a multitude of players present, a mix of both the genuine and the dubious, Su Qinyang hesitated to forge alliances or divulge information regarding the dungeon. Indeed, he intended to remain solitary, wary of encountering someone like Wang Yiye. After spending a night in Heaven Town, he used some points to enjoy a bowl of noodles before plunging directly into the dungeon the following day, without so much as a word to Guiyao, who had mentioned several times that she would enter the dungeon in 3 days and was available to be sought out on East Street. Her implications were clear: an invitation for companionship in the dungeon, should he wish to accept. The only individual he recognized in this enigmatic realm was Guiyao. Although he did not know her intimately, familiarity had bred a sense of comfort. His best option lay in cooperating with others to enhance his chances of survival, yet Su Qinyang yearned for growth and the challenge of facing trials alone. He feared that remaining in Heaven Town would render him timid, incurring daily point deductions, which would hinder his ability to exchange points for items. Thus, to motivate himself, he voluntarily entered the dungeon the next day. The bed held a nun's robe, while the wardrobe contained 2 long, white nightgowns that extended to the floor. Both Pei Lin and Su Qinyang were not inclined towards conversation, resulting in a complete lack of communication between them. After tidying up, Su Qinyang lay down to rest, while Pei Lin retreated to the bathroom to wash up. Pei Lin observed the other players who had entered the convent. There were few men among them. A handful attempted to disguise themselves in female attire, yet Su Qinyang had his own intentions. Most seasoned players had companions, whereas Su Qinyang was alone, and Pei Lin could not discern his capabilities. He paid little heed to Su Qinyang, instead noticing something peculiar in the bathroom. It was devoid of mirrors, considering that the convent housed women, who typically cherish beauty. The absence of mirrors was baffling. The bathroom was well equipped with toiletries, fragrant soaps for bathing and washing hair, combs, all neatly arranged. A wooden tub brimmed with water stood nearby, accompanied by a wooden ladle and a small stool. A person washing up could sit on the stool and use the ladle to pour water over themselves. Pei Lin examined the water pipes, discovering that no water flowed. It seemed the supply had been cut off for the night. Having observed enough, Pei Lin returned to his bed. The sounds of chatter from other rooms still echoed, but gradually faded in. Their weeping grew louder, fluctuating in distance, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. It appeared as though a woman was wandering in circles within the courtyard, her cries becoming increasingly harrowing. Su Qinyang opened his eyes, having inadvertently dozed off for a brief moment. Now fully alert, the footsteps approached the door, a woman lamenting without uttering a word, her cries chilling to the bone. Yet, after a spell, her sobs would cease, only to resume again after a prolonged silence. The intermittent nature of her weeping quickened Su Qinyang's heartbeat. The cries intensified, seemingly nearing their threshold. Su Qinyang subtly shifted, adopting a posture that would allow him to spring into action or flee at a moment's notice. In the darkness, he peered towards the door. Though their door was tightly shut, a gap wide enough for 3 fingers lay beneath, allowing a sliver of moonlight to filter in. The sobs grew closer, then abruptly ceased. Just as Su Qinyang began to ponder this, 2 additional pairs of footsteps echoed. In the next instant, a pair of feet appeared at the threshold, their toes pointed inward, casting shadows that crept several centimeters into the room. A cold sweat broke out on Su Qinyang's brow. The weeping woman now stood silently at their door, having made no move to leave. Su Qinyang fixated on the pair of shoes, holding his breath. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until, at last, the feet departed. He exhaled in relief, only to realize he was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, the person opposite him threw off the covers and sat up, startling Su Qinyang. Pei Lin approached the door, straining to listen to the sounds outside before swinging it open. "Don't open the door, what if she hasn't gone far?" Su Qinyang urged. Pei Lin disregarded his warning, already pulling open the door. Outside, aside from a circular flowerbed in the center, not a soul was in sight. The moon hanging brightly in the sky. From their vantage point, they could faintly hear the sound of water splashing in a nearby fountain. Su Qinyang joined him at the door, surveying their surroundings. "She's gone, why would she linger at our door?" Pei Lin replied. "She didn't just stand at our door, she stood at several others as well." Realization dawned on Su Qinyang. Each time her sobs ceased, she was at someone else's door. The moonlight illuminated Pei Lin's handsome face as he seemed lost in thought. After a moment, Su Qinyang remarked, "Don't tell me she was at the doors of those disguised as women." Pei Lin turned his head slightly, responding coolly, "That would be my assumption as well." Then we've been discovered, they were in peril. Meow. A cat's cry, ethereal and eerie, startled both men at the door. Su Qinyang peered outside to see a solid black cat leaping onto a large rock in the flower bed, grooming itself, its piercing eyes glancing their way. Perhaps we should retreat indoors, Su Qinyang suggested. Palin acquiesced and turned to re-enter the room. Having already experienced strange occurrences that night, it seemed prudent to remain inside. Both men fell silent, lying down to rest, yet, scarcely had they closed their eyes when a commotion erupted outside. She has been possessed. She is indeed possessed. She is possessed by a demon. The demon has come. Why has it come? How terrifying. Lord, protect us, do not fear, do not fear. A chorus of sharp voices belonging to women erupted, and every player's door was pounded upon vigorously. Everyone, come out. Quickly, step outside. Su Qinyang turned over, his heart racing, fearing that if this continued, he might well suffer a heart attack. Palin hastily shed his clothing, donning a long white nightgown, and Su Qinyang followed suit in a flurry. The nun at the door exclaimed, "Are you not coming out? Bring the keys." In the next moment, the sound of keys jingling followed, and Su Qinyang hurriedly changed clothes. As the door swung open, the hem of his gown still clung to his thighs. The beautiful nun at the entrance paused, her gaze sweeping over Su Qinyang's legs, remarking, "You have an abundance of hair on your legs." It was the same nun who had provided him with an oil lamp, dressed in a white nightgown, her golden hair cascading freely, her features striking, with freckles adorning her face that did not diminish her beauty. Naturally occurring, Su Qinyang stammered, his cheeks flushing as he hastily tugged down the hem of his gown. Wooler deliberately widened her eyes, fixating on him, leaving Su Qinyang feeling utterly mortified. What commotion is occurring outside? Palin inquired. His question. Both Wooler and Su Qinyang frowned. Wooler remarked, "Oh, what a dreadful sound. How could anyone's voice be so unpleasant?" Palin's expression froze. Su Qinyang blinked in confusion. Chapter 51. She kissed the back of the Lord's hand, and the divine expression shattered. Palin's expression froze for a fleeting moment, and even Su Qinyang could discern his embarrassment. Fearing the nun's suspicion, Su Qinyang continued to babble nonsensically. His voice is also broken. Wula slightly parted her lips, her expression one of incredulity, her beautiful eyes scanning them up and down. The scrutiny made both individuals feel uneasy, and Palin was already poised for an attack, yet, the nun merely revealed a slowly dawning expression of pity, asking, "Have you too been ostracized by them?" Palin remained silent, unsure whether he was at a loss for words or simply unwilling to respond after having been mocked. Su Qinyang, steeling himself, ventured, "Why do you ask? You are not pleasing to the eye, your voices are unappealing, and with all that hair, it is no wonder no one wishes to share a room with you. It seems you are left to pair with one another." The beautiful nun's words cut like knives, leaving the two speechless. Such words from a nun, should not a religious devotee embody kindness? She bore little resemblance to a nun, especially now, clad not in a black robe with a white headscarf, but rather in a flowing white nightgown, her golden hair shimmering, resembling a princess. The NPCs in the scenario were exceedingly deceptive, both Su Qinyang and Palin thought. However, you need not feel inferior. This is not your fault, Awula consoled softly, adding, "If you wish for your voices to become melodious and your appearances to be more pleasing, you may pray to the Lord. He can fulfill any wish you have. The Lord will grant your wishes, fulfill all your desires." This phrase had echoed in their ears upon entering the scenario, proclaimed by the system. To pray to the Lord, to make wishes, to have every desire met, this struck them as a focal point of the narrative. Are the others in this house not yet out? Another nun's voice drifted in from outside. Su Qinyang turned to the golden-haired nun. Was that her name? Wula stepped back 2 paces, her smile vanishing, her tone growing cold. "You may come out now, stand in the courtyard." She turned and walked away, her cascading golden curls glistening in the moonlight, each strand appearing to radiate light. Such beautiful hair, concealed beneath a black robe and tucked within a white headscarf, leaving not a single strand exposed. Her change of demeanor was so swift that both men were taken aback. Su Qinyang raised a hand to scratch his head, still unaccustomed to his slightly lengthened hair. Upon entering this scenario, their hair had automatically grown to just below their ears. At night, when their hair was revealed, its length rendered them less conspicuous as men. Moments later, the players gathered in the courtyard. Most were still in their own clothing, having not donned the convent's nightgowns. A group of nuns in nightgowns surrounded them, holding oil lamps. An older nun approached, her head covered and her body thoroughly enveloped. She glared at them with anger, saying, "We have always maintained tranquility here, yet upon your arrival, you have summoned a demon. The demon has possessed our friend. She is in grave distress, all because of you. Your arrival has brought misfortune. It is undoubtedly your fault." The nuns glared at them. All players looked bewildered. They had done nothing wrong. "From now on, you must perform exorcisms daily, sincerely repent to the Lord, and pray. You are too filthy." The older nun fixed her gaze on several female players, her eyes piercing. "Your necklines are too revealing. You shall not wear such attire. Starting tomorrow, you must don the garments we provide. The demon has come. Tonight, you are to conduct your first exorcism." After issuing her command, the older nun called out a name, "La." From the crowd, Wula stepped forward, her beautiful face devoid of expression, coldly surveying all the players, stating, "I am La. Tonight, I will guide you in the exorcism." Upon hearing the term, exorcism, many players felt alarm bells ringing in their minds. "Exorcism, how do we perform it?" one player inquired. Wula replied, "You will know in due time. For now, I grant you the opportunity to return to your quarters and change." The players dispersed, while the nuns waited for them in the courtyard. Back in their room, Su Qinyang and Pei Lin closed the door. "Hello, I am Su Qinyang." "What is your name?" "Pei Lin." Indeed, his natural voice was far more appealing. The other tone was quite unpleasant. Su Qinyang internally criticized. "I suspect we are not actual devotees." Su Qinyang observed Pei Lin, sensing he did not resemble a novice, exuding an air of experience. Wishing to glean some information from Pei Lin, Su Qinyang knew he had to initiate the conversation. Pei Lin took out a black robe and began to put it on. Seeing that he was not engaging in conversation, Su Qinyang assumed he was disinterested. However, once Pei Lin had donned his attire, he inquired, "What leads you to that conclusion?" Su Qinyang's eyes brightened as he donned his own clothing, smiling as he replied, "If we were indeed true devotees here for spiritual practice, we should be well versed in and strictly adhere to religious beliefs. Yet, look at us, none of the women are wearing garments that conceal their skin, and the men have come to a convent. Does that not seem absurd?" Pei Lin remained calm, responding, "Not only are we not devotees, but this may not be a legitimate convent at all." "What gives you that impression? Is it from that one named Yu?" "Indeed, everyone referred to the golden-haired nun as Yu," Pei Lin replied. "Do you recall the information provided by the scenario system?" Su Qinyang recounted, "We are newly arrived devotees, here for spiritual practice, where you may love freely, express gratitude, and repent. The Lord will fulfill your wishes and meet all your desires." Pei Lin interjected, "The last two phrases are not something any religion would utter. One may pray, give thanks, and repent, but to fulfill wishes and meet every desire borders on the sinister." Su Qinyang remarked, "The price for fulfilling wishes must be considerable." Having donned their black robes and headscarves, they prepared to step outside, but as Su Qinyang took a couple of steps, a small piece of white fabric fell to the ground. Pei Lin noticed, "You've dropped something." Su Qinyang turned back to see Pei Lin bending down, fingers pinching the small piece of fabric. Realizing the situation, Su Qinyang quickly snatched it back. I'll take care of it." Though his reflexes were swift, Pei Lin had still discerned what it was. His expression turned cold as he regarded Su Qinyang with a look akin to that reserved for a pervert. A man carrying a pair of lace panties meant for a girl, perverse and disgusting. Pei Lin opened the door and strode out. Su Qinyang clutched the fabric, his expression shifting as he thought, misunderstanding. As night fell, 2 rows of nuns quietly made their way toward the chapel. The chapel was devoid of light and exuded coldness. Looking up, one could not discern the ceiling, shrouded in darkness. Only Wula held a lamp, illuminating the lower half of her face as she led the way inside. As the light gradually revealed the depths of the chapel, all soon realized that a figure sat in the center ahead. Upon a broad circular red carpet lay a throne-like chair, where a tall figure sat, draped in a robe, with hair reaching the ears, their heads slightly bowed. They could only discern a silhouette, the face remaining obscured. Wula was supposed to halt at the edge of the red carpet, yet she approached with the lamp. The moment she stepped onto the carpet, the seated figure looked up. "My child, you have arrived." The voice was extraordinarily melodious, yet it was impossible to discern gender. An arm lifted, long, slender fingers beckoning, "Good child, come closer." The figure was calling to the golden-haired nun. The players felt their hearts racing. The flickering flame of the oil lamp cast shadows, illuminating Wula's eyes. Though the figure remained cloaked in darkness, she could see their visage. This face, indistinguishable in gender, radiated divinity. She was already stunning, yet within this convent, someone surpassed her beauty. Those fingers, akin to divine entities, beckoned ever so slightly, rendering her unable to look away. Compelled by an unexplainable force, Wula approached. As she held the lamp, the light gradually brushed against the figure, and the players began to discern the scene within the darkness. The red carpet was adorned with golden patterns, vintage and enigmatic, all converging towards the center point. An ominously crimson chair, seated upon it was an individual clad in a white robe, dark-haired, with a face that captivated all in attendance. The hair, falling just below the ears, was not excessively long, yet the beauty of the face was such that it seemed to embody both masculine and feminine qualities. The only word that surfaced in everyone's minds was androgynous. Wula stood before him, "Lord." As the words left her lips, all players were taken aback. The existence of the Lord was indeed real. They had thought it merely a matter of faith. "Good child." The figure gently touched Wula's forehead. "Bless you." His fingers were cold, and as he withdrew his hand, Wula grasped it, then, before all eyes, kissed the back of the Lord's hand, declaring, "Lord, I am your most loyal devotee." Having completed this gesture, Wula stepped back. As the light receded, the Lord vanished. All players remained in a state of confusion, grappling with the situation at hand. "You are fortunate. On your first day, you have encountered a deity," Wula began. "You have brought forth a demon. You are at fault, yet the Lord is forgiving. He shall grant you absolution." This was humanity's first encounter with the Lord, and she too felt the same. Aware of the Lord's existence, Wula had not encountered him since the scenario commenced. She had not anticipated such beauty in the Lord. Reflecting on the moment she had kissed the back of his hand, she recalled the fleeting shattering of his divine expression. A few nuns entered from outside, each holding a silver bowl brimming with water. Wula instructed, "Follow me in prayer, confess your transgressions." What followed was akin to standard religious practice: prayers, recitations, and the sprinkling of holy water. The proceedings continued until dawn, leaving all participants utterly fatigued. Believing they had finally secured a safe first night, however, the gleam of a blade reflected upon the faces of the front row players, causing them to squint. One nun, who had been sprinkling holy water, suddenly produced a silver dagger, cleansing it with the sacred liquid. "What is the purpose of this?" "I have no idea." Wula's smile broadened. "You possess the aura of demons. Your blood is tainted and requires release. This is the final step of the exorcism." Release the blood. Would they survive the process? Chapter 52. The Lord, without gender. Upon hearing the command for bloodletting, the players instinctively recoiled. Wula cast a dark, brooding glance at them. "Do you refuse to exorcise? You show disrespect to the Lord." Her anger was palpable. Within the confines of the instance, provoking an NPC's ire was the most feared outcome, for it could very well trigger conditions of death. Su Chengyang discerned that this instance was markedly different from the previous one. In the isolated island boarding school, the NPCs resembled mere lifeless shells, whereas in this world, the NPCs were vibrantly alive. They exhibited true human-like qualities. The quest had yet to be announced, leaving the players in ignorance of their objectives. They found themselves inexplicably compelled by the NPCs to engage in exorcisms and bloodletting. Those who harbor the essence of demons will gradually transform into true fiends. "Demons deserve to be burned alive," one of the nuns proclaimed with indignation. At her words, the players recognized the impending threat of death. They understood, to become a demon meant certain immolation. "Come, let us proceed. If bloodletting is required, then let it be done." The players acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. Wula brandished a knife, declaring, "Let us begin with you." She pointed at Palin. Palin, maintaining a calm demeanor, stepped forward and offered his wrist. His fair skin revealed prominent, bluish veins. Wula seized his wrist and, with a swift motion, made a cut, allowing blood to drip onto the floor. Palin looked down and noted an anomaly. The blood mingled with the ground, gradually spreading, revealing a sunken floral pattern on the chapel's floor. Very well, Wula smiled. Next. Several members of the Black-Red Guild followed suit, each subjected to bloodletting. As the volume of blood increased, the floor's patterns became increasingly pronounced. The other players soon noticed the intricacies of the flooring. One by one, players were bled. Fortunately, it was merely a single incision, with blood dripping onto the chapel floor, after which the other nuns would hand them a white cloth for bandaging. As Su Chenyang stood in line, it was soon his turn. He raised his hand, but instead of grasping his wrist, Wula swiftly made a cut. Blood gushed from his wrist. Su Chenyang was momentarily stunned before hastily pressing down on the wound. "My apologies, I may have been a bit too forceful," Wula remarked. "It's fine." Su Chenyang felt an unusual stroke of misfortune. All the blood pooled on the floor, seeping into the patterns, revealing a totemic image of a book with a skull on its cover. The sight was undeniably sinister. The scent of blood permeated the chapel, and this exorcism felt amiss. Wula toyed with the blooded knife, stating, "You may return to rest now." The players, clutching their wrists, exited, their expressions grim. A majority were female players, engaging in hushed discussions. "I've never heard of bloodletting as part of an exorcism. Ow, that hurt. The design of that skull-covered book, how could such a thing be etched in a sacred chapel? Let us wait for the quest update. Right now, we're utterly lost." What astonished me most was the Lord. I never imagined the Lord was an actual being. I thought it was merely a matter of faith. Moreover, the Lord vanished in an instant. Could it truly be divine? The Lord must be a pivotal figure in this instance, yet I cannot fathom what the conditions to exit might be. The male players were hesitant to speak freely outside, aware of their precarious situation. They felt their manner of speech was less graceful than that of the females. However, in the presence of the non-NPCs, it seemed that as long as they did not overtly exhibit male characteristics, their gender would not be questioned. This was perhaps the last mercy extended to male players in this instance, sparing them from total annihilation. Su Chenyang lingered in the crowd, straining to catch snippets of conversation, hoping for a glimmer of information to inspire him. After absorbing a wealth of dialogue, he finally returned to his quarters. Wearing a dress proved cumbersome. Su Chenyang found himself striding awkwardly, the fabric constricting at the thighs or billowing up unexpectedly. He had no choice but to grasp the hem of the dress, enabling him to move slightly faster, albeit in a manner that was both ladylike and rugged. One might describe it as rather ungraceful. Once Wula completed her NPC task, she found herself at a loose end, wandering the convent. More accurately, she was in search of the beautiful Lord, yet her quest yielded no results. This instance was notably complex. Unlike the previous one where all NPCs belonged to a unified faction, it was NPCs versus players, a grand game of NPC hunting. In the Midnight Convent instance, NPCs could also trigger death conditions, and a moment's inattention could lead to their demise. While players navigated the instance, the NPCs were deeply entrenched in the unfolding narrative. Wula, unfortunately, bore a perilous identity tag. She was at risk of being slain by a greater terror. The Lord's identity tag must hold great significance, she mused to herself. She wandered beneath the wooden corridor, morning light casting a gentle glow upon her, her form flickering in and out of view. "La," came the voice of an older woman from the loft. Wula looked up at the wooden balcony and ascended slowly, lifting her dress. In the darkness, the old nun inquired of the golden-haired nun, "Has the ritual been completed?" "Indeed, it has. Their blood has stained the Book of Demons, sealing their fates." Wula displayed a wicked smile. The old nun appeared pleased, her previously stern expression softening with a hint of warmth as she reached out to caress Wula. Wula took a step back, displeased, and said, "Dai Li, maintain your distance. You wouldn't want others to uncover our secret, would you?" The old nun, Dai Li, trembled slightly, her eyes reflecting sorrow as she pleaded, "La, I merely wish to touch your face." "The Lord blessed me today by touching my forehead," Wula replied. Dai Li's eyes widened in shock, joy spilling forth as she exclaimed, "You are a fortunate child." Wula mused, "Do you think the Lord might discover that I am?" Dai Li's complexion paled. You cannot hide from the Lord. That day will inevitably come. Keep your distance from the Lord, child, it is for your own good. Whose good, exactly? You know the answer in your heart, Wu Lu retorted before turning away and departing. Upon returning to his room, Su Chenyang was met with a crowded space. A meeting was underway in their quarters. He chose to stand by the door and eavesdrop. What he overheard was crucial information. Palin spoke calmly. That was not an exorcism, it was a sacrificial rite. We have been sacrificed to whom? They were indeed sacrificed, their lives in jeopardy at any moment. They needed to ascertain the conditions for exiting the instance swiftly. Chen Xiaojie interjected, so they were deceiving us, what could their rationale possibly be? Palin replied, we are not devotees, we are commoners who have been misled here for the primary purpose of sacrifice. Shishing Wang scratched his head, a pained expression on his face. There is no record of this instance in the Guild's database. How unfortunate to be matched with an instance lacking documented information. Liu Kang, however, laughed, saying, then it's up to us. If we survive, we can bring new instance information back to the Guild. I detest these instances where tasks are delayed in being released, Liu Shui grumbled. As the group deliberated, they skillfully devised a plan. At dawn, they would explore the entire convent, seeking any useful information. Chen Xiaojie pointed out, that moon appears quite unusual, as does the Lord. We must focus on these two individuals. The others nodded in agreement, but Palin remained silent. Chen Xiaojie turned her head, asking, Pei Ji, is something troubling you? That Lord does not seem to be a woman. What? Palin's statement startled the others. How could someone so beautiful possibly be male? Palin clarified, it is not a matter of gender. Shishing Wang urged, brother, please elaborate. Palin explained, divinities may not possess a gender. Su Chenyang had considered the concept of androgyny, but had never contemplated the possibility of a being without gender. How long do you intend to eavesdrop on us? Came Palin's voice from within. Chapter 53, Good Child, Speak Your Wish. Court red-handed. Su Chenyang, somewhat bashful, feigned seriousness as he entered. I wish to return and rest. You may continue your discussion without concern for me. The members of the Black-Red Guild in the room were rendered speechless. Chat freely, would they indulge him so? Pei Ji, let us retreat to our quarters, Chen Xiaojie suggested. Palin, arms crossed, replied nonchalantly, there is nothing further to discuss. As previously stated, we shall split up and swiftly ascertain the situation at the convent. Understood. Liu Kang and Liu Shui, the obedient siblings, declared, we shall take our leave now. Chen Xiaojie, reluctant to depart, longed to team up with Palin. However, she recognized his preference for solitude and begrudgingly followed Shishing Wang instead. Shishing Wang, observing Chen Xiaojie's expression, discerned her thoughts and chuckled softly. What do you mean? Chen Xiaojie immediately turned to him. Shishing Wang replied, I meant nothing by it, I merely find you beautiful, and it is an honor to partner with you. Chen Xiaojie wore a speechless expression but nonetheless engaged him seriously in discussing their next steps. After all, they were seasoned adventurers, having traversed dozens of dungeons, while other players remained uncertain of their course. The 5 members of the Black-Red Guild had already organized their plans with remarkable efficiency. Inside the room, Palin and Su Chenyang ignored one another. 2 lone wolves, after a brief freshening up, both opted to lie down and rest properly. Time passed swiftly, and after 2 hours of slumber, Palin ventured out. Su Chenyang, though fatigued, also decided to leave early in search of clues. With such a schedule, even if I am not slain by monstrous terrors, I am bound to succumb to exhaustion eventually. Su Chenyang mused that he ought to rest more thoroughly in Paradise Town, as there was no opportunity for respite within the dungeon, which was fraught with tension. He flexed his bandaged wrist, now devoid of blood. The church was suffused with the scent of blood. Dawn had broken, and light streamed through the stained glass, casting colorful reflections upon the murals, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Wu Lu entered, lifting her gown as she stepped onto the central red carpet, her eyes wide as she gazed at the empty chair. She did not comprehend this lord, only knowing that all revered him. He was a deity, one who should not be gazed upon directly. To be touched or blessed by him was deemed the greatest fortune in this world. The Lord rarely manifested, some nuns spent their entire lives in the convent without ever witnessing him. As Wula wandered in her thoughts, a sudden force bound her. She felt her body immobilized, and despite her struggle, the power remained unyielding. "Why are you here?" a melodious voice inquired from behind her. Wula squinted and smiled, her freckles enhancing her expression of delight. "Because I long to see the Lord." Silence enveloped her, and she assumed he had departed, yet her body remained still. The next moment, she felt warm breath near her ear, accompanied by an enticing tone. "Good child, so eager to see me, do you have a wish that you wish to fulfill?" When she had last encountered him, he was clad in white robes, exuding divinity. In this moment, however, Wula sensed a subtle difference. Feigning surrender, she replied, "Indeed." In the church, the tall figure of Tartar stood behind Wula, their silhouettes overlapping, rendering Wula invisible from the entrance. Tartar's eyes glimmered darkly as he softly asked, "Good child, tell me, what is your wish?" My wish, she became entranced, her speech growing sluggish. Tartar leaned closer. "You are a good child. I shall reward you." "Lord, I have too many wishes. I am not a good child, I am very greedy." "Speak them one by one." A crisp sound echoed as the church doors creaked open, and a figure slipped inside. Tartar's expression froze, and he vanished in an instant. Wula stood on the carpet, slightly tilting her head, her posture eerie and motionless. Palin entered and beheld the scene, cautiously approaching before halting at the edge of the carpet. "You!" Palin called out in a strained voice, "Why are you here all alone?" That voice was utterly grating. Wula found her body could move again, and she turned to gaze at Palin, tears welling in her pale blue eyes. The golden-haired nun was crying, and Palin was taken aback. "What's wrong? Why are you standing here crying alone?" he inquired, bewildered by her distress. "Because your voice is unbearable," she whispered, lowering her gaze. "I am here to repent. I have sinned. I am a mistake." Palin sensed her disquiet and hastily engaged her in conversation. "What sin have you committed? What wrong have you done?" Wula approached him, stepping off the carpet until she stood before Palin, asking, "Have you ever lied?" "I do not lie to me. Have you ever lied before?" "What is the greatest lie you have ever told?" "The Lord is here, do not deceive." Her voice grew sharper, her eyes devoid of tears, fixed intently upon him, as if judging him. Though her words were convoluted, Palin understood. Wula took another step forward, their toes nearly touching, her wide eyes glaring frighteningly. Palin felt a chill run down his spine as he murmured, "I have told many lies." After a brief silence, "You are not lying to me now. You are truly kind, truly obedient." Wula abruptly smiled, her face so close that her exquisite features captivated Palin's gaze. He momentarily lost his focus, regaining his composure. Palin inquired, "Do you often come here alone to pray and confess?" "Of course." "When did you arrive at the convent?" With decades of experience in dungeons, Palin recognized that she had calmed down considerably and was now akin to an NPC with whom he could converse. "I will not tell you." Palin opened his mouth to continue questioning, only to have a strip of white fabric thrust into his mouth. "Do not speak." "Your voice is truly unbearable," Wula exclaimed, unable to contain herself as she hurried away. Palin was left scowling, his mood sour not only from the fabric stuffed in his mouth but also from the fact that this was the second time she had criticized his voice. He quickly yanked the fabric away, only to discover it was a nun's white headscarf. Palin's expression darkened further. I have just arrived here and have many uncertainties. May I seek your guidance on certain matters?" Su Chenyang asked politely. Wula had just escaped the clutches of one annoying voice, only to encounter another. Chapter 54, Lele's Misdeeds and Capture. Su Chenyang observed that other players were engaging in conversation with NPCs, extracting valuable information from their dialogues. Having only completed a single instance previously, he was unaware that conversing with NPCs could yield such insights. Moreover, considering the prior incident involving Wu Lele, he instinctively hesitated to approach NPCs. However, witnessing the experienced players employing this tactic, he summoned his courage to engage in dialogue with them. Fortune smiled upon him as he turned a corner and encountered a significant NPC. "You," with a slightly strained voice, he politely inquired. The lingering pain from his blooded wrist reminded him to maintain his distance from the beautiful nun before him. Wu Lei, displaying a hint of impatience, asked, "What do you wish to know?" Su Chenyang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he quickly asked, "What tasks do we need to accomplish in a day? Do I really need to instruct you on this?" "Fool," she retorted. The word fool sent a shiver through Su Chenyang, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. This person was unlike Wu Lei in every aspect: different ethnicity, hair color, eye color, and even physique. Wu Lei possessed a doll-like visage of a high school student, while the nun before him was a delicate beauty of Western descent. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Su Chenyang maintained a demeanor of earnest inquiry. Wu Lei continued, "Of course, you must come to the church daily to pray, recite scriptures, and regularly engage in self-reflection and confession. It is also necessary to pray before meals and refrain from wandering at night." Su Chenyang asked, "If we come here to cultivate, does that mean we must remain here indefinitely? Are we allowed to descend the mountain during our leisure time? Once the gates are shut, you will remain here for the rest of your days, until you die of old age. Are you not aware of this?" "I see," Su Chenyang responded, feigning ignorance. "You harbor a secret," Wu Lei remarked with a light laugh. "You conceal it rather poorly." His heart raced, and he chuckled nervously. "Har har har, what are you talking about? I have no secrets. Everyone has secrets, including me. Can you guess what mine is?" Her words rolled off her tongue like a riddle. Su Chenyang sensed a hint of danger, prompting him to reconsider continuing this conversation. He should have sought out another nun instead of approaching you directly. That would likely have been safer. Yu's demeanor was peculiar, shifting from a smile to a disconcerting gaze in an instant. "We've only just met. How could I possibly know your secret?" Su Chenyang deflected. Wu Lei covered her mouth with her hand, stifling laughter, her voice growing sharper. "I can tell you my secret if you share one of yours. Do you want to hear it?" Not particularly. He felt that knowing it could lead to dire consequences. Su Chenyang took a step back. I need to go to the church to recite scriptures. Until next time." As he turned to leave, he unexpectedly collided with Wu Lei, nearly stumbling into her. How had she appeared before him so suddenly? "Why the rush to leave? Let's talk a bit more," she insisted. Su Chenyang was already prepared to exchange for a teleportation item. His accumulated points were sufficient for it. He swiftly browsed the store for any other items. Item: Demonic Eye, induces hypnosis on low-level NPCs, duration 3 minutes, price 100 points. Item: Kind Lies, allows deception of players or NPCs, duration 1 hour, price 250 points. Item: Sleeping Beauty, induces deep sleep in players or NPCs, duration unknown, price 150 points. Before him, Yu clearly was not a low-level NPC. Those who sprinkled holy water were the true low-levels, thus the demonic eye would be ineffective. "I'll reveal my secret to you if you share one in return. How about that?" Wu Lei was determined not to let him escape. She sought to toy with him, relishing the prospect of encountering a familiar face among so many instances. This time, she chose not to feign being a player but rather embraced her role as an NPC with diligence. She extended special treatment to Su Chenyang, adding a splash of color to his mundane instance life. With an insistent demeanor, Su Chenyang swallowed hard. "What is your secret?" If she intended to harm him, he would instantly use an item to flee. Wu Lei stood on tiptoe, deliberately lowering her voice. "Well, I am a man." Su Chenyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. She was stunningly beautiful, undeniably a girl in appearance. Yet, how could someone as handsome as Zhang Rui be a man? The notion of beauty transcending gender seemed plausible now. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he half convinced himself, while the other half remained skeptical. They detested men so vehemently, yet Yu was one. How thrilling, how full of twists. "You must be jesting," Su Chenyang replied coolly. "What about you resembles a man?" Wu Lei, the most duplicitous NPC in this realm, had once tricked him, leading him to be cautious of everyone else. She smiled mysteriously and lifted her skirt, teasing, "I'll remove my dress for you to see." Su Chenyang's face darkened. "You're a weirdo." And what about your secret? Wu Lei inquired eagerly, having cornered him for so long. It seemed imperative for him to divulge a secret to leave. Su Qinyang confessed, I was not originally an orphan, I witnessed my parents die before my eyes, and I told the police I was asleep that night. Wu Lei's mouth slightly parted, her expression one of understanding. Hee, splendid. Be honest, and remember not to look in mirrors. As Su Qinyang pondered her words, in the next moment, Wu Lei vanished. Don't look in mirrors, he murmured, realizing there seemed to be no mirrors around. A predator lurked, and a prey lay unaware. Pei Lin emerged from the shadows, comprehension dawning upon him. To look in the mirror is to see one's reflection. In the convent, there were no mirrors, but a fountain did exist, capable of reflecting shadows. Pei Lin approached the fountain, followed by Su Qinyang. Upon seeing each other, they paused for a moment, instinctively choosing silence. They each occupied opposite sides of the fountain, bowing their heads in search of clues. It was during this moment that they noticed something amiss. The water holds no reflection. Su Qinyang waved his hand, and the water mirrored the church's spire and the surrounding trees, yet it bore no human likeness. He stood there, so close, yet the water captured everything but their reflections. Pei Lin approached. Did you do anything unusual after entering the instance? The team leader initiated conversation, and though he had mistakenly deemed Su Qinyang peculiar, the latter bore no ill will. Su Qinyang contemplated briefly. No, I did the same things as everyone else. Millimeter. What is the matter? Pei Lin scrutinized Su Qinyang's wrist. I can't shake the feeling that you possess some special treatment. Su Qinyang retorted, special treatment? This is merely misfortune. The two remained transfixed on the water's surface for an extended period, uncovering no clues. Just as they were about to concede defeat, a girl's laughter and the sound of a cat echoed from behind them. Before they could turn around, a forceful shove propelled them into the frigid fountain water. They struggled to stay afloat, but countless blooded hands emerged from beneath the surface, transforming the water into a crimson pool, the stench of blood overwhelming them as hands grasped their legs, dragging them downwards. In the final moments before they were submerged, they glimpsed Wu Lei's radiant smile. As they sank, she murmured, for the sake of you being my little brother, I shall retrieve a finger to bury and erect a grave for you. In high spirits, Wu Lei removed her headscarf, allowing the wind to touzle her golden locks as she gazed down at her reflection in the water. Suddenly, her expression froze. The water's surface revealed not only her visage but another beautiful face. You've been caught in the act of wrongdoing, a voice imbued with divine chill whispered near her ear, as Tatter leaned down. Naughty child. Chapter 55. 123 Wooden man. Whoever turns around will lose their head. In one fleeting moment, a misdeed is known to the divine. Wula fears for her NPC life. NPCs can be slain, either by players or by more formidable monsters. Should she perish, it would amount to mere unconsciousness, followed by awakening in the next dungeon. It is not a grave concern. Wula has ample experience from her numerous forays into different dungeons. Yet, she is reluctant to meet her end, for this dungeon is captivating, intriguing, and beautiful, and her identity as an NPC is exhilarating. Upon entering the dungeon, Wula has discerned its secrets, save for the final piece of verification needed. A frigid hand caressed the crown of her head, akin to petting a small kitten. Wula felt no murderous intent from the great boss, which was a positive sign. She raised her gaze slightly to behold a fair, handsome chin. Master, they lack shadows. They are devils. I must slay them, lest these fiends taint our sacred ground. Her performance was rather clumsy. NPCs possess shadows, while human players do not. The world seems turned upon its head. Tatter's golden eyes gleamed with amusement as he spoke slowly. Then I have wronged you. As he spoke, he continued to stroke her head, his expression suffused with divinity. You have done splendidly. I shall reward you. Wula interjected hastily. No need for rewards. I have yet to eradicate the devils. Master, I shall descend to vanquish them. What a good child you are. Countless souls pray to him, bartering their very essence for wishes. Tatter relishes the gradual harvest of joy, yet now, he finds himself yearning for a different kind of prey. Upon awakening, his first sight was of her. She boldly approached him, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him, even daring to touch him, and she placed a kiss upon the back of his hand. She was far too audacious, having offended him. Her soul, he mused, must be delectable. Tatter desires to consume her. Despite her being a vessel of unbridled desire for him, she has yet to make a wish. The calm strings of Tatter's heart were plucked. From a fervent wish to tempt her into making a wish, it transformed into a patient pursuit. He would ultimately have her. Master, once I have slain all the demons, will you reward me? I have many wishes I wish to fulfill. Tatter's eyelashes fluttered, a ripple of hunger stirring in his gaze. Then, do not keep me waiting. Master, I am your most devoted follower. I shall obey your every command. Wula once again expressed her faith with unwavering intensity. She reached for Tatter's fingers, and just as he anticipated another affront, she suddenly released him and turned, plunging into the fountain pool. The water splashed as Wula sank to the lake's depths. Ding! Congratulations player, you have triggered the killing game. 1 2 3 Wooden Man, turn around and move, and you will lose your head. Su Qinyang and Pei Lin were dragged into the water by countless blooded hands, initially bracing for a fierce battle. Su Qinyang had prepared to exchange for a teleportation item, yet, in the next moment, the blooded hands that ensnared them suddenly vanished. The suffocating, icy depths transformed into a church. However, this church bore little resemblance to the previous one. It was ominous and dilapidated, with rows of nuns standing before the wooden benches. They all faced away from them, positioned in prayer. Their tattered black robes bore dried bloodstains, and the white veils were also stained crimson, the exposed skin of their necks pale as corpses. The nuns prayed in a bizarre, eerie manner. Before them, at the heart of the church, a man was bound, blooded and uncertain of his fate. Just as Su Qinyang and Pei Lin began to comprehend the scene within the church, an electronic voice resonated in their minds. 1 2 3 Wooden Man, we are all wooden men. No talking, no moving, wooden men, no moving, no laughing. If you do not move, I do not move, we are all wooden men. 1 2 3 Wooden Man, turn around and whoever moves will lose their head, lose their head. The killing game is about to commence. Countdown 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. Su Qinyang and Pei Lin instantly heightened their senses, their bodies tensed. They exchanged glances. They stood behind the nuns. It was clear that this game entailed the nuns turning around. Should they see any movement, it would mean certain death. Anyone who played this game in childhood knows the rules of 1 2 3 Wooden Man. Players advance while those facing away count to 3. Upon saying Wooden Man, players must remain motionless, silent, and still, while the counter turns to check for any infractions. Those caught breaking the rules in childhood either faced elimination or became counters themselves. They could not exit the church, they could only advance. 3, 2, 1, the Wooden Man game begins. As soon as the system's electronic voice fell silent, the praying nuns suddenly spoke in unison, their voices eerie and chilling. 1 2 3, we are all wooden men. Their utterance came swiftly and unexpectedly. Su Qinyang and Pei Lin could only take a step forward. They halted, standing rigidly in place. They watched as the nuns' bodies remained still, yet their heads twisted around, their neck skin wrinkling grotesquely, grinning sinisterly at the pair. The visual shock was overwhelming. Su Qinyang felt darkness encroaching upon his vision. Forcing himself to regain composure, Pei Lin remained impassive, showing no fear. The nuns' heads twisted back. 1. The count of 2 lingered, not yet announced. Pei Lin dashed forward. Su Qinyang cautiously advanced. 2, 3, Wooden Man. The nuns rapidly completed their count, their heads turning back. Who moved? I think I saw someone move. Chapter 56, Wula clung to Su Qinyang's back. I see someone moving, a hoarse female voice reverberated. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet he could not immediately recall its owner. Ahead, every nun's head was turned away, their blood-red eyes glaring at them, twisted faces adorned with a horrifying smile. Su Qinyang felt his heart plummet. He had not moved, he certainly had not, yet, he could scarcely believe that Pei Lin had moved either. Although Pei Lin had charged forward with great fervor, Su Qinyang had observed him halt after the third call. Someone has moved, a female voice continued to chant, echoing in his ears, ethereal. However, all the nuns merely laughed, no one uttering a word. Who was speaking? Pei Lin feared for Su Qinyang's life, yet, the voice persisted, and Su Qinyang's head remained intact. Pei Lin realized they were being deceived. None of them had moved. He hoped Su Qinyang could maintain his composure. Should he so much as blink, his head would be severed. Su Qinyang gradually came to understand it was a ruse. This was reminiscent of playing freeze tag in childhood, where the one counting deliberately prolonged the game, not turning back until the last moment. Someone would inevitably falter, unwittingly moving and thus being eliminated. Furthermore, they would not count in a straightforward manner, sometimes speeding up or slowing down unexpectedly, leaving everyone uncertain of when they would reach 3 and suddenly turn back. What had once been a mere game in childhood now involved their very lives. In this horrific world, with its myriad of perilous scenarios, one deadly game after another awaited them. Hee, no one fell for it, what a pity, the female voice echoed. All the nuns again twisted their heads back, completely turning their backs to them. 1, 2, 3, freeze. The counting resumed in an entirely normal manner. Palin had reached the side of the last row of nuns, while Su Qinyang lingered behind. As the last row of nuns turned their heads, Su Qinyang witnessed Palin lock eyes with the nun beside him for a fleeting second. A chill ran down Su Qinyang's spine. No one moved, their heads turned back once more, continuing the game. 1, 2, the dilapidated church fell into a profound silence. Su Qinyang had always taken a cautious approach, while Palin boldly surged ahead, causing Su Qinyang to feel a sense of dread. He prepared to make a run for it. Hee. A light, airy laugh pierced the air. The nuns suddenly chanted, 3, freeze. Instantly, they all twisted their necks, and the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout the church. Unfortunately, Su Qinyang had unwittingly stopped next to the last row of nuns. This time, not all the nuns turned back, the last row merely cocked their heads to glance at him, not turning fully. The nuns on either side twisted their heads in unison, staring intently at Su Qinyang. A mere half-meter away stood one nun, her smile widening, her mouth splitting open, blood-red eyes oozing crimson liquid. Help, I'm going to die. Su Qinyang wished fervently for them to continue counting, desperate for that terrifying visage to cease its gaze upon him. Yet, instead of the horrific nun calling out, the game system chimed in. Play a game, progress exceeds half, game difficulty increases. Difficulty increases. It would escalate further. As Su Qinyang pondered how this murderous game would amplify in difficulty, he suddenly felt an immense weight pressing down upon him, nearly forcing him to move. The nuns continued to watch them. Su Qinyang could not dare to turn around to ascertain what lay upon his back. However, he could see what was upon Palin. A nun lay upon Palin's back. Her pallid face grinned as she clung to him. Surely, there was one on his own back as well. Game continues. The nuns turned their heads back. 1, Su Qinyang felt the creature upon him grow heavier. He dared not move. Palin turned to glance at him and said, if I'm not mistaken, in order to win this game, we must reach the man bound ahead and rescue him. As long as they had not counted to 3, they could move and speak. The nuns remained silent, yet they could begin counting rapidly at any moment. Palin's willingness to converse indicated a plan was afoot. Su Qinyang asked, what do you need me to do? Palin cast a glance at the woman on Su Qinyang's back and replied, you have indeed received special attention. Su Qinyang widened his eyes, puzzled by the implication. Palin observed Wula's long nails hovering near Su Qinyang's temple, seemingly poised to strike. Palin exchanged glances with the blonde nun and instructed Su Qinyang, I need you to stand still, not surpassing the last row of nuns. Su Qinyang had yet to inquire why when Palin elaborated, I have already surpassed the last few rows of nuns. When they count, the last rows will be watching me, they will see me move, but my head will not be severed, as the crucial condition for triggering death, the first glance after completing the counting, will be absent. In this game, one must complete the phrase before the first glance to trigger a fatal outcome. The second glance does not count. Without needing to state it, Su Qinyang comprehended, you want me to stand here to draw their first glance. Palin affirmed, precisely. Su Qinyang understood the plan. He would attract the nuns' attention, allowing Palin to surpass all the nuns. No matter how many times they counted to 1, 2, 3, they would only see Palin upon their first glance. The subsequent adjustments of their heads would not fulfill the conditions for triggering death, allowing Palin to move freely at the front and rescue the man. Palin clarified, correct, you are currently level with the last row of nuns, meaning they will not completely turn back. This indicates that your position at the back is crucial. Just as Su Qinyang aligned himself with the nuns, the game escalated in difficulty. Should he surpass them, moving ahead row by row as he had, all the nuns would cease to turn back, the game could glitch, potentially resulting in indiscriminate slaughter. Therefore, someone had to remain at the back to maintain the equilibrium of the game, prompting the nuns to turn back. However, this placed Su Qinyang in peril, especially with the spectre weighing down upon him. Pale-eyed Wula, concern etched upon his face. You could act at any moment. Su Qinyang replied, all right, I agree. Palin had not anticipated Su Qinyang's bravery and swift acquiescence. He had planned to barter with Su Qinyang using items. Now that he had consented, Palin wasted no time. Seizing the moment while the nuns remained silent, he strode forward with the spectre weighing upon him. Palin's movements were laborious. Just as it became critical, the nuns rapidly chanted, 3, freeze. Palin halted and stood firm. The weight of the creature upon him suddenly doubled. It began to stir, a scent of blood pervading the air as it taunted, give up, you cannot escape. Palin remained utterly still, steadfast as a mountain. Behind him, Su Qinyang found the weight increasingly unbearable. Why had it become heavier? Hee, am I heavy? With each step your little companion takes forward, I will grow 10 pounds heavier. Tell me, how many steps will it take for him to reach the front? Hundreds of pounds. Can I not crush you? Wula's voice brimmed with madness, her long nails grazing Su Qinyang's temple. That familiar voice, it was you. Su Qinyang finally grasped that the voice which had deceived them earlier, along with the faint, sinister laughter, was all hers. Chapter 57, The Benevolent Lie. The moon cast them down. Merely triggering the slaughter game was insufficient. She even came to wreak havoc, heightening the game's difficulty. She desired their demise. The boss presiding over this brutal contest, unwittingly, bore the burden upon his own back. Su Qinyang felt utterly unfortunate. Palin was not wrong, he indeed received special treatment. Palin also discerned that as he advanced, the weight of the female ghost upon him increasingly intensified. With each step, the burden grew heavier by 10 pounds. He had to stride boldly, minimizing his steps, all while avoiding capture by the nuns should they turn their gaze upon him. For a novice player, undertaking this task would be tantamount to certain death. However, Palin, a member of the infamous Black-Red Guild, was well versed in dungeon-clearing exploits. With unwavering focus, he could prevail. Palin wholly ignored the ghost's menacing whispers, perceiving her as a mere boulder upon his back as he pressed forward in the game. Meanwhile, Su Qinyang remained silent behind him, yet with each step Palin took, he bore the cumulative weight. The limits of human strength were being tested, and Palin found his struggle increasingly arduous. Su Qinyang, soaked in sweat and silent, was being crushed beneath the burden, yet Palin remained oblivious to his plight. Palin believed that as long as Su Qinyang did not advance, the golden-haired nun would not grow heavier. With single-minded determination, Palin forged ahead. Wula observed as Palin was on the verge of surpassing all the nuns, and she remarked softly, it seems your companion is on the brink of collapse. Her voice rang out clear. He halted, seizing a moment to glance back, and upon seeing Su Qinyang, drenched in sweat and flushed, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Su Qinyang, too, was shouldering a tremendous weight. Gritting his teeth, Su Qinyang insisted, I'm fine, just keep going, you're almost past all the nuns, hurry. Palin, maintaining his composure, replied, you must endure. He took 2 substantial strides forward, finally reaching the edge of the church's circular carpet, positioning himself ahead of all the nuns. He had exploited a bug. As the nuns completed their chant of 123, Wooden Man, the first thing they beheld upon turning was only Su Qinyang, the triggering condition for beheading now lacking, granting him the freedom to act. Palin glanced down, noting that the carpet beneath his feet was cloaked in dust, rendering its color indiscernible. As he advanced, an overwhelming tremor coursed through him. He was burdened heavily. The limits of human strength were finite. How could he possibly bear the weight of hundreds of pounds? He had no choice but to utilize the strongman item. The strongman item was costly and could not be bestowed upon other players. Palin turned to look at Su Qinyang, who appeared on the verge of collapse, his body rigid. Wula perched upon his back, laughing, and taunted Palin, congratulations, you'll survive, but he shall remain with me forever. In an instant, Palin understood. He had not anticipated that Su Qinyang was a novice player, utterly lacking the points to redeem the strongman item. He could rescue the NPC and successfully escape from the fountain's depths, yet for Su Qinyang, death by crushing or beheading loomed as potential fates. Palin recognized that this slaughter game was destined for a 1-for-1 conclusion. Su Qinyang's expression was vacant, lost in thought. Palin's gaze flickered with a moment of regret before he turned to continue his task. 123, Wooden Man, 123, Wooden Man. Palin extricated himself from the Wooden Man game, while Su Qinyang persisted. The nun's repeated incantations marked the countdown of Su Qinyang's life. Wu La gazed down at the steadfast Su Qinyang. How pitiful, he has been abandoned by you. Su Qinyang remained silent, his face flushed. As Palin continued forward, the weight upon him compounded. With a sharp crack, Wu La shattered his bones. Su Qinyang's face turned ashen. 12. The nuns resumed their numerical chant, and Su Qinyang collapsed to the ground, motionless. Wu La loomed over him like a mountain, suffocating him. As he felt the gradual fracturing of his bones, darkness encroached upon Su Qinyang's vision, leaving him only with the image of Palin attempting to save him. Palin activated the strongman item, feeling no weight from the ghost upon him. He approached the bound man, barely brushing against a rope when the dungeon system's electronic voice chimed in. Ding! Hidden task triggered. Rescue important NPC in Wei. Palin's expression shifted, and he swiftly set to work. However, just as he severed one rope, Su Qinyang's anguished scream pierced the air. Wu La remarked, "He, for every rope you cut, I shall increase the weight by 100 pounds. Palin turned, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "You did that on purpose." Wu La replied, "Of course, for I am a monster." She added, "Continue. He won't last much longer. If he dies, I shall detach from him and come to kill you, he. Palin clutched the second rope, hesitating to take action. Wu La's shrill voice pressed, "What are you hesitating for? Continue, no matter what happens, he will die. Have you not already given up on him? If you delay any longer, he will surely perish." Wu La was not incapable of killing Palin. Rather, the player beneath her was still alive, restricting the NPC's actions. Wu La was poised to strike Palin, merely awaiting Su Qinyang's last breath. Observing Su Qinyang's dazed expression, Wu La chuckled softly, "We seem to have a connection. We meet again. Rest assured, I shall mark your grave, as a token of our acquaintance." She whispered this softly in his ear, inaudible to those afar. To Su Qinyang, her voice was a distant murmur, unclear and indistinct. Palin realized that there were no other options left. He prepared to sever the second rope. The rope snapped. Simultaneously, Su Qinyang spoke, "We are good friends." The player Su Qinyang confirmed the purchase of the item Benevolent Lie. Item Benevolent Lie : allows the player or NPC to lie. The effect lasts for 1 hour, costing 250 points. As he coughed up blood, Su Qinyang declared, "We are good friends, you are my best friend." He confirmed the use of the item Benevolent Lie. The item was now in effect. Chapter 58, A Brush with Death. Su Qinyang's eyes glazed over as he repeatedly murmured, "We are good friends." The prop was in use. The golden-haired nun, who felt as heavy as a mountain, abruptly ceased her mocking smile and, rather perplexedly, lowered her gaze upon him. Palin promptly recognized that Su Qinyang had activated a prop. He remained rooted in place, refraining from touching the ropes. Palin was unaware that Su Qinyang was such a novice. His performance had been commendable, leading Palin to believe he had at least completed 5 or 6 instances. Su Qinyang must have utilized all his accumulated points to exchange for props. Palin hoped for his success. In this instance, survival relied predominantly on oneself. Even with a team, one must ultimately depend on their own abilities. If the one currently pinned down were a member of the Black-Red Guild, Palin would be powerless to rescue them. With the female ghost bearing down upon him, the only way for her to relent was for the person she pressed to perish, or to devise a means of compelling her to descend voluntarily. "What are you saying?" Wu La inquired, a look of confusion etched upon her face as she gazed down at him. Su Qinyang struggled to open his eyes, managing a smile as he said, "We are friends. Friends should not bully one another. Would you kindly get off me?" His mouth was filled with blood, turning it a vivid crimson, yet his face remained pale. Wu La fell silent for a couple of seconds before breaking into laughter, exclaiming, "Friends ought to bully friends. good friends exist to be bullied. Su Chenyang nearly coughed up another mouthful of blood as he retorted, but if you bully a friend to death, whom will you bully next time? I can make new friends and continue to bully them. A flow of transient friends. Su Chenyang implored, we are truly good friends, you wouldn't wish for my demise. I wouldn't wish for your demise, yet, I can clearly see you spitting blood, which excites me, she replied. You are not excited. You are simply anxious and bewildered, you do not desire my death. Please, get off me now. We can play this game again another time, I would be willing to carry you the entire way. Su Chenyang was beyond caring for the details, merely spouting whatever came to mind, hoping to pacify her. This prop was ineffective. Why had it not succeeded yet? Su Chenyang exhausted all his points to purchase a teleportation ability. However, the condition for teleportation was that he could not be grasped by anything. Otherwise, he risked being transported along with it, leading to his demise at a random location. You clung to him like a powerful adhesive, and should he teleport now, the outcome would be his death at an unforeseen site. Wula appeared to deliberate on this suggestion. Meanwhile, Palin discerned that Su Chenyang had employed a lie prop. It allowed the player to deceive either fellow players or NPCs, with a success rate elevated to 90%, lasting an hour. After an hour, the lie would automatically dissolve, and the deceived would awaken to the truth. Should you discover she had been duped after that hour, she would surely seek to eliminate Su Chenyang. Palin patiently awaited the opportune moment. As the white lie prop took effect, he observed Wula detach herself from Su Chenyang. She seated herself on the ground, hugging her knees as she regarded him, saying, "Remember, you promised to carry me next time." Su Chenyang blinked in acknowledgement. At last, Palin could free himself from the ropes and rescue the vital NPC, Anwei. Congratulations to the player for successfully rescuing the important NPC, Anwei. The slaughter game 123 Wooden Man has been completed, and the game is now shutting down. Once the instance system made its announcement, the rows of nuns vanished, and the ghost that had been perched upon Palin's back also dissipated. Only Wula remained in place, for she was the boss of this side quest and did not disappear with the other creatures. Palin hurried to Su Chenyang's side and utilized a prop on him. Su Chenyang felt a refreshing coolness wash over him, the pain dissipating entirely. Moments later, he lay comfortably on the ground. Su Chenyang lifted his head and asked, "Am I all right? What prop did you use?" "It must have been expensive." Palin replied, "I misjudged the situation. It turns out that those left behind would perish. Given your severe injuries, it was only right for me to use a prop to heal you." As they conversed, Wula's voice drifted softly, "Do you still consider my existence? Are you isolating me, your good friend?" Chapter 59, Lord, I adore thee. Wula sat nearby, gazing at them with a hint of skepticism, as if to say, "Are we not good friends? Why do you ignore me?" Su Chenyang, having regained his composure, hastily rose from the ground and adjusted his skirt. They had just spoken without any sound. This is disastrous. Su Chenyang cast a pleading glance at Palin. "Brother, you are so impressive. Do you possess any means to make this NPC forget what just transpired?" In contrast to Su Chenyang's anxiety, Palin remained notably calm. He queried, Do you not find anything peculiar about us?" Wula pondered for a couple of seconds before replying, "Your voices have finally become pleasant. Previously, they were quite grating." Palin inquired, "Do our voices resemble those of girls?" Wula was left speechless. "Whose girl possesses a voice like yours?" Su Chenyang hastily asked, "Do you perceive us as male or female?" Wula retorted, "Am I foolish?" Su Chenyang pressed, "Will you expose us?" Wula, bewildered, responded, "Are we not friends? Why would I expose you? You are quite strange." Now it was Su Chenyang who was at a loss for words. Palin, inexplicably amused, mused that they were friends now, but in an hour, that would no longer be the case. Seizing the moment, he posed a question, Why was there a nun weeping in the courtyard last night? What transpired with her?" Attempting to glean information, Wula recalled, "At that time, I was in my room freshening up. I do not know what happened. Dali said she saw a devil, became possessed, and was in great distress, hence her tears." "The devil was summoned by you, and Dali loads you." "Who is Dali?" Su Chen Yang queried. Wula replied, she is the eldest nun, having practiced here the longest. Everyone considers her the most devout follower of the Lord. Do you share that sentiment? Palin seized upon the crux of the matter. Wula stated, I do not. I believe that everyone lacks fidelity, including myself and you. You are not true followers. You understand nothing. If we are not followers, why have we come here? That is a question for you to ponder. Why did you board that carriage? Why did you disguise yourselves as women? What are your intentions? Wula rose from the ground, her golden hair cascading down, her light-colored eyes piercingly scrutinizing them. Both Su Chen Yang and Palin furrowed their brows. They had just entered the game and were oblivious to the preceding narrative. The item merely convinced you that she was their friend, yet all memories remained unaltered. The two sought to extract information but found themselves at an impasse. Whether it was due to not asking the right questions or her own ignorance of the secrets here, they could not ascertain. The killing game was a side quest, wholly inconsequential to the main storyline. When they emerged from the fountain's depths, everything outside remained eerily tranquil. Palin carried the NPC, a man, and they needed to conceal him. Su Chen Yang remarked, his name is Wei. When will he awaken? We should assist him, perhaps he holds valuable information. Palin replied, first, let us return him to the room and change him into a dress. The two carried the NPC ahead, with Wula trailing behind. As the time limit for the item had already elapsed by half an hour, Su Chen Yang grew anxious that she might suddenly realize she had been deceived and then lash out violently. Su Chen Yang implored, we require your assistance. Could you follow Dali and the Lord? We are good friends, and you would help me. You are the best. His eyes brimmed with sincerity, and his tone was gentle, a truly comforting cadence. Wula glanced at the unconscious Wei, her expression revealing disdain, and turned to leave. She did not confirm whether she would assist in tracking, but Su Chen Yang was indifferent to that. They merely wished to divert her away. The sky was overcast, and the nuns' convent was eerily silent, save for the occasional sound of prayers emanating from the church. Wula ascended to the attic, pushed open a small window, and perched on the edge, overlooking the fountain square below. Players passed by the fountain, and a fortunate one uncovered the fountain's secret. It did not reflect human forms. Ultimately, they were dragged into the depths of the fountain by a blooded hand, forced to partake in the killing game. Wula could envision everything at the bottom of the fountain with her eyes closed, murmuring as she directed the nuns. One by one, players had their heads severed, the fountain's waters turning a bloody crimson, the scent of iron pervading the air. She had not descended again, for the wooden doll game bore no pressure element. The previous incident had been deliberate on her part. Other members of the Black-Red Guild passed by and noticed the fountain's waters had turned red, instantly growing tense. It is filled with blood. Someone has died, Chen Xiujie exclaimed. Not just one person, Shi Xingwang dared not approach. I have not seen Pei Ji, I wonder where he has gone, Liu Kang remarked, holding his sister Liu Shue's hand. Wula swung her legs, addressing the figure within the window. Lord, do you only wish for me to make a wish? There are many faithful here, and they appear to need you more. Indeed, the Lord had always been present. From the moment she ascended to the attic, he had appeared. She executed players before him. From her elevated vantage point, she could clearly see the waters of the fountain gradually turning red. Wula commanded the realm of the mirror world. Her death trigger was simple: do not seek out her reflection, lest she be forcefully drawn into the killing game. The Lord commanded hearts, prayers, and wishes. To make a wish unto him meant one's soul would be taken, forever becoming his follower. The Lord not only hunted humans but also NPCs. From the first day the quest commenced, Wula had comprehended all this. Thus, no matter how alluring or tempting the Lord appeared, she would never make a wish. She chose deception and evasion, resolutely refusing to make a wish or beseech him for anything. The other NPC nuns and these human players were easily swayed, readily susceptible to making wishes, yet the Lord did not seek out others. He fixated on her. Wula could not fathom why. Tatter stood at the window, with Wula's back turned to him. With a mere gentle gesture, he could push the young nun down. Tatter's fingers entwined in her golden hair. The only follower I desire is you. I need but you as my sole devotee. Wula looked up, beholding Tatter's exquisite chin, and replied, Lord, such words would wound the hearts of all the faithful. The Lord belongs to all, not merely to shine upon me. I wish only to bless you, La. Is that not good? It is not. Wu La did not wish for her demise. Su Chenyang had received her special favor, and she seemed to have garnered the Lord's peculiar attention as well. Lord, they all love you. Please extend your gaze upon them. Do you love me? Tatar inquired, lowering his head. His face, strikingly androgynous, bore divine eyes that, despite their calmness, radiated temptation. In that moment, it was impossible to discern whether he was an untouchable deity or a beguiling demon. Wu La, though self-aware, did not grasp the complexities of emotions. She merely recognized the Lord's beauty and wished to tease him. Love. The young nun fixed her gaze upon him, unabashedly declaring, Lord, I adore thee. Chapter 60. Divine beings, no, demons. Tatar heard the words he longed to hear, yet felt a lingering sense of inadequacy. Leaning down, he rested his chin upon her head and softly uttered, My name is Tatar. Lord was how everyone referred to him. His name had never been spoken by another. Wu La was somewhat taken aback, but she did not sense any murderous intent from Tatar. Rather, they seemed to connect splendidly, and she was filled with joy. Tatar, she whispered, savoring his name. The mere sound of it brought Tatar immense delight. His attention was wholly captivated by her, disregarding the other nuns and the players. Most of the other nuns had not triggered death, and Wu La would be the greatest harbinger of slaughter. The sensation was exquisite. Having severed several heads that day, Wu La was in high spirits. Tatar perceived her emotions, joy intertwined with a thirst for blood, as he touched her, silently feeding off her desire for carnage. In the nuns' quarters, a small double room was crammed with people. Members of the Black-Red Guild had all gathered. It was only at this moment that Su Chenyang learned of their identities, the strongest guild mentioned by Guiyao, known for its high entry barriers. He never anticipated encountering them in the second dungeon. Their presence suggested that this dungeon would not be feeble. Today's game of a 123 wooden man had already acquainted Su Chenyang with the essence of horror gaming, terrifying dungeons. Had this game appeared at the Isle Boarding Academy, all players would have perished on the very first day. Chen Xiaojia reported on the clues they had discovered that day. The nuns' daily routine is quite regular. Chanting scriptures, praying, and copying texts, with no peculiarities observed. That old nun is exceedingly strict. If any other nun loses focus during prayer, she is reprimanded. We were also pulled into the chapel for prayer as we passed by. We have yet to locate the Lord. He seems to have vanished. And the nun who exorcised us, she is also missing. The fountain is strange. The water has turned to blood, and we dared not approach, retreating immediately. Palin cautioned, do not go near anything that can reflect your image, for it will not show your reflection. Once you realize your absence in the mirror, leave the scene swiftly, or you will trigger a slaughter game. Pei Ji's knowledge was evidently born of experience. Chen Xiaojiao inquired, Pei Ji, you weren't injured, were you? Palin replied, Yu has mastery over the realm of reflections, but I cannot ascertain if she possesses other triggers. She is perilous. If you see her, it is best to turn and flee. Shi Xingwang remarked, then we shall leave her to you. Palin nodded in agreement. Su Chenyang sat nearby, vigilantly guarding the NPC, a man covered in wounds, lying in a state of unconsciousness. Stealthily, Su Chenyang pinched his pressure point, initially thinking it ineffective, only to find it remarkably potent. And Wei groaned, his face contorted in pain as he slowly opened his eyes. The others turned to look upon hearing the sound, and Palin hurried over. Su Chenyang, feeling guilty, confessed, I woke him. Palin lowered himself, patting An Wei's cheek to hasten his awakening. The resounding slaps made Su Chenyang suddenly feel that his earlier actions were trivial by comparison. Upon regaining consciousness, An Wei was met with the sight of a room full of nuns, and his eyes widened in terror. No. Please don't kill me. I won't dare again, I promise. His voice was alarmingly loud. Palin swiftly covered his mouth and pressed him back onto the bed, admonishing, keep your voice down. A man's voice, and Wei strained to discern the nuns before him, and he indeed spotted a clue. A few bore the stature of skeletons, and lying down, he could see their Adam's apples. Su Chenyang queried, you have something to say to us, don't you? We can release you, but you must not scream. And Wei blinked furiously. Palin loosened his grip, gasping for breath, and Wei urged, "We must flee at once. You truly have no fear of death. Daring to masquerade as nuns, you will be sacrificed to the demon. Though these nuns may appear beautiful, they are not virtuous. They continuously offer sacrifices to the demon. I am but a deceived offering. We must hurry." "Are you implying that the nuns willingly present offerings to the demon?" Su Chenyang asked. "They worshipped the Lord, a divine being. How could they also serve the demon? Were they nurturing the demon or engaging in a pact with it?" The implications were staggering. "Indeed, they sacrificed me to the demon, severing my wrist's vein, allowing my blood to flow away drop by drop. I felt so cold, I thought I was doomed, yet, to my astonishment, I survived. You saved me, didn't you? Thank you, thank you." After enduring tremendous fright and narrowly escaping death, Wei was in a state of exhilaration, speaking rapidly. Palin posed the crucial question, "How did you come to be here? Were you also a deceived follower?" "I am certainly no follower. I merely received a letter from the convent. A nun claimed she had seen me in the town below and had fallen in love at first sight, so Wei was a man in his early 20s, perpetually unsuccessful in finding a girlfriend, while many in the town were already married. When the nun professed her affection for him in writing, he impulsively made his way to the convent." Palin inquired, "Did you meet the nun who wrote to you?" Wei replied, "I did not. I was captured on the first night. They declared me a demon, claiming to exorcise me, but what I witnessed was no exorcism, it was a sacrificial ritual to summon a demon." Wei had been duped. "I cannot fathom why she would mislead me. My fate is tragic," he lamented. Palin's expression grew grave. "Perhaps this convent has long been devoid of divine presence, only demons dwell here." Su Chenyang questioned, "Then what of the Lord we saw in the chapel? Is he not a divine being?" Palin responded, "Perhaps he is not. This was a horror dungeon. How could a divine entity exist within its confines?" Su Chenyang pondered, "Do they even comprehend what they worship? When we exit the dungeon, we are not to slay the god, are we?" Chapter 61, The nun residing in the attic. The room had descended into silence. If the only way to escape this predicament was to slay God, it would prove to be an insurmountable challenge. "They could not even locate this god," Palin remarked. "I find it hard to believe that this convent originally worshipped this deity. Something must have transpired to lead to the current state of affairs." This insinuated that some unfortunate event had likely taken place, prompting a change in divine allegiance. At that moment, the electronic voice of Ka Fen suddenly echoed, "Warning, the number of player deaths has exceeded half. Good luck to all." It was merely the first day, and already half the players were deceased. "Who was responsible?" Chen Xiaojia stated, "We have roamed about all day without triggering any fatal events." "Then how did these individuals meet their demise?" Palin replied, "It was the fountain." The fountain was situated in the small square, and regardless of which direction players ventured to explore the convent, they would inevitably pass by it. Merely standing by the fountain and glancing down would. Su Chenyang's expression grew grave. "All these deaths were caused by the moon." Palin glanced at his watch and turned to Su Chenyang, saying, "An hour has passed." Su Chenyang's face turned pale. The kind-hearted lie item had worn off. The moon would remember that she had been deceived. Palin stated, "We will require her special attention." Su Chenyang appeared on the verge of tears. "As long as we avoid the fountain, refrain from looking at the water while bathing." "No, I won't bathe at all." "Will that suffice?" Palin reassured him, "As long as you do not trigger the conditions for death, she cannot harm you at present." Su Chenyang sighed in relief, but the next moment, Palin abruptly hoisted him up by his collar. "However, there is a possibility that the plot may collapse during the final stages of the instance, leading to a battle royal." A sudden knock resounded at the door, breaking the silence within the room. At this hour, who could be seeking them? A player, and Wei, upon hearing the knock, instinctively buried himself under the blankets, muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Several members of the Black-Red Guild exchanged wary glances, yet it was Palin who stood up to answer the door. It was broad daylight. They had not engaged in any activities that would trigger the conditions for death. Upon opening the door, a faint scent of blood wafted in, revealing a girl clad in a black robe with a white headscarf, smiling brightly at the entrance. Upon sighting her, Su Chenyang bolted. The door was blocked. forcing him to dash into the washroom to hide. Palin obstructed Wula, inquiring, "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" Wula tilted her head, peering past Palin, and in a haunting tone, replied, "I came to find my dear friend." Why is he hiding? With such a good relationship, why would he conceal himself? Palin felt a bead of sweat trickle down for Su Chen Yang. Wula pushed aside Palin's hand and attempted to enter. Palin swiftly grasped her arm while discreetly drawing out his weapon, a curved knife. His ample skirt concealed the blade, but Wula sensed the impending danger. She turned back and remarked, "We three are not such good friends. Why are you so anxious about my visit?" Palin remained silent. He found this nun to be peculiar, too lively, too human-like. She seemed to have come for vengeance yet refrained from attacking immediately, instead mocking them with her sardonic remarks. Palin could not ascertain her next move. Wula's gaze fell upon a bundled figure on the bed, and she chuckled softly. "You managed to bring him out. Quite impressive, isn't it?" "You are all doomed." Palin asked, "What do you mean?" Wula replied, "The one meant for sacrifice has been rescued, without a victim. He is quite displeased." In that moment, realization dawned upon them. Indeed, Anwei was the intended sacrifice, and they had interrupted the ritual, taking the offering with them. Wula crossed her arms, grinning, "I eagerly anticipate how you will meet your demise." Palin sought to take advantage of the situation to extract more information from her, but in an instant, she vanished from his grasp. Bang! The bathroom door was violently kicked, leaving Su Chen Yang inside trembling from the impact. Wula stood at the entrance, relentlessly kicking the door. "Har har har, dear friend, why are you hiding from me? Do you not enjoy playing red light, green light, or is it hide-and-seek that you prefer?" "I adore playing hide-and-seek too, hee hee." Su Chen Yang was left utterly bewildered. What sort of lunatic was this? The others were equally startled by Wula's antics, and once she had sufficiently vented her frustration, she swaggered away. She had merely come to intimidate them, to assert her dominance. Click, exhausted, Su Chen Yang emerged from the bathroom, and the others regarded him with pity. Su Chen Yang inquired, "Have I become her target?" Indeed. As night fell, the church loomed in the darkness like a colossal beast, poised to devour any passerby. Seated upon the central pew of the church, Tartar, clad in a crimson robe, wore an expression of discontent. His gaze drifted toward the outside world, his irritation gradually mounting. Tartar exited the church and made his way to the small square. The fountain had returned to normal, the scent of blood dissipated. He found no interest in lingering, turning instead toward the residence of the nuns, not the abode of the new believers, but rather the old building. The wooden structure had a narrow staircase, each step creaking beneath his weight. The doors to the rooms stood silent, in stark contrast to the lively quarters of the players. Tartar did not pause, ascending to the attic where a nun resided. She had grown up here, once hidden in the attic, crying pitifully, her voice becoming hoarse from her wails. Eventually, someone took pity on her and allowed her to leave the attic. She donned a heavy robe, concealing her hair beneath a white headscarf, transforming into a figure indistinguishable from the other nuns. As she matured, she remained in the attic, never descending to mingle with others. The small door was locked from within, but Tartar observed as the lock disengaged automatically. The door creaked open, revealing the dimly lit attic, and Tartar's gaze immediately fell upon the curled figure on the small bed. Chapter 62, Tartar only desires to consume her soul. A petite bed nestled near the attic's small window. The bedding was modest, and she lay curled beneath a thin quilt. Tartar approached silently, settling himself at the bedside. Wula felt something weigh down upon her skirt, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld Tartar, draped in crimson, with long hair cascading like an ethereal sprite. She turned to him, lying on her side, and inquired, "Master, are you displeased?" Wula was well aware of the cause of his discontent. The loss of a sacrificial offering would undoubtedly render him restless. He was akin to a beast that had long been nurtured, now thirsting for blood. Under such circumstances, she had anticipated he might seek others, enticing them with wishes before devouring their souls and flesh. However, she was taken aback that he had come to her instead. This was, after all, not entirely unexpected. It was evident that Tartar's singular desire was to consume her soul. Was it her initial encounter with him, marked by a kiss upon the back of his hand, that had summoned this calamity? Humans often say, a single flirtation can lead to one's demise. Wula did not consider herself lustful, rather, she simply had an affinity for beauty, yet, that day, Tatter had indeed charmed her. Had it not been for her strong sense of self-awareness, she might have unwittingly wished for him countless times, and her soul would have surely been devoured long ago. Wula nestled deeper into the soft quilt and proposed, "Master, allow me to guide you in your hunt. Do not linger about me any longer. I wish to continue my game and do not wish to be bound to you so soon." In the darkness, Tatter's gaze was enigmatic as he smiled, leaning closer to whisper, "Utter my name." "Tatter. Once I have consumed them all, I shall feast upon you, and we shall be eternally entwined." "Very well." Tatter had acquiesced to her leading him in search of sustenance. Simultaneously, she had painted a grand vision for him. It seemed she was always conveying her willingness to offer her soul in sacrifice, albeit not at this moment. Tatter anticipated the eventuality. His entire focus was now fixated upon this little nun. Wula rose from her slumber, opting not to don the long black robe but rather a nightgown, her tresses of golden hair flowing freely like seaweed. Tatter followed her, remarking, "You were quite adorable as a child with your short hair, you are beautiful now. In my youth, Delhi often criticized my hair, yet I adored it, its hue resembled that of the sun. Alas, the mountains seldom bask in sunlight." Wula descended the stairs, adding, "I have heard that the town below sees the sun every day." In the next instant, a frigid hand grasped the tip of her hair, and Tatter drew closer, declaring, "You can never depart from here. You belong here, you belong to me." Wula turned, scrutinizing Tatter from head to toe. "So, did you truly manifest because of me?" Tatter evaded a direct answer, merely stating, "I have watched you grow. Did you prefer the child I was or the person I am now?" "Now. And why is that?" "Because you are a naughty child, and I have a fondness for naughty children. The master does not favor the virtuous but delights in the mischievous." Wula remarked, "There are naughty children everywhere here." And Wei clamored to descend the mountain, and in a moment's inattention, he dashed away. Several members of the Black-Red Guild, along with Su Qinyang, ventured forth to search for Wei. They encountered other players, who appeared shaken and disoriented. Su Qinyang approached to inquire and soon learned, "The gates of the convent have vanished. No matter which direction we seek an exit, we are returned to this small square, as if ensnared in a ghostly maze, forever doomed to circle this area." The gates were evidently not far from the small square, surrounded by gardens, residences, and a church, an unmistakably clear map. "How could they possibly be trapped?" Palin interjected. "The instance is deteriorating, we must act swiftly." No sooner had he spoken than the instant's information updated. The silent convent, a sanctuary long yearned for by the townsfolk, devoid of war, oppression, or hunger. All aspire to come here, yet the gates remain firmly shut. Suddenly, 18 years ago, the convent began to admit disciples, accepting new members monthly. The electronic voice stuttered, crackling harshly, leaving all players with throbbing heads. Though seemingly tranquil, each nun harbors her own secrets. Please uncover the mysteries of the nuns. Chapter 63, Tatter, do not eat me. Ultimately, eat me. The entrance to the convent vanished, plunging the entire establishment into darkness. It seemed to have transformed, becoming distinctly different from before. Tatter, adorned in elegant crimson attire, was leading a little girl across the small square. The fountain's waters mirrored their silhouettes, reflecting the figures of two adults, one male and one female. Yet to the naked eye, it was merely Tatter holding the hand of a little girl with golden, curly short hair. Tatter lifted her into his arms, allowing her to perch upon his elbow, and inquired, "May I not join you?" "That is permissible, but you must conceal your face. You are too handsome, they will recognize you," the girl replied. With her small hands, she tugged at his red cloak, pulling the hood over his head, adjusting it downwards until it veiled his lips, revealing only a hint of his fair chin. Tatter inclined his head slightly, obediently complying. Once Tatter's face was adequately obscured, the little girl beamed with satisfaction. Those humans had only encountered Tatter once before, when he donned a white robe, resembling a deity. They had never seen him in this guise and would likely find it challenging to recognize him. "Let the foraging commence," the little girl declared, her tender voice laced with laughter. A melodious boyish voice chimed in, "If I remain hungry, I shall consume you. Tatter, do not eat me." "Save me for the last," she pouted, her voice taking on a genuinely endearing tone. Tatter lowered his head, nuzzling her crown affectionately, and carried her away into the distance. The old dormitory for the nuns was a vast structure, with walls of white plaster and redwood staircases, windows, and columns. Though the house was spacious, the corridors were narrow and dimly lit, forcing tall individuals to stoop while ascending or descending, lest they collide with the overhead wooden beams. The first floor housed several empty rooms for study, where one could read or recite scriptures. Ascending to the second floor, one encountered a grand living room, adorned with simple decor, a cold, extinguished fireplace, a grey sofa draped with hand-crocheted lace, a small table for sipping red tea, and a few books resting atop the chairs. The counter against the wall, with glass doors, revealed an array of exquisite teacups within, designed for enjoying red tea. The external windows were curtains drawn halfway, allowing moonlight to spill into the living room. Surrounding the spacious lounge were several rooms, presumably communal spaces such as a laundry room and a study. Encircling the expansive, shadowy living room was a narrow, pitch-black corridor, leading to rooms where the nuns resided. The upper floor mirrored the layout below, featuring another large parlour, and further up, the structure revealed a small attic, where a slanted window suggested limited space. A group of players stealthily ascended. Although half of the players had perished that day, about 10 remained. The dungeon system had announced the expiration of the nuns' secrets. In an instant, all players converged upon the nuns' dwelling. The density of players within the house was palpable, instilling a sense of trepidation in all. Yet aside from the church and the dining hall, this was the only place concentrated with nuns. The most crucial information was undoubtedly hidden here. None of the players wished to lag behind, fearing they might miss the opportunity to emerge from the dungeon. Some players lingered on the first floor. Members of the Black-Red Guild ascended to the second floor, where Palin commanded, "Split up." "Understood." "Indeed." Chen Xiaojia and Shishing Wang ventured to inspect the laundry room. Liu Kang and Liu Shui made their way to the study. Other players, perhaps forming clandestine teams, gathered to strategize before dispersing in different directions. The vast, dark living room fell silent, leaving only 2 figures behind. Palin turned to Su Chenyang, asking, "Will you team up with me?" Su Chenyang replied, "No, I prefer to go solo." While teaming up with Palin was advantageous, given his formidable strength, Su Chenyang sought to rely on himself, pushing for personal growth, even at the risk of peril. Death, if it were to be, so be it. Should he survive, that would be a testament to his prowess. With an optimistic outlook, Su Chenyang merely wished for death to be less painful. His first dungeon had seen him gutted, and in the second, he had suffered a shattered bone before reaching the halfway mark. It had been excruciating. Su Chenyang did not search in the communal areas, convinced that the nuns' secrets could not possibly be concealed in such public spaces but rather within private quarters. He proceeded into the narrow, dark corridor, quickly vanishing from Palin's sight. Palin stood alone in the parlour, casually perusing the books. They were scriptures read by the nuns. Their presence here suggested frequent use, yet the books bore no signs of wear. They appeared pristine, devoid of any creases, implying the nuns had cared for them meticulously. However, frequently read books typically exhibit signs of handling. The binding was tight, and to access the text hidden within the corners of the pages required pressing down. These volumes bore no evidence of thorough reading. What did their presence signify? Devout believers, who pray and recite daily, yet never peruse the scriptures in the living room. As Palin pondered this, the sound of footsteps echoed across the wooden floor, accompanied by the creaking of a door. A nun was approaching. Palin hastily returned the books to their place and darted into the laundry room, shutting the door behind him. In the laundry room, Chen Xiaojia and Shishing Wang were startled but quickly understood, silencing their flashlight. The surroundings plunged into darkness, the only sounds being their breaths, with faint footsteps echoing from the living room. Dai Li, clad in black robes, entered the living room. The night air was chilly. She approached the fireplace, adding a log and dousing it with diesel before igniting it with a flint. The flickering flames illuminated her face, revealing the passage of time etched upon her features, with wrinkles adorning the corners of her eyes. As the fire danced, Dai Li settled onto the sofa, and the silence enveloped the space. Players noticed the flicker of light in the direction of the living room but heard no sound, prompting them to inch closer. However, when they finally beheld the nun, it was too late to flee. At the moment they turned to escape, Dai Li appeared before them. Her aged visage widened in shock, her eyes glaring at them. Why are you out here in the dead of night? The duo of players, a male and a female, stood frozen in fear, unable to utter a word. Diley continued, why are you roaming about instead of staying in your own rooms? I find your kind of believers utterly distasteful. The female player quickly lowered her head. I'm sorry. We won't do it again. Diley shifted her gaze from the girl to the male player, whose body was awash with sweat under her scrutiny. He stammered, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have wandered about. His voice was low, deliberately muted, yet it undeniably resonated with masculinity. In an instant, Diley's expression twisted with fury, and she yanked the male player's hood off, gripping his chin fiercely and lifting it, revealing a prominent Adam's apple. A man. You are man, disgusting deceiver, how dare you infiltrate here? With her grip vice-like, the male player found himself immobilized. The female player was equally terrified, and Diley turned her ire towards her. You dare consort with a man at this hour? Is this how you profess your faith? You are truly repugnant, utterly repugnant. R. Chapter 64. I want to go home, please, let me go home. R. A piercing scream of terror erupted from the living room, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of a monster feasting. The male player remained eerily silent throughout. Moments later, the sound of the female player fleeing in fright echoed, each step reverberating against the wooden floor. Diley rose, her face smeared with blood, the flickering light from the Where can you hide? You cannot evade me, I will find you. Della's voice erupted from deep within her throat in a guttural roar, and she followed the sound of retreating footsteps out of the living room. The players concealed in the shadows were thoroughly petrified by the commotion. All those who had entered the building sought refuge, too terrified to emerge. The sounds faded, confirming that the nun had moved on. Chen Xiaojia remarked, how terrifying. Why is she so enraged upon seeing a man? While the female player spoke, the elderly nun remained silent, indicating that the death condition had not been triggered. However, upon the male player's utterance, the nun had unleashed her wrath. Pei Lin pondered, though the male player's voice was certainly discordant, it mirrored the way he and Su Chen Yang spoke. Pei Lin enlightened Shixing Wang, before that elderly nun, you must remain utterly silent, not a word should escape your lips, ensure your scarf is properly worn, covering your throat. Shixing Wang replied, understood. Pei Lin continued, the other nuns are aware we are men, but they turn a blind eye. However, the elderly nun is different. I suspect her death trigger is the presence of men, and that men and women must not be in close proximity. This elucidated why, on several occasions, you had heard their voices lacking the femininity expected of girls, yet she had reacted with mere disdain for their unpleasant tones. Even upon realizing they were male, she had not harmed them. Wasn't the convent supposed to be off-limits to men? Why had death not been triggered? Because it was solely Diley who enforced the rules, adhering strictly to the doctrine and harboring a disdain for men. Shixing Wang mused, that old woman truly adheres to the doctrine, she is so rigid. I would suspect she has been wronged by a man, perhaps she suffered heartbreak in her youth. Chen Xiaojia shot him a disapproving glance, disliking such jest. Shixing Wang immediately retorted, har har, I'm just joking, she looks like a spinster, certainly well into menopause. Chen Xiaojia snapped, be quiet. Pei Lin inquired, have you discovered anything here? At this, Shixing Wang grew animated. Pei Ji, can you guess what those nuns wear beneath their black robes? Har har, lace lingerie. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me. What should I do? What should I do? The female player, driven to madness by fear, darted into a room and concealed herself behind the curtains. Fortuitously, the nun in that room seemed to have vanished. As she shut her eyes, her mind was overwhelmed by the horrific images of bloodshed, the sensation of being torn apart, blood splattering, and the nun extracting male organs. She sobbed uncontrollably, covering her mouth and nose to stifle any sounds. Why had she found herself in this terrifying world? She longed for home, missed her parents, and vowed never to be spoiled or temperamental again. Click, the door lock clicked open, the female player's eyes widened, her body frozen in terror. Two figures entered the room, one large and one small, as the door swung shut behind them. Tartar settled into a chair, shrouded in darkness. A little girl in a white dress approached the curtains, and the sound of her innocent laughter filled the air. Sister, are you playing hide and seek with me? The female player dared not move. Where had this child come from in the convent? It was too horrifying. Her mind was racing with confusion. A tiny hand lifted the hem of the curtain, revealing a golden-haired head peering in. The moonlight illuminated her face, a soft, cherubic visage akin to that of a doll. The female player gazed at her in terror. "Please don't kill me, I beg you." Her eyes widened, unblinking, as large tears streamed down her cheeks. Wula revealed a charming smile, crawling in and kneeling before her, extending her hand to wipe away her tears. "Don't cry, don't be afraid, I don't eat people." The child's beauty, combined with her gentle and sweet voice, offered a glimmer of hope to the female player. Tightly wounded with anxiety, she inquired, "You truly want to kill me?" "I want to," she assured, uttering no falsehoods. "I don't kill, Tartar kills." "Sister, where are your parents? Are you lost like me, unable to find them?" The inquiry shattered the female player's composure. "I will never see them again. I will die here, and they will never know." How did you become separated from them?" "I ran away from home, and I regret it deeply. I shouldn't have left on my bicycle alone, and then I got lost, and ended up in this hellish world." The female player collapsed into tears, repeatedly reliving the night she had fled home, her yearning to return to that moment palpable. Wula continued to wipe her tears, offering reassurance. "Don't be afraid, since you wish so desperately to go home, you will surely return." "Really, I truly wish to go home. After I return, I will never leave my house again. I want to step outside. I don't want to stay here. I want to go back. Please let me go back," she pleaded through her sobs. She understood that the being before her was not human. All players were adults, and she wondered where this child had come from. With golden, fluffy hair and angelic features, she appeared so endearing as she comforted her, unlike the monstrous entities lurking about. Perhaps this child was an angel. Meeting her might signify a chance for her to return. "Little sister, do you have a way to leave here? I truly want to go home. I beg you, help me. I don't want to die here." The female player grasped Wula's hand, bowing her head in earnest supplication. Wula smiled and embraced her. "I can feel it. You want to go back. Have you imagined what it would be like upon your return?" Wula's voice was irresistibly sweet, and the female player felt enveloped in a sense of security. She relished this feeling, simultaneously lured into delightful fantasies. She smiled. "I would ride my bicycle back to the community, greet the old man at the gate, and then encounter my anxious parents searching for me. I would run to them and hug them while my mother held my hand back home, and my father pushed my bicycle." The curtain was drawn back, revealing a handsome young man clad in red, indulging in a feast. The player in Wula's embrace gradually withered, her flesh desiccating until she breathed her last, a smile lingering on the lifeless lips. Wula looked up, inquiring, her wish was so strong. "Did it taste good?" Tartar, freshly sated, exuded a languid aura as he bent to scoop up the little girl, cradling her gently. Wula settled comfortably on his arm, naturally draping her arms around his neck. Tartar remarked, "You were a bit slow just now." Wula pouted in response. "Xiao Huan, why are you back so late?" I was out playing with friends a bit longer." "Hurry inside. Your parents must be worried sick." Millimeter. Chapter 65. Tatter, I am ravenous. I wish to devour you immediately. "Not so fast. Eating too quickly diminishes the taste," Wula retorted. "You've been conversing with her for quite some time." "My patience is wearing thin." He produced a handkerchief to wipe Wula's hands, which were stained with human tears. "Oh dear, it is patience that allows one to savor delicious food," Wula said, extending her hands for him to wipe. She inquired, "Tatter, have you eaten your fill today?" "Not at all." Tatter still felt hungry, yet his agitation had subsided. He was often irritable, but in her presence, his spirits seemed to lift considerably. After cleaning his fingers, Tatter playfully pinched them a few times. His short, chubby fingers were quite endearing. Wula questioned, "Didn't you say you could be satisfied with just one meal a day?" "Who told you that?" "Dai Li." Tatter leaned down to sniff Wula's cheek, his tone darkening. "I have been starving for quite a while. I long to consume you at once." Wula, she regretted not leaving him more food instead of slaying so many players. She shook her legs and said, "Put me down, let us continue our search for food." Tatter obliged, but in the next moment, he vanished. Just as Wula was left puzzled, she turned to see Dai Li, her face smeared with blood, appearing like a witch in the shadows. Dai Li, spotting the diminutive Wula, broke into a smile. "Baby, what are you doing here? It's the middle of the night. You need to sleep well to grow tall. Let me carry you back." Wula recoiled from her hand and coldly replied, "It's deserted at night. Am I not allowed to go downstairs?" "No, it's not that way, baby. Please don't be upset. I worry you won't rest well and will feel unwell tomorrow. Allow me to escort you upstairs." Upon seeing her diminutive form, Dai Li instinctively reverted to her nurturing demeanor from Wula's childhood. When she was young, her movements had been strictly monitored, and now Wula felt an urge to grow larger. Her shrinking was merely to appear more approachable and charming, to disarm players and elicit their hidden desires. Just as Wula intended to revert to her original size, Dai Li forcefully scooped her up. "Baby, let me take you back. Don't be angry. Anger is detrimental to your health." With someone else carrying her, the lethargic Wula ceased her struggles. Dai Li's attention was entirely consumed by Wula. Forsaking her pursuit of players, she carried Wula up the stairs, traversing each level. Upon returning to the attic, Wula requested to be set down. Wula entered the room and blocked the doorway to prevent Dai Li from entering. "You may leave now, rest assured. I won't go downstairs during the day, and no one will suspect a child resides in the convent." Dai Li's expression shifted, but she ultimately departed. Wula closed the door, casting a glance at the cabinet before climbing onto her small bed, tucking herself under the covers to sleep. Palin, hiding in the cabinet, was taken aback. "A child in the convent? There were only adult nuns here. How could there be a child?" Palin ascended to the attic, discovering signs of habitation. Before he could investigate further, he heard footsteps approaching and swiftly concealed himself in the cabinet. The nun Dai Li returned, cradling a child, who claimed she wouldn't go downstairs during the day to avoid discovery. A child in the convent? Had someone given birth? Dai Li. Palin was struck with a staggering suspicion. The nun, who despised men, had given birth to a child and concealed her in the attic. Palin reached out to touch a nearby garment. It was adult attire, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. Suddenly, Palin found himself in a mental quandary. Knock, knock. The sound of fingers tapping the wooden cabinet. Palin tensed. He hadn't heard. "You truly love playing hide and seek." Clearly, the game of wooden dolls was enjoyable. Why did everyone prefer hide and seek? Wula tilted her head at the cabinet and knocked again, her childish voice chanting, little rabbit, open the door, hurry and open it. I want to come in." Is the little rabbit being naughty? Wula peered through the cabinet's crack. A light-coloured eye darted about within, eventually locking gazes with Palin. Hee, the little rabbit is here. Palin flung open the cabinet door, his curved dagger flying out in response. Wula, her small form particularly agile, executed a backflip and landed on the bed, hugging a pillow as she regarded him. What a fierce little rabbit. Palin frowned deeply. This is not your room. Then whose room could it be if not mine? Wula retorted, then added, how rude of you to hide in a young lady's cabinet. You didn't secretly sniff my clothes, did you? Palin instantly recalled the fragrance lingering in the cabinet, his expression flickering momentarily. He maintained a stern demeanor, stating, those are all adult garments. You are but a child. I'm not that little. Wula protested. Palin stood by the door, hesitant to leave, uncertain if he would encounter Dai Li. The nature of this girl's death trigger remained unknown. However, at present, she seemed disinclined to attack him. Wula lay on the bed, yawning. You've disturbed my slumber. Then sleep, I shall take my leave, Palin replied, gripping his dagger and cautiously retreating. Dai Li is just outside. If she discovers a man has exited my room, she will be furious and punish me, locking me away forever. Wula's cute demeanor faltered as she spoke. Palin halted, then I shan't go out. Do not exit just yet. It turned out that not only female players were forbidden from approaching men. Here, the nuns and even little girls were also restricted from excessive contact with males. Palin was now fairly certain that this little girl posed minimal threat. He chose to remain in the attic. Wula sprawled on the bed, appearing drowsy. Palin surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Palin, do you wish for your teammates to survive? The little girl suddenly inquired. She knew his name. Is that not a lucrative trade? Wula coaxed. My death would render it an unfavorable deal, he asserted resolutely. Chapter 66, Tatter takes matters into his own hands. Wooler was not surprised by his response, yet she feigned curiosity, saying, I presumed you would be particularly concerned for your teammates. I care for them, but only on the condition that I remain alive, Palin replied with clarity of mind. He joined the Black and Red Guild, not to sacrifice himself for others, but to acquire vital dungeon information for the guild, to have comrades by his side, thereby enhancing his own survival prospects. Under the premise of his own survival, he would assist his teammates and strive to bring back valuable dungeon intel for the guild. This was Palin's principle. His relatively handsome visage bore an air of tranquility, setting him apart from players who had previously posed similar inquiries. Those players echoed Palin's sentiments, unwilling to barter their lives for their teammates, yet their expressions revealed a selfishness that Palin's did not. Wooler scrutinized him thoughtfully. A lack of concern for teammates indicated a preoccupation with oneself. Do you wish to exit the dungeon? I can assist you. I can ensure your escape while leaving your teammates behind. The pretty young girl beamed, her cherubic voice delivering a callous proposition. I refuse, Palin countered, and I do not trust you. You. He recognized her. Wooler sat up from the bed, running her fingers through her golden short hair, a look of resignation on her face. It was my hair that gave me away. Palin remarked, it's not just your hair. Your face too. You have grown in proportion from childhood, adorable as a child, stunning as an adult. Oh, you flatter me. Thank you for the compliment, Wooler chirped, leaping from the bed and striding past Palin to select a nightgown from the wardrobe. Palin, perceiving her intention, quickly turned away. In the corner of the small attic was a bathtub, accompanied by a water trough, her washing area, devoid of any privacy, where she often undressed without hesitation. Palin averted his gaze, to which Wooler chuckled, you are quite the gentleman. As Palin heard the rustling of fabric behind him, memories of the girl's fragrance from the wardrobe resurfaced. And no matter how beautiful this nun appeared, she could instantaneously transform into a fearsome spectre. She was a monster. Wooler, now clad in her dress, struggled as a button caught in her long hair. A cool, fair hand reached over to free her, and upon turning, Wooler saw Tatter, who had indeed remained nearby. He disliked encountering other nuns and had only just concealed himself, with the hair disentangled and the button secured. Tatter deftly smoothed the dull collar of her nightgown. Thank you, Wooler said softly. Tatter offered no reply. Meanwhile, Palin, who had been facing away, suddenly realized there was a third presence in the room. Gripping his curved dagger, he turned to confront the figure clad in a red robe, whose hat obscured most of their features, revealing only a hint of a pale chin. He grew wary. Moonlight streamed through the small window, glinting off the dagger in Palin's hand, reflecting a flash that caught Wooler's attention. Wooler frowned. Put away your knife, or I will kill you. Palin tightened his grip on the dagger, then lowered it, concealing the blade within his dark robe. It was not worth inciting an NPC over such a trivial matter. Palin remained uncertain of the identity of the figure in red. All he desired was to leave this place swiftly, for he sensed impending danger. Your brother is still alive, a melodious voice resonated. It was the figure in the red robe speaking. This voice belonged to the master. Wooler recognized that Tatter was about to take action, so she ceased to intervene. Palin maintained his composure. I witnessed him being bitten through the neck by a monster. You cannot deceive me. He had a younger brother, just a year his junior, who had entered this horrifying world with him. During their first dungeon, his brother had chosen to confront the oncoming monsters to allow Palin to escape. In the final moments before Palin's departure from the dungeon, he had witnessed his brother's brutal demise. That memory was the only pain that lingered in his heart. Palin was resolute in his belief. He could not be swayed by this master. A hint of a smile appeared beneath the shadow of the hat, as Tatter remarked, your brother is still alive, but he is no longer human. He exists in the form of a monster. Palin's heart stirred. Humans who die in a dungeon become monsters. Indeed, he is immortal, he remembers you and awaits the day you can descend into that dungeon, Tatter replied. Palin gripped his dagger tightly. Humans do not re-enter a dungeon. Humans can re-enter a dungeon, albeit with a minuscule probability. What do you mean? Your brother, he is very lonely, he longs for you. Tatter's voice softened, almost hypnotic. Wooler found the sound pleasant, sensing no malice. However, Palin's resolve was easily shattered. The master's simple words wove a beautiful illusion before him. The scene before his eyes reverted to the beginning, replaying the moment he witnessed his brother's demise. Brother. It hurts, I am in so much pain, brother. Countless monsters clawed at his brother, tearing at his neck's carotid artery, blood spraying forth as his brother's features contorted in agony, tears streaming down his blood-red eyes as he fixed his gaze on Palin, repeatedly calling out for him. Yet Palin could not move. He was torn between the suffering, dying figure of his brother and the force that was forcibly extracting him from the dungeon. In the next moment, he found himself viewing the dungeon from a third-person perspective. Monsters roamed the factory, and his brother appeared out of place amongst them, battered and bruised, with a gaping wound in his neck, standing pallid and alone. Brother, where are you? When will you come to get me? I miss you so much. No one paid him heed, as he called out for his brother time and again. Palin had not felt such heartbreak in ages. He concealed his anguish behind a facade of indifference, yet at that moment, he felt utterly shattered. Tatter's words echoed in his ears, go and bring him back, Palin, your brother longs for you. Chapter 67, The Theft of the Divine Weapon. As an observer, Woola comprehended the situation clearly. Tatter had woven an illusion for Palin. She perceived her brother as faceless, with only Palin able to discern the visage from his memories. A white t-shirt, completely stained crimson, bore a gaping wound at the neck, a clear indication of the agony endured at the time of death. He sacrificed himself to save his brother, which made Palin particularly cherish his own life. Palin's will was gradually unraveling. With each desperate call of brother from the sibling, he felt an increasing urge to approach him. If he uttered the words, I will bring you back, he would irrevocably fall into Tatter's snare. Woola delicately brushed her long hair with her fingers, patiently awaiting the inevitable. It surprised her that Tatter had malicious intentions to kill him. Tatter was famished, requiring sustenance, yet he appeared to be quite particular about his food. With the exception of offerings from the nuns, he seldom hunted. Was this player particularly to Tatter's liking? Tatter was reluctant to engage in conversation. Woola decided to give him a nudge, saying, if you go to that world, you can be with your brother forever, never to part again. What an enticing proposition it was, to reunite with her brother and remain together for eternity. Palin typically spoke little, his demeanor always cold and stoic. No one knew the depths of his yearning. His sole desire was for his brother, wishing fervently for time to reverse to the first instance, believing that if given another chance, he would protect his sibling once more. He would venture into that instance to see his brother bang. A sudden loud crash echoed from outside, as if something. This sound shattered Palin's reverie. Being an experienced player, the abrupt noise jolted him back to reality within mere moments. His complexion turned pale, and clarity returned to his gaze, revealing for the first time a hint of fear towards the two before him. If they were to transform into monsters and shred him apart, Palin would remain unafraid. The most terrifying prospect was that they might craft a beautiful dream, compelling him to willingly embrace death. Without hesitation, Palin lunged forward, wielding his curved dagger. With a powerful flourish, the hilt elongated, transforming into a scythe, swiftly arcing towards the necks of the two. This was no ordinary item, not something purchased with points in a shop, but a divine artifact he had fortuitously acquired during a previous instance. Close combat was with the curved dagger, while ranged attacks were executed with the long-handled scythe. Tatter's lips curled into a smirk as he simply raised his hand. The tip of the scythe became ensnared in midair. It was as though an invisible barrier existed, rendering Palin's efforts futile no matter how he strained. Divine artifacts not only sliced through iron effortlessly, easily slaying NPCs, but the wounds they inflicted would never heal. Palin relied on this fact, thus he was not afraid of the mutated monsters, yet he had never encountered a situation where his weapon could not even approach the monster. Was this what it meant to be a master, to be divine? I fancy this blade, Woola announced, simultaneously snatching Palin's weapon from him. As the scythe slipped from his grasp, Palin was left in shock. Remaining meant certain death. There was no chance of victory in a confrontation. Palin retreated swiftly, then resolutely leapt onto the bed and tumbled through the small window. Woola's expression soured. "Why did you step on my blanket?" Tatter reached out to pat her head. "You can use this blade to sever his throat." Woola twirled the scythe, retracting it back into a long curved dagger. She lightly grazed the blade with her fingertip, and blood immediately flowed. It was exceedingly sharp. Tatter frowned, grasping her finger and bending down to lick the blood, a tremor coursing through his eyes. Woola paid no mind to his actions. Instead, she excitedly brandished the dagger. "They are quite rude, barging into our residence. I intend to drive them away." She withdrew her finger and, as she moved towards the door, she playfully pouted at Tatter. "My lord, dear Tatter, could you tidy up my bedding? Then wait for my return here." Tatter replied. "Aren't you going to take me along?" Woola responded. "Of course not." She opened the door and exited, with a suitable weapon in hand. Woola gleefully swung the dagger, effortlessly severing the banister at the entrance. On the small staircase lay a copper teapot, intentionally placed there by someone. Su Chenyang concealed himself in a dim corner, hardly daring to breathe. He had been searching for clues on the third floor when he spotted Palin hastily ascending the stairs, followed by Deli, who was cradling a golden-haired little girl. Deli emerged, yet Palin remained inside, and the little girl was still within. Palin had not reappeared for so long. Surely something was amiss, and he found himself cornered by Deli on the third floor. Each turn in the dark corridor posed the risk of encountering her. Su Chenyang had no choice but to feign activity, repeatedly circling the third floor to mislead Deli. She seemed particularly anxious about the attic, prompting him to deliberately make noise on the attic stairs. Sure enough, Deli lingered outside the attic for an extended period, providing him the opportunity to escape through a window and drop down to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he discovered several nuns seated in the living room, engaged in cheerful chatter. Su Chenyang could only remain motionless in the shadows, eavesdropping on their conversation. "Deli is angry again today. I hear a man has entered here." "Sure, keep your voice down. Don't let Deli hear you." "Deli is looking for La again, but La is avoiding her. Deli is very indulgent with La. Doesn't he punish her for skipping morning prayers? La has no faith. She is not like the nuns. Why does she even come here? Life here is quite pleasant. Living outside is exhausting, filled with arduous labor. Isn't he that why we all choose to stay here, having grown accustomed to a comfortable lifestyle? Who would wish to return to the outside world?" With a curved dagger in hand, Woola descended the stairs and spotted them, cheerfully greeting. "Sisters, little La, why aren't you asleep yet? A mouse has come in, making quite a ruckus, preventing me from resting." Woola sipped from a cup of red tea on the table, saying, "You all stay here and ensure the mouse doesn't escape. I'll go chase them away." Su Chenyang felt his heart leap into his throat as he quietly retreated, inching back silently. However, suddenly, he heard quick footsteps not far away. Other players were nearby like him. They were eavesdropping, but one of them couldn't maintain their composure, turning to flee and making noise. Su Chenyang felt a shadow loom ahead. In the next moment, that shadow lost its head, and the air was filled with a strong, sweet metallic scent. The moonlight reflecting off the window illuminated the weapon, and Su Chenyang recognized the wielder. It was you. Su Chenyang swiftly covered his mouth and nose, crouching down, moving stealthily in the darkness. He quietly advanced to the corner before standing up to walk. At the same time, he encountered Liu Kang and Liu Shui from the Black-Red Guild. Liu Kang held Liu Shui's hand, the two standing in the corner. As Su Chenyang approached, Liu Kang swiftly grasped his throat, stifling any sound. In an instant of suffocation, Su Chenyang remained motionless, merely tapping Liu Kang's hand to signal that he was human and would not make a sound. Recognizing him, Liu Kang immediately released his grip. He gestured for Su Chenyang to follow him. The three moved cautiously through the darkness when suddenly they heard the laughter of a girl. "There are quite a few who have sneaked in." The trio reached the window at the end of the corridor. Liu Shui fumbled to open the window, while Liu Kang nudged his sister, indicating she should jump down first, with him following closely behind. Liu Shui did not hesitate to leap through the window, a drop of 3 to 4 meters, inevitably creating noise upon landing. As soon as Liu Shui jumped down, Woola caught wind of the disturbance. She approached with her curved dagger, exclaiming, I heard it. Liu Shui looked up anxiously. "Brother, hurry." Liu Kang quickly leapt through the window, with Su Chenyang closely behind, not daring to delay for a moment. As Su Qinyang stepped onto the window, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. He dared not look back. Hastily leaping down, a chill swept over him as a blade grazed past, severing several strands of hair that floated in the air. That's not Brother Pei's curved dagger, is it? Liu Shui gasped in astonishment. Chapter 68, The Birth of a Stillborn. All origins lead to her. Upon Liu Kang's descent, he did not glance upward but rather seized his sister's hand and fled, with Su Qinyang swiftly trailing behind. It was only after they had sprinted several dozen meters that they realized the nun would not pursue them beyond the residence. The trio came to a halt, turning back to confirm that indeed, they were not being followed. The small window on the second floor was ajar, the white curtain billowing outward in the wind. Liu Shui shook Liu Kang's hand, still shaken, and exclaimed, "Brother, that nun was wielding Pei Ji's curved blade." Liu Kang, skeptical, responded, "Are you certain you did not missee?" "Absolutely not. I even locked eyes with her, and when I called out that it was Pei Ji's weapon, she grinned triumphantly." Liu Kang's expression grew grave. His sister might not comprehend, but he had a faint understanding of the weapon's origins. It was said that Pei Lin, alongside 10 guild members, had entered a dungeon, and he was the sole survivor. Upon his return, he possessed this weapon, a divine artifact capable of slaying NPCs. Many NPCs in dungeons were notoriously difficult to defeat. Even if one shattered them, some would regenerate and resurrect. Possessing a divine artifact could multiply one's combat strength manifold. Surviving a dungeon required not only intellect to unravel its narrative and secrets but often necessitated brute force as well. Pei Ji has yet to emerge, and the weapon is in the hands of an NPC. Could he be in peril? Liu Shui expressed her concern. Liu Kang patted Liu Shui's head, reassuring her, "Pei Lin is formidable, he will be fine." Feeling a chill on his scalp, Su Qinyang raised a hand to discover a portion of his hair had been shorn. Had he jumped any slower, it would not have merely been his hair at stake, but his very skull, with a bald spot now visible. Su Qinyang wore a comical expression as he discreetly pulled a white scarf from his pocket and donned it neatly. This appearance would surely earn him praise for adhering to the rules. Even from Delhi, Liu Kang was protective of Liu Shui, ensuring she was always by his side, while Su Qinyang noted that Liu Shui's ability seemed somewhat lacking. Was it permissible for the Black Red Guild to accompany family members, or had Liu Kang guided Liu Shui through dozens of dungeons? Su Qinyang did not dwell on it. It was not his concern. He spoke up, "When we were fleeing, I glanced back and saw that the attic window was also ajar. Your captain should have leapt from the building by now." Liu Kang inquired. "Pei Lin ended up in the attic." "Indeed, I witnessed him enter. I suspect he managed to escape." Having exited the nun's dwelling, they felt a sense of safety, though many players remained within that building. Chen Xiaojie and Shi Wang dared not utter a sound on the third floor, as Delhi had been drawn away by the commotion on the second. They hastily relocated their hiding spot. Chen Xiaojie opted to ascend and explore. The nuns were below, and this level appeared deserted, yet they hesitated to open any doors, fearing the sight of a nun behind one. "Xiaojie, stop fixating on Pei Lin. He doesn't communicate with your former team. Why not look at me? I treat you well, you point, and I strike." Shi Wang implored. Chen Xiaojie found him insufferable. She gazed up the darkened staircase and remarked, "Point and strike, of course, Xiaojie. Your words are my command. Who could resist someone as ideal as you?" Shi Wang flattered. Though it was her first time teaming up with Shi Wang in a dungeon, she had heard tales at the guild's rendezvous about his tendency to harass female teammates. Liu Shui had Liu Kang's protection, yet Shi Wang seemed eager to bother her. Chen Xiaojie lifted her gaze towards the shadowy corridor, where the uppermost stair railing had been neatly severed, and in the darkness, she discerned a small door. "Shi Wang, why don't you check the attic?" Shi Wang glanced up but was reluctant to go. Chen Xiaojie insisted, "The nun's secrets surely won't be found in a place everyone frequents. Perhaps they lie above, where fewer venture." Shi Wang found her reasoning compelling. "If you uncover the nun's secret, I shall surely admire you," she added, emboldened. Shi Wang seized his knife and ascended the stairs, while Chen Xiaojie swiftly made her escape. The living room below was filled with nuns, leaving only the option to leap from the window and descend via the pipes. After enduring so many dungeons, one undeniable truth remained. Survival was of utmost importance. In the narrow, darkened corridor, a wooden door loomed above, the handle positioned at a height seemingly meant for children. Just as Shi Wang prepared to pry it open, the door swung ajar unexpectedly, causing his heart to leap into his throat. Yet, compelled by some unseen force, he pushed the door further and stepped inside. Before him sat a striking youth adorned in a red robe, gazing at him with indifference. Wooler had expelled all players from the building, and those who could not escape met with swift execution. The curved blade, soaked in blood, gleamed even more brilliantly. A weapon so exquisitely balanced, a mere touch against a person's neck would sever their head. Wooler relished this. Upon seeing her, Deli hesitated, ultimately reproaching her. You ought not to engage in such acts. Maintain your purity. Leave such matters to me. Today, you merely caught a glimpse. When you weren't watching, I slaughtered many more. Deli produced a cloth to wipe the blood from her face, murmuring, clean now, all is clean. Deli, from the moment of my birth, I was destined to be sullied, Wooler replied, gazing at her with a pained expression, before tiptoeing to plant a kiss upon Deli's cheek. Deli stood momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter and tears. Baby, you are not at fault, it is all Mother's doing. Mother, are we truly unable to leave? Absolutely not, we cannot leave. Deli reacted vehemently. Deli escorted Wooler back to her room, whereupon entering, Wooler beheld a gruesome corpse. Why did you not consume his soul? Did he not make a wish? This was unexpected. Tartar's allure was unparalleled, and anyone with desires could hardly resist making a wish, yet this body bore the marks of a knife wound, not the aftermath of a wish fulfilled. Tartar replied, I do not consume every morsel. He had not allowed this individual the opportunity to make a wish, he had compelled him to take his own life instead. Wooler stated, then I shall feed my sisters. Tartar grew displeased. Upon seeing her attempt to leave again, he seized her and whisked her away. And the next moment, Wooler opened her eyes to find herself in a church. The moonlight illuminated the vibrant stained glass, casting shimmering reflections upon her cheek. Tartar pressed her against a chair, leaning over her neck. 18 years ago, Deli besieged me to grant your birth. I acquiesced, but the price was her servitude to me, to provide sustenance. You were born, yet you were destined to be stillborn. You have no right to bask in the sunlight of the town. Lulu, do you comprehend? You must remain with me eternally. Otherwise, you shall vanish. Cease your yearning to leave. I do not favor it. Wooler's expression shifted to one of clarity. Indeed, all origin stemmed from her. Chapter 69. The master bestows her life. Tatter lay atop her shoulder and neck, as if poised to sever her throat in the next moment. Wooler tilted her head towards him, the soft flesh of her cheek and the side of her ear brushing against him, saying, I have long since perished. It was Deli who insisted on bringing me into existence. Aside from the newly arrived sacrifices, everyone here is dead. Tatter felt a surge of satisfaction for having acquiesced to Deli's plea. You are not dead, you are in a state of eternal life. Is that not a blessing? Why yearn for the sunlight when it is far more agreeable to remain here? Other than Deli and myself, the other nuns are oblivious to what has transpired. It is all due to their insatiable greed. Do not concern yourself with others, focus on me, the one who has granted you life. Look at me. Tatter rose, pressing down on Wooler's shoulders to secure her firmly in her seat, one hand pinching her cheek. Speak of going to the town once more, and I shall devour you, reclaiming your life. How terrifying, my lord. Without a touch of fear, she would not comply. The three did not await Pei Lin's emergence from the old building, but rather, they only saw Chen Xiaojia come out. Chen Xiaojia bore injuries and said, I cannot enter that building. The nuns inside are peculiar. One moment they are normal, and the next, they are chasing after people to kill. Liu Shui pulled her aside, inquiring, did you see Brother Pei? Was it that golden-haired nun who pursued you? It was not her. It was other nuns. They were initially in the parlor drinking tea, but upon hearing a commotion, they immediately came after me. Has Brother Pei not yet emerged? Chen Xiaojia's gaze searched anxiously. Liu Shui shook her head. I saw his weapon in the hands of a nun, the one called you. Chen Xiaojia was taken aback. That is impossible. How could a monster come to possess Brother Pei's weapon? Liu Kang glanced behind Chen Xiaojia and asked, what of Shixing Wang? Chen Xiaojia shook her head. When I was being pursued by the nuns, I lost track of him, but I managed to escape. He has been silent inside, I fear, after such a lengthy time. Shi Xingwang had yet to emerge, and it was likely that his fate was grim. Su Chen Yang, perplexed, remarked, having traversed so many instances, your scores must be quite high. If Shi Xingwang encountered danger, he should have used his life-saving items. Their scores were beyond the reach of Su Chen Yang, who felt a twinge of envy. Liu Kang stated, Shi Xingwang should not have taken this long to return. He is not particularly diligent. A brief exploration should have prompted him to retreat. Liu Shui interjected, brother, are you implying that Shi Ji encountered a creature that prevented him from using his items? Liu Kang replied, let us wait 10 more minutes. If he has not returned by then, we shall depart. The night wind in the mountains was frigid, and the four stood shivering for a while. 10 minutes swiftly passed, yet Shi Xingwang remained absent from the building. Liu Kang urged, let us go. The group turned silently to leave, with Chen Xiaojia trailing behind, feeling somewhat guilty. She had purposely provoked Shi Xingwang into investigating the attic, having noticed a neatly cut mark on the staircase railing. Though the light was dim, she immediately recognized that the cut was made by Brother Pei's curved blade. The fact that Pei Lin had drawn his weapon to fight signified the presence of something dreadful in the attic. Ever since they entered the instance, Shi Xingwang had persistently bothered her, having been assigned to her by Pei Lin as a team. Chen Xiaojia had endured it for long enough, but today she could no longer contain herself. She was aware of the danger but was uncertain whether Shi Xingwang would perish. Now, it seemed increasingly likely that he had met his end, and the mark on the staircase, was it made by Brother Pei or by the nun who seized his weapon? Was Pei Lin still alive? Baby, I heard you came downstairs. Did those annoying sacrifices disturb your slumber? Creak, the wooden door swung open. Baby, where is everyone? Where did you go? My baby is missing. A piercing woman's scream echoed from the direction of the old building. Players who had fled the old building caught a faint sound of it. Their hearts trembled. What happened? What is going on? I don't know. Run. Hiding is certainly the best option. There was a commotion from the old building, as the nuns seemed to be searching for something before emerging to scour the surroundings. The remaining players sensed the danger and began to flee in every direction, all while seeking the secrets hidden within this place. In the instance, the most dreaded element was the night, a cold, interminable darkness that seemed to promise never-ending gloom. The group dashed past the fountain in the small square, each reluctant to glance at the water's surface. Liu Kang suggested, it is too conspicuous to run outside, we should enter a building. They were currently at the rear of the church. Liu Kang pried open a window and climbed inside. Ahead lay the main hall, the place of worship, where they had first encountered the enigmatic master. It was an open space with little to conceal, and they had long suspected that this master was likely not a deity, but a demon. Venturing into the main hall was perilous. Chen Xiaojia proposed, let us ascend the bell tower, it is the highest point in the convent, and perhaps we shall uncover something. Liu Shui immediately looked to her brother, and Liu Kang nodded, very well. Su Chen Yang gazed upward, disliking the idea of climbing. He harbored an aversion to heights, especially in a place where there was only one entrance and exit. If they were cornered, escape would necessitate either fighting through or jumping down. Su Chen Yang wished to opt out of going up, but Chen Xiaojia's reasoning held merit. The bell tower, housing the great bell, was a hallmark of the church, and it could possibly harbor clues. Chen Xiaojia led the way. Liu Kang kept Liu Shui in the middle, while Su Chen Yang brought up the rear. Noticing Su Chen Yang's silence, Liu Shui turned back with a smile, asking, are you afraid? Su Chen Yang replied, not particularly. Liu Shui asserted, I am not afraid. My brother is formidable, he always protects me, and I will return home with him. Su Chen Yang voiced his inner curiosity, has he protected you through over 30 instances? Liu Shui clarified, not quite. My brother entered the horror world before me. I came later, and I am currently on my 5th instance. Su Chen Yang was astonished. Liu Shui continued, did you think I was a member of the Black-Red Guild? No, I am a family member, my brother takes me wherever he goes. No wonder Liu Kang always held Liu Shui's hand. She did not appear to have experienced many instances, having been well protected. Liu Shui expressed her anticipation, I wonder how many more instances we must traverse before we can return home. While she still held hope for returning home, Su Chenyang realized that after only 2 instances, he had already lost such hope. Liu Kang turned back. Sure, do not speak. They had ascended 1 level, arriving in a vast library. In the distance, an entire wall was made of glass, eerie moonlight filtering through, faintly illuminating rows of dark bookcases. The entire floor was filled with bookcases, neat, orderly, and spacious. Chen Xiaojia suggested, "Let us continue upward." Su Chenyang replied, "But there are no stairs leading higher." Chen Xiaojia, perplexed, instinctively turned around, her face paling. "The stairs we came up have vanished." Chapter 70. Confession, and the divine will forgive your transgressions. The staircases had vanished, leaving them ensnared on this singular floor. Before them stood rows upon rows of bookshelves, seemingly replicating ad infinitum. This level expanded before their very eyes, appearing boundless. Liu Shui remarked, "Am I seeing things? Why does this place feel even more expansive?" Su Chenyang replied, "The bookshelf beside us is number 9. When I noticed the staircases had disappeared, I took a glance, counting forwards from 9, there are 11 rows, which means there are 20 rows of bookshelves here." Liu Kang gazed ahead. "Now, counting forward reveals 12 rows. There are a total of 21 bookshelves. If I'm not mistaken, the horizontal shelves must have increased by 1 row as well." Chen Xiaojia pondered, "We are oblivious to the rate at which this space is expanding. What does this signify?" Liu Kang proposed, "I have a theory. The staircases might be concealed within the bookshelves or perhaps on the opposite side." Su Chenyang queried, "What could the rules be?" "Diagonal reflections, mirrors, the center." "Let us proceed to the opposite side, diagonally, and count the 9th bookshelf from the back," Liu Kang instructed. Chen Xiaojia suggested, "We could also directly traverse horizontally and then feel our way along the wall." Having reached a consensus, the group stepped into the rows of bookshelves. Upon entry, they realized the vastness of the space. Each bookshelf measured approximately 1.2 meters in width, while the front stretched around 2.5 meters horizontally, with a gap of roughly 1.5 meters between every 2 shelves. The shelves brimmed with sacred texts and tales of bishops, adorned with illustrations. Everything imaginable was present. Su Chenyang quietly counted, 1, 2, 10, 11. They reached the wall opposite. Liu Kang noted, "There are 11 bookshelves horizontally, which seems to indicate there were originally 10. Su Chenyang cautioned, "We cannot be so certain, as we did not initially observe how many there were." "True, let us continue feeling the wall. May fortune favor us," Liu Kang replied. They adhered to the opposite wall as they proceeded, vigilant for any sign of staircases, but upon reaching the diagonal corner, they found none. "It is not a mirror diagonal." Chen Xiaojia's expression grew grave. They had no leads whatsoever. Liu Kang felt an inkling of having overlooked something, yet his mind remained trapped in its original thought pattern, unable to recall. Suddenly, Su Chenyang spoke, "We arrived at the 11th bookshelf, following the wall down. We walked through the extra section of shelves, perhaps we should venture inward." Chen Xiaojia nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we traversed the additional space, we ought to proceed inward." They re-entered the cluster of bookshelves, with Liu Shui quickly following suit. However, as soon as she took a step, her wrist was seized. Liu Kang had halted. "Brother." Liu Kang replied, "But we have expended time getting here. How can you be certain there are still 21 rows vertically and 11 horizontally?" His words sent a chill through everyone's hearts. It dawned on them that the number of bookshelves might be perpetually increasing. The light was too dim for them to ascertain with their naked eyes how many rows extended to the end. The overlapping sides of the horizontal shelves rendered it impossible to see how many there truly were. The only solution was to recount everything, both vertically and horizontally. 2 individuals needed to stand at the vertical and horizontal rows, constantly moving to count, and if any shelves had increased, they were to shout it out loud. One person would have to delve inward to search for the stairway entrance, whether it was the 9th diagonal row or the 9th mirror row. To investigate, Liu Kang looked at them and declared, "My sister cannot be separated from me." The implication was clear. Chen Xiaojia and Su Chenyang were to count the bookshelves. Chen Xiaojia responded, "All right, I will count the vertical rows along the wall." With no choice, Su Chenyang stepped inside to count the horizontal rows. They commenced their task without delay. Once they had finished counting, they reported their findings. Chen Xiaojiao exclaimed, 22. Su Chenyang announced, 13. Liu Kang pulled Liu Shui inside. Chen Xiaojiao continued, 23. Soon, Su Chenyang reported, 15. Liu Kang discerned the pattern and shouted, originally, there were 9 rows of bookshelves. In just a minute, the vertical rows increased by 1, while the horizontal rows expanded by 2. Liu Kang dashed forward, but Liu Shui struggled to keep pace, especially as she bumped into a corner of a bookshelf. Brother, I'm feeling quite dizzy from all the turns. I think I might get lost. Do you still remember where we are? Liu Shui paused to catch her breath. I believe we are near. Xiao Shui, be careful and stay close. Before he could finish his sentence, his hand suddenly felt empty. Liu Kang turned in terror, only to find a bookshelf behind him. Through the gaps in the books, he saw no one on the opposite side. Liu Shui had vanished. Panic-stricken, Liu Kang called out, Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui. 25. 19. They both shouted their numbers simultaneously, but in that fleeting moment, they heard Liu Kang calling for Liu Shui. What is it, Liu Kang? Chen Xiaojiao shouted. Liu Kang gritted his teeth. Xiao Shui has disappeared, just moments ago. At that instant, Liu Shui inadvertently stepped into a gap and plummeted down, her hand slipping from Liu Kang's grasp before she could even scream. With a thud, she landed on the floor, a cloud of dust swirling around her, causing her to cough and momentarily obscuring her vision. Cough, cough, brother. Liu Shui rubbed her eyes and finally discerned her surroundings, a small room with a black table in the corner, upon which rested a lit oil lamp and a book. Liu Shui approached, picked up the book, and opened it, revealing 2 gigantic characters, confession. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind, and she immediately associated it with a confessional, a place for the faithful to repent their sins before the divine. Did she need to confess here to escape? Knock, knock. Suddenly, someone rapped at the door, startling Liu Shui. I'm coming in, came a melodious voice belonging to a young girl. Liu Shui, feeling frightened, raced toward the door to block it. But before her hand could reach the door, it swung open. A white headscarf adorned her hair, and she wore a flowing black robe, revealing not a strand of hair. Her fair face, dotted with a few freckles, bore an angelic beauty. Wula smiled and asked, little darling, how are you feeling? It was you. Liu Shui trembled slightly. She found it daunting to face an NPC in the instance alone, having always been accustomed to her brother's presence. Upon entering this terrifying world, her first instance had involved her brother, and she had never confronted any storyline alone. Why are you trembling? Your face is so pale. Are you unwell? Wula expressed concern, reaching out to touch Liu Shui's cheek. You're so cold. You should wear more layers. It gets quite chilly here at night. Thank you for the reminder. All right, come here, let us commence the confession. Wula approached the table, flipping open the book and examining it closely, as though she had discovered something intriguing. She gazed directly at Liu Shui and cheerfully inquired, speak up, do not lie, for I will know if you do. Liu Shui's heart fluttered. What should I say? Wula urged, confess your deepest transgressions. Reveal your most sordid side to me. Her light-colored eyes sparkled like glass, as if she could see through a person's very soul in an instant. Liu Shui was drenched in cold sweat. Wula coaxed, a good child, share your secrets. The divine will absolve your sins. Liu Shui's gaze gradually turned vacant as she slowly began to speak. A brother has feelings for me, he said. Why were we born from the same womb? At chapter 71. This copy is a deadlock. Wula's eyes widened slightly, then she lowered her gaze to the confession book and inquired, do you harbor affection for your brother? Liu Shui's expression turned sorrowful. I am uncertain. Should your brother perish, would you feel grief? Yes, I would be profoundly saddened. He cannot die. I do not wish for my brother's demise. Please, I implore you, let us go. Liu Shui wept, her body immobile, yet her mind gradually began to awaken. Wula sighed, a trace of discernment gracing her beautiful visage, but you are at fault. He adores his own sister, and you, too, harbor feelings for him. Liu Shui's thoughts became a tumultuous haze. She no longer wished to converse with you. When would her brother come to find her? Wula set aside the confession book and approached her side. You have feelings for your brother, you have sensed it, yet you fear, thus you feign ignorance. In this realm of terror, there are no constraints. Survival is all that matters. Your brother has confessed his feelings to you. Beyond your fear, there exists joy, does it not? Wula drew ever closer, whispering in her ear. Liu Shue's tears cascaded down her cheeks, her body trembling. How do you know all this? Liu Shue's first copy, as well as over 20 of Liu Kang's copies. In this terrifying world, they encountered each other once more, and Liu Kang perceived Liu Shui as an illusion. He believed she was merely a figment of the copy, a deception conjured by the monsters, unable to trust that Liu Shui could truly appear within this realm. Yet this Liu Shui was achingly real, so tangible that Liu Kang could not resist embracing her and revealing his innermost secret. Xiao Shui, why were we born from the same womb? I cherish you, yet I can only be your brother. I long for you, oh how I yearn for you. Liu Kang repeated, holding her tightly. Meanwhile, Liu Shui stood in stunned disbelief. Gradually Liu Kang discerned that she was no mere illusion of the copy, but a living being. His sister had genuinely arrived in this horrifying world. From that moment onward, neither spoke of that embrace nor those words. They maintained their close bond as siblings, yet the barrier of familial affection had long been shattered, and no matter how much they concealed it, the fleeting moments of eye contact and physical proximity would still betray something unusual. I do not know, I do not know. I wish to return home with my brother, Liu Shui cried heartily. At that moment, she realized she could move. She crouched down, covering her ears. I can fulfill your wish. Not only can you both return home, but there will be only the two of you. Neighbors and friends will have forgotten you. Wula coaxed. With no parents present, no one would discern their relationship. Perhaps some would presume they were a newlywed couple. And no matter how tightly she covered her ears, Wula's voice penetrated through. Liu Shui's heart quivered. Home, returning home with my brother. Indeed, you may safely return home. Every human who enters the realm of terror yearns for home, making them exceedingly easy to manipulate, especially those with emotional ties. The door to the confession room remained ajar, and Tartar, clad in a crimson robe, observed intently. Wula understood Tartar's finicky nature, thus she offered him a selection of pristine sustenance. Wula knelt, embracing Liu Shui. You are about to return home. All right, but what of my brother? He is beside you. Liu Shui turned her head to the side and truly beheld Liu Kang. Xiao Shui. It was indeed the real Liu Kang. He had found the position of the bookshelf leading downstairs and leaped down, only to find a nun holding his sister. Liu Kang reached out but could not touch them. Liu Shui turned to see him. Despite Liu Kang's frantic shouts, she remained smiling, mumbling something under her breath. Liu Kang watched helplessly as Liu Shui withered away, her smile fading into death. In agonizing despair, Liu Kang used all his points to acquire a time reversal item, Time Rewind, a high-level item that could turn back time by a minute. Liu Kang witnessed Liu Shui's revival, her awakening. Wula leaned close, whispering in Liu Shui's ear. Release her, I am willing to make a sacrifice, let her go. Liu Kang charged at the barrier in a frenzy. Wula, cradling Liu Shui, looked up and said, you cannot protect her. Perhaps one day, she will be torn to shreds by monsters, or perish in terror. For now, she is departing in blissful dreams, dreams that include you. The time reversal item only granted a minute, yet Liu Kang was unable to breach Tartar's barrier, knowing full well that Tartar intended to consume Liu Shui. Facing Tartar, Liu Kang shouted, Master, I wish for Liu Shui to live. Originally, you could have been together, entering the same beautiful dream, Wula lamented. Tartar raised a hand, and Liu Shui's life was restored while Liu Kang's life began to fade. Su Chenyang and Chen Xiaojiao reunited. They had located the staircase but could no longer find Liu Kang and Liu Shui. Did they ascend the stairs? Su Chenyang furrowed his brow. Chen Xiaojiao replied, it makes no sense for them not to wait for us, they must have taken a wrong turn, perhaps life and death are unpredictable. This copy was exceedingly sinister. Clues were elusive, and dangers lurked at every turn. The two decided to hasten their ascent. Su Chenyang retrieved an oil lamp from a corner, ignited it, and felt his way upward toward the clock tower, guided by the dim light. The clock tower, the highest point of the church, boasted a massive clock hanging from its exterior. they could see it from the staircase. Moonlight streamed through the clock's thin glass, the hour hand unmoving. Time has stopped. It is currently 4 in the morning, Chen Xiaojia noted. The oil lamp in Su Chenyang's hand flickered as a gust of wind swept through. How could there be wind here? Someone was present. Su Chenyang swiftly turned and threw a punch, only for the person to effortlessly catch his fist and twist his hand back. It is I, a voice declared. Pailin. Su Chenyang had yet to register who it was when Chen Xiaojia excitedly grasped Peilin's hand. Brother Pei, I knew you would be all right. Upon recognizing Peilin's face, Su Chenyang breathed a sigh of relief and asked, how did you end up here? I saw your weapon in the hands of that nun. I thought you were dead. Mentioning the theft of his weapon darkened Peilin's expression. This copy is a deadlock. No one can contend against that master. A deadlock. Chapter 72. Dalla's confession. The convent is full of ghosts. Can Peilin truly utter the words, deadlock? Is it possible that this instance is insurmountable? Chen Xiaojia's expression was grave, tinged with a hint of urgency. How could it possibly be a deadlock? I would rather believe this instance presents a hellish difficulty than accept that there is no way out. Peilin glanced at the two and inquired, is it only the two of you who have ascended? Su Chenyang understood his implication and replied, originally, Liu Kang and Liu Shui were with us, but they did not make it up. They have vanished, and Shixing Wang did not leave the old dormitory. Upon hearing this, Peilin remained calm, stating coolly, Liu Kang and Liu Shui must have inadvertently fallen into the confessional. Confessional? Chen Xiaojia asked, intrigued. If one ventures into the forest of bookshelves and fails to reach the designated mirrored corner to stand properly, but instead halts midway beside other shelves, one will plummet downstairs, landing in the confessional. Peilin articulated this so clearly that the two instantly realized that this might indeed be their fate. Su Chenyang probed further, what did you discover in the confessional? Peilin cast a sidelong glance at him. Su Chenyang was perceptive and audacious. Peilin replied, there lies a book of confessions. Upon touching its pages, all secrets will be laid bare, revealing themselves within its confines. Su Chenyang expressed astonishment, and then Peilin spoke solemnly, I beheld the confession book filled with the confessions of all the nuns. The instant system required them to uncover the secrets of the nuns, and they had initially strayed from the correct path. It became evident that they were not to search within the nuns' quarters, but rather to come to the chapel, to the confessional. The small room of repentance, with its table laden with tomes, bore witness to the sins and confessions of the nuns. Peilin began, once, this was an abandoned convent, the town below desolate, but gradually it flourished. The first wave of believers took residence here, and it became lively once more. That was the beginning. The more tumultuous the outside world, the more fervently people cling to their faith. The nuns are the messengers of the divine, and the townsfolk below revere them, ensuring that the nuns live lives of comfort. Listening to this account, Su Chenyang and Chen Xiaojia found it quite enchanting. Yet, how could this place have devolved into its current state? Peilin continued, the nuns were not truly devout. They came merely for a better existence. Once the gates were shut, the residents of the town below remained oblivious to the true nature of the convent. They read forbidden texts, consumed illicit substances, neglected morning prayers, indulged in revelry, and greedily accepted the offerings of the faithful. The entire convent fell into disarray. Eventually, one nun committed the most egregious act. She concealed a man within her quarters, fell in love with him, and bore his child. When the man intended to descend the mountain, she was filled with rage and killed him. Peilin's voice turned cold. Chen Xiaojia gasped in disbelief. Hiding a man, bearing a child, committing murder, each act gravely contravenes the teachings. Su Chenyang inquired, was that man Dali? Is that why she harbors such animosity towards men, particularly male players? Indeed, Peilin nodded. Do you recall Wei? Su Chenyang certainly remembered, as he had endured excruciating pain, breaking bones to rescue this NPC alongside Peilin. Though touted as an important NPC, he had failed to extract much information from him before he vanished. Peilin remarked, it is highly probable that Wei has already perished. He is but a microcosm of many men, Chen Xiaojia questioned. A microcosm of many men, Su Chenyang speculated. Could Wei's words have been deceitful? Wei had claimed that a nun had descended to the town and fallen for him at first sight, thus prompting him to come to the convent. He lied, nuns do not descend the mountain. He was merely aware that the nuns within the convent were youthful and beautiful, and succumbed to temptation, sneaking in under the cover of night, only to encounter Dali. For years, numerous men like Wei have ascended, all meeting their demise at Dali's hands, Palin elucidated. Speaking of Dali, Palin cut to the chase. The blonde nun's name is not derived from the moon, but from music. She is Dali's daughter, hidden away in the attic since childhood, only released upon reaching adulthood. Moreover, she perished long ago, having died within Dali's womb, born only after Dali beseeched the divine, promising to serve as his servant in search of sustenance. Sustenance, in this context, refers to the living beings, for they are the food. Palin asserted, he is not the divine, he is a devil seated upon a throne. The convent's decay stemmed from the fact that it had already been invaded by demons. Chen Xiaojia was left speechless, her mouth agape as she struggled to digest this overwhelming information. Doppler is a corpse, then the other nuns must also be dead, especially Dali. She would have undergone a transformation. The confession book is predominantly filled with Dali's confessions. The other nuns have also perished, with no one left to serve as a sacrifice. Dali resorted to using them as offerings, and even Dali herself became a sacrifice. As long as the divine endures, La can exist eternally. Doppler is a stillborn, devoid of a soul. Her existence is derived from the divine. Dali's love for La, coupled with her hatred for men, has transformed her into a female spectre. The other nuns are also spirits, yet they remain unaware of their own demise. Dali is the executioner, La the catalyst, and that divine entity, appearing to take no action, is the most profound instigator. The players serve as his sustenance. His purpose is to devour them one by one. Palin has encountered the divine and understands the extent of its might, recognizing that there are no vulnerabilities. Hence, he deems this instance a deadlock. Search for any useful items. Chen Xiaojia had already begun rummaging through the marketplace. Palin, lost in thought, suddenly recalled Su Chenyang's continued silence. Su Chenyang was indeed lost in contemplation. Palin nudged him gently, coming to. Su Chenyang uttered, her name is derived from music. Palin confirmed. Though he had heard Dali pronounce her name, Su Chenyang still associated it with music, and thus with joy. Doppler. Palin inquired, perplexed, what troubles you? Nothing, just thinking of someone. Su Chenyang felt a twinge of PTSD. Chen Xiaojia, resting against the wall, remarked, Liu Kang and Liu Shuai must have also fallen into the confessional. Since you, Brother Pei, managed to escape, they should be on their way as well. Palin remained silent. His ability to exit stemmed from the lack of anything he needed to confess. He had spent but a moment inside before emerging unscathed, yet Liu Kang and Liu Shuai had yet to make a sound, suggesting something amiss. The three fell into silence. Su Chenyang gazed at the unmoving clock. If we push the hands, will time change? No one answered him. Su Chenyang sat upon the staircase, lifting the oil lamp, its flame illuminating his face. I have an idea, though I am unsure if it will be effective. Chen Xiaojia ignored him, still pondering how to utilize the items. Palin looked up. Speak. If the other nuns were killed by Dali, and they are oblivious to their own deaths, what if we reveal the truth to them? You wish to incite them against each other. Precisely, let them restrain one another while we seek the exit down the mountain, escaping before the divine consumes us. An Wei's entrance indicated that an exit existed. It simply had vanished for the moment. In the darkness, the entire convent melded with the mountain, devoid of walls or doors. The route they had taken in their carriage was nowhere to be seen. Only by traversing that path could they descend the mountain. Observing Palin's calm demeanor, Su Chenyang queried with a smile, did you anticipate this plan all along? After perusing the contents of the confession book and uncovering the convent's secrets, Palin, being as astute as he was, should have conceived this strategy long ago. Palin had indeed thought of it. However, he was contemplating whether a more secure method existed. Folding his arms, he replied coldly, no one will ascend. We must act. In the shadowy staircase beneath the bell tower, Wula lay in wait, each word spoken above resonating clearly. Chapter 73, To drink her blood, relish her flavor. Time stood still. 84 in the morning, the sky was shrouded in a somber grey. The stark contrast of a white figure and a red one made their presence particularly conspicuous as they traversed the path. Wula turned her head, a hint of frost gracing her beautiful visage. Why have you brought me down? Just moments ago, she could have boldly ascended, delivering humanity a startling surprise. Yet, the instant she attempted to rise, Tatar had whisked her away. Tatar was excessively clingy, perpetually shadowing her, to the point where Wula felt he sought to confine her, to govern her freedom. Tatter appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying a fleeting uncertainty, but in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure, his eyes flickering as he inquired, "Why the anger? Either you consume me now, or cease your following." She had abandoned her pretense of being a docile child before him and refused to seek out sustenance for him any longer. Tatter harbored no interest in those humans. Even after feasting, he remained insatiable. He discerned Wula's intent and remarked, "You wish to rescue your mother, yet do you not loathe her for confining you all this time?" Deli was acutely aware of the dead fetus within her, yet insisted on bringing it to term, only to later detest Wula for possessing the same golden locks as her biological father. Ignoring her cries, she had kept her locked in the attic. Wula, being a lifeless entity, required neither food nor drink, and could go days without a glance from her captor. Little Wula would wail inconsolably by the window of the attic bed, her cries incessant. The nuns could not hear her, but Tatter could. Gradually, Deli began to show her a modicum of kindness, at least no longer neglecting her for several consecutive days. However, she still did not allow her to roam free, confining her for 18 years. Upon reaching adulthood, Wula was permitted to descend from the attic, with Deli declaring her to be a newly arrived acolyte, just like the rest. No longer the adorable infant she had once been during her years of confinement, Wula had morphed into a peculiar being, prone to slaughtering any living souls that ventured into the convent. She emulated Deli's sacrificial methods in her killings. For 18 years, Deli had been the sole provider of offerings, but since Wula was released from the attic, she had claimed the majority of the sacrifices for herself. Tatter never revealed himself, lurking in the shadows, but when he finally did, he was met with Wula's affront. She would once charm him with laughter and affection, but now, she turned a cold shoulder. "Are you not afraid I might kill you? No longer frightened, are you?" Tatter's fingers grazed her face. "I am, after all, a lifeless entity. You may reclaim me at any moment." Wula pressed her soft cheek against his palm, tilting her head slightly, her golden hair cascading to one side, revealing her delicate neck. A mere squeeze would return her to her primordial state. He could drink her blood, savor her exquisite flavor. Tatter's excitement mounted, his eyes turning crimson, fingers tightening their grip upon her flesh. Yet, should he retract, she would no longer speak or smile, her body would decay, bones would swiftly crystallize, and she would be reduced to ashes, scattered by the mountain winds. As Tatter hesitated, Wula forcefully pushed his hand away and swiftly retreated, brandishing a curved blade taken from a human, declaring, "Tatter, you are just like Deli now. She imprisoned me, and so do you." Upon uttering this, she felt a surge of pride, having pierced through the demon's thoughts. For so long, it had been Tatter who discerned the minds of others, but now, someone had unraveled his. Wula turned and fled. Deli, in a frenzied state, was searching for her child within the convent, while the other nuns remained oblivious in the old main building. A few humans from the bell tower had descended and entered the old residence. "Baby. Baby, where are you? Are you angry with Mommy? I promise I won't control you anymore. You can do as you please, so please come out. Do not descend the mountain. You must not." In a spectral frenzy, Deli wandered through the convent, rummaging in every corner. The mere thought of Lele descending into the world below filled her with despair. She could not leave the master's domain, lest Lele die. Covered in blood, Deli's eyes were wide in the darkness, floating about and calling out, a terrifying sight. Wula approached. Upon hearing the footsteps, Deli turned around, and upon seeing the golden-haired girl, she rushed forward and embraced her tightly. "Baby, why are you still outside at this hour? You should be asleep." Blood streamed incessantly from Deli's eyes, black ichor smeared across Wula's fair face, her white dress and golden adornments stained with darkness. Deli realized she had sullied her, attempting to clean her off, but only succeeded in spreading more blood. Looking at her hands and her own state, Deli broke down. "I'm sorry, Mommy is so ugly now. Let us return." Wula grasped Deli's arm. "Do not go back, those humans already know everything." Deli's eyes widened further, her face smeared with blood, her throat emitting a growl. "I will kill them, baby. Do not be afraid." Deli was in agony, although she was not a genuine acolyte, having feigned her way into the convent for a better life. The revelation of her secret filled her with rage and humiliation. "You have been too kind to me. The other sisters have begun to suspect. They often gather in the parlor at night to discuss us. Deli's expression froze, a flicker of concern crossing her features. Those nuns she had quietly dispatched had become female spectres, yet they remained oblivious to their demise. Wula calmly stated, as time passes, they are slowly coming to realize. Especially lately, they had been restless, unable to sleep, wandering about in the night, perplexed by their own behavior. Should they come to comprehend their own deaths, if they seek to kill me, then you must stand with them, tear me apart alongside them, and they shall not suspect you. Deli even began to discuss her final arrangements. Baby, as long as you continue to offer sacrifices to the master, you shall remain forever youthful. Here, you can do as you please, so long as you do not descend the mountain. Deli's disdain for the man who had abandoned her extended to Wula, who shared the same golden hair. Yet as time went on, she grew increasingly fond of Wula, treating her like a child. Even as she matured, Deli loved her, perpetually believing she was acting in her best interest. In her youth, to prevent the other nuns from discovering her existence, she had locked her away in the attic. As she grew older, she emphasized the prohibition on descending the mountain for her sake, insisting it was for her survival. Wula stated, "Mother, you have never asked me what I wish to do." Deli's expression faltered momentarily. She hastily replied, "The world below is fraught with wicked men, and women lead miserable lives, burdened with endless toil. It is far better here. Mother, you are unaware, are you the master? He desires to consume me, tonight. It was he who sought to take me, not long ago. He prepared to snap my neck with those blood-red eyes." What? Why? Deli's gaze brimmed with despair. If it was indeed the master, she could not protect Lele in the slightest. Wula embraced Deli. "I only wish to be with you, mother. I love you." Wula concealed Deli, ready to act on her own desires. Though she possessed autonomy, she could feel the emotions of this identity card. She loved Deli, as all children instinctively love their mothers. Even if Deli has slain you, you are the initial offerings. The humans unveiled the truth. In the parlor of the old residence, the fire in the fireplace blazed brightly, windows ajar, curtains billowing chaotically in the night breeze. Dozens of nuns stood in the parlor, clad in white nightgowns, their faces ghostly pale, with tiny black pupils overshadowed by the white of their eyes, casting an eerie gaze upon others. They had been summoned to the parlor by these loathed new acolytes. The revelation spoken by the acolytes filled the nuns with trepidation. Chen Xiaojia, fearing disbelief, remarked, "Have you not looked in a mirror for some time? Especially at night, take a moment to observe those around you. Do you still resemble the living?" The nuns fell silent, their initial shock giving way to an ominous premonition. They sensed the changes in their bodies, albeit vaguely. Particularly recently, there had been instances where they could suddenly pass through doors and even walls, causing teacups to float toward them. Was it the Master's presence, the divine illumination that had transformed them into gods, bestowing such abilities? As these thoughts pervaded their minds, they could not ignore the pallor of their hands, the clumps of hair falling away, the foreboding feeling gnawing at their core. The nuns glanced at one another, fear coursing through them. As their emotions surged, they appeared even more terrifying. Chen Xiaojia proclaimed, "You have long been dead. Deli has sacrificed you. Lo is Deli's daughter." Indeed, it is true, Lo bears a resemblance to Deli, and Deli was always so kind to her. Lo is Deli's daughter. I see it now, the golden hair, the man who delivered vegetables over a decade ago. Deli had an affair with him, and they had a child. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was unclear who had begun to bleed, droplets falling onto the floor. "My hand," one nun raised her hand, revealing scars along her wrist, so familiar. These were the marks of sacrifice, the method Deli employed for exorcism. They had indeed perished. Deli had offered them as sacrifices. Palin continued to stoke the flames. "This is not a convent. It has always been a place of descent, home to devils. Your flesh and blood have been consumed by the Master, who is none other than the devil himself." Witnessing them transform into even more formidable spectres, Palin led Su Qinyang and Chen Xiaojia away. Su Qinyang inquired, "Where are we headed now?" Palin replied, "To the bell tower." Chen Xiaojia asked, "Is there still a clue there?" "It is the highest point of the convent. We can observe any changes in the surroundings from there. We will take refuge there." They intended to watch from there, witnessing the nuns confront Deli and the master while also waiting for the mountain path to reveal itself. Chen Shouju sighed. If this scenario lacked the master and only featured Deli and La, we would have surely exited the narrative by now. They had propelled the progression of events, yet the outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. The only certainty was the master's formidable power. The trio ascended the stairs with ease, and upon reaching the library once more, they effortlessly located the staircase among the shelves. Climbing the narrow wooden ladder, they traversed the long, dim corridor without using flashlights, navigating through the darkness. Suddenly, Pei Lin, leading the way, came to an abrupt halt, causing Chen Shouju to bump into his back, the impact stinging his nose. Pei Ji. Pei Lin spoke coldly, there is someone ahead. They discerned a shadowy figure drawing nearer, eventually revealing it to be a woman. Pei Lin recognized her, Liu Shui. Chen Shouju and Su Chenyang both leaned forward in surprise as Liu Shui approached, confirming her identity. Chen Shouju bypassed Pei Lin and grasped Liu Shui's arm. Where have you been? I am relieved you're all right. Your brother, Liu Shui, could not possibly be separated from her brother, though this was her first venture into a narrative with Liu Kang. Chen Shouju had already formed a stereotype. Liu Shui was present, yet Liu Kang was nowhere to be found. Moreover, Liu Shui's eyes were puffy and red, her demeanor akin to that of a lost soul, clearly distressed. Chen Shouju, feeling helpless, could only offer consolation. As long as you survive, your brother cares for you above all. He will surely be overjoyed that you are safe. Tears welled in Liu Shui's eyes, and she revealed a hand that had been hidden behind her, clutching the confession book. Overcome with emotion, she cried, "La deceived me. I don't love my brother. I just can't distinguish my feelings. He is my brother, my own brother. Why would she deceive me? He is dead. He died to save me." Sob sob. Chapter 74. Carrying her down the mountain, Pei Lin immediately recognized what Liu Shui was holding in her hand. You actually brought out the confession letter. At that moment, Pei Lin had only dared to skim through it, jotting down its contents before leaving the book behind. As they had anticipated, Liu Kang and Liu Shui fell into the confessional room. Evidently, Liu Kang had perished while Liu Shui had survived. Liu Shui was utterly shattered, weeping as she exclaimed, "I want to confront La about why she toyed with me, why she deceived me and misled me. I do not harbor feelings for my brother, he is merely my brother." Although Liu Shui had traversed more scenarios than Su Chenyang, she had relied entirely on Liu Kang, never on her own merit. What schemes had La played on Liu Shui to torment her to this extent? Pei Lin took the confession letter, and Liu Shui did not tightly grip it. She had ceased to care, allowing them to peruse it at will. Pei Lin turned to the final page, where Liu Kang and Liu Shui's confessions were inscribed. Liu Shui's admissions were trivial, mere trifles that any ordinary girl might commit, but one line stood out in bold: "My brother confessed his feelings for me, and I was taken aback." Under Liu Kang's name, the stark declaration read, "I have fallen in love with Liu Shui. She is not my biological sister." Pei Lin was somewhat taken aback and silently closed the confession letter. When he lifted his gaze, he found Liu Shui watching him. "I cherish my brother dearly, for he is my brother. I adore him immensely. He has always treated me well, both in the real world and in the scenarios. He has perpetually protected me. I am unsure what this feeling is, but as long as I am with him, I find joy every day." Pei Lin surmised the events in the confessional room and comforted her. "Your brother knows. He is also very happy each day. The letter does not state that I love my brother. I do not. I simply momentarily lost my clarity. La deceived me. She claimed I liked my brother. Why would she say such things? She is a liar." While it seemed Liu Shui's breakdown stemmed from La's mockery, it was not so. All her anguish arose from Liu Kang's absence. Liu Shui could only repeat that La was deceiving her, diverting her attention from the haunting memory of Liu Kang's death. She feared that her loud cries would attract unwanted attention. Pei Lin gestured for Chen Shouju to soothe Liu Shui. Chen Shouju could only embrace Liu Shui, comforting her while reminding her to lower her voice. Liu Shui was not a member of the Black-Red Guild, rather, it was Liu Kang's insistence that she accompany him. With Liu Kang gone, they could easily disregard Liu Shui. Yet, human hearts are made of flesh, and they were not so cold-blooded. Chen Shouju covered Liu Shui's mouth, urging her to quiet down, continuously reassuring her, "Liu Kang saved you, he surely wishes for your well-being. Do not scream, let us strive together to escape the scenario. Liu Shui fell silent, her spirit seemingly lost, tears cascading down her cheeks. In that moment, she felt as if she were dying, and she beheld the familiar living room of her home, where her brother sat on the sofa peeling an apple, beckoning her to come over. Just as she was about to approach him, the scene abruptly vanished. A voice echoed in her ears, "Master, I wish for Liu Shui to live." The vision returned, and Liu Shui witnessed her brother slowly succumbing to death. The master, clad in a crimson robe, turned to leave, while crouched beside her, disappointment etched on her face as she caressed Liu Shui's cheek, saying, "Poor thing, I cannot decide whether to congratulate you or to pity you." Then, Li departed. The two monsters did not harm her. The master truly could grant wishes. In the bell tower, the four stood within the great bell, gazing through the glass at the outside. The night was dark, but several nuns could be seen searching for someone, their movements swift. Dai Li, where could she have gone? Why can we still not find her? Has she descended the mountain? It is impossible for her to descend, she died here and can never leave. They too, though they would not descend while alive, who could accept that they had been slain by another? Dai Li, the female spirits cried out in anguish. They searched in the places Dai Li frequented, yet she was nowhere to be found. It was as though Dai Li had vanished entirely. Look for La, would Dai Li truly abandon her daughter? In the bell tower, Palin remarked, "Though the master is formidable, he will not kill unless wishes are made." He explained the rules. The monsters of the scenario were overwhelmingly powerful, no human could combat them solely through might. The monsters possessed a fatal weakness, adherence to the scenario's rules. The terrifying world was already unkind to humanity. Fortunately, the rules of the scenario restrained the monsters, preventing it from devolving into a unilateral slaughter of humans. Liu Shui sat on the floor, hugging her legs, and suddenly spoke, "No one can withstand his temptation. He weaves a beautiful dream for you, and you cannot help but wish for it, for that dream is too exquisite." Su Chenyang and Chen Xiujie, having never experienced it, felt little from her words. However, Palin had gone through it and had nearly wished for it himself. He comprehended Liu Shui's sentiments. Palin cautioned, "Do not listen to his words, do not look into his eyes, do not entertain any beautiful visions. If you see anything, it is false, do not believe it." Chen Xiujie replied, "Understood, I will not make a wish." Su Chenyang was fixated on the staircase below, nervously stating, "They are still searching for someone. There is not a sound of combat. Page E, your weapon is still with Lo, what do you plan to do?" Chen Xiujie inquired, drawing closer to Palin. Palin responded, "Once the nuns locate her, I will retrieve it." That was his weapon, one he had grown accustomed to. It must not be left in this scenario. A moment of silence ensued. Suddenly, sounds echoed from the staircase below. Someone was ascending. Who could it be? Palin and Chen Xiujie immediately assumed ambush positions at the staircase, while Su Chenyang and Liu Shui concealed themselves. Wichla ascended leisurely, one hand lifting the hem of her nightgown while the other twirled a curved blade. As she reached the top, blades glinted menacingly at her neck from either side. Wichla swiftly vanished from sight. Where has she gone? She had seemingly disappeared into thin air, and Chen Xiujie immediately began searching. Upon turning back, she spotted a face behind Palin. "Page E, behind you," Chen Xiujie warned. Palin elbowed backward, only to hear Wichla mock him, such slow reflexes. Palin turned around, but there was no one there. Chen Xiujie and Palin quickly positioned themselves back to back, remaining vigilant. The surroundings were silent, devoid of footsteps, save for their own breaths. "Is she still here?" Chen Xiujie inquired. "Yes," Palin affirmed. "Those monsters are far too swift." Chen Xiujie gritted her teeth. Suddenly, Su Chenyang, who had been hiding behind a cabinet, emerged, prompting both to look over. Chen Xiujie scolded, "Do not come out and cause trouble." Su Chenyang appeared helpless as he stood and approached them. The moonlight filtered through the bell tower's glass, revealing the sharp tip of the blade pressed against his carotid artery. Su Chenyang, tall and imposing, completely obstructed the figure behind him, rendering them oblivious to his predicament. Wichla leaned her head out from beside Su Chenyang's shoulder, grinning mischievously, "Hee hee." Su Chenyang did not share her amusement. He felt as though misfortune had befallen him. Chen Xiaojie quietly asked Pei Lin, "What should we do?" Pei Lin lowered the blade, and Chen Xiaojie gazed at him in astonishment, while Pei Lin stated, "La, hasn't he killed us directly? She must want something from us. If La had intended to slay them, the blade would already be stained with blood. It was evident she had come for a reason. Having guessed the truth, La's visit was no longer entertaining. La lowered her blade and shoved Su Qinyang aside, declaring, "I need you to assist me with a task. You must agree, or I shall sever your heads." With a casual shove, Su Qinyang stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Her strength was formidable. Pei Lin inquired, "What is it you wish for us to do?" "It is not a request, it is an order," La replied, her gaze cold as her fingers twirled the curved blade, making it spin like a pinwheel. Pei Lin's expression darkened for a moment before he bowed his head. "What do you require of us?" "I need someone to carry me down the mountain to watch the sunrise, and then bring me back." Dai Li forbade her from descending, and Tatar forbade her from leaving. Yet she was determined to do so. A child's stubbornness, however, for a player, to descend the mountain equated to successful escape. Who would be willing to carry her back? Chen Xiaojie saw a glimmer of hope. "As long as you allow us to descend, we shall certainly carry you." "Who said it would be all of you?" "I only need one person to carry me." La's gaze shifted between them, her smile filled with malice. "Only one person can descend the mountain. Who among you is willing to carry me?" Chapter 75. Tatar apologized. La's eyes, filled with a playful glimmer, swept over them all. If just one person would carry her, assist her in this endeavor, perhaps they could emerge from the dungeon alive. La yearned to witness these individuals resorting to cunning tactics for this opportunity, even engaging in fierce confrontations, yet reality disappointed her. They all remained remarkably composed, as if no one had taken the bait. Liu Shui, seated on the ground with the confession book in hand, had insisted on confronting La before her arrival, but now, upon La's presence, she uttered not a single word. With their silence, La was compelled to take the initiative. She turned to Su Qinyang, whom she had pushed aside, and said, "My dear friend, have you forgotten your promise to carry me next time an opportunity arose?" The girl possessed a strikingly Western beauty, her voice distinct, yet that fleeting smile evoked a sense of familiarity in Su Qinyang. Under her gaze, he instinctively stepped back, and with that, the nun grew displeased. La furrowed her brow and coldly inquired, "If you carry me down the mountain and then bring me back, I shall release you. Does that not entice you? You hold an advantage over them, for we have an agreement. You pledged to carry me." Her words seemed to imply that if Su Qinyang acquiesced, she would choose him. None other held such a privilege. Su Qinyang's expression turned sorrowful. La remarked, "What is that expression?" He replied, "It seems we are at odds. I cannot agree." "Fear not, I weigh no more than 100 pounds now. You, a strapping man, surely can manage that." La appraised him from head to toe, wearing an expression that questioned his capabilities. "I cannot manage," Su Qinyang lied, his eyes wide open. "What a useless fool!" La rolled her eyes, turning her back on him, while Su Qinyang's complexion paled, his gaze fixed in a daze upon her retreating figure. La, sporting a smile, turned to Chen Xiaojie and Liu Shui, saying, "I am a girl, fragrant and delicate. I do not wish for men to touch me. Which of you two is willing to carry me?" Though Chen Xiaojie felt a stir of temptation, she hesitated, sensing something amiss. Liu Shui, having been addressed by La, could no longer contain her emotions and began to pout and weep. "I do not like my brother. You clearly read the confession book and knew, yet you deliberately misled me." La approached her, bending down with a smile, "And so, I deceived you, told lies. What of it?" Faced with such mockery, Liu Shui found herself powerless. Even when Pei Lin and Chen Xiaojie joined forces, they could not lay a finger on a single strand of La's hair. What could she do? Liu Shui could only bite her lip to stifle her sobs, turning her head away to avoid La's gaze. La, intentionally making a face at her, added, "Do not cry, do not be afraid, no one can harm you, the Lord shall bless you to survive." Behind La, both Pei Lin and Su Qinyang's expressions subtly shifted. "La, if you do not mind, I shall carry you," Pei Lin offered. La exclaimed in delight, spinning around with joy in her eyes as she gazed at Pei Lin. "You are truly wonderful." Indeed, those with pretty faces possess kind hearts. Compliments flowed for Pei Lin, while she cast a disdainful glance at Su Qinyang, implying that he was not as good-looking as Pei Lin and lacked in character. Su Qinyang nearly widened his eyes in bewilderment, pointing at his own face in confusion. Suddenly receiving such praise caught Pei Lin off guard. Wu Lo approached him, and Pei Lin, lowering his gaze to her face, swiftly shifted his attention to the curved blade. "If I carry you, will you return my knife?" "Not a chance, I have yet to have my fun." "Then can you return it once you have?" "Very well." The main character humbly pleaded with the thief for the return of his belongings. Wu Lo patted his shoulder, and Pei Lin, thinking she would come closer, promptly knelt down. However, Wu Lo took 2 steps back, walking directly to the staircase and coldly stating, "Because of you, the nuns are after me. You must first deal with them before I can reveal myself to you, and then carry me down the mountain." Having said this, she vanished. Chen Xiaojia was left bewildered. What does this mean? Must we kill the other female ghosts before she will open the door? What if she does not keep her promise? Pei Lin stood up. Do we have any other alternatives? Little humans, still hoping to incite a battle between monsters, seeking to profit from the chaos, how naive. Wu Lo ceased to concern herself with them, planning to return in a few hours to see whether these individuals lived or died. She had just called Su Qinyang a fool, uncertain if this great fool even recognized her. If he did, would he be frightened? The notion that a monster could traverse other dungeons, that it retained memories, human hope seemed utterly bleak. The mere thought of Su Qinyang's despair brought Wu Lo delight. I and the belfry. Su Qinyang's face grew ever paler, and he was drenched in sweat. Pei Lin, sensing his abnormality, asked, "What is the matter?" Su Qinyang met his gaze. "Are the dungeons separate?" "Of course." "Can the monsters within one dungeon appear in another?" "Impossible." "Millimeter." Pei Lin frowned. "That is absolutely not possible, so why do you ask?" "Nothing." Su Qinyang was reluctant to elaborate, for he had no evidence, merely an instinct, yet that instinct was likely close to the truth. The 3 descended the stairs, where Liu Shui remained seated, unwilling to leave. Though Pei Lin and Chen Xiaojia were not well acquainted with Liu Kang, they would still protect Liu Shui as best they could. However, Liu Shui flatly refused to accompany them. Liu Shui clutched the confession book as she sat upon the ground. "Thank you, you need not worry about me." They did not persuade Liu Shui, turning decisively to descend the stairs. With so many nuns, even with their tools, the risk of defeat loomed. A surprise attack was their best course of action. In a small attic, Wu Lo stood at the door, addressing the person inside. "Mother, what is it like to be confined in a small, dark room?" Wu Lo was a manifestation of part of Tatter's power, stronger than Deli, enabling her to confine Deli. Inside, Deli pleaded, "Baby, please open the door, it is dangerous outside, they might harm you, please let me out." "Absolutely not." Wu Lo replied before descending the stairs, choosing to ignore Deli, just as Deli had once ignored her in childhood. Upon reaching the second-floor living room, the crackling of the fire in the fireplace echoed, and a tall shadow was cast upon the wall. Wu Lo noticed him turning to flee, but the next moment, she felt a weight upon her back, pressing her down onto the carpet. Tatter lay atop her. "You did this on purpose, Lele, did you really want it to be this way?" "Of course, I dislike being controlled." Having been captured, Wu Lo offered no resistance, resigned to her position on the ground. Tatter's gaze darkened as he fixed it upon the nape of her neck. After an indeterminate time, his expression softened, his eyes filled with sorrow as he leaned closer to her neck. He was at a loss for what to do, for Wu Lo was resolute in her desire to descend the mountain. "I am a fallen deity, I cannot leave, and I cannot take you down the mountain." "I am sorry," Tatter spoke softly, his words measured. Chapter 76, The Reunion of the Younger Brother and the Elder Brother. Wu Lele's unabashed infatuation. "I'm sorry," the voice of Tatter from behind left Wu Lo stunned. She had been prepared to deceive Tatter to extricate herself, yet unexpectedly, Tatter bowed his head, adopting an attitude of profound humility. Wu Lo was at a loss for words regarding her feelings. Astonishment was the least of it. Gently, she nudged him, and Tatter lowered his gaze, his hair veiling his eyes. Wu Lo turned to lie on the ground, facing him, and with both hands, she caressed his face, sweeping aside his hair. Tatter's arms propped him up, but he did not place his weight upon her, and thus they lay quietly together on the carpet of the second-floor living room. The crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace filled the air, casting a warm glow upon their faces. As she brushed aside his hair, Wula finally beheld his handsome visage and remarked, "There is something I long to do, and your lack of opposition brings me immense joy." She leaned in, her forehead gently grazing Tatter's chin, much like a small black cat seeking affection. Wula's affectionate gesture lifted Tatter's spirits considerably. He suppressed the controlling urge in his eyes and, feigning injury, said, "How will you return once you descend? I cannot believe that human would escort you back. Who would wish to return after leaving the convent?" Those individuals were the ones who had transformed him into a fallen deity, branding him a demon, claiming that the demons had taken over this place, and then they vanished, leaving only Tatter, once a divine being, to guard the desolate convent alone. Later, a new group arrived, and Tatter yearned for their genuine love and faith, believing he could fulfill all their wishes. Yet, these newcomers were not true believers, and he was no longer a deity. Everything here was a facade, a profound error. Wula discerned Tatter's concerns. She could exit the convent, but the farther she ventured, the weaker her body would become. Perhaps she could reach the small town, but returning on her own was an impossibility. Wula contemplated that without the handsome Tatter, she might choose to embark on a one-way journey, as long as she fulfilled her own desires. However, with Tatter here, Wula wished to return. She needed the assistance of a human. The condition for clearing this scenario was to uncover the secrets of the convent and find an exit. "Fear not, they must survive to escort me out. Perhaps those sisters have already slain them." Tatter's eyes glimmered slightly. "If they are all dead, you shall not descend." "Well, I do not know. I wish to go, yet I want to return." Wula embraced Tatter's neck, pulling him down so that they were close together, and she said, "Let us leave it to fate. We shall remain here, quietly awaiting their return. If they are still alive, I will descend." Tatter replied, "I fear they will not return you. There is one human of decent character, I just do not know if he will still be alive." Tatter ceased speaking, holding her tightly. Although uncertain if she would be able to descend, Wula felt elated now that she had turned off Dali, rendering Tatter helpless against her. She relished this sensation of being unbound by anyone. Time passed slowly. An hour, 2 hours. Time seemed to stand still, for the clock in the church tower had ceased to tick. Wula and Tatter lay together, eyes closed, their bodies perfectly aligned, white dress and red robe intertwined. Suddenly, a glimmer of light filtered through the window. Dawn had arrived. Both Wula and Tatter opened their eyes simultaneously. "Someone has moved the hands," Tatter remarked. "Who could it be?" Wula languidly sat up. "Let us see if the insignificant human still lives." Wula sought to venture outside, and Tatter immediately followed, intertwining his fingers with hers. Wula paid no heed to his actions, eagerly stepping forward, while Tatter strode alongside her. As they descended, they could hear the sound of knocking emanating from the attic. Dali, having seen the dawn break, worried for her daughter's safety, incessantly banged on the door, calling for her release, but alas, there was no response. Emerging from the old residence, the cobblestone path lay bare, the sky a muted grey, as if dawn was just beginning to unfold. In the morning light, the roses in the flower bed glistened with dew, the droplets a deep crimson, stained by splattered blood. The air was thick with the scent of iron, and only Palin stood by the fountain, while Chen Shijie and Su Qinyang lay on the ground, drenched in blood, their fates unclear. The other nuns had vanished, they had triumphed. Upon hearing footsteps, Palin turned rigidly, having sustained minor injuries. When he saw Wula, he felt no fear. She was likely here to fulfill her promise. Yet, beside her stood a youth clad in a striking red robe. He was the master, an unknown variable. Palin tightened his grip on the knife. Even divine-grade weapons could not harm the master, and this ordinary blade was utterly useless. "You have finally arrived. Open the door. I shall carry you down, I will bring you back," Palin said, suppressing his weapon and speaking calmly. Tatter lifted his gaze, coldly scrutinizing Palin, and in that moment, Palin sensed the spectre of death. Wula ignored Palin and instead kicked at Su Qinyang. "Is he dead?" Palin's expression grew grave as he checked Chen Shijie, feeling for her pulse, weak but present. "They need However, if he were to carry Wula, no one would be left to bear Chen Xiujia out of the convent. Palin knelt beside her, applying pressure to her wound. Wula kicked Su Qinyang several times, but receiving no response, she abandoned the effort. The light grew brighter. Tatar glanced up at the church's summit, where the prominent white clock tower was visible. At that moment, a woman stood at the clock center, straining to turn the hands. With each tiny movement, the sky brightened incrementally. As dawn approached, the entrance to the convent appeared in the distance. Palin understood, by turning that great clock, daylight would emerge, and the convent's door would automatically manifest, allowing them to exit the scenario. Yet, two formidable NPCs stood in their way, making a breakout impossible. They had to comply with Wula's proposal. Palin resolved to find Liu Shui to carry Chen Xiujia down. Rising to head towards the church, however, Tatar saw through his intentions and said, if she descends, time will revert, darkness will fall, and the door will vanish. Palin's pupils dilated, questioning, will she remain atop the clock? Tatar offered no response, but the answer was evident. The cost of exiting was the necessity of one person continuously pushing the clock's hands. Should they depart, no one would remain to turn the hands, leaving that person eternally behind. Liu Kang had sacrificed his life for Liu Shui to survive, and now they were to abandon Liu Shui. Wula secretly reveled in Palin's expression. It was quite amusing. Suddenly, Tatar tightened his grip on her fingers. Wula wasted no time, declaring, the door has appeared, let us descend. Now that you are unharmed, you shall carry me. She feigned reluctance. Beneath them lay a gravely injured Chen Xiujia and an unresponsive Su Qinyang, while Liu Shui remained trapped in the clock tower. Palin calmly made his choice. Very well, I will carry you down. As Palin approached, before he could touch Wula, Tatar unexpectedly seized his throat. Wula feared that Tatar might strangle Palin, jeopardizing her own escape. Though Tatar seemed to acquiesce, Wula sensed he might change his mind at any moment. For instance, he could easily kill Palin right now. If Tatar were to do so, she would have to leave on her own. Morning was nearing. The clouds were thin today, promising a splendid sunrise. Dali had once said, I detest your hair, it is golden, blindingly bright, like the sun. Palin, gasping for breath, asked, what are you planning to do? Tatar warned him, you must ensure she returns. Palin realized that even if he descended, Tatar could still eliminate him. Of course, I shall honor my word. Cough cough. I'm not dead yet. Suddenly, a voice emerged from above. Su Qinyang coughed up blood, hoarsely rising from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, fixating on Wula while also noticing her intertwined fingers with the master. Wula's eyes sparkled. The tenacity of human life is truly remarkable. Su Qinyang smiled. Indeed, even when my intestines are in disarray, I still survive. Now, with all my limbs intact, I'm even better off. I shall carry you down. We are good friends, and I promised to carry you when the opportunity arose. Please grant me this chance, would you? His eagerness to bear her was palpable, a charming smile adorning his face, sincerely pleading. Wula relished the way others spoke to her. Glancing at Palin, she said, you seem quite reluctant. I do not favor coercing anyone, hence I choose him to carry me. Tatar released Palin, fixating his gaze on Su Qinyang, not perceiving anything extraordinary about him. Yet, Wula had always enjoyed teasing him, nearly leading to his demise on several occasions. Su Qinyang staggered to Wula's side and then crouched down. Come on. Wula released Tatar's hand, adding, fear not. When the sun reaches the top of that tree, I shall return. Tatar glanced at the pine tree by the wall. Very well, I shall await your return. Wula climbed onto Su Qinyang's back, nearly causing him to buckle under the weight. TSK, can your body truly manage to carry me down and back up? I would hate to tumble into a ravine along with you. I am perfectly fine. Su Qinyang gritted his teeth, standing tall with her on his back, his left hand grasping his right wrist, not holding onto Wula's thigh. Yet, a gaze remained fixed upon him, instilling a sense of danger in Su Qinyang. Palin hoisted Chen Xiujia onto his back, and the four of them hastily departed. Tatar stood by the fountain, watching them intently, unblinking. They exited the grand door and moved on. I and the clock tower, atop the church, Liu Shui observed everything below. She pushed against the enormous hands of the clock with both hands, feeling the strain, her palms blooded. She realized that if she ceased, the hands would revert. Liu Shui could only surmise that as dawn broke, the door would appear. From her vantage point, she witnessed the three below engaged in a fierce struggle. She no longer wished to live, with her brother present. She too wished to remain here, hence she did not follow them downstairs. Watching Su Qinyang fall, and Chen Xiujie collapse, Liu Shui believed that the only thing she could do was push the great clock and see what transpired. Once her brother had protected her, she had felt like a useless burden, never having accomplished anything. Now, she had finally done something to aid others. Master, I make a wish to return home with my brother. We share the best sibling bond. Tatar heard the supplication of the believer, and in a divine tone, he replied, very well. Liu Shui perished, and Tatar allowed the clock to turn on its own. The dawn grew ever brighter, and the sun was poised to rise. Once we reach the town, we can exit the scenario, Pei Lin reassured the unconscious Chen Xiujie. Almost there, hold on. Su Qinyang urged, Pei Lin, carry your load and hurry. You need not wait for me. Injured and bearing Wu Lo on his back, he could scarcely move swiftly. Pei Lin nodded, hastening down the mountain with Chen Xiujie. The mountain path, having been drenched by last night's rain, was muddy. Su Qinyang's clothes became soiled, prompting Wu Lo to lift her skirt slightly to avoid the filth. Wu Lei. Suddenly, the man beneath her called her name. Wu Lo halted her adjustment of the skirt, unable to suppress a chuckle. The sound of her laughter confirmed Su Qinyang's suspicions. His face paled, whether from blood loss or from Wu Lo's frightful antics, he could not tell. So, the monsters of the scenario do not remain confined to a single setting. They traverse to other scenarios and retain their memories. How terrifying, he said, the first part through gritted teeth, the latter tinged with despair, his voice laced with melancholy. Wu Lo patted the back of his head. Is it truly terrifying? Do you not find it intriguing? The moment the convent's door opened, I saw you. How fascinating. Su Qinyang replied, what do you wish for me to say? It is indeed remarkable, amid so many scenarios, we can meet seamlessly. How delightful. He mimicked Wu Lo's whimsical tone. Wu Lo found his antics amusing. Is it not fun? Quite, Su Qinyang managed a reluctant smile. At last, he understood why he had received special treatment. If in the first scenario, Su Qinyang sensed Wu Lo's the only constant was Wu Lo's unpredictability. She was unlike any other NPC, for no one could predict her actions. She might aid the players, or she might slay them. Was she benevolent? Was she malevolent? It seemed she was both. She was the embodiment of uncertainty. Younger brother, Wu Lo called. Elder sister, Su Qinyang understood her intent. They shared an unspoken bond. Su Qinyang inquired, that master, whose fingers are entwined with yours, is he your boyfriend, Zhang Rui? Was it only she who appeared in different scenarios with retained memories, or did all monsters possess such a trait? If all monsters did, then the veteran players and guild leaders must have noticed the slightest clues. Su Qinyang sought to pry, yet, Wu Lo seemed momentarily perplexed. What? Is the master Zhang Rui? Do you and your boyfriend consistently appear in the same scenario? Su Qinyang posited, believing it highly probable, yet, in the next moment, Wu Lo disproved him, for the person on her back interjected, he is not Zhang Rui. I do not even know where he has gone. Su Qinyang retorted, you lie, you held his hand, and you used to do the same with Zhang Rui. Wu Lo countered, what is wrong with holding hands with handsome men? Must one only hold hands with one handsome man? Cannot one hold hands with several? Su Qinyang's mind went blank for a moment. Wu Lo leaned down and said, younger brother, do you not find Tatar quite handsome? In this place, he is the best looking. Su Qinyang realized then, Wu Lo was unapologetically infatuated. Chapter 77, The Crooked Posture. At first, Wu Lo raised her upper body, maintaining a distance from Su Qinyang's back, but gradually she leaned down. When she spoke, her voice was right by Su Qinyang's ear, leading him to believe she wished to engage in conversation. Su Qinyang, puzzled, inquired, is your master's name Tatar? Indeed, a melodious name, don't you think? Why does the big boss seem to heed your words? Have you not noticed my prowess? Indeed, you have claimed the most lives. The condition for the master to kill was to tempt with wishes. He appeared reluctant to entice others, while it was Wula who wielded a knife, slashing at anyone in her path. Are you going to keep Palin's knife? I cannot carry it away, so it's yours. A divine-grade artifact, rare indeed, you ought to express your gratitude. Wula's voice was rather soft, and were it not for her leaning on his shoulder, Su Qinyang would scarcely have heard her. Shaking his head slightly, he felt a bit dizzy from loss of blood, enduring the pain coursing through his body as he walked. He remarked, does not being able to carry anything imply you cannot take items to the next dungeon? Do not inquire so much. I simply do not wish to divulge. Wula closed her eyes, her strength waning with each passing moment. Having departed from Tatar and the convent, her power diminished gradually. If humanity sought to slay her, now would be the opportune moment. Fortunately, it was Su Qinyang. He was a commendable choice. Wula recognized that upon revealing herself to Su Qinyang, alongside the overwhelming fear, there was an insatiable curiosity, a yearning to extract information from her. Yet, she was reluctant to disclose anything, as she herself was oblivious to the truth. In this terrifying realm, all entities adhered to certain rules, humans and monsters alike, only she existed outside these regulations, neither fully disengaged nor entirely aware of her peculiar situation. Wula did not wish to delve deeper, for she had no means to begin, she simply desired to continue playing. In fact, there was something worthy of joy, someone acknowledged her existence. Little brother, a divine-grade artifact for you, do you desire it? Once more, she tested him. Su Qinyang had begun to understand Wula, who relished toying with human emotions. Of course, why would I refuse? This artifact should last about half an hour in my possession. If I take it back to Paradise Town, Palin will undoubtedly snatch it from me. It would be wiser to return it voluntarily. I have no desire to create enmity with the first guild. Have you not joined any guild? You could join Palin's. Wula spoke slowly, akin to the murmurs of a weary individual on the verge of sleep. Su Qinyang sensed something amiss. Are you feeling sleepy? Perhaps you should rest. I will awaken you when the sun rises. I am not tired. Su Qinyang continued, I do not intend to join a guild. Why not? I simply don't want to. Being a lone wolf is rather appealing, very cool. Yes, it is quite nice, albeit a quiet death. Now entirely certain that his life was no longer in jeopardy, the heavy stone weighing on his heart lifted, invigorating him despite his injuries, making his steps lighter. Where will you venture in your next dungeon? I do not know. Why do you wish to descend the mountain? You are aware. Su Qinyang had surmised, his curiosity piqued, were you truly imprisoned for 18 years? In my timeline, I have only been apart from you for 3 days. Silence reigned on her back, and Wula's hand, which had been clutching her skirt, fell limp, the fabric cascading down. With each step Su Qinyang took, his heel splashed mud onto her dress. Do adjust your skirt, it's become soiled. She remained silent and motionless. As Su Qinyang pondered, he felt her shoulder sag, her cheek resting against him, unmoving. Asleep? It did not seem so. Su Qinyang swayed his body slightly. Wula, Wula. Wula, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Wula, what is wrong? You are quite noisy, came her feeble response. Upon hearing her voice, Su Qinyang instantly realized something was amiss. His mind raced, tentatively asking, you are stillborn, are you not? Can you not leave the convent? Indeed, Wula admitted without concealment. Su Qinyang grew anxious. If you cannot leave, why have you me carry you down? Though you are already lifeless, this is still unacceptable. Do you feel discomfort? I shall take you back now. He turned to ascend the mountain, carrying her. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck. Palin's divine-grade curved blade was poised against him. Descend the mountain. Are you intent on self-destruction? Why? La has never witnessed a sunrise. Wula does not enjoy confinement. Wula endeavored to articulate her thoughts clearly. Su Qinyang fell silent for a moment, comprehension dawning upon him, and he turned back down the mountain, increasing his pace. Hold on, I will expedite my efforts. Yes, if I cease to speak or move, you must ensure I am returned, understood? You can rest assured. Su Qinyang held affection for Wu Le, a sentiment more profound than his feelings for humanity. However, their differing allegiances complicated this bond, resembling friendship, albeit likely one-sided, leaving him uncertain whether Wu Le had ever regarded him as a friend for even a fleeting second. Su Qinyang chose not to dwell on such thoughts, striding down the mountain, soon breaking into a light jog. Wu Le grew ever lighter, carrying her posed no issue. The mountain path was not far, and as dawn approached, they reached the small town just as the sun broke the horizon. The town was dilapidated, the roads narrow, mudded, and littered with animal excrement, utterly inferior to the convent on the mountain. As sunlight streamed over the rooftops and fell upon the ground, Su Qinyang carried Wu Le forward, allowing the sun's rays to envelop them. The morning light, golden in hue, illuminated Wu Le's golden curls, each strand aglow, a sight to behold. At that moment, Su Qinyang also heard the electronic notification from the dungeon. Congratulations, player, for completing the Midnight Convent dungeon, unlocking the ending Mirage. In the mirror, flowers appear, in the water, the moon reflects, seemingly beautiful yet ultimately illusory. Within the convent, from deities to devotees, all were but facades, everything was a mere delusion. As the sun bathed them in light, the figure on his back had remained motionless for quite some time. Su Qinyang inquired, "Shall we return now?" Not being immediately extracted from the dungeon indicated he could choose his exit time voluntarily. Receiving no response, Su Qinyang grew concerned, turning to ascend the mountain once more. Just as he pivoted, he encountered Pei Lin. "Have you yet to exit?" Su Qinyang asked. Pei Lin's gaze was fixated on the figure he bore. Sunlight danced upon her golden hair, each strand shimmering, a stark contrast against her fair skin. Her closed eyelids adorned with golden lashes added to her ethereal beauty. Noticing Pei Lin's stare, Su Qinyang glared back. "What are you planning?" Taking advantage of his vulnerability, a sudden dread gripped Su Qinyang as he worried whether Pei Lin might harm Wu Le. After all, Pei Lin was different from him. He was a crooked being, while Pei Lin might very well slay Wu Le, a creature of another realm. Wu Le lay utterly still, and with his own injuries, he knew he could not overpower Pei Lin even if he were unscathed. Su Qinyang's guarded posture was unmistakable, yet, Pei Lin approached. Chapter 78, Divine Artifact, a confession book. Pei Lin's gaze remained fixated on the individual slung across Su Qinyang's back, prompting Su Qinyang to take a couple of steps back. "Wait a moment." Su Qinyang supported Wu Le with one hand while extending the other forward to obstruct Pei Lin. "Just hold on." With a deft motion, Su Qinyang reached behind him to feel for Wu Le's skirt. He recalled that she had attached it to her waist, but due to the angle, he could not see it. Carefully, he searched until, at last, he found it. Drawing out the curved blade, he declared, "Here, your weapon. She has returned it to you." In a state of unconsciousness, Wu Le was oblivious to Su Qinyang's unilateral decision, for she had previously stated that this item was something she could not take with her, something she did not desire. The reclaimed divine artifact was accepted by Pei Lin with a nonchalant demeanor, his eyes still fixed on Wu Le. Anxiety gripped Su Qinyang. "She cannot be harmed. The master has been watching us closely. We must return her, and I have returned your weapon, so please exit the instant swiftly." "Where is Chen Xiaojie?" By inquiring about Chen Xiaojie, Su Qinyang attempted to shift the conversation. Pei Lin stowed the curved blade into his personal storage bag within the marketplace, responding coolly, "Chen Xiaojie has already exited." Chen Xiaojie's injuries were grave, it was imperative for her to leave before it was too late. Yet, he himself could have departed, yet lingered here for a while. Pei Lin's gaze settled on the silent nun resting on Su Qinyang's back, his voice tight with tension. "She seems to have already passed away." Pei Lin, with his proximity to Su Qinyang, had evidently discerned this truth long before. Su Qinyang quickly refuted, "No, she was already lifeless, her stillness now is merely a continuation. Enough of this, I must return her." He turned to leave, but barely took a few steps before dizziness overcame him. Pei Lin hastened to catch up, grasping his arm. "Your wound is severe, you have been bleeding all along, are you not aware?" Su Qinyang glanced down, noting that his skirt was stained with mud and blood. As dawn broke, the townsfolk began to stir, and some noticed the three nuns standing in the clearing, blooded, one appearing to be in a deep slumber. The residents could not help but stare, whispering amongst themselves. How did they descend from the mountain, and why are they covered in blood? What transpired? Those two nuns are extraordinarily tall, they almost resemble men rather than women. Surely, the convent on the mountain has not met with calamity. May the divine protect us. The murmurs of the NPCs grew increasingly loud. Palin urged, we must leave this place. After traversing a distance up the mountain, they finally encountered no other NPCs. Su Qinyang wished for Palin to exit the instance quickly, feeling a lack of security with him around, as if Palin might turn against Wula at any moment. However, he also sensed that Palin bore no murderous intent, leaving him perplexed as to why he chose to linger. Was he merely drawn in by the unfolding drama, believing it to be safe to remain? Was Palin truly so inquisitive? The ground is slippery, the ascent will be even more challenging. Allow me to carry her. No need, I promised her I would bring her back. Su Qinyang was reluctant to entrust Wula to Palin's care. Though he felt unwell, Su Qinyang believed he could still manage. Fortunately, Palin did not press the matter, he simply followed behind. Should Su Qinyang slip or encounter difficult terrain, Palin would step in to assist him, steadying both him and the unconscious Wula. Reaching the halfway point, Su Qinyang gasped out weakly, why are you doing this? Palin replied, I fear you might collapse before you can return her. This statement seemed to convey concern for both him and Wula. Su Qinyang glanced into Palin's indifferent eyes. It was clear that he was not one to worry about players, and his concern for NPCs was even less plausible. Unable to comprehend him, he chose to look away. Lifting his gaze, Su Qinyang remarked, I believe I can see the church's bell tower. Yes, we are nearly there. Palin's hand gently rested on Wula's arm, his fingers brushing against her cool skin. Upon sighting the bell tower, Su Qinyang felt a renewed sense of purpose. Gritting his teeth and quickening his pace. As they drew closer to the convent, they found themselves unconsciously monitoring Wula for any signs of change. The sun had risen high in the sky, illuminating the narrow mountain path, where the dense branches overhead allowed beams of sunlight to filter through, casting dappled patterns upon them. The golden flecks adorned her hair, cheeks, and arms, yet, throughout it all, she remained unresponsive, her eyelashes unmoving, only the mountain breeze gently stirring her hair. A tinge of disappointment flickered in Palin's eyes. Su Qinyang felt as though his legs had ceased to exist, relying solely on sheer willpower to continue. The imposing convent loomed before them, its gates wide open, and a black cat perched by the entrance, meowing upon their arrival. Meow. Wula's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes slowly opening. Palin, the first to notice, leaned down. How are you feeling? Wula did not meet Palin's gaze, but instead directed her attention towards the entrance, where Tatar appeared, clad in a flowing platinum robe, with a strikingly handsome face that defied gender, his shoulder-length hair-framed eyes that sparkled with a hint of joy. Su Qinyang, hand her over to me, Wula said weakly. Hearing Wula's voice again, Su Qinyang exhaled in relief. She was alive. He approached the entrance of the convent, where Tatar swiftly took Wula from his back, cradling her in his arms. Leaning against Tatar, Wula smiled. See, I told you I would return. The sunlight of the town feels so comforting. Despite the bright sun they had traversed, the moment they arrived, the sky seemed to darken. Tatar leaned down to kiss her cheek. Indeed. Su Qinyang instinctively stepped back, exiting the convent's entrance. At that very instant, the door shut behind him. It was evident that Tatar was eager for him to leave. Countdown to instance closure. 10, 9. Both Su Qinyang and Palin simultaneously heard the system's electronic voice. Meanwhile, a weight appeared in Su Qinyang's hands, revealing a book. Congratulations to player Su Qinyang for acquiring the divine artifact, a confession book. Confession book is a divine artifact, limited to 3 uses per instance. Any player or NPC who touches the confession book will trigger its effects, revealing their misdeeds and reflections. This artifact essentially allows one to peer into the hearts of any player or NPC. In the final second before exiting the instance, Palin caught sight of the object in Su Qinyang's grasp. This was the reward bestowed by the master, a token given by Tatar to the one who carried her back. Midnight Convent, Instance Closure. Chapter 79. The Midnight Convent dungeon is permanently closed in Paradise Town. At the central circular platform, a steady stream of individuals made their way in and out. Su Qinyang and Palin appeared simultaneously. Nearby, Chen Xiaojier, who had been waiting for quite some time, approached with delight. Peiji, Why did it take you so long to come out? I was beginning to think something had happened. I'm fine. Please return to report back, I have a few matters to attend to. Palin gently urged Chen Xiaojie to leave. Palin then turned his gaze towards Su Chenyang, who still held the divine grade item. Just as he had surmised, carrying Le down the mountain and then returning would yield rewards. However, he had not anticipated that the reward would not be given by Le but rather by the main entity. The connection between Le and the main entity. Palin recalled the moment the main entity had leaned down to kiss her cheek. It was truly astonishing that these two were a pair. He had guessed there might be an item involved, yet Palin felt unable to insist on carrying Le himself, especially since Le seemed more inclined to trust Su Chenyang. Palin pondered why he had not exhibited any behavior that warranted such distrust from Le. Su Chenyang was still absorbed in examining the confession document. Palin approached and whispered, "Conceal the item and do not disclose it to anyone. Use it discreetly." As soon as Palin spoke, Su Chenyang comprehended the situation. Aside from the items purchased with personal points, any items acquired within the dungeon could be pilfered, just as Wu Lei could seize Palin's items. Su Chenyang hastily stored the item in his personal inventory within the marketplace. He felt somewhat relieved that Palin was not the type to steal items. He was a man of honor. Su Chenyang soon realized, "You followed me up the mountain for the item." Once again recognizing Palin's astuteness, he was indeed a seasoned player. "That is partially true, but my primary intention was to ascertain." Palin scrutinized Su Chenyang's micro-expressions closely. "Have you encountered Le in other dungeons?" Su Chenyang had previously inquired whether dungeon monsters could appear in other dungeons. In the town, when Le had fainted, Su Chenyang's evident concern and favoritism towards her made it difficult for Palin not to draw connections. However, this revelation shattered Palin's understanding, potentially disrupting the perceptions of all players. Even the upper echelons of the Black-Red Guild were unaware of such occurrences. Were dungeon monsters evolving? Su Chenyang felt a wave of anxiety. He hesitated to respond. Palin did not miss the fleeting change in Su Chenyang's expression. In the brief moment when Su Chenyang's gaze faltered, Palin discerned the truth. "I see," Palin muttered to himself before turning to leave. Leaving Su Chenyang in solitary frustration, pondering what it was like to engage with someone so astute. Not far from the central circular platform of Paradise Town stood a lavishly decorated building. The streets below were pristine, with only a smattering of individuals passing by. Ordinary players dared not venture this way. Palin arrived at the entrance, and the electronic door lock recognized his face in an instant. He entered, the door closing behind him, isolating him from the curious gazes lurking outside. "Palin, I heard you lost an item in the dungeon." A man leaned against the glass railing on the second floor, a grin of amusement plastered across his face. It was Chen Xiaojie who had returned to the base and relayed the dungeon information to the guild, prompting Nightming to be the first to learn of it. Palin sank into the sofa, exasperated. "You seem overly concerned about my affairs in the dungeon, fearing I might acquire another new item." Nightming descended the stairs, curiosity etched across his features. What happened this time? Nightming, the founder of the Black-Red Guild, was well known among players in Paradise Town for his ruthless and pragmatic approach. He cared only for the strength of guild members, indifferent to their lives or deaths, wielding an unparalleled grasp of dungeon information. Palin and Nightming were friends, having co-founded the Black-Red Guild, with Palin preferring to explore dungeons rather than manage chaotic affairs. Many assumed Palin was merely a veteran player of the guild, occupying a mid-tier status. Palin leaned back, closing his eyes to rest. At the base, Chen Xiaojie must have relayed all the dungeon information. "You can check the records." Nightming replied, "The records do not specify how you lost the item, which makes me curious about the circumstances of your loss." His remarks were laced with playful mockery, fixating on the lost item. Palin, feeling weighed down, responded, "Nightming, there are monsters capable of traversing different dungeons while retaining memories." His words struck like a stone thrown into a serene lake, causing Nightming's previously carefree demeanor to shift to one of seriousness. His brow furrowed as he said, "That is impossible." This was absolutely inconceivable, yet Palin was not one to jest. The more Nightming knew about dungeon information, the more rigid his thoughts became. He could not comprehend how the rules he understood could be shattered. Palin calmly asserted, "I have already encountered one, there may be many more within the dungeon." Nightwing's expression turned grave. Does this mean humanity's hope is even more tenuous? After uttering this, he found himself laughing in disbelief. Nightwing inquired, "So it was that monster that stole your item?" Yes. The loss of the item was due to his own carelessness. Furthermore, in his attempts to access mid-tier dungeons, he had suppressed his player level, thereby limiting his own capabilities. Palin stated, "I believe that lowering my player level to continue exploring the dungeon from the bottom up was the right choice. Dungeons are ever-changing, and now, with the emergence of many new dungeons, the information we once possessed has become outdated, and numerous brand new dungeons have surfaced." The terrifying world of dungeons was in a constant state of evolution. Nightwing's expression was somber. "Recently, the losses among our members have become increasingly severe." Moonlight filtered through the stained glass of the church, casting colourful beams upon the very centre of the sanctuary. On a pew sat Tartar, a person resting on his thigh, her head nestled against him, deeply asleep with her eyes closed. Tartar's long fingers wove through her golden locks, gently untangling, intertwining, and twisting them. He could not fathom why La had returned to his side yet remained in slumber. "La," Tartar murmured, caressing her cheek and lips, "I am going to devour you." Della's resentment dissipated, vanishing into thin air. Here, it was only the two of them and a small black cat. If she did not awaken, Tartar resolved to consume her. "Let us merge as one." Under the moonlight, trees and buildings gradually transformed into dust. The Midnight Convent dungeon is permanently closed. Chapter 80, Copy 3. Urban serial murder case. As the sun descended in the west, its fiery rays bathed the white walls of the residential community, enveloping the entire area in a crimson hue. The flowerbeds, long neglected, had become overgrown, with shrubs encroaching upon the pathways. A young girl clad in a white dress strolled by when suddenly, a sleek black cat darted from the thicket. It attempted to nuzzle against her leg, prompting Woola to take a step back, exclaiming, "Filthy creature, I told you not to enter the flowerbed." Meow. She was reluctant to touch the black cat, which dejectedly drooped its tail. "You'll have to return for a bath." Meow. The cat was averse to water. Wail, wail. As dusk fell, the blaring siren of a police car pierced the air. Someone craned their neck to peer out. What is going on? Another incident. A shirtless man wiped the sweat from his brow, pointing at his phone's group chat. Someone has died in the residential area. The body was discarded in a flowerbed, discovered by a dog walker. What? Are there pictures? Let me see. Yes, the police haven't arrived yet, but someone snapped a photo and shared it in the group. It is circulating widely. Show me. A crowd gathered, eagerly clicking on the group chat images. The streetlight was broken, the community's greenery was wild and unruly, and beneath the foliage lay a man's severed leg. Only a leg, the cut is jagged. Let us have the police dogs search the vicinity. Officer Zhang Jinyun examined the dismembered remains. A cordon had been established, yet many residents lingered curiously, their faces a mix of intrigue and dread. Did you hear? Just a leg, another dismemberment case. I wonder if it's connected to the previous one where an arm was found. Although they are quite distant, I clearly saw it was a man's leg when the police flashlight illuminated it. I heard the last case involved a woman's arm. A man and a woman, these could not possibly be the same body, but both were dismembered, and both were discovered in Area C. Could it be that the same perpetrator is at work? The previous case remains unsolved, and now there is another dismemberment. This is terrifying. Old Lee, you should stop dozing off while watching TV and pay more attention to the safety of our community. How can we live here with bodies turning up in the flowerbeds? Old Lee, the security guard of the residential area, in his 50s, was known for his fondness for tea and television. He straightened his back, asserting, I will ensure the security of all individuals entering and exiting the community. You all can rest assured. No one felt reassured. The security was unreliable, and the community itself was rather dubious. Besides the main gates, there were numerous small entrances, makeshift openings created by residents wishing to avoid a detour. Half of the community consisted of resettlement housing, while the other half was comprised of shared rental units, leading to a particularly chaotic mix of inhabitants. Welcome to the Urban Serial Murder Case Copy. You are a tenant in this residential area, aptly named for its livability. Just a short walk away lies the subway station, with hospitals, schools, markets, and parks nearby, providing a comprehensive living environment. However, recent murders in Area C have raised concerns. Could the killer be lurking nearby? What could drive such a person to commit murder? Copy task is survival. Every individual may become the target of the killer. Please remain vigilant for your safety. Good luck to all. Every player entering the copy heard the system's voice. There were numerous players, some were office workers, some unemployed, some reclusive, some students, some homemakers, and some were police officers. There were also many NPCs. In this entire city, apart from the players, all other individuals were NPCs. They were ordinary NPCs, and the killer, the boss, was concealed among them. Lin Xiao glanced at the police dog he was leading and exhaled in relief. Being assigned a police identity in an urban survival copy was a stroke of luck. The system had not indicated this was a solo copy, suggesting there were many players. He needed to quickly identify the other players in the crowd and band together. Lin Xiao looked around at the NPCs. Apart from the killer, the ordinary NPCs resembled the common populace in the real world, untransformed into any supernatural beings. They were simply regular people, which brought Lin Xiao a sense of comfort. The eerie remnants of past bizarre copies lingered heavily on his mind, where any NPC could morph into a supernatural entity, yet this type of copy was preferable. Aside from the killer, all other NPCs were just ordinary people. The killer not only targeted players but also NPCs, for in the eyes of the killer, everyone was merely a member of the crowd. Woof! The police dog suddenly barked. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality and inquired, "What did you find?" "Search." Upon issuing the command, the police dog trotted towards the residential building. Due to the throng of people, the dog remained leashed, with Lin Xiao being pulled along. The property management of this community was appalling. Not only were the flowerbeds unkempt, but the broken streetlights remained unrepaired. As darkness descended, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of unease, which was somewhat alleviated by the presence of the police dog. The dog led him to the base of the residential building, and Lin Xiao looked up at the towering structure. The police dog remained animated, tugging him towards the stairwell door. Lin Xiao asked, "Have you caught a scent?" The killer, it couldn't be that easy to find the perpetrator, could it? This copy couldn't be that straightforward, could it? In a survival copy, aside from safeguarding his own life, they had to wait for the police to apprehend the killer to exit the copy. Players could also choose to take the initiative. By finding the killer and turning them in, they could clear the copy. Players with a civilian identity could bide their time, doing nothing, but those with a police identity could obtain internal clues, making it easier to catch the killer. With so many people in the community and the police dog present, Lin Xiao felt a sense of security as he touched the pepper spray at his waist. This type of copy doesn't feature ghosts. No matter how formidable the boss, they are still human. Everything will be fine. Lin Xiao reassured himself and then confidently commanded the police dog, "Search." The dog eagerly pulled him into the building. The police dog halted at the elevator entrance, and Lin Xiao pressed the button. "Has the killer used the elevator? I'll have to open the door on each floor for you." As he spoke, the elevator descended to the first floor, its doors opening to reveal a young man, seemingly 19 or 20, clad in a white shirt and black-rimmed glasses, holding a bag of trash. The police dog lunged into the elevator, but Lin Xiao quickly restrained it. The young man took a couple of steps back. Lin Xiao apologized. "I'm sorry, I hope I didn't scare you." The young man coughed, sounding somewhat unwell, and replied nasally, "I'm fine." With that, he exited the elevator. Typically, one would expect curiosity from an ordinary person upon seeing a tall police officer accompanied by a police dog, yet Lin Xiao felt a pang of suspicion. Observing the police dog, he noted it did not track the young man with its gaze. Rather, it barked, urging him to press the elevator button. It seemed he had been overly suspicious. Lin Xiao pressed the button for each floor, observing the police dog's reactions as the doors opened. The dog remained quiet until they reached the 8th floor, where it sniffed the floor by the elevator door and suddenly bolted out. The leash slipped from Lin Xiao's grip as he shouted, "Hey Hu!" The dog dashed away with remarkable speed, the dimly lit corridor engulfed in darkness. Moments later, he heard barking at the corridor's end, accompanied by a cat screech and a girl's panicked voice. Stay away." Lin Xiao rushed forward to find the police dog confronting the black cat, while a girl in a white dress stood nearby, visibly frightened. Lin Xiao quickly restrained the dog, exclaiming, "Hey Hu!" Here's a friendly reminder, this is a copy set in a horror world. Aside from the players, all others are not human, and the setting is purely fictional. Please abandon your preconceived notions and common sense, thank you.